Chon Su froze, staring down a giant monster frog. With no weapons, he had to improvise, whipping up a makeshift firebomb and hurling it at the amphibious beast. The creature, stunned, simply rolled over and died. Looking at the motionless monster, he asked himself in shock, "Is it over?" A comment popped up. Who knew it'd be that easy? Immediately, more comments flooded in. No way a newbie is that good at the start of the game. Reading them, Chon Su's surprise turned to confusion. A game? If my life is a game, then what's with all these monsters just showing up? He was completely baffled, struggling to tell what was real and what wasn't. He gripped his backpack strap, making a vow. I am not going to die like an idiot. Just then he unlocked a series of SSS-RANK skills and saw that the game had a donation feature. Chon Su tapped the $ icon, and when he realized he could actually get paid for this, he absolutely lost it. Hey, you guys, why are you just telling me about this now? If I knew earlier, I would have been doing all kinds of cool tricks for donations. Rewind to before the apocalypse. Our main character's name is Chon Su. He was a hardcore zombie game streamer. While playing, he'd live stream, breaking down characters and strategies like a total pro. Suddenly, he did a handstand on his chair, calling out to his top viewer, and immediately face-planted. He ate the floor hard. Shaking it off, he sat back up and asked his audience, "So, boss, was that reaction good enough for you?" The viewer just replied with a deadpan, "Your character is dead." Chon Su awkwardly apologized and respawned his character. The viewer then asked if he was happy, considering he was the only one watching the stream. That hit him for a second. But Chon Su recovered, saying, "The only reason I can try this hard is because you're still here, boss." The viewer shot back, "So weird. Is that right? Then I'll choose you." Chon Su had no idea what that meant, but he thanked him anyway. Back in the present, he still couldn't make sense of the situation, so he decided to check outside. On the street, he spotted a woman running for her life. She looked terrified. He called out to her, but it only made her scream and run faster. As she disappeared, a system window filled with strange comments appeared right in front of Chon Su. He froze, quickly realizing it was a chat window. As the comments kept scrolling, he tried to touch it, but his hand passed right through. And of course, the chat window filled with a ton of comments making fun of him for it. Just then, a zombie appeared out of nowhere. He panicked, dodging its lunge with pure reflex. Exactly. He planted a foot right in its stomach and took off running, but the zombie wasn't giving up, shuffling right after him as the chat box lit up again. He slammed the elevator button, trying to get away. Too slow. The zombie smashed through the glass door. On instinct, Chon Su covered his head and bolted for the stairs, heading for the roof. He made it, but the door was locked. As black despair set in, he watched the chat mock him while the monster closed in. But with a surge of main character power, he finally burst the door open. He couldn't even catch his breath. Another zombie, this one much bigger, was waiting for him. And in a classic case of bad luck, Chon Su tripped, and the zombie lunged as if it had struck gold. He kicked it off just in time. The comment section was going wild. After a dramatic wrestling match with the rotting blob of fat, the zombie finally tumbled off the side of the building. Our guy, stunned by his own victory, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. But he had no time to think about the future. A fresh horde of zombies was already breaking through the doorway. In a panic, he spotted an item chest that had appeared after his last kill. He snatched the weapon inside, a confident smile spreading across his face. He was ready to take on this small fry. The situation was critical. Chon Su raised his new club, facing down 3 zombies. He decided it was time to show them who was boss, and swung decisively at the nearest one. But then, his movements got weird. Incredibly awkward. He just started screaming in terror, waving the club around wildly. "Don't come near me." The viewers were baffled. What was he doing? Chon Su kept flailing the club at them, mind in total chaos, yelling his head off as the chat window exploded with laughter. They figured he was toast. Well, he's trying. "Can someone please teach me how to use a club?" Yeah, I knew this was going to happen. He was furious at the comments. When a zombie lunged, he stumbled back, cursing himself for not being able to swing the club right. Just then, another zombie rushed him from behind, mouth wide open. His eyes darted back. "I have to dodge." A second later, our hero was slammed flat on the ground. The viewers laughed, thinking it was some kind of joke. He dropped the club. The 3 zombies slowly closed in, as he desperately gripped the weapon in his hand. "I'm terrible with a long weapon. I can't take on all 3 of them like this," he thought. So then, in a flash, He snapped the club clean in two. Everyone was stunned. The three zombies lunged at once, jaws open wide. He decisively threw one half of the broken club right at them. Less than a second later, drawing on years of gaming experience, Chon Su logged all three of them out permanently. They never knew what hit them. He glared down at them, feeling like things were finally under control. A little later, he returned to his apartment. The viewers were pretty surprised this was his place. As he started changing into fresh clothes, the chat window filled with teasing comments. "I didn't expect you to actually go out. Useless. You're bolder than I thought." Okay, now I'm getting excited. Chon Su ignored all of it. He picked up his phone and thought, even the PC and the phones aren't working anymore. He stared at the dead screen in his hand. This situation was probably way more serious than he'd imagined. The viewers wondered what his plan could possibly be now. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and answered them all. "I'm heading to my parents' house." The chat was shocked, saying there wouldn't be any cars to take. With a smirk, Chon Su pulled a key from his pocket. The sky outside was growing darker, more desolate. Soon, he was on the road, looking like a total badass on an old motorcycle. The viewers watching through the screen were surprised. He's still got a long way to go. The stream is getting choppy as time goes on. He did something really weird before he left. What was it? I missed it. But Chon Su's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, his mind racing. These bastards. They're talking like this is all just a business deal. The entire city center is in chaos. Are my parents safe? He glanced down at his ride. The fuel was almost gone. He had to hurry. But suddenly, something shot across the road, and Chon Su had no time to react. The bike's wheel locked up instantly. He went flying, hitting the pavement with a painful thud. He immediately scrambled back up, trying to get his bearings. The viewers were shocked he was even alive. Wait, wasn't that a tongue? The viewers seemed to know exactly what this was. He shot a furious glance behind him, his mind racing that tongue. It looked like a giant skewer. And just then, a colossal monster appeared. A hell frog. It materialized right in front of him, and he froze in shock. Chon Su was completely stunned. So it wasn't just zombies. There were monsters like this too. This thing wasn't just a frog, it was a true monster. In his peripheral vision, the chat window buzzed. "Watch out, its tongue is like a tape measure." The hell frog slowly uncoiled its tongue. Then it shot out, aiming right for him. He dodged just in time, his mind latching onto one word. Tape measure. That means I can't run in a straight line. He bolted forward, glancing over his shoulder. If he'd been even a fraction of a second slower, any closer and that massive, rigid tongue would have logged him out for good. Chon Su scrambled in panic, knowing he had to get deeper into the alley. Slowly, his survival instincts kicked in, and his pace quickened. The monster was still right behind him, relentless. He needed to hit a corner, and fast. It was his only chance to break its line of sight and avoid that deadly tongue. Then he remembered something he'd stashed in his backpack. The item in his bag, still safe. He pulled out a lighter. Grabbed this just in case. Never thought I'd actually need it now. But then he saw it, a dead end. As the monster slowly closed in, he gripped a bottle of liquor in his hand. Then, he shouted a defiant challenge right at its face. "Come on, you ugly frog." The viewers were stunned. They thought he'd completely lost his mind. Well, there goes another one walking to his death. The frog lunged forward, but he dodged just in time. In one swift motion, he lit the liquor bottle. He took aim and hurled the makeshift bomb right at the giant frog. A second later, the bottle shattered on its back, instantly erupting in flames. The monster roared in agony, but he knew it wasn't enough. He pulled out another bottle just as planned. He threw the second bottle, inflicting even more damage. The viewers were actually pretty surprised. "Hey, that stuff works pretty well." A strange, confident smile spread across Chon Su's face. "I get it now. This monster was weak. This was its critical weakness." As everyone watched, he pulled yet another bottle from his bag. The chat exploded. "He has another one? Just how many does he have?" Chon Su glared at the wounded monster, pure rage in his eyes. "This is my last firebomb." A thought flashed through his mind. It's a huge risk, but if I want to stop it for good, I have to take this gamble. Seeing it prepare its massive tongue, he yelled out a challenge. "Hit me right here, you damn frog." Taking the bait, the monster struck. He dodged, and saw his opening. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the bottle high and threw it. Bullseye. It flew right into the creature's open mouth, which immediately erupted in a fiery explosion. He screamed a curse at it. "Just die already." The hellfrog slowly collapsed to the ground, leaving Chon Su panting heavily. He was exhausted, barely able to believe what he was seeing. On the screen, the viewers were losing their minds with shock. If he hadn't dodged that last one, he'd be toast. I've never seen anyone so unafraid of death. Wait, is this Ethan from My Escape making a cameo? With the monster motionless before him, he wondered aloud, is it over? A comment popped up. Who knows how many more there are? Then another, we need more, Ethan. Nobody's this good right at the start of the game. Go Chon Su read the comments, and one word stood out, shocking him. A game? What if? My life is just a questline in this game. The monsters appeared out of nowhere. He was so confused. He couldn't tell what was real, but gripping his backpack strap, he made a choice. I am not going to die a meaningless death. Instantly, a screen materialized in front of him. Congratulations, you have acquired the skills, Rage and Record of Accumulation. He stared, completely baffled by what was happening. In the chat, people were going wild. He got a new skill. Congrats on your first skill. He looked at the screen, bewildered, and whispered to himself, a skill? Then, this really is like a game. He called out, skill window. Immediately, the system displayed details for Rage and Record of Accumulation. These two skills were incredibly powerful. Chon Su couldn't believe his eyes, reaching out a hand to touch the holographic screen. This skill, it's practically telling me to walk right into the lion's den. Although, it's perfect for grabbing attention. Just like a streamer. And just like that, the skill window vanished. He knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He broke into a run, setting off once more. For now, I need to push this confusion aside and focus on my family's safety. Then he saw his now demolished scooter and was at a loss for words. Thanks to that damn frog, my ride is totaled, but I'm almost there. I'll just have to walk. As dusk began to settle, he sighed, looking up at the sky. I just hope everyone is safe. A short while later, he looked up towards his home, and his eyes widened in pure horror. What happened here? His house was almost completely destroyed. The viewers were just as shocked. Was this house made of potato chips? Looks like someone had a little snack. Or maybe a tornado just ripped through here. He walked closer, a feeling of helplessness washing over him. Our home. Then a sudden realization hit him, and he bolted inside. He called out, trying to sound normal. Mom, Dad, I'm home. But the house was eerily silent. No one answered. He yelled again, his voice cracking. Where is everybody? He raced into one room, calling for his mom. Then he threw open another door, yelling his dad's name. But the house remained completely silent. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. They're not here. He grabbed his head in panic. What the hell is going on? Some viewers morbidly suggested they'd been eaten. Others tried to calm him down, joking that maybe they just went on vacation. Chon Su ignored all of it. He tried to calm himself down. My parents always keep notes. They would have left some kind of trace. He immediately started searching the living room. He checked the wardrobe, then looked at the family planner. But there was nothing in any of those places. Then it hit him. My room! He rushed inside and immediately saw a piece of paper sitting on his desk. The paper had neat handwriting. Our dear son, we are leaving with the soldiers who came here. We pray we'll see you again, safe and sound. Sorry we couldn't write more. After reading the note, Chon Su's eyes shot wide open in total shock. What is this? Panic began to set in. He stared at the short, hurried message. They left. With the military? The more he processed it, the more confused he became. Military District. 7.5. The viewers watching the whole thing were stunned, commenting through the screen. Did he just abandon his own kid? What the hell was that? Are you crying? Go, Chon Su said slowly. Something felt seriously wrong here. He clutched the note tighter in his hand. Knowing his old man, there was no way he'd just run off. This note felt off. Then, a sudden thought hit him like a truck. If this whole situation is some kind of twisted game, then the key is to find the guide character. And this whole scenario was probably designed just for that. He calmly swung his backpack off his shoulders. No need to rush. There was only one real clue in Sector 7.5. He walked over and opened the fridge. At this point, only a few cans of tuna were left for him. Seeing him rummaging through the kitchen, the viewers were confused. His family just vanished, and he's looking for a snack? Now that's what I call taking it easy. He pulled the tuna cans out of the fridge and made his decision. I need to eat up and get ready to leave this place. There's nothing left for me here anymore. Go, Chon Su calmly placed the cans on the table. But then a strange noise made him whip his head around, staring outside. I thought there weren't any zombies in the house. Instantly, his hand went on guard, pulling out a large kitchen knife. He slowly crept toward the sound. Suddenly, A loud noise from outside made him jump. His feet scrambled, carrying him towards the window. He immediately rushed to slam it shut. But then, a hand with 5 fingers shot through the opening. It grabbed him tight, trying to yank him outside for a bite. Chon Su's mind went blank with shock. He gripped the knife hard. Then without a second thought, he swung it down on the arm, shouting, "Can't you just leave me the hell alone?" He quickly slammed the window shut and locked it tight. Slumped inside the house, Chon Su was breathing heavily, completely exhausted. And that's when a skill activated. Rage. He stared at the skill notification in front of him, surprised. Did it trigger just from seeing a zombie? The screen immediately displayed the details. The rage skill only lasts for 10 minutes. It logged his achievements and kills. He was shocked to see the time limit was only 10 minutes. So, the more of them there are, the stronger I get. So that's what this skill is all about. He then calmly grabbed a hammer, deciding to test it himself. Outside, the sky was already turning dark. A bizarre knocking sound echoed from the front door. Chon Su calmly went to open it. A zombie tried to rush in. Time to use that rage skill again. He brought the hammer down hard on the zombie's head and yelled, "You dare to knock, you goddamn zombie!" Red blood instantly splattered everywhere. It splashed right across Chon Su's handsome face, but now his eyes were blazing with pure anger. Just a moment later, he had to open the door again. He unleashed his rage on the next zombie that appeared. For the ones after that, he started using a cooking pot to bash their heads in. The viewers in the chat window were losing their minds. "It's a potluck party, you guys. That's what happens when you show up empty-handed." Another zombie charged forward. The time was now 5:17. He used his rage to smash this one, and then another one right after. Over and over again, he used this rage skill, striking them relentlessly. A long while later, Chon Su was on the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at the pile of zombies in front of him. He'd beaten them so badly they looked like a pile of trash. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad." Suddenly, looking at the bodies, he realized something. Wait, there are only 7 of them? The skill still has a minute left. This thing is actually useful. But then, a strange noise made him freeze. The sound came from the kitchen. There's one more. He slowly stepped back inside the room. I'll finish this within a minute. The viewers on screen were getting hyped. Don't tell me it was the tuna can? Let's see who the real prey is now. Chon Su. Holding the blood-soaked hammer, he walked in, searching. Where is it? Just then, his eyes darted toward the tuna cans, and he noticed something. A terrified person was hiding under the table, letting out a desperate scream. Chon Su realized immediately this was a human. A little while later, a hand was gently cooking delicious-looking food over a stove. The man from under the table was happily stir-frying. Chon Su stood to the side, completely stunned by the scene. The viewers immediately started spamming the chat window. Chon Su, that kid is insane. Is he seriously going to eat food made by a total stranger? He slowly called out to the viewers, "My brothers." A thought crossed his mind. Is that what I'm going to call them? He remembered the absolute hell he'd been through today. Fighting monsters and zombies. I've fought every kind of monster, and I'm starving. I'm going to fill my stomach. He continued, his eyes looking absolutely terrifying. Chon Su, you can't be naive. If this guy is dangerous and gets in my way, I'll be ruthless. He didn't let his guard down for a second, keeping his blood-stained axe within reach. Just a few minutes later, the man placed a delicious-looking plate of fried rice on the table and said, "This is for you." Chon Su's face remained cold and unreadable. Seeing this, the viewers were getting excited. What happened to being ruthless? I was looking forward to it. Where did all that tough guy energy go? He immediately sat down and started digging in. The man slowly explained, "You can eat it. It might not look like much, but I used to work at a famous restaurant. We didn't have enough delivery staff, so I had to go myself, but I was suddenly attacked by a horde of zombies. While eating, Chon Su questioned him seriously. Do you have any idea what I went through because of the zombies you led here?" The man immediately apologized. He bowed his head low, begging, "I'm sorry for hiding in your house. Please, don't kick me out. The zombies are still outside. I can cook for you. I'm a really good cook." Chon Su was taken aback by the whole situation. He just kept eating and nodded his head in agreement. "Whatever. After I finish eating, I'm leaving anyway. That's enough for me." Hearing this, the man looked surprised. "Leaving? Where are you planning to go?" He looked back at the man, surprised. "Who knows where I'm going? But I need more information." The man immediately made a suggestion. "Do you want to come with me?" Chon Su was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears. The man smiled and explained, "The elementary school is near my restaurant, and I heard there's a refugee center there. Wouldn't it be easier to find information where there are more people? My colleagues should be there too. He continued laying out his plan, and I think it would be much safer if I stayed with you. Chon Su, meanwhile, was running his own calculations. He knew exactly where that elementary school was. You're Dongmin-do, right? The man immediately nodded. So Chon Su made an offer team up and head to Myeongseol school together. Hearing this, the guy's face lit up as he eagerly agreed. He slowly got to his feet, complimented the meal, and said it was time to move. The other man agreed, obedient as a puppy. But then, something clicked in his memory. He turned to Dongmin-do. Is there any other transportation around here? Did you get here on a bike? The guy stammered out an explanation, saying he got jumped by something and had to ditch it. Chon Su's brow furrowed in annoyance. He spoke slowly. There's a bicycle in the warehouse. We'll use that to get out of here. But if things go south, he added, I'm looking out for myself. Dongmin-do immediately ran outside, promising to check the area. Chon Su nodded, assuming there weren't any more zombies around. Chon Su carefully placed the blood-soaked hammer back into his backpack. His face was grim, lost in thought as he surveyed the scene. Suddenly, a massive crash shattered the silence, making him jump. It was followed by the sound of Dongmin-do's blood-curdling scream. A jolt of alarm hit him as he yelled out his name. He bolted outside to see what was happening. And there it was, a monstrous creature, its giant mouth wide open, about to swallow Dongmin-do whole. The man's voice was filled with terror. Save me! Chon Su himself was completely frozen by the sight. What? Is that thing? A voice popped up in the chat window, equally stunned. A big head. By now, Dongmin-do was being pulled closer to the creature's massive, filthy maw. All he could do was scream. Seeing this, Chon Su had a terrifying realization. This thing was on a whole other level compared to the zombies and frogs. How could he possibly fight that? The viewers in the chat window agreed. That's the thing that smashed the house. You're gonna fight it? Forget it. Chon Su gritted his teeth, pure rage building inside him. The chat kept trying to talk him out of it. You'll get a one-way ticket to hell if you try to save him. Furious, he spun around and sprinted in the other direction. I know that, he screamed, as Dongmin-do let out one final, terrible cry. The warehouse door creaked open. Chon Su was already on the bicycle, pedaling furiously to get away from the big head monster. He was giving it everything he had. He glanced back, his face etched with worry. That's when his rage skill started to activate. The monster locked onto him with a terrifying gaze. He pedaled harder, screaming curses at the world. The monster was chasing him now, marking him as its next meal. He pedaled in a panic, cursing to himself. How is it so damn fast? At this point, Chon Su was completely overwhelmed. How am I supposed to fight that thing? I'll be caught if I keep this up. But then, a motorcycle parked on the side of the road caught his eye, and he stopped short. He looked closer at the delivery bike. He recognized it instantly. It was Dongmin-do's. Just then, the nearby zombies finally noticed him. The viewers were shocked. Is he really going for that bike? Chon Su slammed his brakes. He abandoned the bicycle and made a mad dash for the scooter. Lucky for him, the key was still in the ignition from when its owner was ambushed. He hit the throttle, the engine roared to life. He peeled out, swerving through the horde. Zombies were swarming right next to him. The viewers went wild. He actually did it. What a daredevil. Now let's see how far he gets. Chon Su glanced over his shoulder, a grim look on his face. The monster was still gaining on him. I have to deal with this thing, he thought. He pushed the throttle to its limit, trying to stay calm. Hey everyone, he said to his viewers. Didn't I tell you? Chon Su isn't some pushover. The big head monster continued its charge, its eyes burning with pure rage. He made a proposal to the viewers. How about we make a little bet? The scene then cuts to Myeongseol Elementary School, where a police officer is directing survivors. Get all civilians inside, now. Please, move into the school. We're building a defensive line here. But suddenly, an older man ran up, pleading with the officer. No, my Min-do hasn't come back yet. The officer let out a tired sigh. He's probably dead, sir. You have to give up and get inside. Hearing that, the old man snapped, grabbing the officer by his collar. How the hell would you know that? He screamed. He's been working with us for a long time. What if he's just over there, trying to get back? Just wait a little longer. A young man nearby quickly stepped in, trying to pull the old man away. Another person rushed over to comfort him. Let's go inside for now. Standing out here won't help. The old man seemed to finally listen to reason. He reluctantly agreed to head inside. Meanwhile, Chon Su was still gunning it on the scooter, heading straight for them. And behind him, he was dragging something massive, creating a huge racket. Everyone turned their heads, their faces a mixture of confusion and shock. He slowly brought the scooter to a stop right in front of the crowd. The old man who'd been causing a scene immediately recognized the familiar delivery bike. Chon Su stood there, glaring at the crowd with pure fury in his eyes. People slowly started to approach, trying to see what was going on. A wave of confusion and horror spread through the crowd. What? What is that? It's a corpse. Chon Su's eyes were ice cold as he stared at the thing tied to the back of his scooter. He slowly dismounted. The viewers watching the stream were just as shocked. This kid really knows how to make an entrance, one commented. That's not exactly a small trophy. Everyone's eyes are about to pop out of their heads. The old man trembled as he approached Chon Su. That scooter, that's Dong Min-do's. Where is he? Where is Dong Min-do? Chon Su looked at him, surprised. This guy knew the driver? He answered with cold, brutal honesty. He's dead. The old man's face went pale with shock. Dead? What are you talking about? But Chon Su seemed completely indifferent. It's like I said. Now, I'm busy, so who's in charge here? The police officer from before was startled by the question. The person in charge is. But before he could finish, another man stepped forward. On his shoulders were 3 stars. He introduced himself slowly. I am Lee Seo-jun, head of the traffic police department. This is my superior, but I'm responsible for this area. Chon Su stood before him and gave his own short introduction. Lee Seo-jun looked at him, impressed. You've certainly surprised us. Is that corpse? The big head monsters? Chon Su gave a slight nod. So you already know about it. He thought to himself that bringing the body was the right call. The chief's face turned grim. I wish I didn't. I lost several of my colleagues to that thing. We had no choice but to watch it from a distance. He then looked back at the corpse, amazed. What happened to it? At that question, Chon Su broke into a confident, almost arrogant smile. I hunted it. Lee Seo-jun's face was a mask of pure disbelief. You hunted it? The survivors around them started murmuring in shock. That's impossible. How could anyone hunt that thing? The scene flashes back to earlier, with Chon Su on the scooter, addressing his viewers on the stream. Let's make a little bet, he said, staring down the massive monster in front of him. I'm not even sure I'll make it out of this alive. If he tried to kill it? Hearing that, everyone watching was stunned, their messages flooding the chat window. What's this all of a sudden? What kind of bet? He's talking crazy. So, what are you wagering? A bet, you said? He glances over his shoulder and explains, I bet on it. Then, he cracks a completely unreadable smile. The prize? His life. Right then, the monster chasing Chon Su kept slamming into buildings, losing its balance as it staggered through the air. The creature's eyes flickered with surprise, its foot seeming to touch something unexpected. It was all going according to plan. Chon Su shot a quick glance behind him. It's just charging blindly at me. He yelled to the viewers watching him on screen, if I succeed, you all owe me a favor. They were confused. A favor for what? He pressed on. Anything I ask for. The chase was absolutely terrifying, and the chat window was exploding with messages. I don't know, this bet doesn't seem to have much upside for us. Yeah, I don't think you can do it. But hey, if you make it entertaining, we're game. Suddenly, a voice pops up in the chat. If you manage to survive, you win. Or, Chon Su shot back with a cocky grin. Or I die. Hearing that, everyone watching got fired up. You gutsy bastard. I'm in on this. Let's see it. Alright, I'm looking forward to this. He looked at the screen, a little surprised himself. Looks like almost everyone agreed to his terms. He pushed himself faster and faster. It was finally working. He was hitting 120 kilometers per hour. Right in front of him was a pitch-black tunnel. The chase roared on, with the giant monster running after him without a single thought in its head. He dives into the tunnel, shouting back to the crowd, "You better keep your word." The monster, thinking it finally had him, let out a triumphant roar. And then bam! A massive impact. Blood splattered everywhere. He'd used the monster's blind rage, tricking it into plowing, headfirst into the tunnel. Back to the present. Chon Su looks at Lee Seo-jun with total confidence. Can I give you the details later? He glances at the crowd. I literally just got here. The official's eyes turned sharp. We'll need to check for any infection. But the people around them immediately started pushing Chon Su forward. They started shouting, "Let him in, quick! He said he killed the monster. He's like a real hunter. Let him inside first." Lee Seo-jun was pretty speechless, but he finally gave in. He pointed ahead. "Ma'am, please go this way." Chon Su was then put through a strict screening. The people on the screen kept commenting, "There's our hero. Wait, didn't that big-headed thing die of natural causes? That's right. If you die while running, it's natural causes." After the security team finished their scan, They made an announcement. No abnormalities. You can enter. Just as he started walking inside, a hand reached out. Wait. It was the man from earlier, who asked with a sad voice. Was it Dong Min-do? Dong Min-do is dead. Chon Su repeated it flatly. He's dead. Did you know him? The man looked devastated. I'm the owner of the Chinese restaurant where Dong Min-do worked. Hearing that, Chon Su thought for a moment, then explained. We were supposed to come here together, but we couldn't because of that monster. The owner nodded. So what about the car? Chon Su gently reached out and took the man's hand, saying, I didn't steal it from him, so don't worry. Then he added with a slight smile, the tofu Dong Min-do made. I'll never forget it. The audience watching this scene burst out laughing. Your acting is top tier. You totally just threatened him. Dong Min-do is probably going to kick down the gates of hell just to find you. Now that is my kind of man. The restaurant owner, however, just looked at him, completely touched. Chon Su then turned to leave. I'm heading inside now. He walked straight into the facility, his feet passing through a blue energy field. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and a notification appeared. You have left the tutorial. From now on, you can increase your survival rate using the status window. Chon Su was completely floored. The system was even congratulating him for surviving. Still in shock, he glanced back over his shoulder. And it hit him. That whole insane death run was just the tutorial. The viewers on screen immediately started commenting. Look how scared he is. The real game starts now. Tutorial cleared. He immediately ran forward, goosebumps breaking out on his skin. What the? In one swift motion, Chon Su threw open a door. He stared into the room inside. A message popped up, saying he'd cleared the tutorial in the shortest time ever. He spoke slowly. Orion, I want to talk to you. The viewers watching the screen were shocked, having no idea who Orion was. He continued. There's a limit to messing with people. He strode into the room, a dangerous look etched on his face. You agreed, right? That you'd do me a favor if I escaped that big-headed freak? Orion had nodded back then, agreeing to the deal. Well, I proved I could do it with my own 2 eyes. Instantly, a figure appeared on the screen. You wanted to speak with me? Chon Su stood with his arms crossed, staring at the screen and nodding once. My viewer, Orion. Isn't it about time you said something? Hearing this, all the other viewers on the screen went absolutely wild. What the hell? That wasn't a bet with us. You're scamming your viewers. We have rights too. Orion quickly tried to calm them down. Everyone, just relax for a second. I'm guessing our Chon Su has a lot of questions. I'm sure you have an explanation. From the start? Chon Su read through the messages and just shook his head. I've got nothing. The chat was baffled. You don't understand? You called him out with no plan? I think he's just an idiot. This damn guy. How did this moron even get this far? He thought for a moment, then added, I guess you could call it a streamer's instinct. That comment got everyone's attention. Nice thinking. Damn, can't believe we almost missed something this interesting. Another person chimed in, so you knew nothing while you were running around that playground? Does he even know what he gets if he finishes? Should we just ignore him? If you clear the game, the world will be recreated however you want. Oh, there it is. He said it. Chon Su had been quietly reading all the comments scrolling past. When he read that last one, he asked in surprise, what's that supposed to mean? Orion finally spoke up to explain. The reward is exactly what he said. What you're wondering about right now is the world you're in. Chon Su nodded, confirming it. Orion kept going. It really is the world you were living in. This is reality, the game system we have. It just changed everything by applying Myacid. He repeated in shock. This is really a game? Orion just explained to him. Remember, you are the only player. Reading this, his eyes widened in disbelief, staring straight ahead. We wanted to watch one player, and that player was him, the protagonist. And he was the only one who could see them. No one else knew the truth. Hearing this, Chon Su finally started to understand. The viewers on the screen kept explaining. They had to become characters, recreated to fit inside the game. He immediately thought of Dong Min-do and asked if she was a character, too. Orion nodded, confirming it. Most of them were just side characters. The more he read, the more confused he got, staring at the comments flooding in. Don't worry, we're not the kind of viewers you think. But if you can't beat this game, the world stays exactly like this. Forever. After reading the chat window, Chon Su spoke calmly. Creepy man. Who the hell are you? He glanced to the side, totally bewildered. He'd become something like a god. He looked at his own reflection in the mirror, his eyes wide with shock, refusing to believe what he was seeing. Orion's voice popped up again. Fun question. In the mirror, Go Chon Su's own confused face stared back. In all the games you've played, did a character ever ask you that? Orion continued speaking to Go Chon Su. You just need to know this. I like your logical approach. And you know I'm not the type to betray you. Reading this, he just stared at the chat window, completely lost. Then Orion continued through the screen. I want you to struggle as much as possible. He just laughed and sighed in response. You're giving a pretty huge mission to an unemployed guy like me. Suddenly, a thought hit him. Right, I can use the information window now. He slowly said the words, information window. Instantly, a screen popped up. It read, the police chief must be protected. If he dies during this chaos, the city's security will get way worse. Go Chon Su stared in surprise at the information on the screen. By now, Myeongseol Elementary School was packed with survivors. The place had become a bustling, noisy shelter. Go Chon Su walked past the officers, searching for something, observing all the cops around. They were busy trying to fortify the area. Other survivors were dropping off food supplies, asking an officer, "Can we leave our food here?" The officer nodded. More and more people flooded in. Sadness etched on their faces. The cops tried their best to swallow their own rage. They were focused on one thing: saving innocent people. Go Chon Su scanned the crowd, and a thought crossed his mind. There must be about 150 people here. He realized there was a threat to the police chief hiding somewhere in this massive crowd. Just then, an officer pointed to a pot of food and shouted, "Everyone, food is being served. Please gather over here." At that moment, another officer called out to Go Chon Su, gesturing, "The food is over here. You're heading toward the main building?" He just chuckled and waved him off. "Thanks, but I'm not hungry." Instead, he walked toward the main building. An officer looked surprised. "Is there a problem?" Go Chon Su's face was cold as he answered the officer. "I'm here to see the police chief." Hearing that, the man flinched. He looked at him, completely puzzled. "The chief?" Go Chon Su nodded, then asked, "Is something wrong with him?" The officer replied, looking uncomfortable, "I'm afraid I can't tell you that." He shot back, surprised. "Why not?" The officer sighed and repeated himself. "I said, I can't tell you." Hearing that, our guy started putting the pieces together. He knew something suspicious was going on inside that main building. With that thought, Go Chon Su pointed directly at the officer. He spoke slowly. "I can help if you tell me. Please contact the head of traffic and security." The officer immediately turned to report. "Sir." "Yes, ask him what?" After reporting, he turned back, looking a bit surprised. "My boss wants to know. Are you here to hunt monsters?" He simply nodded, confirming it. The officer sighed, looking away. He spoke slowly. "I mean, the truth is, we are recruiting people with special abilities." But actually, his next words made Go Chon Su freeze on the spot. "The police chief is missing. He went out and hasn't come back. We're planning a search party now." Go Chon Su let out a sigh. Trouble had found him. Then he asked, "Why didn't you look for him sooner?" The officer explained what happened earlier. "We've been too busy protecting the evacuees. There are only 30 cops here, barely enough as it is." Go Chon Su glanced at the tall building in front of them. "If you don't mind, can I see where the chief was staying?" The officer looked surprised. "You mean his temporary office?" Then he stepped right up in front of the guy, making him jump. "You're not going to hide anything from me, right? Since we'll be working together from now on?" His eyes were locked on the officer as he said, "Time's up." Go Chon Su decided to make him an offer. "Since we're going to be searching together, I need every bit of information you have." After a moment's thought, the officer nodded in agreement. The scene then shifts to the temporary office. Go Chon Su slowly stepped inside the room and immediately sensed something. He turned, scanning every corner of the small space. Then he spoke to his viewers through the screen. "Hey guys, help me find some clues. Come on, help me out." The chat immediately exploded. "Nope, but I don't wanna. No way." A map on the wall instantly caught his attention. He moved closer to examine it. He realized the map itself was the clue. A specific point was circled. It was marking a location not too far from here. Just then, a strange, dark shadow outside the door made Go Chon Su sense something was wrong. He whipped his head around and yelled, "Who's there?" A man's voice came from outside the door, surprised. "I heard you were looking for the police chief." Then the voice continued, "I'm coming in," and the door swung open. Go Chon Su immediately tensed up, on guard. A man with a fierce expression slowly walked in. He held out a hand toward him. "I've heard some stories. They say you can handle some pretty strong guys." The two men shook hands. He introduced himself. "I'm Police Inspector Jin Kyung-ho." Go Chon Su reached out his own hand. and introduced himself. I'm Chon Su. As their hands clasped, he suddenly felt that something was very wrong with this handshake. Jin Kyung-ho's eyes were cold as ice, staring straight at him. He asked, surprised, "Found anything yet?" The peanut gallery watching through the screen immediately started hyping him up. When it comes to strength, there's no way Chon Su can lose. Counterattack. But right now, he was still frozen, sensing that something was off. What's with this bastard? The two men stared each other down, locked in a tense standoff. Then, out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream. Chon Su whipped his head around, confused. A scream? He immediately bolted outside. What the hell is going on? A terrified police officer was pointing frantically ahead. Where did these infected people even come from? And that's when Chon Su saw it. A young woman, twisting and contorting as her body transformed into a zombie. In the blink of an eye, all hell broke loose as the undead swarmed the innocent civilians. The scene spiraled into pure chaos. People screamed, scrambling in every direction, shouting to each other, "Run!" In the pandemonium, another cop went down, gasping as the infection took hold. Chon Su stared in disbelief at the zombies spreading through the crowd. Zombies in the middle of this mob. Instantly, messages flooded his screen from his viewers. "You've been tricked. Look at this mess. Chon Su. You need to get out of there." But he just stood there, furious, and pulled out his trusty weapon, a hammer. He took a step forward, his decision made. I have to at least help them. The panicked cops aimed their guns at the monsters, stammering, "Everyone, get back. We can't get a clear shot," another officer yelled, frustrated. I said, "Move, Chon Su." With a decisive swing, he brought the hammer down hard on a zombie. He roared out an order, "Use your batons instead of your guns," then shot a furious glare back at the cops, repeating himself, "Use your batons if you can't shoot." Just then, the owner of the Chinese restaurant charged forward. Chon Su, I'm here to help." His friend grabbed him, panicked, trying to stop him. "It's too dangerous." But the man ignored him, bringing his weapon down hard on a zombie's skull. He cursed, shouting, "These monsters killed our Dongming." Chon Su remained silent, coldly turning to handle the other zombies. He moved with brutal efficiency. One down, then another. He was a machine, clearing a path through the horde. The restaurant owner watched, shocked by Chon Su's ferocity, but then he noticed something. Wait, why is he only knocking them down, not killing them? And then, it clicked. He's trying to buy time. The owner gritted his teeth with new determination. He delivered a powerful finishing blow to a downed zombie. If that's the case, then let me handle the final hit. The scene was absolute mayhem. The old man smashed every zombie he could reach, while Chon Su used every ounce of his strength to crush the faces of the monsters attacking him. The two of them fought like heroes against the undead tide, as terrified civilians screamed from behind the barricade, "We need to get out. Open the gate." A police officer tried to keep order, pleading, "Everyone, please stay calm," but they were too panicked to listen. A checkpoint? What was the point? The infected were already inside. Chon Su glanced at the crowd and a cold realization hit him. They were mixed in. They didn't break in from the outside. He clenched his jaw, furious, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it. His eyes burned with rage. Which one of you deputies let the zombies in? Seeing that look of pure fury, his viewers started commenting. Is he the villain this time? Nah, I think it's just some random psycho. His angry gaze remained fixed ahead. There must be a crazy cop somewhere in this school. Then, Chon Su calmly tucked his weapon into his jacket. He turned around. Guys, I don't like these kinds of headaches. I just need to find the police chief. He walked over and placed a hand on the Chinese restaurant owner's shoulder. All right, old man. Keep an eye on the cops for me. If they do anything suspicious while I'm gone, let me know. The owner looked at him, completely bewildered. Where are you going? And why should I? Before the man could finish his sentence, Chon Su cut him off. I don't have time to convince you. Just stay out of the search. The search for the police chief. The more Chon Su spoke, the more fear crept onto the old man's face. I'm doing this to repay my debt to Mr. Dongming. Listen to me if you want to survive. With that, he joined the crowd heading for the exit. A cop saw him leaving and yelled, Chon Su, where do you think you're going? You're just going to run off after agreeing to work with us? The officer immediately blocked his path. Chon Su, please don't leave. He coldly shoved the man's hand away and gave him a warning. You should pay more attention to what's happening right here. Hearing this, Jin Ki-jong's face twisted with rage. Chon Su ignored him and ran outside to assess the situation. He spotted a car, jumped in, and sped off. His viewers were shocked. Where are you going? Running away, obviously. He calmly explained his plan to the chat. Zombies will swarm the school soon, and even if I stayed, the police would just restrict my actions. His eyes were sharp, calculating, as he looked ahead. Those locations marked on the map in the office, that's where I'm headed. A little while later, the scene changed to an empty, deserted area. Chon Su stepped out of the car. In front of him was a tightly locked shipping container. He gave the strange structure a once-over, then peered inside through a window. There's nothing inside. He went back to searching, examining the footprints on the ground. At least 10 people were here. Then, something clicked. He made the connection instantly. The 10 beasts. His viewers, however, were getting bored. "Why are you just staring at the ground?" Another commented. "Quit complaining. He's earning his keep." He looked up and sighed. "Guys, there's something I'm really curious about." This got their attention. He voiced the question that was bugging him. Why isn't the supply box showing up anymore? Hearing this, everyone on screen was shocked. The supply box? I thought you hated those things. He flinched and shot back defensively. Of course not. What are you talking about? Chon Su just stood there, completely confused. He tried to explain to the viewers. You think I hate it? I'm not a kid who dislikes something just because. Before he could even finish his sentence, the chat window exploded with messages. What are you even saying? Don't you have to buy the supply boxes? You have money for that? They kept messaging him, the text popping up on his screen. Don't you remember you got a gene from the challenge? You already used it to open one box. He stared, stunned. Paid content? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Click on our chat and scroll down. His long finger immediately tapped the screen. Then he pressed the currency symbol on the screen. A new system window popped up in front of him. It was the monetization system, and it was turned off. Chon Su still didn't understand what was happening. He clearly wasn't expecting this. Don't tell me that's. His viewers immediately started spamming. Try turning it on. He slowly reached out and flipped the switch on the screen. A notification sound chimed. Orion has sponsored you 1 gene. His wallet was officially opened. Immediately, another person sponsored him a gene with a message. He really didn't know he had it turned off. Just then, someone else sponsored him another gene. He grabbed his head and screamed. The viewers saw this over-the-top reaction and immediately started spamming the chat, laughing. If there was a table, this dude would flip it. That face is priceless. Chon Su dropped to his knees, yelling dramatically, "How could you hide something so important from me?" Chon Su stepped inside the house. A new message popped up on the chat window. Chon Su, you're not mad, are you? The comments just kept rolling in. Hearing his screams from before only made them more hyped. He ignored the flood of messages, slowly making his way into the building. Once inside, he turned to the viewers with a surprised look. You guys think I'd get mad over something so small? I don't hold grudges, you know that, right? His words just hyped up the chat even more. He holds a grudge for sure. Look at his eyes, they're screaming revenge. Oh, he's mad. He just laughed and shook his head. Come on guys, don't poke the bear. But then he started thinking, if they hid that from him, what else weren't they telling him? There might be other things they haven't shown me yet. Chon Su scanned the small room. He looked back at his audience, puzzled. What's with this shipping container house? You think the police chief was locked up in here? Suddenly, right at that moment, a zombie burst through the door with a roar. Go, Chon Su screamed, even louder than the zombie. And honestly, I would too. He stared in panic as more zombies started slamming against the door, then jumped back. Holy crap. When did they surround this place? He gritted his teeth, putting on an angry face. Just as I thought. Those were zombie tracks. Seeing his tense act, the viewers just exploded with laughter. He's cursing now. Dude, you weren't scared half to death, were you? That made me jump. Outside the container, dozens of zombies clawed at the walls, desperate to get in. Chon Su kicked the door open, sending one zombie flying. You think surrounding me is enough to stop me? Before him stood a wall of at least 10 zombies, all focused on him. He furiously pulled out his trusty tool, the hammer. The next zombie in line was a big, bald, beefy one. But suddenly, another zombie popped up right behind him. It lunged for a bite. The viewers panicked, spamming the chat window. Behind you. Chon Su quickly jumped back. He glared at the zombie with terrifying eyes, gritting his teeth to hold back his rage. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. In a one-man rampage, he started taking down every zombie that rushed him. But then, a noise from behind made him spin around, on high alert. A car came barreling through, crushing the horde of zombies. They flew everywhere like bowling pins. Chon Su just laughed, staring at the car. He shouted at the driver, "You're that cop from the elementary school, aren't you?" The car didn't move. It just sat there, high beams blinding him. He yelled again, "Get the hell out here!" The driver just sat there, frozen. It was Jin Kyung-ho, and he was staring at Chon Su in total disbelief. What the hell is this? He thought. How did that scrawny bastard dodge me? How did he handle all those zombies? Jin Kyung-ho was completely stunned by what he'd just witnessed. A whole horde of zombies couldn't even touch him. Who is this guy? Jin Kyung-ho suddenly clenched his jaw, his face twisting in fury. I knew it would end like this. He slammed his foot on the gas, roaring forward and screaming with pure malice, "I'll run you over!" Chon Su just stood there, watching the car speed right at him with a blank expression. Seeing this, the driver let out a wicked laugh. "That's right, you dog." The car was getting closer and closer. He was savoring the moment, imagining Chon Su's brutal end. A moment later, his car rolled over a zombie's body. But then, it hit him. He whipped his head around, looking everywhere. He couldn't see him. He was desperately scanning the area. Where did he go? Suddenly, a loud bang on his passenger side window made him jump out of his skin. Chon Su was right there, staring at him with a terrifying gaze. He roared, his voice muffled by the glass. "Open it!" Jin Kyung-ho screamed in terror, looking at him with absolute helplessness. All he could do was shout, "What are you?" Chon Su didn't answer. He just coldly slammed his elbow into the window, shattering the glass. Immediately, his hand reached inside. Jin Kyung-ho was now in a full-blown panic, begging him to let him go. Realizing he stood no chance, he grabbed his gun and fired. But luckily, Chon Su ducked just in time. Seeing his chance, Jin Kyung-ho floored it, peeling out and speeding away. Chon Su was left standing there, momentarily shocked. But Jin Kyung-ho was just as terrified. All he knew was he had to run, a deep sense of dread filling his gut. Jin Kyung-ho glanced in his rearview mirror and his blood ran cold. Chon Su was chasing him. On foot, he was truly terrified now. He couldn't understand what this thing was, feeling like he was still going too slow. Jin Kyung-ho pushed the car to 80 kilometers per hour, thinking there was no way he could keep up. But Chon Su, he had transformed into something else entirely. He looked like a demon, sprinting after the car with his hammer in hand. The viewers watching the stream were losing their minds. Chon Su has finally snapped. Jin Kyung-ho couldn't believe what he was seeing. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "You crazy bastard, are you going to do this until the end?" Just then, he saw 2 shipping containers blocking the road ahead. Realizing he was trapped, Jin Kyung-ho slammed on the brakes and spun the car around. Chon Su had already caught up. He stood there, panting heavily. Before shouting Jin Kyung-ho's name, he didn't answer right away. Instead, he slowly pulled something out of the glove compartment. It was some kind of remote. He then held it up smugly towards Chon Su. Then he let out a taunting laugh. "You think I was running? Goodbye." As soon as he pressed the button, the doors on both shipping containers burst open, and zombies poured out. A massive, frenzied horde charged straight for Chon Su. Even the viewers were stunned, realizing it was a trap. Their footsteps thundered as they closed in on him. He had set a trap at this very spot. Chon Su was cornered. Now, he was surrounded by hundreds of zombies. All he had was a single hammer. The odds looked impossible. He glanced around, assessing the situation. His viewers were starting to get genuinely worried for him. The chat was flying. "How many are there? Chon Su, if you can't fight them all, just run." Seeing his helpless expression, Jin Kyung-ho was ecstatic. It's too late for regrets now. He laughed triumphantly and drove off, leaving Chon Su alone with the undead army. But then, Chon Su showed no fear at all. He slowly turned to his viewers and, with a massive grin, said, "All right, everyone. I'll clear this entire mess in 2 minutes." With his physical enhancement cranked to 500%, Chon Su was on a rampage. He absolutely smashed another zombie, and then another, logging them right off the server. This next one was different, though. He buried his fist straight into its gut. The look in his eyes was absolutely terrifying as he glared down the horde. He went into a total frenzy, brutally taking down one zombie after another as blood sprayed everywhere. Chon Su was a walking death machine, but now 100 of them were swarming him at once. Even for him, this was getting to be a lot. His eyes narrowed. He was running out of time on his skill. And that's when he spotted it, Jin Kyung-ho's car. An idea sparked. He decided to go for it. Casually shoving a zombie to the side, he broke into a full sprint, chasing down the vehicle. He was going to hunt him down to the bitter end. Inside the car, Jin Kyung-ho was frantically shouting into a radio, putting on a big show as he reported the situation. "We have to get to the police chief at Myeongseo Elementary immediately." But just then, bam! Chon Su's hand slammed down, grabbing him. He glared, his eyes like ice. Say that again. Where's the chief? Terrified, Jin Kyung-ho reached for his pocket, unable to believe this was happening. But our boy was faster. He seized Jin Kyung-ho's arm in a death grip. Meanwhile, everyone watching the stream was freaking out, until one person noticed a key detail. A comment flashed in the chat. His left hand. Chon Su saw it instantly. He twisted the guy's arm back with his insane strength and laughed. Jin Kyung-ho, did you really think you could win? Completely helpless with both arms pinned, Jin Kyung-ho screamed in desperation. What the hell are you? Go, Chon Su just smirked. I'm a streamer. Then his face turned deadly serious. And right now, I'm getting a ton of support from my viewers. As a hateful scream ripped from Jin Kyung-ho's throat, Chon Su coldly shoved him aside. I'm driving. Move. Then, like a total boss, he swept his hair back, revealing his handsome face. You always gotta make things so complicated. And just like that, Jin Kyung-ho passed out cold. The viewers were stunned. He's out. Chon Su had basically crushed the guy's hand. He then pulled a pair of handcuffs from a compartment. The chat was confused. What was he planning? Immediately, the comments started rolling in. If you can get out of that, I'll donate 2 gen. I'll bet 1 gen on it. Chon Su saw this and was a little speechless. He talked to his viewers. Guys, come on. At this rate, the only place to put these is on his ankle. He glanced outside. The zombies were closing in. Without a second thought, he cuffed Jin Kyung-ho to the handle above, getting ready to make his escape. He slammed the car into drive and peeled out, leaving the zombies in his dust. But then, feeling they deserved a little payback, he whipped the car around and floored it, plowing right through the horde. Then it hit him. He laughed, kicking himself. Why didn't I think of this sooner? The police chief's info was already in the system window at the school. From the very beginning, he remembered the system notification. The chief was at the school and needed protection because he was destined to die in a coming disaster. And if the chief died, the whole city's situation would go to hell. Chon Su sped toward the elementary school, realizing he never even needed this guy. Suddenly, his eyes went wide at something up ahead. Right in front of the car was a walking teddy bear. Chon Su just froze, completely baffled by how this bizarre world even worked. All he could do was yell, "What the hell is that?" Then the bear just twisted awkwardly and flopped onto the ground, totally motionless. His viewers were absolutely losing it. Comments flooded in. They've accepted it. Chon Su, still lost, asked his chat. That was a stuffed animal, right? But it was just moving. And right on cue, the stuffed bear popped back up. He yelled in shock as it stood up, and then it just stood there, perfectly still. Nothing happened. The bear just stared at him with a surprised look. He stared back in disbelief. Then, without a word, the bear turned and just ran away. He was completely bewildered. Now it was getting further away. He still hadn't recovered from what just happened. What was that? He wondered aloud. Was that a monster? Just then, Orion's voice chimed in to solve the mystery. That was just a bear, and it's a little different from a normal monster. Orion went on to explain that it acts as a guide to a supply drop. He finally understood. It was leading him to a nearby supply box. But just then, a pained groan came from the passenger seat. Jin Kyung-ho was waking up. Chon Su shot him a look. Oh boy. The viewers were surprised, thinking he'd have to give up on the bear now. But then, his calm voice came over the stream. All right, everyone. I'm giving you 2 choices, he announced. Option 1. Tell PPP here to go back to sleep. Or option 2. I use the taser to make him pass out. Instantly, the screen was flooded with votes for option 1. Chon Su grinned. Looks like option 2 is the winner, he declared. The chat exploded. Everyone had clearly voted for 1, but he was choosing 2 anyway. Jin Kyung-ho saw the taser and started screaming that he was a son of a bitch right before a high-pitched shriek filled the car. And he was out cold. Again. Problem solved. Chon Su got out of the car and decided to follow the cute little bear's tracks. It scampered ahead quickly, with our hero right behind it. And there it was, a huge supply box waiting for him. He was amazed. This is my second supply drop. He checked the price tag on the chest. 5 general, that was steep. It probably wasn't a weapon. Someone must have bet on this box. Suddenly, the viewers started spamming the chat. You're not actually gonna open it, are you? Come back, this is getting boring. Yeah, go back. But he was still thinking about it. Then, as the chest began to open on its own, he put on a show and yelled, "Welp, guess I'm opening it." He looked inside and saw a single flashlight. He was stunned. He grabbed what he realized was just a plain old flashlight and immediately flicked it on. He muttered under his breath, "What the hell am I supposed to do with this? It's not even a defensive item. What a complete and utter waste." His viewers, on the other hand, thought it was hilarious, joking that it would help him find coins. Shaking his head, he shoved the flashlight into his pocket. Time to get back on mission. He had to get to the school and find the police chief. The scene then cuts back to the elementary school, where a surprised voice rings out. "I don't know. Is that the old man from the Myeongseol restaurant?" A group of police officers then looked on, helpless, at the cold bodies lying on the ground. And they all wondered what kind of hell lets zombies just walk in. This wasn't a drill, it was a total breakdown of the rules. One cop just stood there, sighing, completely lost. The guy next to him shot back, "You think that matters right now? Look at this chaos." Just then, Lee Seo-jun appeared, telling everyone to calm down. He walked forward, his voice steady and reassuring. "This isn't something an inspector can handle. Ultimately, the responsibility for this is mine." Everyone stared, shocked. But then he offered a comforting smile. "The situation is under control. You don't need to worry. Just focus on keeping the civilians calm." The officer nodded, relieved. "We'll do everything we can to help. The best we possibly can." Lee Seo-jun continued his calming speech. "Just think of this as a bit of bad luck." And everyone, wanting to believe him, nodded in agreement. But suddenly, another officer rushed over, saying there was something he had to see. Surprised, Lee Seo-jun turned around. A moment later, they were deep in discussion. He asked, his voice sharp, "You got a call from Jin Kyung-ho?" The officer confirmed it. "We have to move the police chief somewhere else." Hearing that, Lee Seo-jun's face instantly soured. He couldn't believe this was happening, all because of that one bastard. An image of Chon Su flashed in his mind, sparking his anger. "I knew there was something off about him from the start." Then, his voice filled with rage, he declared, "He needs to know we're protecting the chief." He announced it to the others. "The three of us are in this together." But lurking in the shadows, a familiar figure, the owner of the Chinese restaurant, had heard everything, and he was completely terrified by what he'd just learned. Something was very wrong. As the two officers walked away, he made a decision. "I have to tell Chon Su." He immediately started running. At that same moment, a cop noticed something strange about a parked car. He asked his partner, "Isn't that Inspector Jin Kyung-ho's car? Why isn't he coming out?" The officers moved closer, wondering when he'd be back. And then they saw it. The inspector, handcuffed and helpless inside. The two cops froze in shock. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner was bolting up a flight of stairs. He was gasping for air, totally exhausted, but his mind was set. "I have to talk to Chon Su, these damn cops. They're not what they seem." His face grew more panicked. "I have to let him know. The sooner, the better." Just then, a large hand landed on his shoulder, startling him. It was Chon Su, looking at him with surprise. "What are you doing here?" The owner was frantic. "Behind you. What is all that?" Chon Su explained he'd just handled it, then cut straight to the point. "You found something, didn't you? You ran all the way up here." At his words, the restaurant owner completely lost it. "So you already know everything." Chon Su tried to calm him down, but the owner shouted, spilling everything he knew. "The police chief and director Lee Seo-jun. They're in the basement." That man is relentless. Hearing this, Chon Su's eyes went wide. In the next instant, he was already moving, sprinting towards the basement. From inside the basement, a threatening voice echoed out. "Let's just make this easy, shall we?" Lee Seo-jun was stretching, cracking his knuckles as he called out the police chief's name. Then, he slowly pressed a taser to the chief's body. Outside, Chon Su watched it all. The viewers on screen were on the edge of their seats, their comments flooding the chat. "You have the same mission as Jin Kyung-ho, Chon Su. A hit like that won't make you pass out. Start with an awesome kick, and I'll give you a gene." But Chon Su remained silent, watching everything through a small crack in the door. He saw his opening, and in a flash, he burst in, charging straight at Lee Seo-jun. Seeing him appear out of nowhere, Lee Seo-jun screamed in shock. Chon Su unleashed a massive, powerful kick straight to his gut. "Thanks for the offer, player," he said. "I've just been sponsored a gene." Lee Seo-jun crashed hard onto the ground, groaning in pain. He cursed, calling him a bastard, as he slowly pulled a pistol from his pocket. 2 shots rang out, but when Lee Seo-jun looked up, expecting to see a body, he stared in disbelief. Chon Su had his arm in a death grip. He had no idea what just happened. Chon Su just smirked. "What's the matter? Surprised?" Then, with a sharp kick, he roared, You betrayed your friend and lost your humanity. Blood erupted from Lee Seo-jun's mouth. Chon Su held his arm tight and commanded, "Drop the gun." Shot after shot echoed through the room until the gun was empty. Chon Su glared at him. "Are you done?" Realizing he was out of bullets, Lee Seo-jun panicked. Chon Su just grinned, cocked his fist back, and delivered a punch his enemy would never forget. This is for Kim Min-do. He landed another brutal punch. And this is for the police chief. But it still wasn't enough. Not for everything he'd been through. He delivered a vicious uppercut. "This is for all the hell you put me through." Just then, the police chief began to stir. Chon Su's eyes flicked over to him. He snarled at Lee Seo-jun. "No matter how you look at it, you did this to him." Then he gave the order. "Give me the handcuff key." Lee Seo-jun pretended to agree. But as he reached behind his back, he was grabbing something else. His hand closed around a taser, ready for a sneak attack. But Chon Su was faster, pressing his own taser into him. He cursed him with a wicked smile. "I've got one of these, too." Then he sent wave after wave of electricity through the man's body. He roared, "Send me everything you have on Jin Kyung-ho, now." The viewers watching on screen were going wild in the chat. "Just hurry up and finish him. Has the execution started yet?" Hearing a noise outside, Chon Su looked up. "He's coming." He pulled the gun from his pocket. He knew it was time to end this. He moved slowly towards the door, then hid to the side, gun raised, waiting. Just then, the last guy rushed in, yelling, his voice full of panic. "I heard gunshots." He never finished the sentence. Chon Su fired a single, cold-blooded shot straight to his head. The man collapsed. With ice in his eyes, he growled, "Damn backstabber." He calmly walked towards the body. The viewers watching were horrified and amazed, flooding the comments with reactions. "Whoa, I've got goosebumps. That's the main building security. Was this your plan all along? Look, he shot him in the gap. Of course he hit him." That was terrifying. And right after, a flood of new sponsors appeared, each donating a gene with the same message. That was awesome. Another viewer sponsors a gem just for cleaning house. A new fanboy donates because he's having a good time. And finally, only one drops a gem because his shooting skills are just that good. He just stands there, soaking it all in the sweet, sweet feeling of getting paid. Watching him, Lee Seo-jun is a little stunned by his sheer nerve. She can't believe he actually dared to kill a cop. The man is just completely bewildered, having no clue what our guy is even doing. But Chon Su just smiles, turning to look at him with pure evil in his eyes. "So, should we shake things up a bit?" Hearing that, everyone on screen immediately agrees. Chon Su slowly steps toward Lee Seo-jun. Then he speaks. "You got any objections to being shot? What's it gonna be?" And just like that, he coldly aims his gun right at the man, who immediately panics, begging him to wait. Chon Su just grins, explaining that he's in a real hurry before giving him a choice. His mouth suggests the hand, but the gun in his hand suggests the leg. Then he aims the gun at the guy's chest, his heart, and finally, straight at his head. Seeing Lee Seo-jun's terrified face, Chon Su just lets out a laugh. "Just one shot is enough to make you this scared? But what if I put a few more in you?" Suddenly, a sponsor drops another gem, urging him to get on with it. Chon Su is overjoyed, thanking his generous patrons. In the next moment, he decides to aim the gun right at Lee Seo-jun's head. The man lets out a desperate, helpless scream. And then, a stream of water starts flowing. Everyone watching the screen is shocked. Lee Seo-jun literally pissed his pants. Chon Su just sighs, tucking the gun away, wondering why the guy would wet himself like that. Just then, outside, the owner of the Chinese restaurant is explaining the situation to the other cops. Suddenly, everyone whips their heads around, startled. They see Chon Su helping the police chief walk out of the building. To everyone's surprise, he tells a nearby officer to head down to the basement. "You'll find the bastards who kidnapped the chief. They're all tied up down there." Hearing this, the officers look completely stunned. They immediately split into two groups, one to help the chief, the other sprinting down to the warehouse. Chon Su lets out a long, tired sigh, thinking that's finally over. He looks up at the sky and summons his information panel. The system window pops up right in front of his eyes. It warns him that staying in one area for too long is dangerous. The scene then shifts to the night watch room. Chon Su sighs again, exhausted and completely stuffed. For once, everything feels pretty comfortable. We flash back to a moment earlier. All the police officers were looking at him with pure admiration, showering him with food. The viewers watching the stream were buzzing with confusion. Wait, was he actually trying to find the chief this whole time? Why didn't you just try this before, but right now? Chon Su doesn't seem to have any interest in all that. He just calls out loud for the information window. And instantly, it appears. Warning. It is extremely dangerous to remain in one location for a long period. He has no idea what long even means. The viewers start speculating maybe 1 or 2 hours, or some kind of sign. The message continues. Pay close attention. The more he reads, the more confused he gets. He has no idea what happens if he stays too long, and clearly, neither does anyone else. His eyes are glued to the information panel. He thinks to himself, are they saying they've already given me enough information? These viewers are useful, but he knows he can't rely on them completely. Suddenly, Chon Su stands up, taking everyone by surprise. Nobody knows where he's going. He walks outside, heading for a car parked out back. The police chief sees him and looks surprised. Are you planning on leaving already? Chon Su is a little startled to see him, but shakes his head. Is there a problem? The chief gives a small smile. If you are leaving, I figured I should give you some supplies you might need. Suddenly, his smile turns sad, but he was also incredibly grateful. After all, he said, you saved me. The scene flashes back to that moment, with Chon Su looking completely shocked by what the police chief just told him. He was only going to exile them. Chon Su asks in disbelief, are you serious? We're talking about the traitors who tried to kill you. The chief hesitates, then looks sadly at the 2 men, Jin Kyung-ho and Lee Seo-jun, tied up behind him, executing them in front of the people who were once their comrades. It's difficult. Chon Su immediately proposes an idea, a strange, unreadable smile spreading across his face. I'll do it, he decides. The police chief just stares at him, stunned. Now, back in the car, Chon Su is driving. The chief sits beside him, looking anxiously at what's behind them. Tied to the back of the car are Jin Kyung-ho and Lee Seo-jun, forced to run for their lives. If you don't want to die, stop the damn car, they scream, furious. Right now, the speedometer reads 22 kilometers per hour. And right behind the 2 corrupt cops, a massive horde of zombies, closing in fast. They desperately plead with the police chief for help. Chon Su just laughs, thinking they must want him to stop. At that moment, a whale of a sponsor donates a gem, writing, I absolutely love this. Behind them, the zombies are screaming, swarming the 2 men. But that's not enough for Chon Su. He slams on the gas, pushing the car to 80 kilometers per hour. This'll be more fun, he thinks. After a moment, the drag on the car feels a lot lighter. He brings it to a stop. Leaning his head out the window, he checks the situation. The ropes dragging the 2 traitors? They snap sometime back. Chon Su smiles. He turns to the police chief beside him. Looks like they had a little accident during their expulsion. Back to the present. The police chief smiles at him. Thank you for everything you've done. Chon Su seems a bit surprised by the sincerity. That's great. I'd really appreciate it if you could prepare some of those supplies for me now. The chief nods. I'll give you a car, and when you're ready to leave, make sure to say goodbye to everyone. Later, sitting in the car, Chon Su is examining a flashlight. He clicks it off, wondering where he's supposed to use something like this. While he's lost in thought, messages from his viewers pop up in the chat window. You don't need to overthink it. I'm sure you'll get through whatever happens. Feeling tired, he closes his eyes, deciding to get a little rest. Almost instantly, he drifts off. But then, suddenly, something feels wrong. His eyes snap open. The entire area is shrouded in a thick, white mist. He shoots up in his seat, completely disoriented. What is this terrifying cold air? And how long was he asleep? He glances at the car's air conditioner. It's off. Go. Chon Su immediately knows this is a bad omen. And then he sees something outside that makes him freeze. A skeletal figure, like the Grim Reaper itself, is floating towards him, staring him down with terrifying eyes. The comments explode. It's here. That thing is so creepy. It's finally appeared. Its feet are hovering just above the ground, never touching down. Seeing this thing, Chon Su is speechless, completely terrified. But he quickly snaps out of it, throwing his arm up to defend himself. He floors it. Absolutely panicked, he peels out of there, cursing Chon Su's very existence. Flying down the road, he's just praying to any god that'll listen. The comments explode with shock. They know that thing wasn't human. Faster! He immediately leaps out of his car, screaming at the cops ahead, get out of the way. They look stunned by his attitude, but he doesn't have time to care. He's seething with anger, cursing to himself. Didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Then he just yells, full blast, at the viewers watching through the screen. Hey, you could have at least warned me about things like that. A little help here? The chat window immediately fires back. Anyone who spoils the surprise gets kicked. We're not that stupid. Chon Su suddenly realizes the creature in front of him is gone. He quickly checks his rearview mirror. Did I lose it by putting some distance between us? Just then, right beside his car door, a bony hand slowly reaches forward, and the glass shatters into a million pieces. This is it, pure despair. Chon Su realizes the creature just teleported in front of him. Luckily, he reacts in time, slamming his foot on the gas. His face is a mask of pure terror, but he still tries to act tough. I've played tons of horror games. You think you can scare me? The viewers see right through it, and the chat fills with advice telling him to get out of there. They say he won't see it anymore if he gets far enough away. He actually considers it, but life isn't a game. Suddenly, its shadow appears right on his car. He lets out a scream of pure desperation. Losing control, he smashes right into a wall. Blood starts trickling down his head as he curses himself for the mistake. That floating monster slowly drifts towards him. On the car, Chon Su decides to face it head-on. He gets out, asks it a question, then hopelessly starts firing his gun while yelling, "I wasn't prepared for any of this." When he sees the bullets do nothing, he knows running is his best shot. He immediately turns and bolts. It's right on his tail as he sprints down a long, wide hallway. But there's not a single soul in sight. He stops, doubled over, panting from exhaustion. The viewers watching are unimpressed, thinking he's about to die a pathetic death. They're pretty disappointed, not the kind of ending they wanted. Chon Su pays no attention to their words. He calmly looks straight ahead, catching his breath. And right there, in front of him, the terrifying thing appears once again. It opens its mouth wide, its face a twisted mask of horror. As it lunges at him, he shoves his flashlight beam directly into its eyes. I was waiting for this exact moment. Just as he planned, the move works. The creature flinches, throwing a hand up to shield itself from the bright light. He lets out a triumphant laugh and raises his gun. I knew it! All those games weren't a waste of time. He fires a shot, and this time, the bullet actually hits its mark. Realizing he doesn't have much time, Chon Su makes a run for a nearby window, shouting over his shoulder, "Catch me if you can." Right after, a viewer shows their support by sending a donation with a message attached. It's a condolence payment. Chon Su sees it and screams at his screen. What do you mean, condolences? He spots a bicycle up ahead and makes a break for it. He hops on, ready for a quick getaway, but the tire is completely flat. He painfully crashes to the ground, clutching his knee and screaming. The viewers watching this scene are speechless. Did you fall on your own? Someone comments. He's like a top laner, blaming the jungle for their own mistakes. Suddenly, a comment warns him. Get the flashlight up. He snaps his head around just in time. The monster is charging straight for him, but he manages to shine the light right in its horrifying face. He holds the gun tight in his hand. It's his only lifeline right now. He falls backward, firing 3 consecutive shots into its face. All of a sudden, time seems to stop. A strange mist starts to radiate from the creature. It's enough to startle him. He doesn't get why it stopped moving. Chon Su's eyes widen in surprise. Then he glances down at the ground. Below him is a line drawn on the floor that it can't cross. He looks back up at the creature, and suddenly, he understands. Seeing the monster screaming helplessly at him, he starts to laugh, realizing this is the boundary of its area. He decisively raises his gun towards it and fires one more shot. That's the end of the line for you. Right after, the monster slowly begins to fade away. Chon Su smirks and gives it a little wave. Go back to hell. You miserable piece of trash. A moment later, he collapses to the ground, and the gun falls from his hand. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He really thought he was going to die. But then he spots something terrifying. His eyes snap open, realizing there's something right in front of him in the pitch-black darkness. It's instantly lit up by a flashlight, but then the beam clicks off. A second later, the light flashes back on. Chon Su is stunned by the sight. He realizes it's another light source. He takes cover and carefully looks back. The viewers think it must be another survivor. Or maybe, it's just a trap. He loads his gun and decides to check it out. That's when he recognizes the person. It's Monster. A person slowly approaches. The viewers are immediately on edge, worried about what's going to happen to him now. Chon Su raises his gun towards the figure and yells for them to freeze. But his eyes go wide when he gets a clear look at the person in front of him. The name tag of a high school student, Minchon Kang, is staring him in the face. The kid is terrified and immediately yells, "Don't shoot, I'm not a bad guy." Chon Su stares, surprised, recognizing the school uniform. The kid is panicked, begging for help because he thinks Chon Su is a police officer. Hearing this, the viewers are surprised and start commenting. Does Chon Su really look like a cop? We've found the person who's going to take Chon Su's spot as the circus clown. He keeps his gun aimed at Minchon Kang and asks, "Are you alone?" The boy immediately nods to confirm. He then orders the kid to hand over the flashlight in his hand. The kid looks surprised. Chon Su's gaze is ice cold, a clear threat. "Didn't you hear me? Give it here or I'll give you a taste of lead." Hearing that, the terrified kid immediately nods and agrees to his demand. After taking the flashlight, he smirks and demands the kid's bag as well. The viewers seem surprised, and they start commenting one after another. Chon Su is even more vicious than I thought. He's robbing that kid, Minchon Kang, completely blind. Scared, the boy clutches his backpack and explains to him, "There's only medicine and emergency supplies in here. I'll leave right now. Give it to me. Now." Everything the kid had was laid out on the ground. Canned tuna, instant noodles, and Spam. Chon Su nods. Yep, same stuff he had in his own bag. Minchon Jiang, completely dejected, starts to cry. He turns to leave. "I'll go. I have nothing left. I just need to find help." But Chon Su wasn't done with him. "The clothes. Take them off too." Hearing this, the kid's voice cracks. "My clothes. As well?" A moment later, after he's stripped down, Chon Su is surprised. Nothing. No hidden weapons, no bite marks. Defeated, Minchon Jiang puts his shirt back on with a heavy, frustrated sigh. "I told you," the kid says. "Now can you please help me?" But Chon Su's eyes are locked on him, drilling into him. His suspicion is eating him alive, and he finally voices it. "How does a kid like you survive this hellscape with no weapon?" he demands. "Not even a scratch on you." Then, he continues the interrogation. "You have a crew, don't you?" Chon Su presses. "Did they send you out as bait?" He quietly messages his own team through his monitor. "When I turn my back, watch his expression." Instantly, comments pop up in the chat window. "Testing him? Just leave the kid." Chon Su clicks his flashlight and turns to leave. "This is where we part ways. I'm taking this." Suddenly, the kid calls out to him. His voice rings out, full of desperation. "You don't know anything." Minchon Jiang finally explodes, letting out all his frustration. "Do you have any idea how hard it was just to get here? My friends, they're all dead." Clutching his backpack, he breaks down completely, the whole story tumbling out between sobs. "It's because I was a coward. They died trying to protect me. It's all my fault." Chon Su doesn't even turn around. Not a single glance back. But his team watching the feed, they're starting to soften. Looks like he's telling the truth. He seems completely broken. Chon Su finally glances back at the kid. "Is that true?" Minchon Jiang just nods frantically. Chon Su hesitates. He thinks for a long, tense moment, then makes his call. "All right, follow me." Minchon Jiang's head shoots up in disbelief, like he can't believe what he just heard. Chon Su turns to face him fully, confirming it. "I can't just ignore a student asking for help." A little while later, Chon Su is hidden, taking cover. He watches as a hellfrog uses its razor-sharp tongue to butcher innocent people. Powerless, he just clenches his jaw in pure rage. Then, suddenly, a voice screams in his ear. "Chon Su, it's Minchon Jiang." The kid is running for his life from a giant, big-headed monster, shouting a warning back at him. "Run! Get out of here!" Chon Su bolts, sprinting for his life. He glances back at the absolute chaos and yells at the kid. "What the hell is that thing? And why did you lead it right past the hellfrog?" Minchon Jiang thinks for a split second, then shouts directions. "Take a left into the alley." Chon Su shoots him a look of pure disbelief. While he's looking back to check on the monster, Minchon Jiang frantically signals for him to swerve right instead. They're both running on fumes, pushing their limits. Minchon Jiang calls out, "There's an open sewer drain up ahead. It's under construction. We're running along the sidewalk, so watch your step." Chon Su just laughs at that. This kid, he should be more worried about himself. He glances back again. He's watching the big-headed monstrosity gaining on them. But he has to admit, this kid knows these streets like the back of his hand. Just then, the monster lunges, its massive jaw snapping shut. But Chon Su manages to stay one step ahead, making it miss. The monster, so focused on the chase, completely loses its footing. Its ankle twists, and it starts to fall. Chon Su screams, completely helpless. The big-headed monster crashes straight into a building ahead, and then tumbles right down. It falls directly into the unfinished sewer. Seeing this, Chon Su feels a rush of relief. They trapped it. But then something's wrong. He sees something long and straight right in front of him. It's the hellfrog's tongue. Chon Su quickly signals to Minchon Jiang. "When I give the signal, you duck. Got it?" The kid just looks at him, confused. At that moment, a massive hand reaches for them. Chon Su's eyes narrow, focused. Without another second to waste, he yells the command. Both of you, down. They both drop, barely dodging a fatal blow. Min Xianjiang stares at him, completely stunned. The hellfrog's tongue had shot out and impaled the big-headed monster right through the skull, making it roar in agony. The kid looks on, terrified. Go Chon Su? He can't help but let out a grim laugh. The hellfrog just realized its massive mistake. Enraged, the big-headed monster grabs the tongue. And just like that, the battle of the century begins. Hellfrog versus Bighead. The two titans are going at it. Seizing the opportunity, Go Chon Su runs to Min Xianjiang. This is our chance. Let's move. The kid nods, his eyes already scanning for an escape. He points. This way. I remember a bike rental shop over there. Go Chon Su looks at him and lets out a small, ironic chuckle. And to think, he doubted how this kid managed to survive so long. He nods with a genuine smile. But that smile vanishes in the very next scene, because now, they're on a tandem bicycle. A two-seater. He turns to the kid, completely deadpan. You have got to be kidding me, the kid explains, totally exasperated. I didn't expect this to be the only one that still works. The bike is moving painfully slow. Min Xianjiang looks back, concerned. Go Chon Su, are you even pedaling? Startled, Go Chon Su makes an excuse. The pedals on my side are a little messed up. The kid just looks ahead. We're almost there, he says. I check the map. Supplies in these places should still be good. As they ride, he suddenly asks a question. Can I ask you something? Go Chon Su gives a slight nod, confused. Then the kid asks, do you know anything about Division 7.50? Go Chon Su freezes on the spot. Min Xianjiang keeps explaining. A while ago, when I went to a friend's house, he was already gone, but he left a note. It said Division 7.5 had come to pick him up. Go Chon Su is immediately on high alert. I've heard the name, but I don't know much. The kid sounds disappointed. I guess it's some kind of military group. Go Chon Su's eyes harden as he thinks, just like with his own parents. Why are they only saving certain people? What's their real goal? Just then, looking ahead, Min Xianjiang announces they've arrived. Go Chon Su scans the intact stone platforms. Suddenly, a car comes screeching towards them. A second later, it flies right past. They both recognize it instantly, a military vehicle. Out of control, it smashes into something up ahead. A figure stumbles out of the driver's seat. Min Xianjiang looks at Go Chon Su, surprised. Go Chon Su just sighs. Of course, it's never easy. He walks over and taps on the passenger window. The person inside is completely passed out. His team watching the feed starts debating. Is that a zombie? Slowly, the man's eyes flutter open, looking right at Go Chon Su. Go Chon Su pulls back a curtain to get a better look, then reports, he's human. He immediately pulls the man out of the vehicle and checks his name tag. His name is Cho. This guy, Cho Yongjin, claims he's a private. Go Chon Su scopes out the vehicle, gotta be a gun, right? But the thing's a total wreck. You're starting to piss me off. The soldier just stares, totally confused. Then, he gets defensive, pulling a small knife. I don't have anything. Just go. But Go Chon Su isn't playing games. A swift kick sends the knife flying. He scoffs. You sure look like you're hiding something. The guy panics, clutching his head with angry, desperate eyes. Take everything, just leave me alone. Go, Chon Su calmly picks up the fallen knife. That's a decision you get to make. He aims the blade right at the soldier, his voice dripping with suspicion. You're a deserter, aren't you? What's a private doing out here? Did you ditch your team to save your own skin? Cho Yongjin's voice trembles. Everyone else is dead. I'm the only one left. But Go Chon Su's not buying it for a second. An answer that dramatic? Yeah, that just makes him more suspicious. His interrogation is so harsh that Min Xianjiang, from behind, quietly calls his name. He's staring at the soldier, totally confused. Is this guy really a soldier? Go Chon Su just nods, his mind made up. And then suddenly, he lunges forward, grabbing the soldier by the collar. The guy immediately panics, trying to break free. But Go Chon Su's eyes are locked on a strange necklace he's wearing. He holds it up, his voice ice cold. What's your service number? Cho Yongjin looks even more bewildered now, with no clue what he's talking about. But the look on Go Chon Su's face has turned absolutely terrifying as he leans in and threatens him. Spit it out, now. Give me your tag number so I can see if you're telling the truth. Hearing this, Cho Yongjin just freezes, completely stunned into silence. Finally, he stammers something out. Go Chon Su listens, then slowly lowers the necklace and gives a sharp nod. But you're still suspicious, he says, pressing him again. Know anything about the 750th Division? Cho Yongjin just trembles in response. First time I've ever heard of it. Chon Su sighs. Great. Another useless survivor. That's when Jiang walks over, worried. Hey, it's dangerous staying out in the open. He nods in agreement, and they both turn to leave. But just then, Cho Yongjin shouts for them to wait. Chon Su is already jumping onto a truck, getting ready to climb inside. He tells the kid, "Get up here, let's go." But Jiang hesitates, looking back at Cho Yongjin. What about him? Chon Su's expression is cold. This guy is useless. Jiang asks the question again. Should we take him with us? Chon Su just shakes his head, and the two of them start climbing inside. But suddenly, Cho Yongjin scrambles towards them, begging, "Let me come with you. I think my leg is broken. I can't make it alone." And right then, Chon Su just loses it. He whirls on him, shouting, "I thought you wanted us to leave you alone." The soldier flinches, terrified. I thought you were going to kill me." The viewers watching the stream just erupt with laughter. Comments fly across the chat window. "There's the real Chon Su." Another one pops up. "Just leave him. He's not going to save the guy." Chon Su coldly climbs inside the vehicle, then speaks to his audience. "That's not cool, guys." After a quick search, he turns back to Jiang. "See if you can get that door open." The kid looks surprised. Chon Su explains. "The power's completely out." Then, with a dead serious face, he tells him, "That guy says he can't walk. If you want to save him, you'll have to carry him inside yourself." Cho Yongjin's jaw just drops at this. Jiang just cheerfully agrees to it. Chon Su glances around. The building is huge, so why are there only 4 cars? He looks back to see Minxian already helping Cho Yongjin walk. He feels a bit worried. If the others left by car, then who closed the gate? He grips the door handle and warns the other two. "Be careful." The kid doesn't seem to get what he means. Chon Su pushes the door open and explains as they step inside. "There's probably someone still in here." The three of them move forward together. Cho Yongjin looks around, shocked by how quiet it is. Chon Su steps over a floor littered with part-time and full-time job applications. Then, a room comes into view. Chon Su scans the outside and tells the others, "I'm going to check the area." But Jiang runs up nervously and grabs his arm. The kid asks, his voice trembling with fear, "You're not going to abandon us, are you?" Chon Su looks at him, lost in thought for a moment, then nods in agreement. After that, he slowly heads up the stairs. He immediately asks his viewers watching the screen, "So, what do you guys think about ditching the kid?" The chat immediately fires back with opinions. "You were already thinking about leaving him, weren't you? That kid seems to know his way around," one viewer points out. Chon Su looks around at the vending machines in surprise. This place actually has working vending machines. He'd be a lot safer here than with me, he thinks, walking lost in thought. Someone else chimes in that Jiang is too kind to ever abandon him. Suddenly, a voice crackles through the silence. The path is blocked. Chon Su's eyes snap open as he looks ahead. The voice is coming from the room right in front of him. "What? Where?" he whispers, slowly reaching for the doorknob. The voice from inside continues. "The shelter. That's all he needs." He throws the door open. The sight that greets him makes Chon Su freeze on the spot. In front of him are radios, still broadcasting reports. Hearing that Jeju Island is still safe. I think the boats are still running. He looks around in disbelief. There's still power here? Then another announcement crackles through. The 75th Division told us to head to Jeju Island. Hearing this announcement, Chon Su freezes right where he stands. Another announcement follows. Leave the city quickly and take a train straight to Daejeon. He's still standing there, processing the part about the train. He suddenly realizes this is an information channel. Right then, a hint pops up on his screen. Staying in one area for too long will lead to danger. Another piece of information appears. You can go to the train station and escape the city immediately. That's all Chon Su needs to hear. He spins around and bolts out of there. Seeing what's happening on screen, the viewers immediately get excited and start commenting. Finally, the train station. It's been a tough journey. He rushes down the stairs, urgently calling Jiang's name. A second later, he bursts into the room, worried. Jiang is gone, only Cho Yongjin is there. He's totally confused. Where could he have gone? The soldier immediately explains. I heard a noise coming from the basement, so Jiang went to check it out. Hearing this, Chon Su feels a surge of anger. You let that kid go alone? Just sit here and wait for him to come back. But the soldier stammers, shaking his head no. Furious, Chon Su turns and heads for the basement, cursing him out. The guy desperately tries to stop him, not wanting to be left behind. Meanwhile, Chon Su is already looking for something specific. He knows he has to find the taxi keys. And get out of here, he mutters. He glances at the files on the desk. There's definitely someone here, and they shut off all the power on purpose. Something was definitely wrong. The car keys were nowhere to be found. Chon Su was absolutely furious, wondering where the hell they could be. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed through the building, making him jump. He immediately spun around and bolted towards the source of the noise. A second later, he was panting, staring down at the floor below. He angrily confronted Cho Yong-jin, who helplessly explained that he just slipped and fell. Chon Su advanced on him. "You came down here by yourself?" The man nodded, then asked, "Can you help me up?" Chon Su snapped, grabbing his collar and yelling, "What is wrong with you? I thought a monster had shown up." Cho Yong-jin could only apologize, looking defeated. I just heard that sound again, coming from the basement." And right on cue, another noise echoed from below. Both of them froze on the spot. Then, footsteps. Coming up from the basement. But they were strange. Definitely not Minchonjang's. When Chon Su saw what was happening, his blood ran cold. Minchonjang was being held hostage, a knife pressed right against his throat by some psycho. The kid was terrified, warning them, "It's dangerous, get out of here." But Chon Su's grip on his own knife just tightened. "Why should we run?" He then pointed his blade at the strange man, threatening him. "I don't know who you are, but let Minchonjang go. Now." The man just twisted his face into a sickening grin and asked, "Minchonjang?" He glanced at the kid, his smile growing even more terrifying. "You mean the thief who broke into my company? No can do." Then, he aimed the knife at both of them, his voice filled with rage as he vented all his frustrations. "You're all thieves, just like him. I'm swamped answering customer calls. We don't have enough drivers. Everything's a complete mess." Hearing that, it finally clicked for Chon Su why he couldn't find the keys. Beside him, Cho Young-jin started to panic. He's lost his mind. What if he actually stabs Minchonjang? A plan started forming in Chon Su's mind. He put on a smile and said to the man, "Calm down, what are you talking about? I'm not a thief." He chuckled, putting a hand on his chest and saying something completely insane. "I'm your new driver, here to help. You said you're getting non-stop calls, right? Let me help you out. I've got 15 years of experience behind the wheel." Cho Yong-jin just stared, completely dumbfounded. Even the people watching on the monitors were stunned, wondering what on earth he was talking about. They quickly figured it out he had to be acting. He continued his bizarre pitch to the madman. "I saw you on the news. Interview me. Give me a chance. I'll show you what a real driver can do." The man, who seemed completely unhinged, actually started to consider it. An interview? Huh. We are short on drivers. We need more people. But then he snapped back to reality, a terrifying look in his eyes as he demanded to see a driver's license. Chon Su's plan hit a major snag. Where was he supposed to get a license now? The man's face twisted with impatience. "Interview means I see a license. If you don't have one, get lost. I'm busy." Trying to stay calm, Chon Su pointed behind him. "I left it in the office." Then he ordered Cho Yong-jin to head to the office next door. "Just find a license that looks like me." The guy immediately got the message and limped towards the office. Chon Su smiled at the psycho. "My friend will be right back with it." Hearing this, the man actually looked pleased, completely ignoring Minchonjang, who was crying in fear. "Even with the world ending, you still want a job?" What a passionate young man. Just then, Cho Yong-jin rushed back holding a piece of paper, announcing he'd found the license. He whispered to Chon Su, "I found someone who looks like you." The man was studying the photo on the resume. He looked up, surprised. "Hey, this is you." While the psycho was distracted, staring at some random guy's resume, Minchonjang slowly backed away from him. He shot a worried look at his friends, and Chon Su gave him a subtle nod. "Come here." Now, seizing the opportunity, Minchonjang shoved the madman aside with all his might and sprinted towards Chon Su, who instantly snatched the crutch from Cho Yong-jin's hand. "Borrowing this for a sec," he yelled, lunging forward. He slammed the crutch right into the man's gut, making him double over in pain. Pinning the guy to the ground, Chon Su barked out orders. "Minchonjang, hold his arms. Cho Yong-jin, pin his legs and find the keys on him." Both of them immediately complied. A moment later, Cho Yong-jin found the car keys clutched in the man's hand. The three of them scrambled towards the car right in front of them, with Cho Yong-jin jumping into the driver's seat. Minchonjang and Chon Su piled in right behind him. Suddenly, the driver turned back in shock. "Wait, I'm driving?" Chon Su quickly explained. "Your left leg is injured, so you can still work the pedals. We're going to the train station. And we're going now." His friend looked confused. Are the trains even still running? Just get us there. Go, Chon Su insisted. But then, something caught his eye. He looked toward the main gate, where 3 or 4 survivors were desperately running inside. He had no idea what was going on, and then he saw it. A familiar-looking web, but this one looked like an upgraded version. The look in Go Chon Su's eyes changed instantly. A gigantic, 4-legged spider monster was charging straight for them. He was stunned, unable to process what was happening as everyone's face turned pale with absolute horror. Go Chon Su still couldn't wrap his head around this nightmare. Min Chonjiang, who had put all his faith in their driver, suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost. Why this monster? Of all things. The massive creature charged, its 4 legs pounding the pavement, its wide mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Even Go Chon Su felt a chill of fear. Staring straight at the creature, Cho Yong-jin was frozen in disbelief. He saw the behemoth rushing towards them and could only think, what in the hell is that thing? Without a second thought, Cho Yong-jin slammed the car into reverse, swerving wildly to dodge the 4-legged freak. He was screaming as he drove, "That thing is so damn ugly." Go Chon Su looked back anxiously. If we keep this up, it's going to catch us. But then, the taxi driver they'd left behind opened the door, screaming at them, calling them all damn thieves. And in that moment, an idea sparked in Go Chon Su's head. "Turn around," he yelled at Cho Yong-jin. "Head for the main gate. Now." His friend was shocked, not understanding the plan, but Go Chon Su just urged him on, his voice full of desperation. Seeing his taxi speeding away, the driver screamed in pure rage. "That's my car." But what happened next made him freeze on the spot. Right behind his taxi was a massive, terrifying monster in hot pursuit. Go Chon Su saw their chance. "Floor it. Drive straight through," he yelled to Cho Yong-jin. There was a thunderous crash as the monster, baited by the car, slammed headfirst into the headquarters building. In the chaos, Go Chon Su's crew sped to safety. As they escaped, the reality of the danger sinking in, Cho Yong-jin had to ask, "Go Chon Su, did you just use that guy as bait?" Go Chon Su let out an exhausted sigh. "We had no other choice. It was a desperate move, and it required a sacrifice." Hearing this, the driver shot him a confused look. From the back seat, Min Chonjiang chimed in. "There's no other way," he explained, a little worried himself. "He's just trying to save all of us." But then, Go Chon Su noticed something wasn't right. He saw a blue line on the road just ahead of them, and as they got closer, he knew this was something different. The system immediately flashed a notification. "You've reached the checkpoint. A mission has been unlocked for the chat channel." Right after, another message popped up. "Viewers can now donate and give players buffs as a reward to help them complete the mission." Go Chon Su still had no idea what the hell was going on. But his chat window? It immediately blew up with comments. Everyone hyped that this feature was finally available. He shot a quick glance at Min Chonjiang sitting next to him. "They can't see this, right?" A new message instantly appeared in the chat explaining, "The other two have no idea you're talking to us." He let out a frustrated sigh, then slowly reached up to swipe the screen. "But I don't see any new functions. Can you guys explain?" A viewer immediately donated 1 gen to him with a message. "Just wait, we've got your back." Hearing that, Go Chon Su actually cracked a smile. He looked out the window, looking relaxed, even a little excited for what was coming. But then a strange sound from behind snapped him back to reality. Something was very wrong. The second he turned his head, he saw it. A massive, 4-legged monster was chasing them down. And seeing that thing, he immediately started cursing. "Why is it still following us?" He spun towards Cho Yong-jin, demanding, "Can't this thing go any faster?" The driver explained frantically that he was already pushing the car to its absolute limit. But that giant monster was gaining on them, staying right on their tail. One slip-up, and it would crush all 3 of them in an instant. Now, Go Chon Su was officially terrified. He shouted a warning to his 2 teammates. "It's climbing onto that thing. Does it move faster in a straight line or something?" He turned back to Min Chonjiang. "Do you remember the roads around here?" The guy just shook his head, looking helpless. Go Chon Su angrily ordered him to try and remember. Min Chonjiang desperately searched his memory, his mind racing. And then, it hit him. Something clicked. Without wasting a second, he pointed towards a mountain up ahead. "Drive up that hill over there." Hearing that, Cho Yong-jin flinched, knowing it would kill their speed. He yelled back at him, "Are you trying to get us killed?" Go Chon Su cut in, urging him on. "Just do what he says." Defeated, Cho Yong-jin nodded and slammed on the accelerator, pushing the car up the incline. He screamed out a warning, "We're about to go down." Go. Chon Su looked out the window and just nodded grimly. The car's speed was picking up fast. But as he was driving, the driver realized something was terribly wrong, and his face went pale. Because right in front of them, there was no road. He started screaming in total panic. It's a cliff. Go Chon Su saw it too, and was just speechless. He glanced at Min Chonjang, who quickly tried to explain the plan to them. Just keep going. That giant monster sucks at braking. Hearing this only made Go Chon Su more scared. He started praying in his head, his face turning white as a sheet. Come on, guys. Please give me a mission. The viewers watching on screen immediately started spamming the chat. This is bad luck. Guess this is goodbye. At least he was funny before he died. I just bought more popcorn. Don't die yet. But Go Chon Su wasn't paying any attention to them anymore. He was completely hopeless, crying, thinking this was the end of his life. But suddenly, a big shot viewer gave him a brand new mission. His head snapped up to look at the screen. The mission window popped open. The objective: if you open the window and taunt the monster, you won't fly off the road for 15 seconds. The effect activates the second the mission is complete. At this point, Go Chon Su didn't have time to think. He furiously stuck his head out the window and started screaming insults at the beast right behind them. You ugly piece of trash. You think you can catch us moving that slow? A snail is faster than you hideous freak. The monster, hearing his words, just froze. It looked completely stunned. But Go Chon Su wasn't done yet. Eat my dust, and stay there for the rest of your life. Min Cheonjong stared at him in disbelief from the side. He had no clue what the hell his friend was doing. Cho Yongjin was just as shocked. Are you trying to die or something? Hearing that just made Go Chon Su even more fired up. He pointed wildly at the monster. Yeah, I want to die. If you've got the guts, come up here and kill me, you ugly thing. He gripped the car door, desperately praying for the mission to complete. And then a system notification popped up. Mission activated. He saw it and broke into a huge, triumphant grin. Just then, Cho Yongjin spotted the road off to the right. He cranked the steering wheel, screaming for them to hold on tight. In a split second, the car whipped around in a sharp turn. Inside, the three of them were screaming their lungs out. The situation was hanging by a thread, just as they'd planned. The giant monster couldn't brake in time. It launched straight into the sky. You could see the look in its eyes, pure fury and disbelief. And just like that, the monster fell helplessly down into the deep cliff below. Cho Yongjin was still in shock, crying in disbelief. We're alive? But it hit us. How did we make it? In the back, Min Qianjiang let out a long, exhausted sigh, while Go Chon Su was thinking about something else. He smiled and thanked his sponsor from earlier. The mysterious sponsor immediately sent a message back, saying he now owed him one. The three continued on their way back to the port. But as they got closer, Go Chon Su looked surprised. He stuck his head out the window, confused. I really thought the radio message would have drawn more people here. He stared out at the completely empty port. Not a single person in sight. He couldn't believe it. There wasn't a soul here. Min Chonjang didn't know what to do. So, what's the plan now? Go Chon Su sighed and proposed an idea to his teammates. We hide the car and continue on foot. Hearing this, Cho Yongjin glanced at him in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with fear. Because he was staring at the swarm of zombies right in front of them, Go Chon Su slowly opened his car door and made an announcement. I'll draw their attention. You two run straight for the train station. Min Chonjang immediately looked at him, worried. Are you going to be okay? Go Chon Su just smiled and stepped outside, a small knife in his hand. Don't worry about me. I can handle this. Then, he let out a massive yell at the zombie horde. They all turned to look at him, their expressions completely stunned. Because, of course, some idiot was about to run straight to his death. He confidently used his taunt skill, yelling at the horde. Right now, his stat was a solid 1.4. The zombies swarmed toward him. Go Chun Su's eyes went sharp as steel as he watched them approach. A single thought cut through his mind. A normal person is a 1, so I'm almost 50% stronger than them. With that, he gripped his knife and charged straight into the zombie horde. If I get the chance, I need to study this more. One clean, cold strike. He plunged the knife straight into a zombie's throat. Before it could even react, it collapsed to the ground, permanently logged off. This time, he switched to a firmer grip. Then he buried the knife straight into another zombie's skull with absolute dominance. But from behind, another one lunged, ready to attack. He was calm about it though, completely unbothered. He just pivoted, and that zombie was history, right on the spot. He wouldn't forget this. All of it in less than a single minute. 3 zombies down, just like that. The viewers watching on screen were stunned. their comments flooding the chat window. Our little Chon Su is all grown up. I still remember his first time fighting just 3 zombies. He let out a small laugh, hearing them chatter as he wiped a smear of blood from his face. Come on, guys, don't bring up my embarrassing past. He slowly moved forward, thinking to himself. My strength and my reflexes, they've definitely improved. He pushed through the streets, calculating his next move. I wonder what this skill is like when it's maxed out. And then a scream from nearby. He whipped his head around, shocked. A civilian was getting his shirt torn at by a zombie. He was screaming in pure panic. Dong Chang-guk, you bastard, save me. A series of ear-splitting screams followed. Chon Su, watching from the side, thought about that name. Dong Chang-guk. That's the mayor's name. Is this one of his staff? He then glanced at his stream and asked his viewers, should I save him? Almost immediately, the chat was a waterfall of no. But then, a single comment from the player Maxido popped up. Yes, that's all it took. He gripped his knife, moved forward, and decided to save the guy. The viewers were shocked, since the vast majority had said no. Over there, the man was still panicking, his shirt getting ripped to shreds by the zombie. All he could do was scream helplessly. Is anyone there? Help me! Chon Su slowly walked over and took down the zombie right in front of him. The man just stared, still in total shock, as Chon Su asked him a cold question. A second ago, you mentioned the name Dong Chang-guk, right? Suddenly, a strange, calculating smile spread across his face. The poor guy gritted his teeth in anger and spat out the story. That bastard abandoned me. Chon Su walked beside him and asked, you mean, the mayor? He nodded immediately. After we ran into monsters, I suggested we find another way to the train station. And then, the memory was vivid. The mayor, coldly shoving him to the ground. The man's voice was full of grief. He just snapped. Said I was committing treason. He pushed me out. The world has already gone to hell, and he's still so stubborn. Chon Su heard that and understood. So we'll probably run into the mayor when we get to the station. The man just nodded helplessly. He has a lot of bodyguards, so he won't die that easily. Chon Su was a little surprised. Bodyguards? You mean more employees like you? The man immediately shook his head. He quickly rushed to explain to him that it was other people. I think he hired some outside help. Hearing that, Chon Su understood and let out a laugh. It seems the mayor is a pretty important person. He nodded and thanked him for the useful information. The man walked and glanced around, then asked in surprise, we still haven't met up with your teammates? Chon Su sighed and replied, I'm hoping they already made it safely inside the station. He then turned his head and said to Yi Ong-hanju, let's go inside. Chon Su smiled. It was a totally confident smile. He turned to the man and introduced himself. My name is Chon Su. The man heard this and asked his name again, a little surprised. The two of them slowly walked up the stairs, heading up. But suddenly, Yi Ong-hanju froze, realizing something. He was terrified. He pointed toward the girl with long hair right in front of them, not understanding what that thing was. Chon Su followed his gaze. He immediately realized it was a child. From behind, Yi Ong-hanju called out to the kid. Realizing the situation was bad, Chon Su immediately covered his mouth. He whispered harshly, what do you think you're doing? He observed the strange child more closely. This little girl had long hair but wore a white dress covered in blood, with fresh blood splattered across her face. He whispered quietly to the man, there's no way a child would be alone in a place like this. The demonic child then suddenly flashed a bizarre smile. Immediately, the people watching on screen were shocked, recognizing this little girl. They repeatedly commented that Chon Su was the unluckiest kid in the world. He read the comments and immediately, he became panicked, asking his stream brothers, is that thing dangerous? Give me a mission or something. Hearing this, everyone immediately laughed and refused, telling him that the one Maxido gave him cost 100 Gene. He was stunned. He couldn't believe the mission was that expensive. They then explained that 1 Gene is about 10,000 won. Hearing that, he was speechless. He realized the mission cost him 1 million won. Right now, Chon Su stood there, tightly covering Yi Ong-hanju's mouth. The man had no idea why he was doing this. He turned back and whispered a warning. I'll handle this. You stay here and be quiet. That thing is not human. Hearing this, the man immediately nodded in understanding. Just then, a sound from above made the female ghost monster instantly realize something. Something was wrong. It shot forward at high speed, opening its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth. Yi Ong-hanju, seeing this from behind, was immediately terrified. I can't do it. I can't move. A second later, he immediately turned around and ran away. He fled, not forgetting to shout a warning to him. "I'm out of here, go." Chon Su helplessly turned back and silently cursed him for being an idiot. Because he was so scared, he immediately tripped and fell on the stairs. At that moment, a bloody foot appeared in front of him. Yi Onghanju fearfully raised his head to look at this monster. He discovered that there was another one. The monster. This female ghost flashed an incredibly bizarre and twisted smile. A moment later, she finished off Yi Onghanju in the blink of an eye. Chon Su was helpless, not understanding why he ran. People immediately started commenting one after another. "This is the silent girl. She can't see, but she's very sensitive to sound." He panicked and glanced upwards, worriedly cursing. "Why is there so much noise over there?" At that moment, the silent girl slowly advanced toward him. Suddenly, the system rang out, announcing that someone had issued a new mission. This person's mission was to not move until the silent girl passed. If he succeeded, he could gain the ability to hear any target he touched, but it's a one-time use, with a 1-minute limit. He read the text, feeling a wave of panic as the monster shuffled closer. The situation was now hanging by a thread. The silent girl monster slowly walked right past his body. Inside, his mind was absolutely screaming. He forced himself not to move a single muscle as sweat poured down his face. His eyes widened in pure terror. The viewers were shocked, realizing the creature was now looking directly at him. His mind raced. "Can you hear me?" The silent girl monster slowly, silently, began walking toward him. He was completely paralyzed with fear, not knowing if it had hurt him or not. A second later, the creature just glided right past him. Instantly, a system notification popped up. "Mission complete. Reward delivered." Chon Su collapsed to the ground, letting out a massive sigh of relief. After a moment, he slowly walked over to Im Yan Hanju's body. He approached cautiously, confusing everyone watching on screen. They figured he was about to give the guy a proper burial, but he just told everyone to wait a second. A moment later, he found a business card in the guy's pocket, and without a single hesitation, Chon Su shoved the card into his own pocket. The viewers immediately called him a ruthless opportunist. He just turned and walked away, ignoring them. A second later, Im Yan Hanju's body started to twitch. He was turning into a zombie. Seeing this, Chon Su was speechless. He never expected this was even possible. They can actually turn people into more zombies. Knowing what he had to do, he delivered a quick, fatal blow with his knife. He then walked up the stairs, muttering a quick prayer under his breath. He scanned the area nervously, praying those two silent ghost girls wouldn't show up. As he walked on, he couldn't help but wonder where the hell those two monsters had gone. Suddenly, he heard Zhou Yongjin's voice screaming nearby. "Min Qianzhang, get in there first." Chon Su instantly recognized the voice. The two ghost girls were still chasing his teammates. Hearing this, Chon Su understood exactly what was happening. He thought for a second, then decisively turned around and walked away. They weren't worth the risk. At that, everyone watching the stream burst out laughing. The comments exploded. "You're just gonna ditch them?" Suddenly, another player issued him a new quest. Rescue Zhou Yongjin and Min Qianzhang. The reward? 20 General. He stopped dead in his tracks. 20 Gen was a massive prize. His eyes slowly glanced back the way he came. A moment later, a door slowly creaked open. He couldn't believe he was actually doing this. He stepped into a diner, and the viewers had no clue what his plan was. They all assumed he was just looking for food again, always about the food. He sighed and shot back. "Guys, seriously, who do you think I am?" He walked over to the kitchen counter and asked the viewers, "So, wanna guess what I'm about to do?" And then, suddenly, Chon Su broke into a wild grin and yelled, "It's time for the alarm clock bomb plan." Everyone was floored by the terrifying, unhinged look in his eyes. Meanwhile, back in the bathroom, Min Qianzhang's screams echoed. Zhou Yongjin watched helplessly as the two silent ghost monsters were going absolutely berserk. Clawing at the door, trying to break in. They were trapped. Nowhere to run. But just as they were losing all hope, Min Qianzhang spotted a familiar figure. They anxiously called out his name. Chon Su just grabbed a handful of alarm clocks and laughed. "Just as I planned." Then, breathing heavily, he clicked the timer on one of them. The second the ticking started, the two monsters snapped their heads around. At the exact same time, he activated his taunt skill. He then sprinted outside, holding the ticking clock. Chon Su launched it behind him. As the two monsters charged out, one of them locked onto the clock, but the other one locked onto him. It wasn't enough. He made a split-second decision and threw the stopwatch in his other hand. Instantly, the two mindless monsters took the bait and started chasing after the clocks. Seeing them run off, Chon Su let out a long, exhausted sigh. He immediately ordered his two teammates to keep quiet and get down there fast. Min Qianzhang nervously explained they thought they were goners for sure. Suddenly, a viewer asked him through the chat, "Hey, why didn't you use the reward you got earlier?" He just shook his head. That skill was way too dangerous. He remembered the details of the reward. "I have to touch the target to activate it. The second I get close, it'll tear me to shreds." Just then, Zhou Yongjin limped over to him. "My ankle, I think it's broken." Chon Su immediately turned to Min Qianzhang. "Help him. And remember, stay quiet." A notification popped up on his screen. Reward received. He could tap for more details. The three of them continued to move through the building in total silence. Behind them, Zhou Yongjin couldn't take the pain anymore and let out a sharp cry. Chon Su shot him a furious look, ordering him to shut up. But then, something clicked in his head. That name. As Min Qianzhang was helping him up, a strange transformation began to creep across Zhou Yongjin's face. Min Qianzhang was right beside him, and his face went pale with terror. The wound on Zhou Yongjin's leg just wouldn't stop bleeding. Chon Su realized his leg wasn't broken at all. He walked right up to him, his face grim. "You know what's happening to you, right?" The guy looked back, a flicker of dread in his eyes. Is something wrong with me?" Chon Su just nodded. It was happening again. He remembered how Imyon Hanju had turned into a zombie just a little while ago. Chon Su gritted his teeth in pure frustration, cursing himself for going through so much trouble to save the guy. Without another word, he grabbed Min Qianzhang and started pulling him away. Min Qianzhang had no idea what was happening. Chon Su left Zhou Yongjin standing there all alone, muttering a quick apology. Min Qianzhang looked back, unable to believe they were just leaving him. He called out Chon Su's name, his voice full of worry. But what could he possibly do? It was already too late for him. He scanned their surroundings, his mind racing. What's the play here? There's no one around. Are we supposed to just wait for the mayor to show up? No. Waiting around is basically a death sentence. He pulled Min Qianzhang along, deciding to get the hell out of there. But then, a noise from behind them. Zhou Yongjin was still standing there, pointing weakly towards something in the distance. Seeing this, Chon Su quickly looked over at a nearby departure board. His expression shifted. He realized what Zhou Yongjin was showing them in his final moments of humanity. He was pointing them to an escape route. On the board, it showed a train was still running. It was scheduled to leave in just 10 minutes. Chon Su froze on the spot, completely stunned. He glanced back at Zhou Yongjin, who was still looking at them with fierce determination. They knew what they had to do. They ran. Chon Su swore to himself, "I will never forget you." But for now, he had to keep moving forward. "I will absolutely remember you. And after I clear this game, I swear I'll find a way to repay this debt." The two of them finally reached the train station. Gordon grabbed Min, his voice low and urgent. "If you want to live, you listen to me. Understood?" Min just nodded, seeing the genuine fear in Gordon's eyes. "This train, it might be bringing some unwanted passengers," Gordon warned. "Stay sharp." Min's eyes widened. He got the message loud and clear. And just then, an announcement. A train was arriving. Min flinched, whipping his head around in a panic. His survival instincts were screaming. Something was wrong. The silent horde was coming. Spotting a wooden crate, Gordon pointed. "Get in there, now." Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the incoming train. Leading the charge was a massive four-legged beast, with a whole pack of other monsters swarming right behind it. Gordon watched from the shadows as the entire horde chased after it. He was completely bewildered. The train just blew right past the station. What the hell was that about? But Min, seeing this, suddenly realized something. Their heads snapped up. A second train. It had appeared out of nowhere. Even his viewers were losing their minds in the chat. When did that get there? It was a decoy. The first train was just a distraction to keep this one safe. Gordon knew this one was waiting for the mayor. He stepped out from their hiding spot, giving Min one last order. "Stay put." Min looked shocked. "Just wait here?" But Gordon was already sprinting towards the train, shouting over his shoulder to calm the kid's nerves. "I won't leave you behind." Gordon crept towards the train, senses on high alert. That's when someone stepped out of the conductor's car, muttering a curse. She ripped off her cap, scanning the deserted platform. Where the hell is the mayor? Is anyone even here? Gordon stayed hidden, taking in the scene. He knew that face. A memory hit him back from his streamer days. He remembered seeing a news report about a pickpocket getting busted at this very station. And there she was on screen. The beautiful train engineer, Seo Yoon Kang, who had helped catch the guy. Gordon couldn't believe it. Guess train engineers have to be fighters now too, he thought. Seyoon stepped back into the train, lighting a cigarette. Those bastards from the 7th Division, did they set me up? They promised me a spot in the shelter if I did this one job, she grumbled to herself. And now? Nothing. Gordon watched her, his guard up. Who was she talking about? She was way different from that news interview. But that didn't matter. He had to get on that train. He glanced back at Min. 2 against 1. They could take her, but then another thought stopped him. She can drive the train. Cooperating was the smarter move. Just then, Min signaled to him, holding up one finger. Only one person. Then, Min clenched his fist, mouthing the words, "We can take her." Gordon knew this was about to go wrong. He had to act. He pulled himself up onto the platform. He needed to calm the situation down. Fast. Seyun stared, stunned. Who was this guy? At that same moment, Min charged forward, swinging an iron pipe right at her. Gordon lunged, blocking the attack. "Whoa, hold on, we're friendly," he yelled, then looked at Min. "Seriously, where did you even find a pipe?" His chat was exploding with laughter. "I've definitely seen this in a movie before," one comment read. Min stood his ground, while Seo Yoon just stared, completely bewildered. Then a switch flipped. Her confusion turned to cold composure. "So that's it," she said. "You're here to hijack my train? Think you can push me around because I'm alone?" Gordon stepped forward, holding out a business card. She eyed it with suspicion. "Just take a look at this first," he said. She snatched the card, her eyes widening as she read the name. "Mr. Hanju. You work for City Hall?" she scoffed. "You don't look the part." Gordon let out a heavy sigh. "A lot has happened. There are some things I need to tell you." His viewers knew it instantly Gordon was putting on a show. He lowered his head, his voice dropping to a somber tone as he delivered the bombshell. "The mayor is dead." So-yoon just stared, the words not computing. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She had to ask again, just to be sure. "The mayor is dead?" Gordon gave a solemn nod and began to spin his tale. "We were attacked on the way here. Monsters. We're the only 2 who made it out alive." She let out a frustrated sigh. "Well, this complicates things." Suddenly, a distant crash echoed through the station. Her head snapped back. "We've been here too long." Gordon seized the moment, pointing down the tracks. "We need to leave now, before whatever made that noise gets here. We're all here, let's go." But something clicked for Seyun, and she shot him down. "My orders were to pick up the mayor." Gordon, however, wasn't done. He pressed on, choosing his next words carefully. He spoke slowly, deliberately. "I'm the only one who knows what happened to him. If you take us with you, I'll do whatever it takes to convince your people. The people back at your shelter. With the mayor gone, your deal is worthless, just a piece of paper. So, why don't we help each other out?" She chewed on that for a long moment. Finally, she flicked the cigarette butt onto the tracks. The decision was made. "Fine." Seo Yoon climbed aboard, then motioned for them to follow. "With you as my witness, they'll have to let me into the shelter." But Gordon looked back towards the platform. "We have to bring the kid, too." Her eyes shot over to Min, who was just standing there looking lost. "But he's not with City Hall." Min's eyes instantly went wide and pleading. He quickly hid the iron pipe behind his back. Gordon pressed his advantage. "You're really going to leave a high school kid all alone in a place like this?" Seo Yoon let out a long, defeated sigh. She gave a small nod. "Fine, get on. But I'm taking the pipe." And just like that, the train lurched forward. Min stared out the window in awe as they pulled away, but Gordon was still lost in his own thoughts. Finally, they were out. Suddenly, the image of Jin Hyuk Cheong flashed in his mind. Gordon recognized him instantly, offering a silent thank you. "I promise," he thought, "I'm going to survive." The memory twisted, Jin Hyuk's form turning into a horrifying zombie. But the vision was shattered by a commotion from behind the train, a group of people, screaming for them to stop. Gordon froze. He recognized the man in the lead instantly. It was the mayor, yelling, "Stop the train!" The 3 of them sprinted after the train, their voices filled with desperation. "Please, stop." Something was seriously wrong here. Seo Yoon slid the door open, trying to figure out the noise. The mayor pointed right at her. You're the one sent to pick me up." She whipped her head around to face Gordon, stunned. "Wait a second. You told me he was dead." His response was ice cold. "It's too late. Just keep going." Rage flashed in her eyes. But then Gordon pointed past the running men. "Do you see what's chasing them?" he asked, his voice deadly serious. "That thing is drawn to sound. Right behind them, a silent horde of ghouls, slashing, killing. If they didn't move faster, they were all dead. Go." Chon Su's eyes went cold as ice. He shot back at her. "If we slow down for them, we die. Simple as that." Hearing this, Kang Seoyun glared at him, pure rage on her face. He motioned her back inside the car. She just nodded. I understand. And with that, the cold steel door slid shut, leaving the mayor outside, helpless, screaming curses as he ran. It's me! How could you just leave me like this? You need my password, don't you? Then, in his final seconds, right before the undead mob took him down, he screamed out a few last words. The password is Apocalypse. Chon Su heard it, and he just froze. A second later, the mayor was ripped to shreds. He turned away, looking towards his viewers through the stream. That was the best call, right? The chat window absolutely blew up with replies. I think so. Saving a scumbag mayor willing to sacrifice his own people? Yeah, that would have been a stupid decision. Suddenly, I have some respect for Cho Yongjin. Chon Su turned back inside, his face like stone, and gave an order. Inside. Now, Min Chonjang. The kid just nodded and followed. But inside the cabin, Kang Seon's voice was pure ice. Explain, now, or I'm throwing you off this train. He just looked at her, completely confused. So he tried to reason with her. The mayor's dead. Just like I said he would be. She shot him a look that could kill. Do you take me for a complete fool? He spoke slowly, trying to explain. It didn't do me any good to split from the mayor. He was never with me to begin with. Hearing that, she looked even more stunned. She shot up, grabbing him by the collar, her voice full of rage. Who the hell are you? He just smirked, introducing himself. The name's Go Chon Su. She couldn't hide the fury in her eyes now. She kept repeating his name. So you lied about working at City Hall, didn't you? Did you kill Yoon Hanju? What do you want? He calmly explained. I'm just a passenger who wanted to get on the train. I only showed you his business card. I never said I was Yoon Hanju. At this point, Kang Seoyun completely lost it. She shoved him towards the door, screaming, I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. I should have thrown you both out the window. He quickly tried to calm her down. Hold on, calm down. We're just passengers. How else were we supposed to get you to let us on? He pressed on, looking her straight in the eye. Where do you think I got that business card? Yoon Hanju was abandoned by that mayor. I couldn't save him, but I did my best to bring him along. Everything I said is true. Hearing this, Kang Seoyun just bit her lip in anger, not understanding what he was talking about anymore. Sensing he wasn't getting through, Go Chon Su kept going, his voice raw. I had no other choice. Think about it. We have to have a way to get out of here. I didn't kill the mayor either. I just did what I had to do to survive. But Kang Seoyun's rage hadn't cooled one bit. She kicked him hard in the shin, cursing him. You still lied to me. And with that, she shoved both Go Chon Su and Min Chonjang out of the cabin. Then she yelled, This isn't some free ride. He immediately shot back. From your interview. She froze. The words hit her hard, and she had no idea what he meant. Sitting on the floor, he continued talking to her. Whether to let people ride for free depends on the situation. If a passenger has been through hell, they should be accepted. We're those passengers. Kang Seoyun was totally baffled. How did he even know her name? Then, her face turned bright red as she backed away. You read that article? She stammered. How? It was just a tiny column. Seeing her blush like that, Go Chon Su was now the one who was confused. Why was she suddenly so embarrassed? He just explained. Yeah, I saw it. Then he smiled at her. It made a real impression on me. Gave me hope for a brighter future. Hearing that, she immediately covered her head and begged him to stop. He chuckled, realizing he'd found her weakness. Okay, that was enough of that. Kang Seoyun shyly turned back to the train controls. That article wasn't famous at all. How could he possibly know about it? He had to laugh. She was so easy to read. The Right Path was a well-known paper that focused on the good and wholesome side of society. She blushed, thinking about Go Chon Su. He read my article, so he can't be a bad person. Or maybe he just stumbled upon it when he was bored. She let out a long, helpless sigh. Whatever. What's done is done. We have to work together. Feeling like things had finally calmed down, Go Chon Su approached her. We're heading to Daegu, right? She nodded, confirming it. Then, remembering something she'd said earlier, he asked, A minute ago, I heard you mention Division 7.5. Do you know anything about them? She shook her head. I can't figure them out. If you want to save people, just do it. I don't get why they keep adding all these weird conditions. She sighed, clearly confused, then turned back to him. It's all a little strange. I've never heard of this division before, and I've never met them. I only talk to them on the emergency radio channel, and you should speak more formally to me. I'm 27, probably older than you. He thought for a moment, then crossed his arms and replied. Sorry, you're right. I'm only 2 years younger than you. She nodded, accepting it. Chon Su then voiced the suspicion that was bugging him. Something's fishy. Why would a military division want to meet with that mayor? Hearing that, her expression turned complicated, then she slowly explained. Rumor is, the whole system of government is starting to collapse. The soldiers can't keep order on their own. I've only had brief contact, so I don't know much more. A thought sparked in his mind. So, they're a more powerful faction. They must have a lot of supporters. He smirked and said to her, "Thanks for the info. I'll definitely repay you for the ride." She just laughed and shot back with a sarcastic, "Yeah, right." But just then Min Xianjiang's face went pale. He called out Chon Su's name, terrified by something outside. Chon Su turned, confused about what was wrong. He immediately whipped his head around to look outside, and saw it. On top of the train, a silent monster was standing there, staring right into the cabin at the three of them. Instantly, the stream's chat window filled with shocked messages. "Whoa, holy crap, when did that thing get on the train? How are you going to handle that?" Kang Soyun turned and saw the monster, starting to panic, having no idea what was happening. Chon Su immediately signaled for her to be quiet. His own eyes filled with worry, 1,000 thoughts racing through his head. The sound of the train is probably hiding us. For now, what do we do? Do we try to take it out now? But then, the unthinkable happened. The creature cracked a horrifying, chilling smile. Seeing it, all three of their faces went pale with terror. He realized he had to take it down, right here, right now. At that moment, a viewer watching the screen decided it was time for a new mission. The mission for Chon Su: kill the silent girl within 5 minutes. If he succeeded, for the next 10 minutes, he would gain the ability to possess anything he could see and touch, and he could use it whenever he wanted. Chon Su stood quietly, assessing the situation. He noticed another user had issued a different mission. He then whispered to his viewers through the screen, 5 minutes doesn't sound possible. If I make one mistake, I'm the one who ends up dead. Hearing this, the chat window exploded with comments. You can't even handle that? This guy's all talk. At this rate, Chon Su was going to get himself captured. He squeezed his eyes shut and let out a helpless sigh. Immediately, a new mission popped up. This one was to kill the silent girl within 1 hour, and his reward would be a 7-fold increase in his volume for 1 minute. Seeing this, he was thrilled his regular patron had returned to support him. A notification flashed in the chat. Get rid of that last player's mission. Another user instantly shot back. You get lost. Why would you offer such a massive reward for that? Chon Su was speechless. A message from one side claimed the other's mission would get him killed instantly. The two began a full-on war of words. I guess you don't care about my mission, huh? Stay out of my business. Do you have any idea how much I paid to save Chon Su's life? He just stood there, not knowing what to say. He couldn't understand why they were suddenly fighting. One moment he was panicking about what to do. The next he was caught between two feuding giants. He decided to ignore them. He turned, opened the door, and stepped outside. Forget this. Min Xianjiang and Jiang Xiaoyun watched him go, their jaws dropping in shock. He slowly walked towards the silent girl. Everyone watching thought he was making a foolish move. A thought flashed through his mind. It can't sense me yet. He immediately activated his skill. A notification box appeared. This ability robs any target of their hearing the moment he touches them. He decided to use it. Now. Chon Su's expression hardened, his eyes locking onto his target. Then, his blood-stained hand gently touched the girl's shoulder. Silence. The creature instantly whipped its head around, staring right at him. He was so scared he nearly wet himself. One wrong move and it was game over. The monster's mouth gaped wide as it lunged at him, ready to tear him to pieces. He let out a helpless scream. But then, suddenly, the silent monster launched itself, right past him and out the open train door. It crashed onto the tracks below, completely disoriented. Seeing this, Chon Su burst out laughing. Wrong way, idiot. He cautiously leaned over, checking to see if it was dead. But then he saw it. The silent monster was still clinging to the train with its long, slender fingers. He screamed in frustration. How was this thing so hard to kill? What kind of will to survive does this thing have? Its leg was completely mangled. Still furious, Chon Su got up and started stomping on its head with his foot, yelling, "Let go! Get off!" The viewers watching through the screen were laughing. It can't hear you screaming, thanks to your skill. Just then, its hand started slowly reaching for his leg, trying to pull him down. Realizing the situation was getting dangerous, he grabbed his small knife and stabbed at the monster repeatedly. But it still wasn't enough. He kicked its hand hard again, screaming, "Just fall already!" At last, The creature fell down onto the train tracks below. Chon Su watched it fall, breathing heavily. He was still trying to process the terrifying ordeal. The image of the fight was seared into his mind. He clutched his arm, sinking to the floor and cursing, "Damn it." Seeing this, the viewers' comments poured in. "Nice scream. How did you manage that? 1 minute you look like a hero, the next you're a total clown." Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Mission complete. You may now claim your reward." His hands trembled. "I did it." The system sent a stream of notifications, confirming he had completed the mission and received the corresponding skill. Go, Chon Su turned, walked back inside, and opened the door, his face pale as a sheet. He tried to force a confident tone. "You guys see that? I killed it in under 2 minutes, so I got both rewards." Minchon Jiang rushed over, looking worried. "Are you okay?" Chon Su asked, surprised. "Why do you ask?" He sighed in relief. "I heard you screaming. Defeated." Chon Su slumped against the wall. "You heard that?" Jiang Xiaoyun, who was driving the train, looked back at him with a surprised, impressed expression. "You're better than I thought." He laughed weakly. "Better than you thought? In what way?" She thought for a moment, then gave a slight smile. "I didn't expect you to handle it so quickly. Or to scream so well." Chon Su buried his face in his hands and sank to the floor. Minxian Jiang immediately grew concerned. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Just then, she delivered some news. "While you were out there, I got a call on the radio." Hearing this, Chon Su seemed to snap back to reality. He quickly asked, "Was it from the 7.5 Division?" She nodded and began to explain. The person on the other end was surprised and asked, "Is someone screaming? Is everything all right over there?" He looked at her, shocked. What did they say? But his mind was still reeling, wondering how they could have heard him. She took off her hat and announced, "We're approaching the checkpoint. We'll stop there for inspection before proceeding to Dragon's Dam." The word checkpoint made him pause and think. He slowly asked her, "Did they mention anything about the mayor?" Jiang Xiaoyun thought for a moment. Then she explained everything. "At first, they told me to head straight to Dragon's Dam. But after they heard the mayor wasn't here, they changed their minds. They told me to leave the locomotive for their mechanic." Hearing this, Chon Su sank into deep thought. She moved closer, concerned. "Is something wrong?" He sighed, completely overwhelmed. "Honestly, a lot." Dawn was breaking, but the train just kept pushing forward. Chon Su sat perfectly still, then summoned the information channel. And there it was. Tip number 1. The people at the milestone? Robbers. Do not stop. Tip 2. There's a small station between milestones, guarded by a small crew. He stared at the info, his eyes wide with surprise. "So the milestone is a trap, huh?" He lowered his voice, speaking to the viewers on screen. "Hey guys, mind giving me a spoiler? How many people can Seiyun take down in a fight?" The chat instantly lit up with confusion, should they tell him or not. Finally, a comment popped up. "Just a little hint for you. About 5 of them, maybe." Seeing him lost in thought, Seiyun Kang spoke up, surprised. "What's with the sudden silence? Something wrong?" He slowly said her name. Then, after a moment of intense thought, he asked, "Can we just drive straight past the milestone?" She looked at him, completely confused. She didn't get what he was talking about. She walked right past him, trying to reason with him again. "Stop. It's not safe over there. Do you really trust those people completely?" The more he spoke, the deeper his worry became. He finally voiced his gut feeling. "There's no reason for us to hand over the train. We never told them it was broken or anything. And the way they flipped a switch the second they heard about a market, it's suspicious." Seiyun Kang paused, thought it over, and had to admit. He had a point. They could block off that milestone anytime they want. If the train gets stuck there, we're done for. Seeing that she was starting to believe him, he pressed on. "You don't trust them either, do you? You said they never show their faces, right? So how can we be sure that checkpoint is even safe?" With the world having gone to hell, he stood there and laid out all his doubts. "Chances are high that our lives will be in danger if we stop there." Hearing this, Seo Yun Kong finally agreed with him. "We should just head straight for Daejeong. Worst case scenario, we just blast our way out of there." But then, a new problem popped into Chun Su-go's head. What if they try to block our train? She immediately had an answer. There's an auxiliary line near the milestone that's still under construction. He didn't quite get it, so Seo Yun Kang slowly explained. "If someone wants to change our direction, they'll probably open that side track. And the result? Our train gets derailed." Chun Su-go's eyes widened in understanding. He immediately shared his horrifying conclusion. "It's a trap. There's probably another checkpoint. If we don't stop at the first one, they'll just divert our train onto that sideline. Seo Yun Kong's face fell as she put it all together. So even if we get past the first milestone, we're forced to stop at the second one, no matter what. Off to the side, Min Shan Kang just listened silently as the two planned. The sky was still dark. Just then, they arrived at Dongjin Station. Chon Su looked up at his skill display. Voice amplification. 7 times the volume for 1 minute. He decided to use it. On the platform, the soldiers at Dongjin Station heard the incoming train. Their heads snapped up. "The train's coming," one shouted. Chon Su took a deep breath and then stripped off all his clothes. For reasons only he understood. He frantically waved his hands at the soldiers. "The train is broken." The men just stared, confused about what was happening. He shouted again, his voice booming across the station. "The train is broken." That's when it finally clicked for them. Panic erupted. Nobody said anything about this. "It's not stopping. What do we do?" The train roared past the bewildered soldiers. He gave one last helpless yell, "The train is broken," before calmly walking back inside and closing the door. Seo Yun Kang stared at him, baffled. "What was that for? And where are your clothes?" He calmly explained, "I wanted to confuse them. The people here won't know how to react. Their confusion will affect the decisions of the guys at the second checkpoint." She was speechless for a second. "But why was your voice so loud? I thought you swallowed the train's horn or something." Chon Su just laughed as he put his shirt back on. "Why does that matter?" The train, meanwhile, continued to speed forward. A moment later, Seon Kang glanced out the window at the zombies closing in on the tracks behind them. She spoke slowly. "Looks like you were right. We're about to hit the side track, and they haven't dealt with the monsters here. The first checkpoint must be in total chaos." She kept her eyes fixed ahead. "Get ready to stop. We'll slow down after we leave the tunnel." A few moments later, Chon Su and Seon Kang headed down to the train's undercarriage. He gave one last instruction to Min Shan Kang. "In 30 minutes, pull the train's horn." The kid looked confused. "The horn?" Chon Su explained quickly. "We need you to cause a distraction while we're gone. Just hit the horn and start the train." The kid smiled confidently. "Leave it to me. Just make sure you both get back safe." So Yun Kang immediately turned and headed into the forest, then asked him quietly, "The checkpoint must be near here. You think that kid will be okay?" I only gave him a quick rundown on how to start the train. He just shrugged her worries off. "Don't worry, the kid's got a great memory." She seemed surprised by his confidence. They moved forward slowly. Chon Su taking point, spotted a bizarre-looking house up ahead. "I see it," he whispered. Hiding behind a large tree, they surveyed the area. "It's smaller than I thought. Quiet, too." She whispered back, "They don't know we're here. We stopped the train early, so they wouldn't have heard it." They decided to move closer, to get a better look at the situation on the ground. "Let's follow the tree line and approach." Soon, they were close enough to see the 4 guards from before. They were walking and talking amongst themselves. "What do we do with them?" the leader asked. His reply was cold. "If they resist, shoot them." Another guard laughed, adding a twisted comment. "Just make sure you keep the female engineer alive." They all shared a sick laugh. "Well, that makes it simple then." From the shadows, Chon Su heard everything. His mind raced. "They're planning to kill us." His first thought was to find a way to take them down after observing them. But suddenly, Seo Yun Kang's small hand grabbed his. He looked at her, confused. Her eyes were sharp, intense, and she was giving him a signal. A dialogue window exploded in his vision with a flood of messages. "I love Seyun Kang so much. Her acting is so natural. It's amazing. I wonder how they'll handle the monsters. You can definitely let her handle those guys." He understood immediately. He gave her a sharp nod. The guards, oblivious, kept walking and talking. One of them asked, "Why do they want them dead? We could just keep them for manual labor." Then he let out a sick chuckle. Or, "Let's keep them as toys." That was the signal, the perfect moment. Chon Su exploded from the shadows. At the same time, a thin wire shot through the air towards another soldier. In a flash, he was on top of one guard, one hand clamping down on his rifle, the other pressing a knife to his throat. On the other side, Seyun Kang had already wrapped her wire around another soldier's neck. She twisted, choking him out while neutralizing his weapon. Just like that, 2 men were down. The other 2 spun around, completely bewildered. Who the hell are these guys? The man in Chon Su grip struggled, cursing. "Damn you!" Chon Su just let out a cold laugh and leaned in close. "Not today." And just like that, he quickly flicks the safety back on his rifle. The viewers watching the screen were stunned. He'd definitely gotten stronger. With ice in her veins, Kang Se-yoon snatches a gun from one of the goons and screams, "Give me that!" But that wasn't nearly enough for her. She delivers a brutal kick right to his gut, making him howl in pain. And with another powerful shove, she sends him plummeting off the cliff. The last two guys? They were terrified, slowly backing away. Yeah, they never saw this coming. Kang Se-yoon slowly raises her head and asks, "What was that you were saying before?" Her eyes were like daggers as she stared them down. "Who's killing who now?" The two guys immediately lost their nerve. "We were just following orders." Kang Se-yoon just scoffs and kicks out. In a flash, she's on them, screaming, "Orders my ass." Seeing her go wild, one of the guys pulls out a knife and yells, "You crazy bitch!" She just casually kicks the knife right out of his hand, a punishing blow. Still not satisfied, Kang Se-yoon stomps down hard on his chest for good measure. She grabs another guy's gun, smacks him with it, and yells, "Get out of my sight!" The soldier, seeing her approach, started begging for his life, but he didn't even get to finish. With pure rage, Kang Se-yoon kicks him straight into the abyss. Chon Su rushes over, trying to stop her. "Wait!" He thought they should keep at least one of them alive. She just looks at him, completely confused. He hears the guy's fading scream from below, shakes his head and says, "Never mind. If you want to kick him off a cliff, kick him." Immediately, the live stream chat explodes with laughter. So ruthless. That was so satisfying. She didn't leave a single one. Chon Su just turns away, looking a little pale. The viewers started cheering, teasing that he was scared she'd kick him off too. He just laughs and tells them, "If you're right, don't say it so loud." Then he turns to inspect the gun in his hands. He asks her, surprised, "This thing is fully loaded? Have you ever even used a gun before?" Kang Se-yoon just nods, and a look of relief washes over his face. "Okay, this makes things easier. We'll storm the place directly." The two of them press forward as he asks, "You ready for a fight?" As they were walking, a strange sound echoes from the bottom of the cliff. Chon Su's curiosity gets the best of him, so he edges closer to see what's going on. Seeing the disgusting sight below, he blurts out, "What the hell is that?" Kang Se-yoon looks over, confused. "What's down there?" "What's down there?" A massive horde of zombies, all scrambling their way up. He felt completely helpless looking at the scene. There were as many as ants. Seeing the situation was bad, she turns back into him. They're slowly climbing up. "How many are there in total?" He scans the horde for a second, then urges her on. "We need to move. Now. We have to wipe them all out." The scene shifts. Inside a nearby compound, several armed guards are on patrol. He counts about 7 people outside. He figures with the ones inside, there are probably 10 or more. The viewers watch on, wondering if he can actually pull this off. He's still hiding behind a large rock, surveying the area. "It might not look like it, but I was a sharpshooter back in the army." Kang Se-yoon, hidden by a tree, gives him the signal. "The second we open fire, the zombie horde is going to rush them." He quietly loads a round, taking careful aim. "After this, we jump on the ship and get out of here. Get in position. I'll draw their fire." Kang Se-yoon follows his lead, crawling into position and scanning the scene. But then suddenly a bullet whizzes past him, kicking up dirt right at his feet. In an instant, one of the guards had him in their sights. The chat log explodes. "They're shooting. You've been spotted." Chon Su had no other choice. He raises his rifle and fires back at them, cursing under his breath, "Damn it!" In the next moment, one of the guards goes down. The others immediately raise their weapons. A hail of bullets flies towards him. Seeing the incoming fire, he gets a little nervous. "Are they using heavy weapons or something?" he mutters, then calls out to her. "Why is their firepower so insane?" Kang Se-yoon was also trying to provide cover fire. She shouts back, clearly surprised. "What are you doing? Shoot back." Chon Su scans the situation and nods in agreement. But then a bullet grazes his side, and he cries out in pain. She immediately sounds worried. "You're hit?" He clutches his arm and explains. "It's fine. It just grazed me." Chon Su glances towards the enemy's hiding spot. He calls out to his viewers, "Hey guys, can you see what's going on inside their base?" The chat window instantly floods with noisy comments. "Of course not. We're just watching in third person, like a horror game." Furious, he just starts firing blindly. A million calculations run through his mind. "They spotted us way sooner than I thought. Their firepower is insane. These bastards are shooting like there's no tomorrow." But his shots kept missing. The comments started pouring in. "My eyes. Where are you aiming? What terrible aim. My arm is injured, that's why." Suddenly, Kang Se-yoon cries out from beside him, making him whip his head around in concern. He turns to her as she pants and explains, "I'm okay, it just grazed me." He looks at her, surprised. How many rounds have you fired? She thinks for a second. About 20 rounds. And that's when Chon Su starts to really panic. He had no idea what to do. They only have about 30 bullets left. What now? The enemy starts closing in on their position, guns raised. Immediately, the viewers start screaming at him through the chat. They're coming. Chon Su knows the situation is bad. He signals to Kang Si-yoon, we have to fall back. She looks at him, totally confused. Go where? He immediately replies, we'll figure that out later. She reluctantly gets up, but keeps firing suppressive shots at the enemy. Seeing them move, the guards unleash another relentless barrage of gunfire in their direction. Chon Su leaps out from cover, gun blazing. He yells, giving her a signal, I'll cover you, run. He really was a sharpshooter. Chon Su lands a clean headshot on one of the enemies, taking him out instantly. The others just scream in rage, die, you bastards. The viewers, however, were still doubtful. They were all asking each other the same thing. There's no way the two of them can beat armed soldiers. This is just sad to watch. Just then, a bullet tears right through his hand. He screams in pain, pleading to his viewers through the screen. It's over, all my loyal fans, you gotta save me. But hearing his plea for help, the chat just filled with jokes. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. Anyone else got a quest? Why should I give him a quest? I'm not wasting my genes on a guy who's about to die. On screen, more comments flooded in. I'm out of genes. Someone, please help him. But then another viewer just laughed. Let him die. Don't be so soft on the guy. Chon Su read that and clenched his jaw, pure fury in his eyes. And the brutal truth hit him. To them, he was just entertainment. He had no real value yet. They just wanted a good show to see if he could survive. And with that, he bolted forward at full speed. Was this what only one wanted to see? He screams into the feed, letting everyone watching know what's about to happen. I'm not dying here, he quickly tells Jang Seo-yoon, and you better not die either. She just stares back at him, completely confused. They keep running as he lays out his crazy plan. I'll draw the zombies and the soldiers. We'll meet up later. She can't believe it. You mean the ones on the cliff? Are you insane? He refuses to answer her. Instead, he just says, this is our chance to turn the tables. Standing on the cliff's edge, Chon Su takes a deep breath, steeling himself. And then he roars at them, you peer. Instantly, he activates every taunt skill he has. Jang Se-yoon is just speechless. She's freaking out, yelling at him. What in the world are you doing? But Chon Su just keeps provoking the zombies. You see me, right? Come and get me, you mindless freaks. He's acting completely unhinged, and she gets scared, rushing forward to try and stop him. Using this moment, he lays out the real plan. I'm going to lure the zombies and lead them straight to that landmark. Keep your distance and follow me. We will survive. You trust me, right? She freezes, just staring at him, completely lost for words. But one thought is screaming inside her head. Who in their right mind would trust you in a situation like this? Suddenly, Chon Su makes his move, charging straight for the soldiers in uniform, with 100 zombies chasing right behind him. The soldiers hesitate. What the hell? He's leading the horde to us. The order comes instantly. Fire! His pace slows for just a second. Then he launches himself into the air, flying towards them like a human missile. The soldiers are stunned, frozen in place. Honestly, even he's surprised he pulled that off. The live chat window is absolutely exploding with comments, all about his insane talent. He can do that? Dude just became a pro high jumper. The moment he lands, Chon Su slams his feet into the ground. Stunned, the soldiers watch him get away. What the hell just happened? One yells. His partner screams back, I don't know, just get him. Now he's got gunmen chasing him. But when he easily scales a treetop, they're just left wondering, is that guy even human? How is he moving so fast? One of the soldiers points. He's heading right for our position. And on the stream, the surprised comments just keep on coming. His stats are insane. How many did he pull? Maybe 70? You know what? I think he might actually live. Just then, a huge iron gate appears in front of him. Chon Su shoves the massive gate open without even slowing down. Then he ducks into a different path, shouting back, Hey, you morons! Were you taking a nap back there? The soldiers rush out, instantly recognizing him. It's that guy from before, shoot him. But just as they start firing, they hear something from behind. They turn around to see hundreds of zombies swarming into the compound, absolutely berserk. The situation just became critical. Meanwhile, Jang Seo-yoon slams her boot into a zombie's face, screaming, Get off me! She furiously guns down every monster rushing toward her. But suddenly, another one breaks through, lunging right at her. Cornered, she lets out a scream of pure desperation, and right on cue, Chon Su appears. He takes down the zombie with a single shot from his gun, saving her life. For a second, Jang Seo-yoon is just frozen solid. Snapping out of it, she calls out his name. He immediately steps in front of her, shielding her as he gives the order. Get back, I've bought us some time, we need to go now. But Jang Seo-yoon is still trying to process what just happened. She stares at him blankly. Are you going to carry me? No time for questions. He just snaps. You talk too much, and pulls her away. Then, he just scoops her up and starts sprinting. Hold on tight, he yells as they barrel forward through the chaos. He calls out her name. Are you okay? Say something. But it seems Jang Seo-yoon is just too stunned to speak. The viewers find her shocked silence hilarious. Go, Chon Su calls her name again, louder. She finally responds, What? He just points. To the train tracks up ahead. Then he asks, See that lever over there? Think you can turn it? He gently sets her down, dashes to the switch, then turns to cover her from the zombies. The train gets here in less than a minute. I'll hold them off. She just nods. The air fills with the sound of gunfire and screams. Fall back. Go, Chon Su hesitates for a second, wondering how many people are still inside. If the horde catches up, we're done for. The anxiety is getting to Jang Seo-yoon. Her hands are fumbling. She's furious with herself. Why are my hands shaking so much? Just then, another zombie lunges right at Chon Su. He decisively puts it down with his gun. At the same time, Jang Seo-yoon takes a breath, focusing to try one more time. Feeling like he can't hold out much longer, he anxiously yells back, Are you done yet? She immediately shouts back, Just finished. And of course, another zombie attacks. But he already made the zombie log out of existence. Chon Su decisively scoops Jang Seo-yoon up and makes a run for it. She sees this and is speechless again. Huh? Just then, he hears the train whistle. The train's here, he yells. As the train itself comes speeding toward them, he realizes something's wrong instantly. The train isn't slowing down at all. Chon Su's heart drops. It's moving way too fast. Did something happen to Minchon-jang? Then they both get a horrifying glimpse inside a train car. Minchon-jang, lying in a pool of blood. The train just keeps hurtling forward. The noise on the tracks is deafening. Jang Seo-yoon realizes the awful truth and screams a warning. The train isn't planning to stop. She worriedly looks back at Chon Su, yelling, The zombies are coming. But he's still running forward. He has to get on that train. If they miss it, it's game over. He quickly checks his taunt skill. Only 35 seconds left. Panic sets in that's nowhere near enough time. He yells to Jang Seo-yoon, Hold on tight. We are getting on that train, no matter what. Then, with a determined roar, Chon Su pushes himself forward, faster than ever before. Go! Jang Se-yoon could only scream, completely helpless. You're insane. Meanwhile, the zombies just kept coming. More and more of them, swarming from God knows where. Jang Seo-yoon had no idea why the horde was so massive. She looked back at him, completely shocked. How are you drawing all of their attention? All this while the train was still pulling away. They were hanging on by a thread, with the undead snapping at their heels. She was starting to panic. Wasn't chasing a moving train hard enough for you? Chon Su glanced behind them. I thought it needed a little more spice. Then he roared, Just a little further. He was closing the distance to the train, as viewers blew up the comment window. You're not going to make it like this. If you drop Jang Seo-yoon, you'll be fine. They kept spamming him, cheering him on. Just toss her. At that moment, a zombie's hand lunged for them. But Jang Seo-yoon was no damsel in distress. She coldly smacked the zombie's hand away. Chon Su was still pushing forward with everything he had. Just one more. His provoke skill only had 14 seconds left, but his physical abilities were boosted by 1,000%. He let out a yell and charged ahead. She was completely clueless about what was happening, and even the viewers were stunned. My God, 1,000%. He's almost at the train. Go. Suddenly, he screamed her name. Jang Se-yoon. Then he gave her a direct order. This is going to hurt, so brace yourself. In the next instant, he hurled her onto the train, leaving her completely shocked. She landed hard on the deck, but her quick reflexes saved her. She immediately grabbed onto the edge of the train car as Chon Su sprinted behind her with all his might. His skill timer was down to just 7 seconds. He yelled at her, Hold on tight. He silently cursed Min Cheon-jong in his head before leaping onto the train. That damn bastard. Just as Jang Seo-yoon was giving up hope, thinking she was about to die, a hand firmly grabbed hers. A quiet voice called out, Jang Seo-yoon. She couldn't believe her eyes as she looked up in shock. Chon Su just smiled as he pulled her safely onto the train. Gotcha. Immediately, the donations started flooding in by the thousands, with all sorts of messages. I knew you could do it. That was impressive. Nice. The two of them slowly walked deeper into the train. He glanced at his monitor, then laughed, asking his viewers, "What did I tell you guys? You were the ones who said I wouldn't die." But then, the scene before them made them both freeze on the spot. Jiang Seo-yoon whispered his name. Look, the room was covered in splatters of red blood. As they stepped inside, they saw Min Cheonjiang collapsed on the ground. He was next to another, unfamiliar person. Jiang Seo-yoon flinched at the scent. The smell of blood is so strong. She anxiously moved closer. Is he dead? He immediately stopped her from getting any closer and ordered, "Toss the zombie corpse aside." Then he used his gun to gently nudge Min Cheonjiang, calling out his name. His mind was racing. The kid was covered in so much blood, it was impossible to tell if he'd been bitten. He just kept calling his name over and over. Suddenly, a message popped up in the chat window. "Hey, shouldn't you chop his head off just to be safe?" He read the comment and just stood there, frozen. In an instant, the look in Chon Su's eyes changed. The chat window immediately erupted with angry comments. What the hell kind of suggestion is that? He's upset. Shut your damn mouth. He kept trying to wake him up. Can you hear me? Jiang Seo-yoon looked on, surprised. She stepped forward and asked, "What if he doesn't respond?" He just shook his head. "I think he just passed out." Then he turned to her. If he had turned, he would have woken up a long time ago. "If that happens, I'll handle it myself." But just then, Min Cheonjiang groaned in pain and began to wake up. She gasped, "Min Cheonjiang." He leaned in, worried. "Is that you, Min Cheonjiang?" Suddenly, his limbs began to twist and contort as he let out a scream of agony. Chon Su stood frozen at the sight. Damn it! The kid just kept screaming helplessly. A sad thought crossed his mind. I wish we could have been together longer. He immediately raised his gun, ready to end Min Cheonjiang's life. This is my fault. Just then, Min Cheonjiang sat up and clutched his head with a sigh. Man, that hurts. Chon Su snapped back to reality and quickly threw the gun aside. He rushed over to check the kid's face. He was still confused about what was happening. Chon Su looked at him anxiously and asked, "You weren't bitten, were you?" Min Cheonjiang looked dazed as he explained everything. "No, I defeated that zombie. But I think I slipped and hit my head." Before he could finish, Chon Su pulled him into a hug, shouting with relief, "I really thought you were dead." And of course, a new message popped up on the stream. "Shouldn't you check again to be sure?" He jumped in surprise when he read the message. Min Cheonjiang was still looking at him, confused. "Wow. I never knew you had this side to you." He just had to react. He quickly began patting him down, checking for any wounds, which only surprised the kid more. And then he realized. There's nothing here. He let out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. "You weren't bitten. Thank God." Standing off to the side, Jiang Seo-yoon also let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. "I'm so glad everything's okay. I really thought you were a goner." Seeing the two of them, Min Cheonjiang asked, a little confused, "How did you two get on the train?" She just shook her head, exhausted. It's a long story. But then she remembered something and pointed her finger at Chon Su, scolding him. "How are you so freaking strong? You threw me straight into the air." The kid heard that and whipped his head around, shocked. "He threw you?" He sighed in frustration. "Don't say things that could give people the wrong idea." She just walked closer, putting a hand on his shoulder. "He was carrying me while chasing a train." Seeing the disgusted look on Min Cheonjiang's face, he quickly shouted an explanation. "Don't look at me like that. It's hurtful. It's not what you think." The kid just shot back. "You shouldn't treat people like they're objects." Just then, the perfect excuse popped into Chon Su's head, and he started explaining his story. "It was all for survival. It was a life-or-death situation, so my hidden potential must have exploded, you know? Like when a mother lifts an entire car to save her child." Hearing that, Jiang Seo-yoon's eyes lit up, and she gasped in amazement. "That's amazing! I've never seen anything like it. The human will is incredible." He just looked at her and said, "Let go of me first, then you can be amazed." She quickly apologized. But suddenly, the train's radio crackled to life. A voice echoed through the car. "Report! Who is on this train?" Jiang Seo-yoon froze, completely stunned by the voice. She looked at him in shock. "That's the Army's division. What are we going to do?" Yeah, this was a really tight spot. Immediately, the viewers watching the stream exploded in the chat. "Those guys haven't contacted the landmark yet, have they? Should we tell them we wiped that place out?" Chon Su was lost in thought, figuring out a plan. Then, he grabbed the radio. This is Chon Su. On the other end, panic erupted. Who are you? He calmly explained. I'm just a civilian. Where did you come from? The voice on the other end demanded. Are you at the landmark for a mission? Hearing this, a thought crossed his mind. Is this a trick question? Chon Su immediately switched on his acting skills. He spoke into the radio. Didn't the landmark tell you anything? We came to landmark number 2 to repair the train. We accidentally ran into a mysterious group fighting a horde of zombies. I tried my best to escape, but there were just too many of them. So now, I'm the only one left alive. Instantly, everyone watching the screen knew he was putting on a show. The voice on the radio asked, shocked, "You're the only one?" He nodded, confirming the story. The engineer got the train started, but she was bitten. So she jumped. Hearing this, Jang Seo-yoon shot him a stunned, furious look. She snapped, "Don't you dare make up stories about me." But before she could finish, he quickly covered her mouth. He continued talking into the radio, ignoring the chaos. Am I a member of the 7.5 division or something? The guy on the other end immediately agreed with that. Then, he pressed Chon Su for confirmation. You're really the only survivor? Suddenly, Chon Su started acting erratically, shouting into the device. The signal's breaking up. I can't hear you. The man on the other end sounded surprised and urgent. Wait, hold on. But Chon Su just yelled out a new rendezvous point. I think the radio's busted. I'll meet you at Daejeong Station. The man on the other end agreed immediately. If you can hit the brakes and stop there, we'll take it from there. After he hung up, a surprised Jang Se-yoon turned to Chon Su. You're a pretty good liar. He sighed in response. It's a survival skill. Looks like we can't take the train to Daejeong Station anymore. He thought for a moment, then questioned her. Is there anywhere we can stop the train before we get to the station? Hearing this, she hesitated, thinking hard before answering. There's a place. Not far from the city. It's a little suspicious. An image of the city appeared. Jang Seo-yoon continued her explanation. There's a botanical garden near the main road. The three of them got off the train and headed down a different path, each one armed. Chon Su looked a little worried. He turned to Minshan Jiang, who was holding an iron pipe. You sure that pipe is going to be enough? Immediately, the live chat started flooding with messages. Looks like he's a fan of it. That pipe is his partner now. Hope Chon Su finds his own legendary weapon soon. Right now, Chon Su was only holding a small knife. Night was falling as the three of them moved deeper into the woods. He suddenly looked up, scanning the area, then slowly moved forward. He observed the surroundings, surprised. It was strangely silent. Usually, you'd hear birds or something out here. Minshan Jiang and Jang Seo-yoon were also on high alert, scanning the area around them. The three of them kept moving forward, when suddenly he asked the two behind him, Do you guys hear that? Minshan Jiang quickly shook his head. Jang Seo-yoon looked surprised too. Hear what? No. Chon Su pressed on, then asked the viewers on the stream, Can any of you hear anything? Everyone replied that they couldn't hear a thing, other than Chon Su's voice. Hearing this, he figured he was just overthinking it. He slowly moved forward, his pace getting faster and faster. Then, a strange noise made him jump. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, that sound is driving me crazy. Remembering something, he turned back to Jang Seo-yoon. How big is this forest? She thought for a second. As long as we don't get lost, it should take about 20 minutes to get out. But, it's really dark now. Minshan Jiang stepped forward. Let me lead the way. I remember the path. Chon Su looked at him and chuckled. Just as expected. We're counting on you then. And with that, Minshan Jiang took the lead, with the other two following close behind. Suddenly, something huge and strange lunged at them. Chon Su screamed a warning to Minshan Jiang. Luckily, he reacted in a flash, blocking the attack just in time. There was no time to waste. Chon Su pulled him back, yelling, Get back! The three of them stood frozen, stunned by the sight. Chon Su stared at the giant tree branch in front of him and yelled in frustration. Are you serious right now? Isn't this a little much? The three of them could only stare at the massive monster before them. Chon Su couldn't help himself. A tree monster? You've got to be kidding me. The viewers watching the stream were also freaking out in the chat. It's a tree monster. How is that even possible? He just stared up at the giant creature, his mind racing angrily. A tree monster. So this place is like its nest. It was staring them down with terrifying hollow eyes. Then, the ground cracked apart as its roots tore through the earth. A thick branch shot out towards Jang Seo-yoon. Seeing this, she furiously sliced it in half and screamed, How dare you! Chon Su quickly tried to stop her. Wait! He ran forward, signaling to the other two. They attack fast, but they move slow. We need to find a way out of here, now. Minxianjiang, lead the way. Hearing this, the boy immediately bolted. Got it. The three of them ran for their lives, trying to escape the forest. As they ran, Chon Su shouted a suggestion. Let's take the trail. Minxianjiang was running at full speed. Avoid the canopy. The branches rustled and moved in an unsettling way. Just then, an ancient tree monster rose up in front of them and let out a deafening roar. He quickly changed direction, yelling to the others, Left! Their slow, turtle-like speed meant they couldn't possibly keep up. Chon Su glanced back. Seeing the situation, he let out a triumphant laugh. Nice, we'll be out of here in no time. But just as he was celebrating, a shadowy branch appeared behind him. It was moving with unnatural speed. The branch lashed out at Chon Su, but he managed to dive out of the way just in time. Seeing this, Jiang So-yun screamed his name in panic. He was helpless on the ground as she glared at the tree monster. Just like that, the monster had split Minxianjiang and the other two in different directions. Everyone was still in shock. How did it get so huge? Minxianjiang, following orders, immediately reacted and started running too. Chon Su yelled over his shoulder, Just run, we'll handle this. See you at the entrance gate. Hearing that, the kid looked back, worried, about to say something. But in that exact moment, a tree branch lunged right for him. Seeing it, Chon Su roared at the top of his lungs, Run! Minxianjiang had no choice. He just turned and fled. Even at full sprint, he glanced back one last time. You have to survive. But for the two of them, giant tree monsters were already closing in, surrounding them. Kang So-yeon was already on the attack, slashing at them while cursing angrily. Why the hell are these things swarming us like this? Chon Su stared at the monsters, and a cold feeling washed over him. Something was wrong. Why isn't my taunt skill working? The tree creatures just kept advancing, their faces twisted and horrifying. Suddenly, a message popped up from the chat. They aren't targeting you. Those things have no eyes or ears. He could hardly believe it. He stomped his foot hard against a tree trunk, and then activated his taunt skill. The timer began. 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, and in that moment, he understood. Chon Su immediately spun around to Kang So-yun behind him. Stop attacking. They can feel things through touch. Her eyes widened. Wait, so the more we fight back, the bigger our disadvantage gets? Chon Su grabbed her hand and started pulling her away. Run the other way, we'll circle around. She nodded instantly. His eyes were burning with resolve. He stared ahead, just praying Minxianjiang was safe. Meanwhile, Minxianjiang had reached a green garden. The place was completely empty. This had to be the entrance gate. He looked behind him and saw the tree monsters had stopped right at the edge of the clearing. He was stunned. He'd just realized something. They stopped chasing because there was no soil. He glanced back worriedly, whispering Chon Su's name. What am I supposed to do? If they get lost in there, it's a death sentence. An image flashed in his mind, Chon Su giving him a warm, reassuring hug. He just stood there, frozen, lost in thought. They agreed to meet at the gate, but he turned and walked away. Minxianjiang headed straight for a convenience store right there. Peeking inside, he nervously reassured himself. It's probably empty. He immediately grabbed 2 bottles of soju. He didn't forget to grab some food off the shelves either. Minxianjiang looked at some games on a rack and sighed. Don't need these anymore. I quit a long time ago. He stared at the lighter in his hand, and his resolve hardened. Just wait for me, Chon Su. He quickly soaked a makeshift torch with the alcohol and flicked the lighter on. Then he charged straight back into the forest, screaming, You're all dead! Without a second thought, he shoved the torch against the nearest tree monster. The creature burst into flames, shrieking in agony. Minxianjiang realized it was fleeing the fire. He quickly jumped from one monster to the next. He couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Guess I never tried this before. Turns out you guys aren't so tough. He kept pushing forward with the torch, taunting them. Go on, run, you bastards. More and more fires began to light up the dark forest. But then, suddenly one of the tree monsters charged right at him with terrifying speed, catching him completely off guard. He barely dodged aside, screaming a command. Don't get any closer! And instantly, a massive explosion erupted right in front of Minxianjiang. He was completely frozen, just stunned by the sight. They were exploding. The fire from the blast quickly spread to the other monsters nearby. The tree creatures were immediately consumed by the flames. But even as they burned to ash, they kept crawling towards Minxianjiang, trying to log him out. He felt completely helpless. I've really messed up now. A burning monster shrieked and lunged for him. Overwhelmed, he just turned and screamed right back at them. Get away! But as he was running, Min Xiongjiang suddenly tripped and fell flat on his face. Just when he thought it was all over, a powerful jet of water suddenly blasted the burning monsters, saving him. The water stopped them right in their tracks. Min Xiongjiang turned his head, stunned by the sight. Then, a voice suddenly shouted a warning. They're about to explode! Be careful! An old man appeared, holding a fire hose. He yelled at the kid. Don't just lie there, get over here! Snapped back to reality, Min Xiongjiang scrambled to his feet and ran towards him. Just then, a huge explosion rocked the area, and he instinctively covered his head. The old man grabbed him and pulled him away, shouting a warning. We have to run, hurry! As he was being dragged along, he pleaded, My friends! But the old man just snapped at him angrily. Forget him. Don't you see the monsters chasing us? He yanked the kid forward before he could resist. This way. Min Xiongjiang looked around, completely confused, thinking, this place isn't on the map. Min Xiongjiang's eyes were filled with worry as he glanced behind them. A moment later, the old man, panting heavily, found an underground base. He then roughly shoved Min Xiongjiang down into the opening. Get down there. The kid landed painfully on the ground below. He immediately sat up and looked around. The strange old man slowly climbed down after him. The kid stared at the room in surprise and asked, Where are we? The old man didn't answer his question, and instead just asked slowly, Are you okay, kid? Min Xiongjiang shook his head helplessly. I ache all over. He quickly caught him. Better this than being torn to shreds by those things out there. He helped the kid sit on the edge of the bed. Here, sit down. He smiled, ready to share a secret. This is my home. Built it long before the world went to hell. Then, his eyes narrowed, his gaze turning razor sharp. By the way. And just like that, the friendly look was gone. Where do you live, kid? Is that a school uniform? The boy nervously tried to explain. Yeah, I'm a high schooler. Not that it matters now. Suddenly, he remembered Chon Su and shot to his feet, alarmed. Right. But his wounds were just too much, and he collapsed to the ground. The old man quickly tried to explain. Don't rush. I don't know who you came here with. Forget them. Once those monsters start moving, nobody can escape. But he was determined. I have to save them. We've come all this way together. The old man's demeanor shifted, becoming terrifying. Absolutely not, he yelled. His eyes bored into the boy, filled with disapproval. If you really want to save them, you wait for sunrise. At that time, those creatures will root themselves to the ground and stop moving. Hearing this, the boy was stunned, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. When the sun comes up, the man nodded, confirming it. Your friends can hold out until then. Running out now is just suicide. You've been through life or death situations with them before. Just trust them. Min Xiongjiang was convinced. He immediately nodded, his eyes full of sorrow. Okay, I'll wait here, then. Strange noises continued to echo from the manhole cover above. The old man just chuckled and said, Those things won't find us. You can relax, kid. He then pulled out a can of peaches from somewhere and offered it to him. You must be starving, right? Here, eat up. The boy hesitated, staring at the food. The old man pushed a spoon into his hand, urging him on. Don't worry, just eat. You have to eat whenever you get the chance. You never know when your next meal will be. You need strength to find your friends tomorrow. Min Xiongjiang, finally persuaded, slowly took the spoon, scooped up a piece of peach, and nodded. You're right. The moment the food hit his tongue, he was so moved he nearly cried. This is so good. Seeing him eat so hungrily, the old man suddenly offered him a bottle of water. You've had it rough for someone so young. Drink some water. And then, suddenly, this strange old man's face twisted into something unbelievably creepy. Take your time. The old man leaned in, slowly getting closer to Min Xiongjiang. So young, and already going through so much, he asked. Where did you come in from? The main gate? The boy thought for a moment, then nodded. Actually, we came in through the back gate. Hearing this, the man asked with a hint of curiosity, The back gate? So you came here by train? The boy looked surprised. How did you know? The old man continued his questioning. Lately, that's the only way. I've seen anyone arrive. How many people are in your group? Min Xiongjiang paused for a second before answering. Including me, there are 3 of us. At this, the man's expression changed. He asked coldly. So, there are 2 others? Then, he turned to leave, but not before asking, What's in your bag? Startled, the boy quickly explained, It's just some food and a few random things. The man laughed. Don't worry, I'm not going to take your stuff. I have so much food. I was thinking of sharing some with you. Min Xianjiang quickly waved his hands, refusing. No, that's okay. Letting me rest here is more than enough. But the man insisted. If you need anything, just ask. You can sleep on that bed over there. Seeing how hospitable he was being, the boy felt a bit awkward. I can't possibly. The man laughed, setting up another mattress. I always keep one ready, just in case I have guests. Then, he switched off the light and told him, get some rest. I'll wake you up in the morning. But Min Xianjiang just tossed and turned in bed. He was too worried about his two friends to sleep. He glanced over at the strange old man sleeping in the other direction. For his age, he was amazing, kind, and thoughtful. Was this what they called life experience? The thought made him feel a little embarrassed, and he pulled the blanket over his face. The man shared his food with him, and here he was, doubting him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps from above. Hearing the sound, Min Xianjiang prayed it was Chon Su, even as he stared at the ceiling, his mind racing. Right now, they were probably too busy running from those things to even eat or drink. Then, the image of the canned peaches the old man gave him popped into his head. That stuff was seriously good. Immediately, his mind jumped to a horrible thought, imagining Chon Su and Jiang So-yoon transformed into giant trees, forced to eat nothing but the roots in the ground. In his vision, his friend screamed at him, I'm so hungry, Min Xianjiang. The thought made him tear up, and he quickly glanced away. His eyes landed on a stack of 10 canned peaches on a shelf. Seeing the strange man was still asleep, he slowly sat up and whispered, Sir? He tiptoed toward the cans, his mind racing. With this many, he probably wouldn't notice if I just took one. He grabbed a can, but was instantly hit with a wave of guilt. He was completely conflicted. I can't do this to the person who saved my life. He put it back and went back to bed. But the man wasn't asleep at all. His eyes snapped open, glancing behind him with an absolutely terrifying look. Elsewhere, Chon Su was running for his life. He looked back and cursed out loud. Why are there so many of them? It's like every damn tree here is a monster. He stared into the rustling, menacing woods. He realized what was happening. If you touch one, it wakes up. And then it wakes up all the others, starting a massive chain reaction. Jiang So-yoon stumbled towards him, clutching her arm in pain. Sorry, she said. I dropped my gun when I fell back there. He rushed over to her, worried. Are you okay? You look hurt. She shook her head, forcing herself to keep moving. More importantly, do you know the way out of here? He looked ahead, then answered helplessly. We've been running in circles for so long. I've completely lost my sense of direction. Viewers watching the live feed immediately started commenting on their phones. I can't believe they're trapped in there. I told you I had a bad feeling about this place. Look around. See if there's a landmark or something. He desperately scanned the area as he ran. What am I supposed to find now? But then, something strange happened. The tree monsters turned away, no longer chasing them. He was confused by the sight. Why did the tree monsters suddenly change direction? Then, he looked up at a nearby tree. Perched on a branch was a familiar-looking teddy bear. He thought to himself, that white fluff ball looks really familiar. It waved at him, and he yelled out in shock. He stared at it for a second, and then it hit him. Is it telling me to follow it? Beside him, Jiang So-yoon had no idea what was going on with him. What is it? He grabbed her arm and pulled her in a new direction, shouting, this way. She was still completely baffled. A moment later, she regained her composure. She looked at him, confused. Did you remember the way out? She thought. Just like at the milestone, he always pulls through when things get tough. The teddy bear then leaped down to the ground. It jumped down, he yelled. This way. She was still lost. What? What jumped down? The teddy bear scurried forward quickly, and Chon Su followed without hesitation. A confident thought crossed his mind. I have a total of 37 genes now. Even if I find it, I'll definitely be able to open it. He shouted with excitement, bring me all the chests. But what he saw next stopped him cold. It made our hero freeze right in his tracks, completely speechless. In front of him was an incredibly luxurious chest, valued at a whopping 72 genes. He stared, mouth hanging open, with absolutely no clue what was happening. He practically screamed, what was that? 72 genes? Are you kidding me? Hearing that, everyone watching on the screen just burst out laughing. The comments started flying. 72 genes, don't feel bad, you poor thing. Go, Chon Su was furious. He yelled at the top of his lungs. It's always been 1 or 5 genes. Why the sudden price hike? People started explaining through the chat window. The price depends on what's inside the chest. Guess we forgot to tell you that. He dropped to his knees in a frenzy, screaming his head off. Damn it, Jiang So-yoon. Standing beside him, she turned. a little confused. She couldn't understand why he was reacting like this. What's wrong? He reached helplessly for the chest, his voice cracking as he yelled, "That thing. My jeans. The chests here are crazy expensive. I need more jeans." She was completely baffled, having no idea what the hell he was talking about. Her mind raced. Looks like he's just so scared he's lost his mind, not like he actually has a plan. She quickly slapped him a few times across the face and shouted, "Get a grip. Whatever it is you just saw, we can come back for it later." But he just kept sobbing in pure frustration. A second later, she sprang into action, grabbing him and pulling him away. "The monsters are coming. We have to move now." But he was still drowning in despair, thinking, "It's over." At this point, he had no energy left to play this game. He was on the verge of complete shutdown. Should I just provoke the monsters and call it a day? But what if one of them just swats me and I'm gone? The more he thought, the more depressed he got. But wait a second, they're plant monsters. If we want to take them down, we're gonna need fire, and right then, a jet of water shot out. Feeling the cool mist, he instantly froze, his eyes snapping wide open. The two of them stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Jang So-yoon was just as confused. She quickly whipped her head around and shouted, "They stopped moving!" A young man was waving frantically at them. "Over here, I can save you both." Go, Chon Su still couldn't believe his eyes. He thought in total confusion, "There's another person in a place like this?" Jang So-yoon didn't waste a second thinking. She just grabbed his arm and pulled. "Let's go." He was still hesitating, but one look back at the plant monsters chasing them, and pure rage took over. Damn it, there was no other choice. The young man hurried them along. "Follow me. I'll take you to a hiding spot." Meanwhile, in a different place, Minxian Jiang was on a bed, panting and exhausted. He weakly lifted his head to look forward. His face was covered in sweat and fear. "Something's not right. I'm so dizzy. My body feels so heavy. I can't even get up." Suddenly, the strange old man's voice cut in. "Is something wrong? It sounds like you're struggling a bit. It's a long time till sunrise." Minxian Jiang told him weakly, "My body feels weird. I'm so tired." Hearing this, the old man turned back, a very unsettling smile on his face. It was almost as if this was all his doing. That's a strange thing to say. Why is feeling tired so strange? Just get some sleep. Don't you worry about a thing. Then, his eyes turned completely vicious. Staring right at Minxian Jiang, he said, "I'll keep watch for you." Hearing this, a jolt of fear shot through the boy. He snapped his head around, a horrible realization dawning on him. It couldn't be, right? Sensing his moment had come, the old man slowly stood up and revealed everything. "I'm surprised you can still resist the medicine's effect. You must be young, but you really shouldn't fight it so hard. Just sleep until morning, and everything will be over." Hearing that, his confusion turned into pure terror. His face went pale as he asked, "Over? Who are you?" At that moment, his eyes felt like they were being forced shut. The old man slowly walked toward him. "What do you think I mean?" "You mean I go to sleep and I won't feel tired anymore?" he demanded. "What did you do to me?" The old man's eyes turned sharp and cruel, full of cold calculation as he stared at him. "I only saved your life. I didn't do anything else." Minxian Jiang was fading fast, but he still managed to force the words out. "If that were true, I wouldn't feel like this." The old man acted like he just remembered something, pointing to the food containers on the table. "It's because you touched my boxes," he explained, and then he continued. Pointing to the liquid on the food containers, he asked, "See that liquid smeared on the outside?" Minxian Jiang struggled to sit up, shocked. "So that's why it was so slippery." "What is that liquid?" The old man calmly replied, "Poison." Hearing that, Minxian Jiang couldn't stay calm anymore. The old man continued with a triumphant tone, "It's made from the leaves of those monsters." Right after that, Minxian Jiang collapsed to the floor below. The old man's voice was disturbingly comforting. "It just has the effect of a sleeping pill. It's very easily absorbed through the skin." The old man slowly lifted Minxian Jiang's body. "Just relax. If you keep this up, you'll only hurt yourself." He shouted back in anger, "Let go of me." A wicked smile spread across the old man's face as he slowly pulled up a blanket. "You need to stay covered, just like you have a cold." His eyes were vicious, staring down at the boy. "We'll talk more later." Minxian Jiang was completely powerless to resist. All he could do was curse under his breath. Damn it! His mind was racing. "I need to warn everyone that there's an enemy here." Right then, Minxian Jiang's eyes slowly closed. The old man didn't forget to add, "See you in the morning." "Go." Chon Su stared in surprise at what was in front of him. "Is this a basement?" Below him, Jang So-yoon was already climbing down. The simple-looking farmer quickly urged him, "You should climb down too." Chon Su shook his head and told him, "You go down first." Hearing that, the man's face went pale. "Just hurry up and get down there." Chon Su thought to himself, "Why is this guy so strong? He hasn't moved an inch." Still completely suspicious, he said, "You saved our lives, so you go down first to stay safe." Hearing that, the man could only agree with a sigh. "Close the hatch when you're in." Chon Su finally climbed down. His eyes were still filled with doubt, but he closed the cellar door anyway. Immediately, the hatch slammed shut tight. Chon Su slowly made his way down into the room. The farmer guy sighed, exhausted. "We made it. That was a close one." But he wasn't really paying attention to what the guy was saying. He was surprised, looking at the bookshelves lining the wall. So many books. Seeing the two had finally settled down, their rescuer decided to introduce himself. "We should probably introduce ourselves. I'm Juji Seong." Hearing that, Jiang So-yoon stepped forward. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Jiang So-yoon." But before she could even shake his hand, Chon Su cut in, grabbing it himself. "I'm Chon Su." The man suddenly gave a very strange smile. "Is that so? Hello then. It's a pleasure to meet you." A little later, all three of them were sitting inside the bunker. So-yoon looked at him, surprised. "You live here all by yourself?" He just nodded. "You guys can relax now." So-yoon then remembered something and turned to Chon Su. "I'm thirsty." Hearing that, he immediately grabbed a water bottle from a cabinet. But before Chon Su could even pull out his own water, Ju Ji-seong shot up, grabbed a bottle from his cabinet, and offered it to them. "Here, drink mine. No need to use your own supplies." Chon Su, still on high alert, shot back, "It's fine. You already helped us out. We don't want to be any more of a burden." Jiang Seo-yoon nodded in agreement but opened the bottle he gave her. "Gotta show some gratitude to the guy who saved your life, right?" Hearing this, their host let out a strange sigh of relief. He closed the door again and said, "Just let me know if you need anything. I've got plenty of food." Seo-yoon leaned in and whispered to Chon Su, "You feel it too, don't you?" Chon Su, twisting the cap off his own bottle, just shook his head slightly. "Can't be sure yet. Better to stay sharp." Then he cut straight to the point with Ju Ji-seong. "Can we leave tomorrow morning?" Their host quickly nodded. "Yeah, those things usually stop moving once the sun's up. You two can take the bed. I'll sleep over there." But Jang Seo-yoon still looked a little hesitant. She quietly whispered to Chon Su, "Is it okay if I take the bed?" And just like that, she was on it, letting out an exhausted thank you. Chon Su watched her and thought, "Good, act natural." He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, pretending to relax. "Just act like you don't suspect a thing." As silence fell over the room, one thought echoed in his mind. "I've got a really bad feeling about this." A moment later, he slowly cracked his eyes open. And right when he did, a figure was standing directly in front of him. The viewer chat exploded. "What the hell? Is he about to crush Chon Su's skull? Wake up! Open your eyes!" Chon Su's eyes snapped open, and there he was, Ju Ji-seong's creepy silhouette looming over him. The guy was just staring. The chat window was still panicking for him. "Watch out!" Chon Su shot up, demanding, "What are you doing?" Startled, the guy jumped back and stammered out an excuse. "Whoa, you scared me. You looked cold. I was gonna grab a blanket for you." Seeing this play out on the screen, the viewers burst out laughing. "We fell for it. Look at his face. He was just being nice." Chon Su shot an annoyed glare at the chat notifications. "Seriously, guys?" Ju Ji-seong then pulled out a full set of bedding and handed it over. "The floor's hard. I've got an extra set ready." Chon Su just nodded. "Thanks." Then, without any visible hesitation, he used the bedding their host gave him. His eyes felt heavy, so incredibly tired. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd actually laid down properly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. "I wonder what Minchan Jiang is doing right now." And with that, he drifted off. Suddenly, a message popped up in the chat. "Don't fall asleep, Chon Su." He immediately shook his head, fighting it. The viewers laughed again. "He's drooling." He glanced over at Jiang Se-yoon, a little confused. "Looks like she's totally out. Man, I want to sleep too." She was facing the wall, deep in what seemed like a peaceful sleep. She has no idea what's going on, so she can just rest. Chon Su watched her, thinking, "My stats are only high because of my skills. Compared to me, she must be completely exhausted." He pinched himself, hard. Stay awake. He had to force himself to stay alert in the heavy silence of the room, shared by three people, each one in their own corner. Finally, once he was sure Ju Ji-seong was asleep, Chon Su quietly got up to investigate. At last, the guy's out cold. He cracked open a door and asked his viewers on screen, "All right, What should I do now? The chat was pretty surprised. Damn, you really are cautious. He looked into a fully stocked bathroom, impressed. This place is surprisingly well equipped. If I wasn't this careful, I would have been dead long ago. He glanced back at Juju Seong, still sleeping. This guy seems to know the plant monster's patterns so well he's willing to leave his shelter in the middle of the night. He turned his attention elsewhere. I need to find out more about him. After a quick search, he noticed something important. There were no security cameras anywhere. He looked at the boxes of canned peaches. That's a lot of food. Then, he reached out and touched one of the cans. Instantly, the look in Chon Su's eyes sharpened. Something was definitely not right. He immediately asked his viewers, "You guys see this? The logo on the lid is different from the logo on the can's label." Then, he voiced the suspicion forming in his mind. He probably filled this with something else, and then sealed it with a different lid. The viewers heard this and immediately freaked out. "That's terrifying. You're right. Kick his ass before he wakes up." Chon Su slowly walked towards the sleeping man, muttering under his breath, "This bastard." In one swift move, he grabbed Juju Seong and flipped him over before the guy even knew what was happening. Their host let out a desperate scream, but Chon Su's grip was like iron. "What are you doing?" Juju Seong yelled in a panic. Chon Su's voice was ice cold as the man struggled. Staring him down with a terrifying gaze, he shot back, "That's my line. If you were really asleep, you wouldn't have screamed before I even laid a hand on you." "Let me go!" Juju Seong shrieked. The noise finally woke Jiang Se-yoon, who sat up, groggy. "Fell asleep." "Go," Chon Su called out an order to her. "Seo-yoon, bring the blanket. We're tying this guy up." She blinked, surprised by the scene, but quickly grabbed the blanket, worried. "I knew it. I had a feeling this would happen." Chon Su, surprised by her comment, tied the guy up and asked, "How are you so sure?" "Don't think I didn't notice you were knocked out cold," she quickly explained. "I felt safe going to sleep because I knew you'd be awake." He let out a tired sigh, looking at their now captured host. Done. A viewer piped up with an idea in the chat. "Tie him to the ladder so he can't move." Chon Su actually chuckled, that was a good one. A moment later, Juju Seong was securely tied to the metal ladder. "What the hell are you two doing?" he yelled, completely helpless. "Go," Chon Su just smiled, lay down comfortably, and said, "You're spending the night like that. When we leave, you can enjoy this nice, warm bed all you want. Sweet dreams." Enraged, the man turned his yelling towards Jiang Seo-yoon. "Please, untie me. This is ridiculous." She didn't even argue, just gave a tired little wave. "Just try to bear with it for tonight." And with that, their host was completely defeated. He had no clue what was even happening. After a while, even he fell asleep. Over on the other side, Chon Su was finally out cold, too. After days of exhaustion, Jiang Seo-yoon couldn't help but drift off herself. What's happening? Suddenly, a persistent noise started ringing out. She shot awake and rushed over to Chon Su. He was sleeping soundly as she gently shook him. "What's that sound?" Then, she spotted the alarm clock and realized what it was. He must have set an alarm before he went to sleep. Juju Seong was awake now, too. He immediately started pleading his case. "You're up. Can you please untie me now? I couldn't sleep a wink. Is this how you treat the person who saved you?" Hearing that, she just gave a big, refreshing stretch and replied, "Works for me." We both slept great. She glanced up, listening for any sounds from above. Silence. Nothing. So-yoon moved over to Chon Su and shook him gently. Chon Su, wake up. I think it's safe to go out now. Come on, you're sleeping like a rock, wake up. But he didn't move. She felt helpless, just quietly calling out his name. She called his name again and again. Nothing. The panic started to set in. She whirled around, her anger focused on Juju Seong. "What did you do to him?" He shot back, trying to sound innocent. "Why are you asking me? I'm tied up here. What could I have done?" But she didn't buy it, marching right up to him. "You know something. I can see it. He's completely unresponsive." Juju Seong just shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe he's just a really deep sleeper." "That was it," she snapped. "You did something to him, didn't you?" And in response, Juju Seong just smiled. A terrifying, chilling smile. "You're always so quick to blame me," he said slowly, "without ever looking at your own actions. He's just sleeping after all." So-yoon lost it, pressing her knife right against his throat. "Stop playing games, answer me." He suddenly laughed, a truly horrible sound. "You really want to know?" Then he nodded towards a few cans on the floor. "See those cans?" he asked. "Your idiot friend touched them." She stared, shocked. He continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. Guess it was too dark for him to see properly. And his next words made her blood run cold. "I coated them in poison." His eyes were like chips of ice. It's a little trap I set for sneaky little thieves. Soyun scrambled to her feet, barely able to think straight. The antidote, give it to me. Give it to me now, or I swear I'll kill you. But Juji Seong ignored her. He just glanced over his shoulder. Antidote? What's that? Never heard of it, he sneered. Maybe if you untie me, my memory will improve. Liar. Hearing that, she just exploded, kicking him right in the face. She screamed, "You bastard!" But he didn't even seem to feel it. Instead, he just started laughing, a long, unsettling, maniacal laugh. Wow, you're more violent than I expected. Soyun just kept hitting him, her eyes burning with pure hatred. If there's no antidote, then I'm never untying you. You can just die tied up like this. But Juji Seong just gave her another one of those creepy smiles. Here's the thing, he said slowly. I don't need you to untie me. And then, a flicker of flame appeared behind his back. In seconds, it erupted into a raging fire, forcing her to stumble backward. His face twisted into a grotesque grin. He slowly explained the situation. Surprised? Should have searched me first. I always keep a lighter in my glove. And this rope? Super flammable. Seo Yoon just stood there, completely stunned. What are you doing? Are you insane? She stammered. He was literally burning himself alive, that sick smile never leaving his face. I'm turning myself and this whole place into your grave. But Seyun reacted fast. She spun around, snatching the blanket off of Chon Su. Without a second thought, she threw it over the flames, consuming Juji Seong. But it wasn't enough. The smoke was getting thick, fast, and Chon Su was still out cold, completely oblivious. She desperately looked around. Her eyes landed on the small bathroom. She ran, grabbed the toilet sprayer, and rushed back out, dousing Juji Seong with everything it had. He was badly burned, but the ropes were gone. He tore away the smoldering fabric, a triumphant, crazed look on his face. I'm free! He lunged right for her, screaming like a madman. I'm free! He slammed her against the wall, pinning her arms. Now it's my turn. Let's see you escape this. Seyun, fueled by rage, delivered a brutal kick right where it counts. Get off me! She screamed. He doubled over, howling in agony. But the victory was short-lived. Soyun collapsed, coughing violently. Can't breathe. Her vision blurred as she choked out Chon Su's name. So much smoke. When she managed to look up again, he was gone. Vanished. Where are you? She choked out. And a voice answered from right behind her. Looking for me? She whipped her head around in panic. There was Juji Seong, wearing a gas mask, charging right at her. She was terrified. Where did you get a mask? Before she could even finish the question, he tackled her, slamming her to the ground. Does it matter? He roared. I live. You die. Simple as that. Helpless, she reached for one of the cans, anything to use as a weapon. But they clattered to the floor as he pinned her completely. No more struggling now. Then, in a sickeningly sweet voice, he said, You know, I should really thank you both. We're always in need of fresh fertilizer. Soyun had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Fertilizer? Juji Seong just nodded. I can't let anyone who harms my precious little plants get away. And then he started to explain his twisted logic. Even if you'd let me burn, I would have just become fertilizer. The old man would have made sure of it. Soyun's consciousness was fading. This guy, he's not just insane. He's part of something worse. A single thought cut through the haze. If I pass out here, it's all over. With her last ounce of strength, she screamed Chon Su's name. Hearing her scream, Juji Seong just chuckled. Oh, you want to know more about the poison? It's basically a super strong sleeping pill. Most adults die in about 12 hours. He continued, his voice full of sick pride. Honestly, you should just pass out. You'll die from the smoke long before the poison gets you. She wouldn't accept it. She couldn't. And then, she slowly closed her eyes, giving in to despair. But suddenly a brilliant flash of light. Soyun's eyes shot open. Standing there, opening the heavy bunker door, was Chon Su. Light flooded the smoky room. There, that's much better, Chon Su said. The fresh air feels great, don't you think? He turned, a bright, confident smile on his face. Her image was burned into his mind. She could only scream his name, completely helpless. Suddenly, Juji Seong sees the door open and shouts, What the hell are you? He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he slowly climbs down, then walks right toward him. I'm Chon Su, he says, his voice ice cold as he questions the man. Why burn the ladder? The door's open, we can just jump. But Chon Su fires back. You think a normal person could make that jump? How did you even wake up? The guy demands. Chon Su just smirks, getting closer to explain. That poison? Yeah, you'll need something way stronger to kill me. Go, Chon Su stared him down, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. All right, that's enough. Time to pay you back for everything you've done. Hearing that, the live chat window absolutely exploded. Look at that guy's face. Must have had a great nap. Then Chon Su violently twisted the man's arm behind his back. The guy screamed in agony before swinging a wild punch at him. Let me go, go. Chon Su caught the fist easily and held him tight. So, why'd you hit a streamer, huh? That burn must have really cooked you. Now you're as brittle as dry firewood. He leaned in close to the guy's gas mask. The man just stared back, completely stunned. Go, Chon Su let out a strange smile. Don't worry about it. My body's just built different. He ripped the mask off the guy's face and slammed it onto the ground. In the next instant, he grabbed him by the throat and demanded, So, how does it feel? A little hard to breathe, right? The man just kept screaming like a maniac. Go, Chon Su kept pressing. First you play with fire, now you're acting like a zombie? Then a powerful fist crashed right into his face, and another punch slammed into him. Jiang Seoyun stood there seething, cursing the bastard under her breath. Unable to contain her fury, she drove her foot into his side and screamed, Just die! She completely lost it, unleashing a storm of kicks and punches on him, screaming, Die, you son of a bitch! Seeing her lose control, Chon Su rushed over, grabbing her hand to calm her down. That's enough. He took her hand and gently rinsed it with water. You touched that peach can, didn't you? Caused a lot of trouble while I was asleep, huh? She immediately shot back. You're the one who. Go, Chon Su just smirked, looking over at her teasingly. But I woke up at the perfect time, didn't I? Hearing that, Jiang Seoyun looked away, completely flustered and at a loss for words. Go, Chon Su turned his attention back to Juji Seong's charred body. Now, we need to make sure this one doesn't get away. He grabbed the guy's leg, and suddenly, the man started screaming frantically. Chon Su let out a surprised laugh. Oh, you're still conscious? Talk about bad luck. The guy immediately started begging, Wait, please boss. Seeing his pathetic display, the two of them couldn't help but chuckle. A minute ago you were setting yourself on fire. Don't tell me you're scared of a little pain now? But then, Juji Seong's mouth opened, and he let out a scream of pure desperation. Grandpa, help me, he screamed like a madman. They're here, Grandpa. His words left them both completely frozen, trying to figure out what the hell he was talking about. Chon Su's expression hardened as he interrogated him. Tell me, who else is with you? Elsewhere, a deep pit was being dug. That strange old man who captured Minchonjang was working hard, trying to dig a grave. He let out a long, tired sigh. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he mumbled to himself, It's a beautiful day. I wonder what's keeping Juji Seong. Down in the bottom of that pit, Minchonjang was struggling for his life. The old man noticed him. Ah, the kid's awake? He just picked up his shovel and started tossing dirt into the hole. Youth is a wonderful thing. Guess I better speed this up. Minchonjang's eyes flew open in terror. What is this? What's happening? The old man's face twisted into a grotesque smile. Did you have a nice nap, boy? The kid screamed in total panic. Where am I? Let me out. The old man just chuckled. I can't do that. His next words made Minchonjang's blood run cold. You're going to become fertilizer. Hearing that, Minchonjang looked down in horror at the tree roots coiling around his feet, unable to process what the man was saying. Minchonjang kept screaming questions at him. They move during the day, too? The old man just kept shoveling dirt, casually answering his captive's questions. Only the roots. They'll just suck out all your nutrients, and then they'll leave. The kid grew even more horrified. Nutrients? He screamed with everything he had. Let me go. Get me out of here, you damn old monster. Hearing the curses, the old man just let out a strange, chilling laugh. Such a loud mouth. That's what I like about you. The trees, you see. They never complain. He stared down into the deep hole, continuing his insane monologue. If you feed them, they grow. If you don't, they just die in silence. Minchonjang's hands were tied tight. All he could do was scream helplessly. Stop it! The old man then viciously threw the shovel, hitting the boy square in the shoulder. Stop struggling! A wave of pain, sharper than anything he'd ever felt, shot through him as he collapsed, screaming in agony. The old man just laughed. Save your energy, kid. His face twisted into a mask of pure insanity as he continued. By becoming fertilizer, you'll be reborn as something new. You won't have to worry about becoming a zombie or dying to monsters. You'll become one with nature. You'll live forever. Hearing this, Minchonjang just screamed in defiance. He frantically kicked the encroaching roots away. Get off me! He struggled back to his feet, staring up at the old man. "Let me out of here, you twisted old bastard. You're the one with one foot in the grave. The person who belongs in this hole is you, not me." At that, the old man's sick smile vanished. His eyes glinted with pure evil. "Getting disrespectful now, are we?" In a flash, he hurled the shovel down into the pit again. Minchonjang immediately spun around to face it. His eyes burned with fury. But it was just as he'd hoped. The blade of the shovel sliced through his ropes, but it also cut deep into his hand. Instantly, he tore the rest of the rope off. "I'm free." Minchonjang's face was a mask of pure rage. He gripped the shovel tightly and pointed it at the old man. "I'm going to kill you." With a powerful tug, he ripped the shovel from the dirt wall. The old man was pulled down with it, crashing hard onto the ground at the bottom of the pit. Minchonjang slowly stalked toward him. "How does it feel to fall into a pit?" "Not so great, is it?" By now, his face was filled with nothing but pure, unfiltered hatred. "The tables have turned now." The old man screamed back, "You bastard!" Minchonjang slammed him down hard, his voice dangerously low as he questioned him. "Are you alone here, or are there others? Where are my friends?" The old man suddenly broke into a terrifying grin. "I have no idea, but if they happen to run into my grandson, well, who knows what they've been through by now." The old man's words hit him like a physical blow, leaving Minchonjang completely stunned. He asked again, his voice trembling, "What?" A wave of pure fury began to build inside him, and in that moment of distraction, he didn't see the old man slowly reaching for a large rock. In the next instant, the old man smashed the rock into his side, causing him to scream out in pain. Seeing his opportunity had arrived, the old man lunged forward and snatched the shovel. Minchonjang watched helplessly as the old man grabbed the weapon from the ground, but he forced himself to stay calm. He quickly drove a powerful kick into the old man's side. With quick thinking, he snatched the shovel back. He swung it hard, hitting the old man and making him cry out in pain. Feeling that one hit wasn't enough, he raised the shovel again and drove the blade straight into the old man's leg, making him scream helplessly. Realizing the situation was hopeless, the old man quickly screamed, "Wait! If you kill me, you'll never find your friends." His next words made Minchonjang freeze right where he stood. "Are you willing to live with that?" Hearing this, the boy hesitated, a storm of confusion and doubt crossing his face. He yelled, "Where are they?" The bait had been taken. The old man let out a smug laugh. "Even if I told you, kid, you wouldn't have a clue. The paths here are a total maze. You need me. It's the only way you're going to save your friend." Minchonjang's eyes were pure ice as he stared him down. "Where are they? I don't know my way around here." "Don't worry, just tell me," he yelled. He aimed the shovel right at the man's head and demanded, "From the front gate, which direction?" The man just chuckled, still kneeling on the ground. "Northwest," he explained, "to the northwest of the main gate. I'll lead you there." But then, a cruel, wicked look crept back onto his face. He spoke slowly, trying to sound wise. "You're still just a kid, taking someone's life. It's not something you should do." Hearing that, Minchonjang just slowly raised the shovel, making the man's eyes widen in surprise. The kid's gaze was now absolutely venomous. He delivered the line with bone-chilling coldness. "My age isn't what it looks like on the outside. Right now, I'm old enough to do whatever the hell I want." The man's face went pale with pure terror. "Wait a minute." But Minchonjang clearly wasn't interested in anything else he had to say. A cold smile spread across his lips as he stared him down. "I bet you didn't realize I've already memorized the map of this entire area, did you? Northwest? All I have to do is follow the tree line." And just like that, he brought the shovel down hard on the man's head. A splash of red syrup shot out into the open. Meanwhile, on the other side of the area, Chon Su was calling out to everyone watching his live stream. He stared intently at the chest in front of him, which required a whopping 72 genes to open. Instantly, the chat window exploded with skeptical comments. "You want us to help you open it, or what? Are you trying to use our kindness?" He let out a long, disappointed sigh and tried to explain. "It's 72 genes, guys." The viewers were feeling helpless, saying that over and over isn't going to change anything. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shot a dangerous look behind him. "The loot inside has got to be insane. Don't you guys want to see? I'll open it, and we can check it out together." They just coldly rejected his offer. Seeing Chon Su's dejected face, they immediately started laughing. The chat window blew up. "Forget it. Hurry up and go find Minchonjang. Are you crying now? Finally giving up?" He slowly reached a hand toward the chest anyway. Immediately, the viewers on the other side of the screen had no idea what he was planning. Then, with all his might, he tried to lift the chest, but absolutely nothing happened. The chest didn't budge an inch. Everyone got a good laugh out of that. Seriously? You'll never lift it. You moron, you're gonna break your arm doing that. After struggling for a while, Chon Su fell to his knees in front of the chest, defeated. Damn it, this thing is heavy as hell. But he still wasn't ready to give up on it. He kept staring at the chest. Maybe I could pry it open with a crowbar? The chat erupted in laughter again. That's enough. Look at those desperate eyes, you psycho. Then a message popped up that caught his attention, surprising him. Play the lucky wheel. He didn't seem to understand what that meant at all. A lucky wheel? The person on the other end continued typing. Later, you'll find game machines where you can use genes to bet and play. After reading all the comments, Chon Su grabbed his head in frustration and screamed at the chest. So there's no other way right now? But then, all of a sudden, Orion appeared and asked him, Chon Su, do you want this chest that badly? Hearing this, he went quiet, looking like he was deep in thought. Orion made him an offer. I can lend you the genes, but I'll take it out of your future earnings. At this, his eyes lit up. You'll lend them to me, right now? Orion confirmed it. Just this once, but remember, you might regret this in the future. A strange smile spread across his face as he agreed to the terms. It's fine. Just then, a notification appeared on screen. Orion has loaned you 35 genes. This is a one-time offer. At that exact moment, Seo Yunjiang suddenly appeared. She looked at him, surprised. Chon Su, where have you been for so long? Then her eyes widened when she saw the item in his hands. He tested the item's weight and smiled at her. I was looking for a weapon. After all, we have no idea what's going on with Minxian Jiang. In his hands was an incredibly modern-looking axe. He suggested, let's go find the kid. Over in another area, a blood-soaked hand was clawing its way up from a pit. A moment later, the small figure of Minxian Jiang helplessly climbed out of the massive hole. Down below, the strange old man's body was being consumed by a plant, which was sucking all the nutrients out of it. Seo Yunjiang and Chon Su were now running as fast as they could. When they saw Minxian Jiang collapsed on the ground, they screamed out in panic. He had dragged himself a long way, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Seeing that, Chon Su got even more worried and sprinted towards him, yelling his name. Seo Yunjiang checked the wound on his shoulder, and her expression turned grim. The kid's lost way too much blood. He's probably passed out by now. Chon Su frantically tried to shake him awake. Wake up! Feeling like they couldn't waste another second, he quickly hoisted the boy onto his back. Don't you dare fall asleep this early. Seo Yunjiang, right beside him, added worriedly. There should be a medical room near the main gate. We have to find something to carry him in. Suddenly, she spotted something and quickly pointed it out. There's a warehouse over there. But, unfortunately, the warehouse was locked. Immediately, Chon Su raised the axe in his hand and swung it at the lock. He brought it down with a decisive chop, but it seemed to have no effect at all. He was a little surprised by this, not understanding what the hell was going on. A second later, he swung again. This time, the lock shattered. The warehouse door swung open instantly. When he emerged with a wheelbarrow, Seo Yunjiang looked at him, surprised. Are you really planning to use that? He nodded in confirmation and told her, put the kid in here. At this point, Minxian Jiang was still completely unconscious. As he pushed him forward, she walked beside them and said, after this, you and I are definitely going to be punished by the heavens. After a long time, the two of them finally reached the outside of the main gate, and sure enough, there was a medical center. Seo Yunjiang went ahead to check out the situation. She looked inside, then opened the door for them to enter. Come on in, it looks like nobody's here. He let out an exhausted sigh and placed Minxian Jiang down on a chair. Do you have any idea what we should do now? She just shook her head, feeling helpless. We probably need to bandage him up and give him some medicine. He rushed to open the medicine cabinets, but they were completely empty inside. Model, he quickly turns to the girl. There's no first aid kit, no bandages around here. This place has been picked clean. He heads back outside, saying, I'll check the other rooms. Chon Su steps cautiously out into the hallway. For a moment, the only sound is his own footsteps. But then another noise. He freezes on the spot. He grips his axe tight. What was that? He frantically scans the area, then asks the viewers on his screen. You guys heard that too, right? The comments immediately start rolling in. Definitely. I've got good hearing. Suddenly got a bad feeling about this. He stares ahead, powerless, thinking, another villain? If that's the case, Minxian Jiang is in danger. He spins around, running back into the room and yelling at Jiang Siyun, pack up everything. Now, we have to get Minxian Jiang out of here. She just looks at him, totally confused by what's happening. He gently moves toward the kid, who's still unconscious. As he starts to lift him, he says, "I have a really bad feeling about this place." He signals to her, "Grab his legs." Suddenly, a terrifying shadow appears in the doorway. She lets out a blood-curdling scream. "Behind you!" The second he turns his head, he sees her, a girl with a grotesque smile plastered on her face. A truly horrifying grin. And then he smells it. Blood. "Get back!" Chon Su screams, ordering them to retreat. He immediately raises his weapon at her. "We're about to leave. Move away from the door if you don't want to get hurt." She just ignores him, slowly stepping inside in a doctor's uniform. "I can't let you do that," she says softly. Hearing that, he freezes on the spot, completely baffled. She gets closer, still smiling. "If you leave, that kid will die." She glances down at the unconscious Minchon Jiang. "Can you live with that?" The kid passed out from losing too much blood. Poor thing. Jiang Xiaoyun is terrified as the woman gets closer. She whispers to him, "We have to go. I think she's insane." Hearing this, the woman snaps her head around and bursts out laughing. "Oh, I am insane. Everyone says so." Jiang Xiaoyun screams in fear. She stumbles backward, shouting, "Stay away from me. What is wrong with you?" The woman just slowly pulls a business card from her pocket. Then she introduces herself. "I've collected all the medicine in this area. Now, may I treat your patient?" Everyone can see the name on the card, Kim Hari. A nurse watching the stream comments in the chat, shocked. "What? Is she a fourth-year student?" Chon Su is just standing there, stunned. "A nurse?" He quickly asks his viewers, "Hey guys, are there support classes like this in the game?" The chat immediately fills with opinions. There are, but it's hard to say. She might not be legit, either a support class or another enemy. Suddenly, the woman clutches her head, her voice strained as she speaks to him. "Are you just going to let this kid die? Because without treatment, he will." He's taken aback by her words. "Treatment?" Kim Hari starts laughing manically, her own hands tightening around her throat. She continues to taunt them. "Do you two have any idea what you should be doing? Are you just going to shove pills down his throat until he chokes? Then wrap his body tightly in bandages and go take a nap? Is that your plan?" Seeing how she's acting, Chon Su gets genuinely scared. A psycho like her? The viewers in the chat are loving it. "This girl is crazy. I'm so scared. Protect the king." Meanwhile, Kim Hari just keeps smiling that unreadable smile. "I really do love living things," she says. "Finally, I've found a patient who's still alive." And right after, her demeanor changes completely, becoming pitiful as she begs the two of them, "Please, allow me to help him live." Hearing these words, something suddenly feels very wrong to him. He stares at her, his eyes full of suspicion. She just stands there, looking at him with shimmering, pitiful eyes. A long time passes. Then, Chon Su's voice breaks the silence. "Hey kid, sleep well?" Minchon Jiang slowly opens his eyes and looks straight ahead. He softly calls out Chon Su's name right after. It's the image of that bizarre old man that flashes before his eyes. The man raises his cane and shoves him hard, sending him falling backward into a pit. The pain is so intense he can only scream helplessly. Roots relentlessly wrap around his legs, and his own hands are drained of their nutrients by these very same roots. All he can do is scream in despair. Let go. Back then, he had been slowly squeezed tight by these roots as they sucked the life out of him. At that moment, he felt nothing but pure hopelessness. Minchon Jiang's eyes fly open in terror as he stares ahead. Seeing him awake, Jiang Seiyun calls out his name in surprise. He flinches, startled by the two people in front of him. Chon Su looks over at him, equally surprised. "You're still alive." She can't hide the joy on her face. "Are you okay?" The viewers watching the screen quickly comment on the scene. She actually saved him. Her healing skills are top-notch. He grins, relieved. "You caused a lot of trouble, kid. You were losing so much blood. I thought you were a goner for sure." The girl beside him laughs and explains. "You've been asleep for nearly half a day." Seeing the two of them right in front of him, he immediately gets emotional, tears welling in his eyes as he softly says their names. The audience watching the screen laughs with joy. They're finally reunited. He sits up and asks worriedly, "What happened to that old man?" She explains, "That was all you. I found his body in the pit." Minchon Jiang looks surprised, then glances over at Kim Hari. "Where are we? And who is that?" Kim Hari seems happy that he noticed her. She cheerfully walks over to introduce herself. "My name is Kim Hari. I saved your life. No need to thank me. I was just doing what I had to do." Hearing this, the boy nods, startled. Chon Su then steps in to advise him. "Just thank her. I think that's the right thing to do." Hearing that, the boy nods shyly. Thank you. Jang Seo-yoon watched her, a little surprised. She looks happy. And it was true, you could see it written all over her face. He thought to himself, maybe she could join us? But then he remembered that absolutely unhinged look she had earlier. A shiver went down his spine. Yeah, no, people that unpredictable are a total wild card. He turned to the group. Minshin Zhang is okay. Let's move. And with that, they headed out. He crouched down in front of the kid. Get on my back. But the boy just blushed, explaining, no, really. I'm okay now. He points over at a dusty old wheelbarrow. You want to ride in that? The kid just stares, totally shocked. Wait, you carried me all the way here. In that thing? A second later, the kid just scrambles onto his back. But then, our guy freezes, remembering something. He turns back to Kim Hari. Hey, we only just met, but thank you. He shoves 2 boxes of food into her hands. Here. As the 3 of them turn to leave, you can see the sadness in her eyes. As the trio heads out, he lays down the rules. If we run into monsters, we run. So carrying you is just more efficient. The kid he's carrying gets visibly embarrassed. That's when Jang Seo-yoon chimes in with an idea. If you try carrying him in a sling, she warns, Chon Su might just jump right out. He immediately shuts that down. I wouldn't do that. The 3 of them move on, their banter filling the eerie silence. I'm not a kid anymore. All right then, be a good kid. Kim Hari just watches them go, a puzzled look on her face. Suddenly, it clicks. She turns to the others. Hey, something's been bugging me. Why aren't there any zombies here? He freezes, scanning the area in total surprise. You know, I didn't even notice till you said that. Still, stay on high alert. The kid lets out a sigh. Chon Su, I can walk on my own now. Surprised, Chon Su replies, don't overdo it. But the kid just nods, determined. I'll be fine. Chon Su carefully sets him down. All right, if you think you can handle it. Just then, the woman spots something and asks, anyone hungry? She points to a huge propane tank right in front of them. We could use that to cook. And with that, they slowly step inside the nearby house. It's surprisingly clean. She can't help but be impressed. Wow, this place is great. Min Shanjiang is also looking around, stunned, not a single corpse in sight. The kid rushes over to the fridge. Should we see what's inside? But Chon Su just shakes his head. I really don't think that's a good idea. His gaze turns deadly serious, his voice low. That fridge has no power. You get what I'm saying? The realization hits Min Shanjiang, and his face pales with fear. Meanwhile, Jang Seo-yoon is just casually checking out the spice rack. The kid slowly pulls his hand away from the fridge door. He gets it. The woman, oblivious, turns back with a smile. Hey, look. All the basic spices are here, plus 2 packs of ramen. And there's even a water purifier. Chon Su steps outside, a thought crossing his mind. There should be a convenience store around here, right? He then turns back and makes an announcement. I'll be out for a minute. And with that, he heads out the door. Instantly, the comment section on his stream explodes. Dude, that's not enough food for 3 people. Go back and open the fridge. You might find something interesting. The comments give him the creeps, and he snaps back. Guys, I already told you that fridge is a no-go. He pushes open the convenience store door, speaking to his stream. All right, what I really need right now are some donations. All you high rollers out there, don't be stingy with a poor guy like me. The chat immediately roasts him. Not just poor, you're in debt. Ignoring them, he gets to work, grabbing all the essentials he can find. Soup, instant noodles, meatballs, and... He stops. His eyes land on some pre-packaged meals, and he's suddenly thrown for a loop. Yeah, let's just skip these. His viewers find this hilarious. What if we made it a mission for you to eat one? That's a bit sketchy, dude. Just then, a soda bottle rolls to a stop right at his feet. He turns to leave. All right, enough messing around. He starts heading back to the others, and then, he freezes. He spots something. It's Kim Hari. Standing outside, staring at him with this bizarre smile plastered on her face. He flinches back, completely terrified as the chat goes wild again. Most of the comments are pure panic. Not again. Jump scare. When did she get here? Go. Chon Su lets out a yell, grabbing his head in complete frustration. He tugs at his hair, pleading with his viewers. Could you guys at least try to watch my back? The thought hits him hard. She must have followed us the whole time. He steps outside and confronts her, stunned. Were you following me this entire time? She just nods. Resigned, he opens the door and lets her in. A flicker of joy crosses her face. But Go Chon Su immediately gets in her face, demanding answers. Why did you follow us? We already paid you for your help. She hesitates for a moment. Well, Then Kim Hari launches into her prepared speech. Sir, I believe you're still going to need my assistance. You need to be gentle with your patient, or his wound will just reopen. I'm useful. I know how to care for the injured. So please, let me join you. He listens to her whole pitch, considering it. Then he looks her over with a critical eye. Let me get this straight. Why didn't you just go to Minchanjiang instead of tracking me down? It's because I look like the leader, isn't it? You just want to join the strongest group. She starts trembling, nervously glancing over her shoulder. He studies her, thinking, so this is her real self. A memory flashes in his mind. Kim Hari, beaming with joy after treating Minchanjiang. So confident, so proud of being useful. But she becomes so timid the moment she feels worthless. I don't get why she'd be out here all alone. Then it hits him. She must have been abandoned. A new thought forms in his mind. Her medical skills are actually pretty solid. He steps toward her. She flinches back in fear. But then, he nods, agreeing to her request. Before she can even feel relieved, he speaks again. But, on one condition. Now she just looks confused. When Chon Su returns loaded with supplies, the other two are shocked. You brought back all this? He shrugs off his jacket, telling Jung Seo-yoon, I'm cooking. Get a pot and a pan ready. She eyes him skeptically. You? You know how to cook? He just laughs. I picked this stuff out for a reason. And right then, he decides to put on a show. My skills are the real deal. All those years living alone weren't for nothing, just trust me. The viewers watching the stream are skeptical, to say the least. Can this guy actually cook? He looks like he only knows how to eat. Is this a mukbang stream? As the comments roll in, Chon Su calmly turns on the stove. He closes his eyes. Tight. A flash of light appears before him. Time limit, 30 minutes. He reaches his hands forward, and the other two just stare, completely bewildered. The chat immediately picks up on something strange. Whoa, what's with his fingers? But he just calmly takes the beef and starts seasoning it. Then, onto the pan it goes. Everyone instinctively steps back, giving our main character space to work his magic. It's showtime. He adds meatballs to the pan with the fragrant beef. Not satisfied, he throws some pasta into a pot to expand the menu. The others watch in amazement as he keeps adding more. Chon Su explains his secret. All of these ingredients are already pre-cooked. He starts combining everything into the pot, then gives an order. Get the ramen ready. Their faces light up instantly. To finish it off, he dumps the canned meat right in. The rice is already cooked. He explains his philosophy. Since everything is already cooked, the real trick is knowing how to combine it all into something amazing. Model. And then, the master chef gets to work. A series of pro-level moves unfolds in seconds. Chon Su stands there, cool as ever, adding the final seasoning. And just like that, a gourmet meal from a convenience store is complete. The viewers watching the stream? They immediately assume he's just showing off. And as if that wasn't enough, he casually flicks off the stove flame. In an instant, the entire atmosphere changes. This place feels like a 5-star restaurant. Minchanjiang is so moved he starts clapping. That was amazing. But Seleon? She just looks around, completely bewildered. What's going on? Suddenly, everyone was trying the food he'd cooked. The boy was so happy he was almost in tears. This is incredible. Even the girl was blushing as she took a bite. Chon Su, however, paid them no mind. He was eating like a man who hadn't seen food in weeks. She just stared at him, baffled. Dude, were you starving or something? He slowly sets his utensils down. Thank you for the meal. The kid immediately rushes to his side with a cup of water, telling him to drink up before he chokes. Our guy gives a quick nod of thanks. But he can't delay any longer. He pulls on his jacket and looks at his two companions. Seleon, I'm about to do some things that won't make sense, and I need you to trust me. Just keep reminding yourself I have a reason for it, and it'll be easier to accept. She's completely lost. What are you talking about? Are you going somewhere? But he just opens the door and steps outside, leaving them with one final instruction. You two take your time eating. I'll be back soon. As Chon Su steps out, you can see a flicker of concern on his face. The viewers immediately start commenting, is she still there? And there she is, Kim Hari, huddled in a corner, waiting. He's surprised she actually stayed. He walks closer, calling her name, Kim Hari. Her head snaps up in an instant. Her face lights up. She rushes over, holding a medkit. You came back. He just nods. I promised I would, didn't I? His mind flashes back to the moment he gave her the ultimatum. If you want to come with us, wait here for 30 minutes. It wasn't just a condition, it was a test. He never told her why, or where they were going. He stares at the small girl in front of him, a thought solidifying in his mind. All right, I can manage her. Kim Hari, looking a little anxious, starts explaining herself. I was so worried you were going to abandon me. But of course I believed you. But just then, as she's talking, something on the ground catches Chon Su's eye. Something's not right. He bends down and picks up a student ID card from the dirt. You dropped this. But she just shakes her head. It's okay. I don't need it anymore. That response catches him off guard. He glances down at the ID again, and a weird feeling hits him. That's when his eyes land on the student ID number. He thinks to himself, this number. Is she a freshman? Kim Hari awkwardly corrects him. Actually, I'm a sophomore. I came here with my upperclassmen, she explains, and we ran into some soldiers. The more she speaks, the more uncomfortable she looks. She fidgets with a lock of her hair. They said their truck didn't have enough room for everyone, that they could only take the seniors. So, they just left me behind. Her voice drops to a whisper. That's why I don't need the card anymore. Go, Chon Su listens quietly, then he steps forward and gently presses the ID back into her hand. You should still keep it. It's yours after all. And if you're with us, you won't have to worry about being left behind. Those words hit her like a ton of bricks. She looks up at him, tears welling in her eyes, so moved she can't speak. Then, her entire expression shifts. Her eyes light up, and she clenches her fists, full of new determination. Thank you. I can thank you, right? From now on, I'll do my absolute best. I may only be a sophomore, but my practical skills are actually pretty good. You don't have to worry. She keeps going, so he cuts her off with a simple, all right. But in his head, his thoughts are a little more direct. All you have to do is follow my orders. He starts walking. Let's go. Kim Hari happily jogs to keep up, and then she proposes something. Can I call you Sir Chon Su? He stops, genuinely baffled by the weirdly formal title. He has absolutely no idea what this strange girl is on about. You accepted me into the team, she explains, so just treat me like a normal subordinate. But he's clearly uncomfortable with it. I'm not really used to titles like that. Seeing his awkward reaction on screen, the viewers are having a field day. The chat window explodes. Sir Chon Su, watch out, she might call you master next. I can only imagine the look on the other two's faces right now. And yeah, they were spot on. The other two look absolutely shell-shocked when he returns. Kim Hari just nervously bows her head in greeting. Chelian is the first to speak, and she is not happy. We're taking her with us? Why didn't you talk to us about this first? Kim Hari stammers. I hope we can work well together. Chelian just grits her teeth, clearly annoyed, but Chon Su immediately steps in front of Hari, shielding her. He explains to his teammates. She helped us out, and from what she told me, she was in some serious trouble. Her last group abandoned her. Hearing that, both of them just freeze on the spot, and for Chelian, everything suddenly clicks. No wonder she was all alone out there. Chon Su looks directly at her. Remember what I said earlier? About trusting my decisions? Well, this is one of those times. He then gestures decisively towards Kim Hari. If you trust me, then you'll accept her. Instantly, Minxian Jiang speaks up. I agree. Chelian whips her head around to look at him, completely stunned, like she can't believe what she just heard. The kid speaks with a newfound confidence. She saved my life. And besides, I'm sure Chon Su wouldn't bring her along without a good reason. Kim Hari is just stunned into silence by his words. The kid looks at Chelian. Let's let her join us, okay? What do you think? Hearing all this, Chelian finally cracks a smile. Not long ago, he was just a timid kid, and now look at him. She takes a deep breath and says, well, I don't want to be the only one who disagrees. That wouldn't be fair at all. Seeing that they've reached a decision, Chon Su makes it official. Good. Then we're all in agreement. Kim Hari looks at the three of them, completely moved. But then, Chon Su's expression turns deadly serious. Now, there's one more thing I need to tell you two. Listen carefully. He lowers his voice, revealing the new intel. According to Kim Hari, that mutated monster we ran into before, there's one in this area too. She just nods in agreement. That's when it finally clicks for Jiang Xiaoyun. So that's how it works. Minxian Kang realizes the massive secret too. The reason this place has no zombies, no monsters, it's because of the plant. He turns to everyone and says, hey, watch this. Then, without a second thought, he swings his axe right into the tree's massive root. And then, the trunk started spewing some kind of liquid, totally catching him off guard. She saw it and knew something was wrong. What is that stuff? She yelled to the others inside. Yeah, this was no ordinary tree, not even close. Chon Su stared at the red gash on the bark, thinking, that mark. He'd seen it somewhere before. Things were too crazy back then to notice. Suddenly, a weird powder exploded from the trunk. He just kept swinging. But on that second hit, something clicked. He swung a third time, and the tree's trunk shifted again. He looked closer, at the numbers carved into it. They were changing. A worried look crossed his face. What were these numbers? Was it counting down to something? Suddenly, she burst out of the building, yelling at him, "Stop! Stop chopping and get in here! Now!" He froze, turning to look at her in surprise. And that's when, inside the room, a radio crackled to life. "To anyone receiving this broadcast," a voice announced, "we are welcoming all survivors who have made it this far." Then the message continued. "Please make your way to the refugee camps set up by our detachment." Chon Su heard that, and his blood ran cold. He knew that name. The 7.5 Division. The broadcast echoed, leaving everyone stunned into silence. "You don't have to travel far. We urge everyone to head towards major landmarks within the city. You'll find directions to our shelters at all train and bus stations." But the next part of the broadcast felt a little suspicious to him. "Look ahead," the voice promised. "The nation will never abandon you." That line? He snapped his head towards Seo Yun Kang. "Where did you get this radio?" The radio just kept repeating the same message on a loop. "If you're alive, please come." She finally answered him, her voice quiet. "I found it in here. After you left for the convenience store, I started messing with it. It's battery-powered, that's how I picked up the military signal." But the more he thought about it, the less sense it made. He voiced his doubts, almost talking to himself. They have outposts at major landmarks, in every single city? The 7.5 Division isn't our country's only military unit. So how is that even possible? Hearing him say it out loud, the viewers watching his stream started getting suspicious too. Comments flooded the chat. "Doesn't that sound like a terrorist group?" "Yeah, definitely. Sounds sketchy." "Dude, you need to be careful." He looked at the others. "So, what's the plan?" Then, an idea hit him. He slammed a hand on the table, looking at everyone. "Everyone's done eating, right?" His eyes sharpened with sudden resolve. He made the call. "We're going to the bus station." Night was starting to fall. They all glanced outside, a little worried. It was getting pretty dark out there. Minchan Jiang, walking at the back, scanned the area. "Feels like rain." Chon Su caught So Yun Kang staring at him and immediately shut it down. "Don't give me that look. We're not walking straight into a trap." She hesitated for a second, then finally asked what was on her mind. "The bus station is going to be incredibly dangerous. You have a plan, right?" He just gripped his axe, a small smile on his face. "Of course. We stop the second we get there. Our mission is to find a working car. All those people who heard the broadcast, they're heading for the station, and you can bet some of them drove there." Haryong Kim flinched at the implication. "Are you saying we're going to steal from them?" "I took an oath. I can't hurt people." He just glanced at her. Funny, hearing her say that, when the image of how they first met flashed in his mind. "I remember the look in her eyes that day," he thought. She rushed forward, trying to convince him. "I'm being serious." He just nodded, defeated. I know, she insisted. "You have to believe me." "Okay, I get it." Minchin Jiang quickly stepped in to calm her down. "Some people are bound to abandon their cars," he said. So Yun Kang chimed in. "Exactly. So don't worry about it." Chon Su turned his attention back to the empty road ahead. "First things first, we need to get to Haryong's place." He turned back. "Are we close?" She pointed ahead. "It's right around this corner." She took the lead, glancing back to encourage the group. "Almost there, guys. Just a little further." He followed behind, a little surprised by her sudden cheerfulness. "For real?" And then he heard it. A sharp curse from up ahead. What the hell? His reflexes kicked in instantly. He yanked Haryong Kim back just before she stepped out into the open. His eyes narrowed, scanning the path ahead. He peered around the corner, and saw it. A couple of thugs surrounding some poor kid, yelling at him. "Damn it! Watch where you're going. You should at least know how to look where you're going." The thugs grabbed their clubs and turned to leave. "Let's go." The viewers watching were pretty shocked by the scene. "Did those guys scare you?" He turned back to the group. "Let's wait a minute before we move." So Yun Kang looked at him, confused. Who were those guys? He watched their backs as they disappeared down the street and shook his head. "No idea. But it's better if we don't find out." Everyone stared cautiously in the direction the thugs had gone. Night was falling fast, and the street was finally empty. He scanned the area one last time. "Okay, let's move." A few minutes later, Haryong Kim led them to a spot. She announced cheerfully, "We're here." Then she pointed down, at a manhole cover. "This is my place." So Yun Kang stared, completely bewildered. "Wait, you live in the sewer?" Minchun was just as confused, staring at the manhole. But Chon Su noticed something else. She casually pulled a hidden pushcart out from some bushes. He couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that?" She explained while rolling it over. "Found it at a construction site nearby. I kept it well hidden." He actually laughed. Impressive. They all stared down into the open sewer. He turned to her. "So, now what?" And that's when they heard it. A familiar, terrifying sound. So Yun Kong knew that sound instantly. The tree monster. It was shambling towards them. He didn't hesitate. "Everyone, down, go!" As soon as the others were in, Haryong Kim started to follow. He quickly yelled up to her, "Can you shut the cover on your way down?" She nodded. "Got it, 1 second." Just then, Chon Su aimed his flashlight down the tunnel, and something absolutely horrifying came into view. He froze. Down here in the sewer, a massive tree root was twisting and writhing in the darkness. The viewers lost their minds. What the hell is that thing? She's been raising a monster down there, and as they watched, the root creature began crawling, right up towards the manhole cover they had just closed. And just like that, the root slams the manhole cover shut. Everyone is stunned. It closed the hatch? Wait, you can control that thing? Kim Heron thinks for a second, and then starts to explain. That's the root of the tree monster. They all look at her, completely lost. So she continues, if you shine a direct UV light on it, it automatically closes up. The hole looked like sunlight to it, so its cells probably thought they had to stay deep underground to grow. Her explanation leaves the other three totally speechless. They just can't believe what they're seeing. Noticing their shocked faces, she seems a little puzzled. Is something wrong? He turns to her, just shaking his head with a small laugh. Then he looks her right in the eye. You're an absolute genius. She gets a little embarrassed by the praise, as Minchon Kang starts exploring their new safe house. He asks her in total amazement, "Did you decorate this whole place by yourself?" Everyone looks around, shocked at how cozy it is. She just nods. Sort of. I just picked up things I found at the nearby market and reused them. He looks over at the notes laid out on a small table, and he's blown away. Detailed research notes. All about the tree monster. He can't help himself. You're seriously incredible. Jang So-yoon gets a closer look too. Checking out the items on the table, she says, I really like these decorations. A stack of neatly folded blankets is piled up off to the side. This catches her by surprise. You even have extra mattresses. Seeing everyone's attention on her, she gets a bit flustered and tries to respond to all their compliments. Thank you, everyone. I just wanted it to feel a little more like a real home. This is my first time having guests over. She lets out a small, happy laugh. It's actually pretty spacious for a sewer. Mincheon Kang rushes over to her, his face full of hope. Can we please stay here tonight? And with that, he starts taking his shirt off, ready to crash. Go Junsu immediately pushes him down onto a bed. Just get some rest. The kid looks a bit embarrassed. She just laughs and says, It's okay. Patients should always get priority. He grabs a set of blankets and heads off. All right, let's all find a spot and get some sleep. Exhausted, the four of them finally lie down to rest. He stares up at the sewer ceiling, his mind racing. What a crazy day. But he has a feeling every day from now on is going to be just like this one. He quietly speaks to his viewers through the screen. Hey guys, if something happens, wake me up. I've got a really bad feeling about this. With that, he slowly closes his eyes. And on the chat window, 100 different comments pop up instantly. You sure you'll even wake up? If you're so worried, don't sleep. Fine, guess we'll have to invade your dreams to call you. He sighs and says to everyone watching, Just bring me into my dream. And just like that, time passes, until a voice suddenly echoes in his head. Wake up, Go Junsu. Get up, you idiot. Are you trying to waste all the money I just spent? Damn it. He slowly opens his eyes, totally confused about what's going on. Go Junsu slowly sits up. He realizes it's a woman's voice. He glances over at Jang Seo-yoon and Kim Heron, who are both sound asleep. He thinks to himself, wait, is this a dream? But then, a sudden movement from above snaps him out of it. He looks at the tree root. It's vibrating, making a strange noise. He whispers in confusion, What's wrong with that thing? Seeing he's finally awake, his viewers flood the chat window. He's finally up. How could you not move an inch? Another minute and I would have gone broke watching you sleep. He asks, bewildered, What are you guys talking about? You didn't even try to wake me. Instantly, a new notification pops up in his face. I did, you moron. I spent a ton of Zen to unlock the speaker feature just to talk to you, you jerk. Hearing that, his confusion turns to shock. Oh, it was you. I seriously thought I was dreaming. The voice continues in his head. The speaker feature was added while you were asleep. He sighs, rubbing his temples, not even trying to hide his exhaustion. This game has features like that too? That's not important right now. He immediately shakes Kim Harin awake. Get up. She groggily turns her head. Mr. Junsu? But the way her face looks when she wakes up, he screams in terror. Good Lord. Can't you just wake up like a normal person? Go, Junsu anxiously points toward the tree root and tells her. Do something about that thing. It's going crazy. She slowly sits up, sees the root repeatedly hitting a water pipe, and calmly explains. It's fine. It's just sensing the water flowing. It'll keep extending and contracting in the direction of the flow. He hears this and asks, just to be sure, wait, is it raining? She continues explaining. It needs a lot of water to start growing again, so you don't need to worry. Hearing that, he finally nods, understanding what she means. Okay then, go back to sleep. She immediately rolls over and is out like a light. Just then, a few drops of water fall from the ceiling, right where everyone is sleeping. A moment later, a heavy downpour starts flooding into the sewer. All four of them are still fast asleep, completely unaware. The voice yells in his head again. Wake up! He jolts awake, eyes wide with shock. What is it now? The voice in his head is practically screaming. You idiot! My Zen! Look around you! For crying out loud! Hearing that, Go Junsu scrambles to sit up. The floor is already covered in water. He says in disbelief, but I was only asleep for a minute. Water is now pouring in from the pipes. He stares at the rising water level, and it hits him. Water is flowing into here through the pipes. Realizing how bad the situation is, he turns and yells at the others. Everyone, get up. Now. Minchon Kang hears him and sits up in a panic, totally clueless about what's happening. Jang Seo-yoon also gets to her feet, asking, what's going on? Kim Harin is already packing her medical supplies back into her bag. He shouts at everyone, grab your stuff. He scans the area. The water is rising faster and faster. He keeps yelling at them. This isn't a drainage sewer. The horrifying truth of their situation dawns on him. This is a massive underground water reservoir. Jang Seo-yoon looks around at the flooding room and asks everyone, so what do we do now? Should we try to go outside? He hesitates for a second, then turns to his only source of information. Hey, chat, does anyone know what the tree monster does when it rains? Comments immediately start rolling in. I've never seen them out in the rain. They probably just stand still and absorb the water. If that's true, their roots will be everywhere. Still dangerous. Just then, Kim Harin speaks up. Take this. I prepared it just in case. He looks down at what she's holding. Raincoats. A moment later, he was slowly pulling on a raincoat, scanning the area. He cursed under his breath. A vicious monster plant was waiting for them out there. But staying here, they'd all drown for sure. Min Xianjiang's voice cut through the tension. The water's almost to our knees. Go Chon Su yelled out the order. Everyone, up the ladder. Get ready to move out. Now. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his head. This isn't just normal rain. He didn't get it, immediately questioning it back. What do you mean? The voice instantly started to explain. There's a type of artifact that can affect its surroundings, and this is one of its special skills. Hearing that, he dashed forward with a shout, snatching a rock in his hand. Jang Seo-yoon, still climbing, looked down in surprise. What are you doing? He hurled the rock straight into the water, and it plunged beneath the surface. It made a weird sound. Then, under the water, a single massive eye opened, making everyone scream in terror. Min Xianjiang's face went pale. A crocodile, he stammered. Our hero just yelled back, just keep climbing, go! He stared at the creature slithering below, asking in disbelief, what the hell is that thing? The live chat was blowing up. A crocodile monster? The kind that spawns in flooded areas? Sensing trouble, Kim Ha-young yelled down an urgent warning. The manhole cover won't open. Something's blocking it. Hearing this, his eyes shot upwards in shock. Don't tell me it's up there. And sure enough, a plant monster had sprouted, completely sealing their only way out. He cursed under his breath. Son of a... The voice echoed in his mind again. Looks like you'll have to fight that crocodile monster. He gave a bitter laugh. Fight it in the water? Are you kidding me? He forced himself to focus. Think. Come on, think. An idea sparked, and he shouted up to Kim Ha-young. That root. It needs a ton of water to grow, right? He asked her, surprised. You mean it can grow instantly? She nodded back. Yes, but it would need an insane amount of water. He just grinned. Then he raised his axe and yelled to the others, Everyone, get away from the ladder! With one decisive swing, he chopped a piece of the root, sending it falling into the water below. Just like that, the severed root plunged straight into the murky depths. As Chon Su watched, deep in thought, the rain inside the tunnel suddenly stopped. Everything went dead silent as the root simply floated under the water. Viewers watching the screen started laughing. Well, that didn't go according to plan, did it? He turned back to Kim Ha-young, concerned. Are you sure that root is going to grow? She watched nervously before nodding. I've never given it this much water before. The downpour continued to fill the chamber below. The water's surface was perfectly still, not a single ripple. And then, one root shot up through the surface. It was followed by an absolutely colossal root system exploding from the depths. Seeing his plan succeed, Chon Su let out a laugh. The counterattack is a success. Instantly, the plant monster and the crocodile monster engaged in an all-out war beneath the water. He cheered them on, yelling with excitement. What better way to take care of one monster than with another one, right? The battle was intense, an even match, with both sides fighting viciously. He watched the root system continue to grow and realized it's still absorbing the water. The plant monster got bigger and bigger until it started to overwhelm the crocodile. Minchon Jiang just stared, completely stunned by the scene. He asked nervously, "Are you sure this is going to be okay?" And just like that, the crocodile monster was totally crushed by the plant's power. It lay there, defeated. The viewers went wild, spamming the chat window. Hey, it looks like the rain stopped too, but they still had to find a way out. And now the plant monster was enormous. As they kept climbing, the giant plant slowly turned towards them. He gripped the ladder tight, a strange smile on his face. Then, he slowly pulled out his small axe and posed a question to his audience. Looking at the stream, he asked, "Hey everyone, this axe still has a secret, right?" He then let go, falling backwards. Time to go chop some firewood. The viewers loved it, the chat going crazy. "We knew it, that's our guy. Show them what we've been prepping for you." Seeing him plummet, his companions started panicking and screaming his name. At that moment, a notification appeared on screen. 6 different people had issued him a joint quest. The mission was to defeat the plant monster with his axe. And the reward? 20 genes. He just laughed, diving straight into the water to face the beast. "Let's do this." Jang Seo-yun was completely speechless. Finally, she managed to shout, "You're seriously going to fight that thing?" He yelled up too, "It's too dangerous." Kim Ha-young stared in utter disbelief. He waded forward, gripping his axe tightly. Time to chop some wood. He swung the axe with full force and roared, "Cheer me on, guys." His blade sank deep into the plant monster. Right after, he activated his taunt skill. The timer appeared, 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. He landed strike after strike on the main trunk, his eyes darting to the side, staying on high alert. Just then, a root shot out to attack, but he dodged it perfectly. Not letting it escape, he buried his axe deep into it. A strange light flashed at the impact. Seeing that, he smirked. It's working. He'd already landed 4 consecutive hits. He thought to himself, this axe is pretty strong already, but its hidden ability is even stronger. Jang Seo-yun was still stunned by the sight. He swung again, landing another blow. Another strike landed, much to Minchon Jang's amazement. Suddenly, 2 roots shot towards him, catching him by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He severed both roots with a single, clean chop. That was his 7th hit. The voice in his head suddenly warned him. "To your left." He immediately glanced over his left shoulder. Seeing a root rushing toward him, he used his axe to cut it clean in half. That was the 8th strike. Then, he drove his axe into the main root again, for the 9th. And right after that, on the 10th strike, he brought the axe down with all his might. He poured all of his strength into cleaving the massive root right in front of him. Jang Seo-yun was completely in awe of what she was seeing. As for Kim Ha-young, she was looking at him with pure adoration. Seeing his goal complete, he laughed. The 10th strike! He looked at the axe and grinned. I knew this was coming. It seems those 72 genes he spent weren't a waste. Each time he hits something, the counter goes up. When it reaches its limit, the power of the final strike is off the charts. He stared at the root before him, his resolve hardening. Can't let my guard down just yet. Noticing the water on the ground was almost gone, he asked in surprise, "You drank all the water?" Then, he raised his axe and charged forward. But no matter how strong you are, it's useless now. He swung again, burying his blade deep into the trunk. One more time, all alone in this massive sewer. The sound of Chon Su's axe echoed thwack, thwack. In an instant, he'd struck 9 times. Then, he heaved the axe high, pointing it forward for everyone watching on screen. Get ready for the fireworks. A second later, he brought the axe down with crushing force. Crack! The monster's limbs shattered instantly. Minxianjiang just stared, eyes wide in disbelief. He was speechless. Splintered wood flew in every direction. And just like that, Chon Su had pulled it off perfectly. Mission complete. He'd completely annihilated the plant monster. The second it was over, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted and gasping for air, as a system notification popped up. You have received your reward. He let out a heavy sigh, looking up at the stream feed for his audience. I am never taking a mission like this again. The chat window immediately blew up. The plant monster just shattered. Next time will be even crazier. He suddenly remembered something and looked up. Hey, you three can come down now. They just stared back, eyes wide with a mix of shock and pure admiration. Minxianjiang cautiously eyed the splintered remains on the ground. He had to ask, is it really dead? Jang Sel-ihun got chills just looking at it. Don't touch it, she warned immediately. Kim Harry, on the other hand, lit up. So many samples. This is perfect for my research. The blacksmith looked at her, amazed. We just barely survived. And that's the first thing you say? You've got some serious nerve. He took off his raincoat, a small smile on his face. He laid out the plan for everyone. All right, let's start clearing this area. With the monster dead and the rain finally gone, it was time to move. And Minxian, you need a new backpack, right? Dawn was breaking as the four of them finally reached the surface. From there, they made their way to a wide, open area. Kim Harry called out, We're here. Minxianjiang was practically buzzing with excitement picking out a new pack, but didn't forget to remind the boy to be careful with his injury. He looked down at the baseball bat in his hands, inspecting it closely. Everyone, find a weapon, he said. And he said it with a smirk that didn't go unnoticed. His viewers picked up on it immediately. Yo, are you a baseball star or something? But then a scream. Instantly, everyone was on high alert. Damn it! Anxiously, the whole group peeked outside to see what was happening. A thug was searching around, his voice filled with rage. Where the hell did they go? Another guy, bigger this time, stepped out. You lost them? You gotta be kidding me, you useless punk. The first guy just sighed, defeated. The boss is gonna kill me. Just then, a commanding voice cut in. Get it together. The two thugs immediately snapped to attention and scrambled off. Yes, sir. Jang Sel-ihun watched them go, confused. She turned to the group. Who? Are those guys? He watched them, thinking to himself, they look just like that group from before. He narrowed his eyes, studying them more carefully, and then he made the connection. The tattoos. They were all too similar. A gang? The thought alone was exhausting. Go. Chon Su turned back to his own group, already weary. But then, he felt it. Something was wrong. He looked over and saw Minxianjiang's face. It was completely pale. Instantly concerned, he moved closer. What's wrong? Kim Harry reached out, touching the boy's cheek, which finally seemed to snap him out of it. Jang Sel-ihun came over too. Hey, why are you so freaked out? The boy mumbled a worried explanation. Chon Su quickly tried to reassure him. It's okay, they didn't see us. The kid just nodded, but something was still clearly wrong. His reaction was weird. Chon Su watched him, thinking, what's with this kid? It's not just fear. It looks more like he's worried about something. He announced to the group, I'm gonna go take a look. He cautiously slipped outside, scanned the area, and then came back to report. They're gone. Let's move. The four of them slowly crept out, eyes darting everywhere, on high alert. But then, a huge man came sprinting towards them, screaming his head off. Chon Su whipped around, totally caught off guard. What the? The man kept running right for them, absolutely terrified. Please, you gotta help me. And then, a loud bang. The man dropped, instantly dead. Chon Su just froze, completely stunned. What the hell just happened? Behind the fallen man, a figure slowly walked into view. His face was twisted into a terrifying snarl. You worthless piece of trash, he growled, making more work for me. And then he saw them. Chon Su's group, just standing there, watching. He barked an order to his men. Hey, you punks, assemble. The whole gang charged, weapons raised. Back on the stream, the comment section exploded with hype. Here we go. It's about to be a huge fight. But Chon Su knew this was bad news. He warned his team, get ready to run. He was already worried. Getting tangled up with a gang? This was going to be a massive pain. But then, the leader's eyes landed on Minxianjiang, and he shouted out, Well, isn't that Minxianjiang? The kid went pale instantly. He couldn't even look at them. Chon Su whipped his head around, shocked. You know these guys? Silence. Chon Su pressed him. Hey, I'm talking to you. But the kid was frozen, completely terrified, and couldn't get a single word out. The leader kept walking forward, a crazed look in his eyes. He was getting closer. Way too close. Chon Su didn't hesitate. He raised his axe, pointing it right at the gang. Stop. His voice was cold as ice. Don't come any closer. We're about to leave. The guy looked surprised for a second, then a wicked grin spread across his face. He asked everyone in the group, "Are you guys seriously going to stop me from talking to an old friend?" Chon Su glanced back to check the kid's reaction. Then he replied, "It looks like the kid doesn't want to talk to you. We'll say our goodbyes right here." The man just shot back an incredibly evil smile, aiming it right at Minxian. Then he said, "Nope, you don't get to make that decision." He locked his eyes on the kid. "Got nothing to say to us?" You could see the absolute terror on his face. The more he thought, the more powerless he felt. He ran a hand through his hair, asking, "What the hell is even going on?" Then, he raised his axe towards them as a challenge. "You're gonna regret not letting us go." Hearing this, the man just burst out laughing, totally amused. He immediately started mocking them. "You and that kid, you both have a serious god complex. Just two pathetic weaklings." He raised his axe with a twisted grin. "For old time's sake, I'll give you a 3 count. He started slowly. 1. Go. Chon Su gripped his own axe tighter. 1. Minxian's face went pale, a sickly gray. 2. As the man was about to hit 3, enraged, the thug swung his iron pipe down, only to be blocked by our hero's axe. In the next instant, the pipe clattered to the ground. He was stunned, completely clueless as to what just happened. Seizing the opening, Chon Su swung his axe towards the group, cutting straight into the leader, logging him out on the spot. Seeing this, his 2 goons charged forward, screaming, "You bastard!" But these small fry were nothing compared to Chon Su. He swung his axe, and just like that, they were wiped out. A second later, they were on the ground, crying out in pain. The leader watched, grinding his teeth in pure rage. He spat out a curse. "Son of a bitch!" Chon Su slowly walked up to him and asked, "What was that you said?" And right after that, he brought the axe down hard on the guy's shoulder, making him howl in agony. The thug instantly grabbed his shoulder and screamed, as Chon Su continued to talk down to him. "Seriously? You talk a big game, but you can't back it up?" He stomped on the guy's pipe and ordered, "Get up. You plan on being a street sweeper with your face?" Hearing this, the crowd burst out laughing. Comments flooded the chat window. "He looks like a robotic vacuum cleaner. I gotta go buy one." Chon Su continued to mock him. Even a vacuum cleaner is smarter than this guy. The thug was absolutely furious hearing all this. But then, he calmed himself, grabbed his iron pipe, and yelled, "Shut your damn mouth." Chon Su calmly replied, "Is that all you've got? Want me to teach you a few more lines?" The thug gritted his teeth, absolutely seething. He prepared to charge, yelling, "Do you have any idea who you're messing with? You've made a huge mistake." Chon Su just let out a challenging sigh. Then he mocked him right back. "Do you know who you're talking to?" He thought to himself with a smirk, "That's right. I'm the main character in this game." Hearing those words just made the guy's blood boil even more. He gripped his pipe and charged forward, ready for a life-or-death battle. But his attack was way too predictable. Chon Su easily dodged to the side and swung his axe, landing a decisive blow on the thug's leg and making him scream in pain. Just like that, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. His 2 followers saw this and rushed forward, yelling their usual favorite insult, "You son of a bitch, die!" Chon Su calmly swung his axe toward them and replied with a single, cold word, "No." And with that, they both slammed onto the ground, screaming, "Damn it!" He brought the axe down on them a few more times, lecturing them, "Don't swear, it just makes you look weak." By now, his axe was covered in their blood. With business handled, Chon Su turned to rejoin his teammates with total badass energy. But just as he was about to walk away, the leader suddenly screamed another curse at him. When the thug saw the axe dripping with his friend's blood, he immediately went pale and yelled, "Get away from me! Don't you come any closer!" Hearing this, Chon Su asked with some surprise, "What are you talking about? You're the one who was blocking our way out, remember?" His eyes turned ice cold as he stared the man down. "Telling us to leave now is a little." Before he could finish, Kim Hae-young approached and called out to him, Chon Su." She walked closer to the thug. She examined him with a calculating smile. "Should I help these guys? I'm not sure if I should consider bad guys my patients." Chon Su thought for a moment, then answered her, "I'm not sure either. We're gonna kill them anyway, so why waste time healing them?" Facing death, the thug screamed out in desperation, "You sick bastard, Minxian Kang, don't just stand there like an idiot. He continued to plead with the boy. We're friends. Tell this guy to stop. Hearing this, Min Qian Kang seemed lost in thought. Go Chon Su walked over and questioned him directly. You know these guys? The boy sadly explained. He's someone I used to hang out with. At this, everyone looked at him in total surprise. Hang out with? The boy's face went pale as he told the story. It was only for a short time. Thanks to some people who helped me, I cut ties with them and went back to school. Hearing this, Go Chon Su seemed surprised. Based on their personalities, you think they'd just let you go back to school peacefully? The more he spoke, the more helpless the boy looked. His face was covered in sweat as he explained. One of the people who helped me had a relative who's a cop. They probably let me go because they didn't want trouble. Go Chon Su turned back to look at the brute. So what, you're starting trouble now because the people who helped him aren't around anymore? The thug heard this and quickly spoke up. Let's talk for a second. Go Chon Su walked right up to his face and demanded, Is what he just said true? The thug, with a foot on his face, was furious. But he confirmed it was true. But we didn't do anything to him after that. Hearing this, Go Chon Su furiously raised his axe right at the guy's head and replied coldly, Then I've heard enough. Seeing this, the thug let out a terrifying, desperate scream. But suddenly, Kang Seo-yoon spoke up. Are you really going to kill this guy? He nodded. Of course. Why? Seeing her approach, the thug felt a glimmer of hope that he'd be saved, but she immediately shot him an ice-cold glare. I don't care about that, but we should at least get some more information out of him first. The thug looked at her, completely stunned. A moment later, the gang leader was tied securely to a tree. He screamed helplessly, What do you guys want? Somebody save me. Go, Chon Su told him coldly. Can you keep it down? You're gonna wake up the roots. Hearing that, the thug asked in fear, It's roots? Go Chon Su leaned in, his eyes sharp as a blade. You saw it, didn't you? The giant tree monster. The thug shot back, terrified. The sun is rising. How can it? Go Chon Su's gaze was stone cold. Smart, aren't you? Looks like you don't know that its roots are still active underground. Go Chon Su glanced down at the thug's feet. If you keep struggling, they'll come up to grab you. At this, the thug became even more terrified and screamed wildly. No way. Seeing his panicked reaction, Go Chon Su let out a smug laugh and continued to press him. You're injured and bleeding, so it'll definitely drain you dry. If you want to live, you'd better start talking. Now. But in his head, he was thinking, Of course, I'm making all this up. The thug screamed in pure terror, I don't want to die, somebody. Before he could finish, Go Chon Su cut him off with a chilling tone. That person said the exact same thing you did. This made the thug even more terrified. Who? Go Chon Su's face twisted into an unsettling, fearsome expression as he delivered the news. The guy whose skull you just caved in. He said he wanted to live, too. He was so scared he was about to crap his pants, screaming frantically. I'll tell you everything, okay? Our gang's called Black Tattoo, and there are 20 of us in total. Hearing this, Go Chon Su started connecting the dots and pressed him for more. So you guys go around killing other survivors? The man panicked, rushing to explain the whole situation. Our truck flipped, and we just needed parts to fix it. Once we're done, we swear we'll leave and head for the safe zone. Go Chon Su just laughed at that, patting the man's face a couple of times. Fantastic. Thanks for the info. With that, the four of them slowly started to walk away. The man screamed in terror. Wait, you're just gonna leave me here? Remembering something, Go Chon Su stopped and turned back. Oh, right. His eyes turned ice cold, chilling the man to the bone. I need to take care of any loose ends that might cause trouble later. A moment later, the man was swiftly taken care of and logged off for good. Elsewhere, another group of thugs looked shocked to see their buddy tied to a tree, covered in blood. The leader who used to bully Minshan Jiang had been killed by our boy, tied up tight against a tree trunk. The other gang leader looked stunned, demanding to know what happened. What in the world happened to this guy? One of his underlings answered nervously. He was killed by another group of survivors. Should we report this to the boss? The scar-faced leader nodded. Yeah, he said, but first, we find who did this. He looked the body over, thinking hard. Did they torture him? He let out a strange sigh. Who could have done something like this? Just then, one of his lackeys came running up. Pointing ahead, he yelled, Captain, there are a ton of dead bodies over there. Immediately, Scarface and his crew headed over to the scene. The place was a total mess, with 3 corpses strewn across the ground. He asked in shock, who the hell did this? He stared down at the cold bodies. Maybe it was the other guy's gang. But then, remembering something, he immediately dismissed his own idea. No, if it was them, They wouldn't have left the bodies like this. Scarface was starting to worry. Looking at the corpses on the ground gave him a headache. Afraid the boss would find out, he barked at his men. The bodies are still warm. The killer can't be far. Find them now. His grunts nodded and scattered. He stared at the bodies again, letting out another frustrated sigh. This is going to be a day of mourning. His gaze slowly moved over the cold corpses. Then we hear Min Shanjiang's voice. His name is Ju Songjin. He nervously explained everything he knew. He has a huge scar on his face, and he's our team captain. I don't know if he's still with the group, but the last time I saw them, the gang didn't even have a name yet. Chon Su thought for a moment after hearing this. He asked in surprise, "You mean that blue-haired guy is probably still with them? The one waiting for rescue earlier, right?" The boy nodded sadly, a hint of fear in his eyes. "This is bad. Most of the guys in that gang are strong. I feel like I'm just causing you trouble." Chon Su laughed, putting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Even if it wasn't for you, guys like that would have found a reason to pick a fight with me anyway." The boy looked confused, not quite getting what he meant. "What do you mean by that?" So, Chon Su broke it down for him. "Based on what I've seen, they wouldn't split into large groups just to wander around like that. What else do you know about them?" Hearing that, the boy searched his memory and recalled, "Their leader likes to divide them into small teams, like patrol, special ops, and guards." That clicked for Chon Su. He asked, surprised. "So the guys we ran into earlier, they were the patrol team?" The boy immediately pictured the thugs from before and explained, "The patrol team carries out missions for the boss. The other groups either stand guard or go out to find and gather supplies nearby." Chon Su smirked, remembering the first guy's words. He said there were 20 of them. He then announced to the group, "Well, now there are only 17. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Look to your right." He instantly whipped his head around. A blood-soaked truck came into view. He said in surprise, "What is that?" Beside him, Jang Se-yoon recognized it. She quickly spoke up, "That's the truck the guy was talking about." He walked closer to inspect the bloody vehicle, muttering, "Let's see, was this caused by zombies?" Kim Harry also took a closer look at the truck and reported back, "This truck has been completely stripped clean." Surprised, Chon Su walked over to her. "What's going on?" She explained, "They took almost everything, even the battery." Chon Su just laughed, looking at the empty truck bed and mocking them. What the hell are those guys even doing? Trashing a perfectly good truck like this? What a bunch of idiots. Jang Se-yoon couldn't help but ask him, "Was this truck attacked by zombies?" He thought for a second, then nodded. "Looks like it." And after that, those gangsters came and stripped it for all its parts. Now it's just an empty shell. He ran a tired hand through his hair and sighed. Just how special was their own truck? They treat it like Luffy treats his pirate treasure. Hearing this, people watching the stream immediately commented in the chat window, "Just stop trying to think about it. You can't understand the thought process of single-celled organisms." He sighed and made a decision. "All right, let's go." But suddenly, he sensed movement behind them. "Wait," he called out to everyone. He walked toward an eavesdropper hiding behind a wall. Then, without hesitation, he raised his axe towards the guy. The man screamed, "Wait!" He slowly backed away, terrified, and pleaded, "Please, don't hit me." Chon Su coldly questioned him, "Who are you? Talk, or the axe talks." The terrified man explained everything. I was in that truck when it crashed. I managed to escape and have been hiding here ever since." Chon Su asked him, surprised, "Then why were you hiding and acting so suspicious?" He turned to Minchon Jang. "Do you know this guy?" The boy just shook his head. "I've never seen him before." Seeing him slightly lower the axe, the man quickly sat down, thanking them profusely out of fear. But Chon Su was still suspicious, his eyes fixed on the man's clothes. He was wearing the same uniform as that person. The man sighed, kneeling down and finally telling the full story. "I knew you weren't like those bastards. You even have a student with you." Chon Su's interest was piqued. "Those bastards?" The man sighed again and laid it all out. "You know those guys with the tattoos? We accidentally ran into a horde of zombies. While we were driving by, they approached us, pretending to help. But as soon as they got close, they just started attacking." The man then looked at Chon Su with worried eyes. "You've already seen people in our uniform, haven't you?" Hearing that, Chon Su shot him a surprised look. "This guy, he has no idea they're all dead." The man tried to comfort them, his tone surprisingly calm. "Do you know which way those guys with the tattoos went?" At the question, the other man pointed nervously. They went south." The group of 4 turned to leave, tossing a cold thanks over their shoulder. Good to know. That means we won't run into them at least. All right, let's move. The man just stood there, completely frozen. Wait, what? He pointed at himself, totally bewildered. What about me? The leader looked back, genuinely surprised. What about you? The man quickly pointed south again, desperate. Aren't you guys heading south too? Don't you need an escort? The leader sighed. If we go with you, we'll run right into that gang. The man frantically tried to change their minds. His eyes were wide with pure terror. Don't go north. Without a car, you'll never make it through there. The leader stared back, confused, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What are you talking about? The man started trembling, telling them everything he saw. There are these vine-like monsters over there. I watched them snatch people up, just tearing them apart. If you try to cross on foot, you're dead. You absolutely need a car. One of them looked up, intrigued. So you're saying we'd be safe if we drove through? The man nodded immediately, confirming it. Yeah, they don't attack the cars that drive past. Okay, go. Chon Su was processing this new info. He turned to the viewers watching his stream. All right, guys, you hear that? Any ideas? What's a thorny vine? Immediately, the chat window exploded with answers. It's a detector. You know, like one of those speed cameras? Basically the same idea. If you move too slow, it kills you. Reading this, Chon Su was shocked. Wouldn't it make more sense if they caught things moving too fast? The chat corrected him instantly. Think of it like a carnivorous plant. And just like that, it clicked. Go, Chon Su cursed under his breath. So, we were going there to find a car. But we can't even get there without a car? He pressed the man again. Are those monsters only in that one spot? The man's face fell as he recalled the grim details. The people I was with. They said nowhere is safe. Those vines block all the other roads, so you'll face the same thing no matter where you go. Chon Su put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. The botanical garden and the vines. Both lead north. Looks like we don't have a choice but to go that way. Beside him, Min Shanjiang spoke up, worried. We have to go south? Are you sure about this? Look, I know I'm not as good as you, but those guys, they're pretty strong. But Chon Su just smirked, speaking to the whole group. At the end of the day, they're just a bunch of thugs. If we all team up, they won't stand a chance. Think of it as payback for you. So don't worry, just relax. The man they just saved watched this exchange, completely amazed. He looked at Chon Su with admiration. So cool. I knew it. The first time I saw you, I knew you were impressive. Hearing that, Chon Su gave a slightly embarrassed cough. The chat went wild. Just relax? Seriously? He sighed, addressing his viewers. Looks like this is the only path we can take. He turned to the man. What's your name? The man grinned, happy to introduce himself. I'm Oi Ongjin. Chon Su let out a small laugh. Thanks for the information, Oi Ongjin. I hope you make it through this. Good luck. The man's jaw dropped, totally confused by what was happening. What about me? You're not taking me with you? The chat started spamming. Come on, just take him with you. Chon Su considered it for a moment, then pointed. I would, but I can't. And that's when his eyes locked onto something. The wound on the man's arm. The man looked surprised. Kim Hari stepped closer, concerned, to get a better look at his arm. Chon Su's voice was sharp. That wound isn't from just bumping into something, is it? The man lifted his arm in a panic. What? I thought I just got scraped up during the fight. Kim Hari's voice was grim. You're infected. I'm sure of it. Chon Su followed up. You hear that? My friend here is a med student, so she knows a lot more than I do. The man just stood there, helpless, cursing his luck. Then, he started begging. Please, help me. His eyes were suddenly filled with a terrifying resolve. He looked right at the group. If you have to, just cut off my arm. That way, I definitely won't be infected. Chon Su was stunned by his words. He had to double-check. What? What did you just say? Kim Hari quickly stepped in to explain. If we actually do that, you'll probably just die. It's not as simple as you think. We'd be creating a fresh wound, for starters. They had tied the man to a post. She continued trying to reason with him. Basically, you're just creating a new way for the infection to get in. Don't you get it? You're being reckless just because you don't want to turn into a monster. The more she spoke, the more panicked he became. But she kept going, her words a barrage of grim reality. We don't have any anesthetic. What happens if you go into shock halfway through? If that happens, we'd have to wait for you to stabilize, and by then, we'd be out of time. She finally paused, her explanation complete. Are you absolutely sure you want to do this? He was completely terrified by her logic. From behind, Chon Su cut in. That's enough. She looked down, a little sad. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure he knew what he was getting into. Chon Su tied the man's arm tightly to a table. I'm willing to help. But remember, if you're already infected, this is only going to make things more painful. Do you still want to go through with it? The man hesitated. Then, he clenched his jaw, his face a mask of anger and determination. I want to live, and I'll do anything to survive. His eyes burned with rage. It's all because of those bastards. I refuse to die like this. Go, Chon Su stared at him, thinking to himself. Is this guy really just an NPC? He handed his axe to Kim Hari with an instruction. I get it. Can you disinfect my axe? She nodded, happy to help. Then, remembering something, he turned to address his stream. Hey, can you guys help me out here? Can you give him a mission or something? Just help him ignore the pain from his hand. Anything to reduce the side effects. The others just stare back, stunned. A mission? Is this kid giving us orders now? You want to bring him along? Look, if it wasn't going to cost me, I'd help. The chat window lit up with comments. Time for you to unlock the new features, one typed. Another quickly added, yeah, seriously, why hasn't he unlocked the shop and missions yet? Hearing this, he was a little caught off guard. He had no clue what these people were talking about. Then, all of a sudden, a viewer issued him a new mission. The objective? Use any available tool to sever Oh Yoon-jun's hand. And here's the kicker, he had to cut it completely off on the 5th strike. No more, no less. The reward for this grim task? Oh Yoon-jun would be able to move freely, completely cured of all side effects. Chon Su was speechless reading the mission. He thought to himself, this is just insane. A moment later, Kim Hari was already there, calmly disinfecting an axe for him. It's ready. He just nodded at her, then asked, you know what comes next, right? She gave a firm nod, understanding completely. And then she immediately used both hands to cover Oh Yoon-jun's eyes. Chon Su sighed, exasperated. What are you doing? I meant hold his arm down. She jumped, totally flustered. Oh. I misunderstood. I thought he would be too scared to watch. The viewers watching this bizarrely cute moment started laughing in the chat again. That girl is weird, but in a cute way, one wrote. Chon Su ignored them, took a deep breath, and hefted the axe, steeling himself for what came next. I have to hit the 5-cut condition. Looking down at the arm, which was already starting to mutate, he asked his viewers, so, you're telling me if I chop this thing off in one clean hit, the whole mission fails? The viewers found this hilarious. The mission's a bit of a joke, isn't it? One replied. Just get to chopping already. He raised the axe high into the air and shouted, here we go. In the next instant, the blade came down, and a piercing scream from Oh Yoon-jun echoed through the building. Hearing it, Min Cheon-gang angrily demanded, are they actually doing it? Gang Seo-yoon just nodded grimly. Of course they are. A series of helpless screams followed, making both of them jump with every agonizing sound. She let out a long sigh. Chon Su can be really scary sometimes. You just never know what he's thinking. Another sickening chop echoed from the other room. After this is over, she said wearily, we should probably thank him. He volunteered to do this, and told us to stay out here so we wouldn't have to see it. Her companion just nodded, looking terrified. Yeah. And then another loud chop. By now she was completely confused. Why does he have to hit it so many times? Just then, the screaming stopped. A sudden, dead silence. She looked up, surprised. The noise stopped. Is it over? A moment later, Kim Hari appeared in the doorway. She slowly stepped out, and was immediately followed by one final, sharp scream. Kim Hari offered a small smile. You can come in now. They walked into a scene straight out of a horror movie. Stepping into the room, Seo-yoon gasped. What happened? Her eyes were glued to the severed arm lying cold and still on the table, and she looked at Chon Su in horror. You really cut off his hand? He actually chuckled. Don't look so worried, it's just giving a thumbs up. She was completely lost. What are you talking about? He smiled and explained. It's a like. I guess he's trying to say the surgery was a 5-star success. Min Cheon-gang looked at Oh's severed hand and went pale. Is Yoon-jun going to be okay? The man himself was still completely unconscious. Chon Su just shrugged. No idea. But if he doesn't wake up in 5 minutes, we're leaving without him. He sighed, frustrated. Those damn black tattoo bastards are still out there. We can't stay in one spot for too long. His friend looked grim. Who knows when he'll wake up? But just as the words left his mouth, Oh Yoon-jun shot bolt upright, shocking everyone in the room. He looked down at his own stump in a daze, then back at them. What happened? It's gone. Chon Su calmly walked over to explain. You passed out from the pain. I think it was around the third cut, maybe? Then he asked the million-dollar question. So, how are you feeling? Oh, Yoonjun just burst into a wide, happy grin. I feel strong as an ox, he boomed. It's all thanks to you. Thank you so much. Go Chon Su was at a total loss for words. He quickly tried to reason with him. Okay, but you should probably calm down a little. He couldn't help but worry. I only reversed the side effects. Who knows what other problems this could cause later. But before he could say more, the man dropped to his knees, bowing his head. No, really, I am eternally grateful. Suddenly, a loud clatter from outside broke the strange moment. Chon Su instantly whipped his head toward the door. A brutish-looking goon was angrily kicking something on the ground, cursing loudly. What the hell does the old man even want? He yelled. Where are we supposed to find working parts in this godforsaken hellhole? The guy next to him quickly tried to shut him up, but the thug wasn't listening, still taking his rage out on a wrecked car. How am I supposed to calm down? Damn it, why do we have to fix this stupid truck anyway? There are tons of abandoned cars all over the place. The shorter guy beside him hissed urgently. Quiet. What if somebody hears you? But the angry one wasn't done yet. He kept right on shouting. There's no one around. Everyone else is out scavenging for parts. Listening from behind the door, Go Chon Su took it all in. A few new faces, he thought. Probably the patrol team. Good. That means they aren't looking for me right now. The angry thug suddenly remembered something. Hey, is that truck some kind of good luck charm or what? I seriously don't get what the boss is thinking. The masked man next to him finally explained. It's because it's a refrigerated truck. The thug just stared at him blankly. So what? The masked man sighed. In this situation, you think it's easy to find a portable freezer? And just like that, Chon Su understood. So that's why they're so obsessed with that one vehicle. Outside, the thug sighed, defeated. Yeah, but even so, finding the parts is a nightmare. He gestured to a pile of scrap on the ground. Those idiots already tore apart a perfectly good truck. His masked companion just nodded in agreement. That's right. The first guy continued his rant. And then they broke the parts into even smaller pieces, just to make it look like they worked harder to find them. It's pathetic. He grabbed his head in frustration. Man, I am getting so sick of this. Go Chon Su, observing everything from the shadows, thought to himself, their boss seems pretty damn obsessive. He turned back to his group to give them the update. There are two guys right outside. Min Cheon Gang looked alarmed. The Black Tattoo Gang? Chon Su nodded grimly, then laid out his plan. We could take them out easily right now, but we should watch them first. We still need to find out where they're hiding. Min Cheon Gang immediately caught on. Not a bad idea. Let's trail them. Kim Hari, standing nearby, also nodded. I agree. But just then, Gang Seo Yoon remembered something important. She quickly cut in. Wait a minute. Shouldn't we send just one person? A whole group trying to be stealthy is a lot more noticeable. He processed her words, and then nodded. She was right. Only one person for the job. His gaze immediately shifted to the side. It landed right on Jun, who looked up, completely surprised by the sudden attention. Elsewhere, the Black Tattoo Gang is scavenging for car parts. Suddenly, two of them freeze. The blonde one turns to his masked boss. Hey, you hear that? The other guy shivers. Don't say that, man. You're giving me the creeps. It's not our turn to move yet. The first guy just lets out a sigh. Guess you were right earlier. Hiding in the shadows, June started having second thoughts. How am I supposed to get any closer now? Suddenly, the two thugs stopped dead, staring at the scene unfolding before them. They dropped the heavy wheel, letting it roll forward as they asked in pure shock. What are you doing here, sir? The tire rolled to a stop right at the feet of one man. It was none other than Ju Sang-jin. The two guys immediately called out, Captain! He glanced at their haul, unimpressed. Looks like you've collected a lot. He turned to them. I'm not here to supervise you. I'm just looking for someone. The masked thug got curious. Who, sir? Ju Sang-jin's voice dropped, cold as ice. An enemy. His whole face darkened as he stared right past them. Someone's been taking out our guys recently. 3 of them, to be exact. Hearing this, the other guy went pale and stammered out a question. Does the big boss know about this? If he does, I don't want to go back yet. He's going to be pissed. The captain just scoffed. If he knew, you think we'd still be out here? He then walked past them, not forgetting to give an order. We'll handle this before he finds out. You two, bring the stuff back and keep him distracted. Find some entertainment for him or something. The thug was confused. Entertainment? Ju Sang-jin let out a dark laugh. Or we can all just die together. Your call. And with that, the group moved on. See you later. Jun watched it all unfold from his hiding spot, his mind racing. They're gone, but wait. That direction is? The more he thought, the more anxious he got, sweat dripping down his face. They're heading straight for Chon Su and the others. At that moment, he was completely torn. His mind split into two different paths. Should I turn back? What do I do? I still haven't found their real base. But should I return now that I know why they're coming here? Then he made a decision. I have to stick to the plan. The two lackeys kept rolling the tire forward, just chatting amongst themselves. I'm starting to get worried. Just keep going. Jun clutched the wound in his side, glaring at them with angry eyes. Come on, stop dragging your feet and lead me to your base already. But they just kept walking slowly, like they didn't have a care in the world. A little more. Jun kept following them, telling himself, just a little further. As soon as he found his target, he quickly turned and bolted, thinking, okay, that's enough. Just wait for me, guys. I'm on my way back. But what he saw next stopped him dead in his tracks. Zhang Qiol. In leaped out, taking down a huge guy with a clean kick. Minxian Zhang wasn't sitting still either, landing a decisive punch on another goon. Kim Heron looked even more terrifying. She raised a small knife and plunged it straight into a guy's eye. One by one, they were all getting taken down. Jun could only stare with wide, shocked eyes, still trying to process what was happening. Chon Su slowly walked toward Ju Sang-jin and confronted him. Your name is Ju Sang-jin, right? He held his weapon tight, his eyes deadly serious. You're not as strong as I thought. This weak. And you dared to bully Minxian? Seeing Chon Su so calm, Ju Sang-jin exploded. You're the one who killed my men, aren't you? He gave a cold nod, confirming it. That's right. No, you're correct. I guess there's no need to hide it anymore. He looked almost bored, glancing away with a sneer. I can't believe you managed to bully Minxian Zhang with that ridiculous headset on. In the background, Minxian was absolutely wrecking his remaining men. The captain screamed at him. You bastard! Is this how you repay us after everything we sacrificed? Chon Su's voice cut in, cold and sharp. Hey, focus up. A captain should only be talking to another captain. That set him off. Ju Sang-jin gripped his knife and charged forward, screaming. This isn't over yet. Hearing that, Chon Su just smirked confidently. Are you sure about that? That smug look made Ju Sang-jin grit his teeth in pure rage. Damn you! In a split second, he turned his head, looking back. Jun flinched, terrified, as the captain's eyes locked onto him. Before he could even react, the captain slammed the handle of his knife hard into Jun's neck, making him scream in pain. Ju Sang-jin had just taken Jun hostage. He yelled at the four of them, Don't come any closer, or this knife goes straight into his neck. Chon Su just looked at him with disgust. You're even more pathetic than I thought. Ju Sang-jin screamed, Get back! But Chon Su just tightened his grip on his weapon and slowly started walking towards him. I was hoping for something more. This is just disappointing. Seeing him advance, the captain pressed the knife straight against Jun's neck, threatening, Back off! But the threat was empty. Chon Su didn't even flinch as he walked straight towards him. Looks like you guys are all talk in the end. As he got closer, Ju Sang-jin started backing away, pure fear in his eyes. I said, Back off! Jun tried to sound brave, yelling out, Don't worry about me, this is nothing. Hearing that, the captain's hand tightened furiously on his knife. And then, in a flash, he plunged the knife straight into Jun's heart. He went limp instantly. Chon Su froze. Damn it! Ju Sang-jin saw his chance and ran, leaving Jun lying helplessly on the ground. Everyone in the chat window went crazy. It's over. How could he do that to the test subject? My axe is going to see blood today. Chon Su was filled with pure rage, screaming at the fleeing figure, You son of a bitch! Over on the other side, Ju Sang-jin was running for his life. He didn't forget to curse, motherf. But before he could get far, Chon Su's axe flew through the air, sinking deep into his back and making him scream in pain. He fell to the ground, helpless. Chon Su slowly walked up to him and asked, Do you know what kind of stream gets the most viewers? The captain was silent. No? Chon Su glared down at him, his eyes filled with rage, and delivered a bone-chilling line. An apology livestream. Then he brought his weapon down hard on the man's hand, making him scream helplessly. Chon Su's eyes had changed, turning stone cold. He said only one word. Apologize. Then he landed another brutal blow on his back and gave his final command. For all the sins you've committed, die. Seeing his fury, the chat window absolutely exploded. Sorry? And to top it off, the guy was already dressed in black. Chon Su raised the axe again. You call that an apology? The man's pleas echoed once more as he begged. I'm sorry, just stop. But Chon Su just leaned in. I can't hear you. Hearing this, the man yelled louder, his voice dripping with cowardice. I said, I'm sorry. He covered his face in fear, pleading again. I'm sorry, okay? So please, just stop. But Chon Su just grabbed him by the hair and started dragging him. He hauled the man in front of the others and gave an order. Apologize to them, not to me. Then he shoved his head forward. And don't just say it. Chon Su slammed his head into the ground with so much force it cracked the concrete. Do it like you mean it. A few teeth flew from the man's mouth. He was completely terrified, begging for his life. But Chon Su showed no mercy. He smashed his head into the ground one more time, leaving him utterly helpless. Seo Yoon rushed over, calling out his name. Seeing his terrifying state, she quickly intervened. That's enough, she pleaded with him to stop. And just like that, he did. He let the man's motionless body fall to the ground and let out a long, tired breath. Nearby, Kim Ha-rin was checking on Oh Il-jin. She announced with surprise, the infection is accelerating. Fast. Cutting off his arm slowed it down, but the virus had already spread throughout his entire body. Right then, his whole arm began to transform. She added sadly, I think the wound weakened his immune system, making it worse. Oh, Il-jin just lay there, helpless. He slowly spoke to everyone. I'm sorry, looks like I don't have much time left. Go, Chon Su sighed, looking defeated. I've seen too many goodbyes. You don't need to apologize. Then he asked, did you find their base? The man struggled to sit up and face the group. Found it, and I can still walk. Go, Chon Su was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He can still move? The others quickly jumped in to explain. It's probably the adrenaline. If you're already turning, a wound like that doesn't matter much. Using a stick as a crutch, Oh Il-jin started walking. I'll lead the way. Go, Chon Su walked over and gently placed a hand on Minchin's shoulder. You ready? It's time to face your past. The boy's eyes instantly changed. His face filled with determination as he told him, let's go. The scene then shifts to another location, the gang's hideout. Oh Il-jin limped forward, leading the four of them. It was clear he couldn't hold on much longer, but he pushed forward for them all, taking a deep breath. He screamed at the top of his lungs, come on out, you bastards. Hearing this, the gang members looked over angrily. The hell? But he just kept provoking them. If you've got guts, get out here right now. Enraged, they slowly approached. But as they got a closer look, they started murmuring to each other. Looks like that bastard's infected. What? Their red-haired leader stepped forward and yelled, what's with all the noise? Who the hell are you? Oh Il-jin looked at the man in front of him and thought, that must be Gu Yongyun, the leader of Black Tattoo. He immediately remembered what Minchon had said, just like the kid said. Red hair and that face, no doubt about it. He then made a chilling declaration. I came here to kill you. The leader just laughed. Kill me? His cronies started mocking him. Does this guy really think he can take on the boss? He should be worried about getting cured. The leader looked Oh Il-jin up and down. A one-armed man has a lot of nerve. Oh Il-jin just stayed silent. Seeing the fury in his eyes, the leader let out a strange laugh. What are you glaring at me for? You in a hurry to die? Looks like you don't have much time left anyway. As the leader stepped forward, one of his lackeys handed him an iron pipe. He grinned, completely confident. We were just trying to fix our car, he said, stepping right in front of him. And then this bastard shows up and ruins the mood. His eyes turned unbelievably cruel. You're dead. Seeing his chance, Oh Il-jin suddenly let out a massive, strange scream. All of them jumped, completely confused by what was happening. What the hell? In that exact moment, Seo Yoon's silhouette appeared behind them. She swiftly took out one of the thugs with her weapon. On the other side, Minchon used his own weapon to take down another goon. Gu Yongyun spun around, completely shocked at the sight. He had no idea what was going on. Kim Ha-rin, badass as ever, was holding a first aid kit but still easily handled two thugs at once. Then, she flawlessly threw a sharp knife straight into a henchman's eye, making him scream in agony. Chon Su charged forward, his eyes filled with killing intent, sending the gang into a panic. It's an ambush! Protect the boss! Chon Su casually took down a henchman with his axe, which seemed to surprise the man. Is he the Grim Reaper? Gu Yongyun couldn't hide the shock on his face. He screamed helplessly. What the hell is going on here? Just then, he froze. He saw the figure of Minchon flawlessly taking down his men, and in an instant, he recognized the boy. Chon Su was now standing right behind him. You're the one, aren't you? He asked. The piece of trash who tortured that little kid. The gang leader whipped his head around, shouting angrily, "Damn it, did he hire you to mess with us?" Chon Su just laughed. "You're overvaluing yourself, but sure, you can think that." He then raised his axe and spoke in a calm, chilling voice. "Let me have that arm of yours." Seeing this, Gu Yongyun was terrified, his voice trembling with fear. "Don't joke around. You dare hit me?" Chon Su ignored him completely. The man screamed a curse, "Die," as he swung. But Chon Su calmly used his axe. He blocked the iron pipe perfectly. A confident smirk spread across his face. Blocked it. The leader was absolutely furious at this sight. He gritted his teeth in pure rage. "You son of a bitch." He started swinging the pipe wildly, cursing with every strike. Chon Su just laughed at the pathetic display. "Is this really all you've got?" Gu Yongyun was now in a full-blown panic. He thought to himself, "How is this skinny guy so strong?" He yelled out, "What the hell are you?" With a loud clang, Chon Su sent the iron pipe flying from his hand and asked, "What do you mean?" He stood there, questioning the man again. "You already figured it out yourself, didn't you? I'm the one Minshan hired." Gu Yongyun was completely freaking out now, stammering in absolute terror. "Stay back, don't you dare get any closer to me." Seeing the guy's terrified reaction, he just let out a smug laugh. "You and your lackeys are exactly alike. Looks like you trained them pretty well, huh?" Hearing that, the man spun around to look behind him and started yelling, "You guys!" But just then, one of his men screamed out in total helplessness. It made the boss whip his head back around to see what was happening. Oh God. Oh Jongjun had completely turned. He was a full-blown zombie now, savagely sinking his teeth into his former comrade's neck. Chon Su was just frozen on the spot by the scene. His eyes were wide with shock, staring at the image of Oh Jongjon, now a monster, tearing into the other guy. Gu Yonghyun desperately scrambled forward, cursing, "Son of a bitch." Our guy watched him run, then called out with a mocking tone, "What a total failure. The men are just as pathetic as their boss." Hearing that, the others let out a few nervous laughs, but our hero's eyes turned dead serious, focused on Oh Jongjun. The transformation was complete, he was one of them now. Gu Yonghyun's man crumpled to the ground. Right then, the system window lit up with comments. Time to send him off to work, like a man. One clean shot to the neck. He gripped his weapon tight and stepped toward the newly turned zombie. "Thanks for your help, but it's time to say goodbye." Hearing this, Oh Jongjun just stood there, frozen, staring right at him. Kim Hari spoke up, a hint of regret in her voice. "Wait." Then she called out to everyone. "Look closer." He approached, stunned, looking at Oh Jongjun, who seemed just as surprised by his own condition. He couldn't believe his eyes and had to ask again, "No way. Are you still conscious in there?" The zombie man gave a helpless nod, confirming it. The comments kept rolling in on the system window. "He's on his way out anyway. Not much time left." He let out a long, heavy sigh. "Looks like there's no other choice." He glanced at the huge truck nearby and told the group, "The refrigerated truck is still here, so he can't have gone far." He walked over to inspect the truck, then turned to Oh Jongjon. "How about it? Want to take on one last mission for us?" The man-turned-zombie just stared back, his eyes filled with disbelief. On the other side of a glass door, Gu Yonghyun was watching everything, furious. He cursed under his breath. Just go to hell. One thought consumed his mind. That bastard, Minshan. I knew something was off the moment I saw him. Because of him, I lost all my men. The more he thought, the more his rage grew, his eyes fixed on Minshan. Because of that kid, all his men were gone. He used to be nothing more than a toy for the whole gang. Just then, Chon Su's group started talking amongst themselves, surprised. "Jang Seol-hyun, we still haven't checked this building." She immediately nodded in agreement. "Let's go in. Let's head inside together." Hearing this, the boss panicked, frantically looking for a place to hide. He scrambled upstairs thinking, facing Minshan and those two women right now is suicide. Getting to higher ground gives me the advantage. Then, an iron pipe caught his eye. A smile crept across his face. And there's even a weapon waiting for me. He immediately got into a fighting stance, a new plan forming in his head. I need to get that truck back. With it, I can start over any time. A mobile fridge and fresh food makes it easy to attract new followers. The more he thought about it, the wider his sinister grin became, clearly loving this new plan. Anything young is good. Gang members included. Find some young kids, and you can easily train them to do the work. Just then, Minshan slowly pushed the door open. The boss was still lost in his thoughts. "That truck is mine. I'll kill all of you and take it back." Seeing Minshan, he roared, "You dare betray me." But the kid just calmly replied, "Is that the only way you know how to talk to people, old man?" But the boss just kept screaming at him, You're a cowardly traitor. After I treated you so well. Suddenly, Minchon's expression shifted to pure rage. He started spelling it all out. Forbidding me from going to school is treating me well? I had to repeat a grade because of you. If you kept taking care of me, you probably would have sold my school uniform too. Losing his cool completely, the boss grabbed his weapon and charged. You arrogant little punk. Minchin didn't back down, firing back. You're the arrogant one. His eyes were perfectly calm as he stared the man down. Who do you think you are, deciding my life for me? You even forced everyone here to die in your place. The more the boss heard, the angrier he got, screaming, You bastard! You think you're some kind of god? You used to be one of us. But Minchon just calmly explained, The only thing I ever learned from you was how to smoke. I never hurt anyone. The boss just kept shouting, And you think that makes you better than us? I'll knock you out in one punch. Minchon didn't even flinch, just coldly challenged him. Come on then, come down here and fight me. That just made the boss even angrier. He pointed behind Minchon and yelled, Like I'd fall for that. There's someone behind that door, isn't there? Hearing that, Minchon looked even more baffled by this lunatic. What are you talking about? The man kept accusing him. You think I can't hear them? I know those two women are waiting there for me. But just then, up above them, two figures were standing there. Gu Yonghyun froze on the spot, completely confused. Jang Seol-hyun just laughed, gripping her weapon and staring down at him with a terrifying look. Actually, we're up here. Seeing this, the boss could only scream in terror. Then, he roared out an order. Back off, you bastards. Minchon stepped closer, taunting him. Scared, aren't you? I knew you'd react like this. The boss was still frantically cursing in his head. The two women slowly started walking down toward him. Right then, Minchon proposed a bold idea. If you won't come down, why don't you try coming up? The boss could only shoot a helpless glare at the kid. Minchon was still standing perfectly still. And that's when the boss snapped. He charged down the stairs, yelling, I'm taking you with me. But Minchon instantly stepped back and slammed the door shut. The boss smashed face first right into it. He was still clutching his face in pain, cursing at the kid. Behind him, the two women were slowly descending the stairs. They looked at him with absolutely chilling eyes. Seeing that strange look, Gu Yonghyun could only run for it, scrambling downstairs and screaming, Stay away from me! He threw open a door, checked the situation, and thought to himself, The others aren't here. Then his eyes landed on the refrigerated truck, and his face lit up with joy. My truck, it's saved. But then a voice came from right behind him. It was Chon Su. And where do you think you're going? Gu Yonghyun took off at full speed, screaming over his shoulder, Screw you. Go, Chon Su gave chase, casually introducing himself. I'm not screw you, I'm Chon Su. The boss just yelled frantically. I didn't ask. He yanked the truck door open, shouting, Get lost! But the second that door opened, he spots a strangely familiar masked figure and blurts out, You're still alive? But in that instant, wham! A fist slams into the back of his neck. He lets out a scream of pure agony. Just like that, he collapses, with no idea what just hit him. Sometime later, his eyes slowly flutter open. He jolts awake, completely bewildered. He's in front of a refrigerated truck now, looking around in utter confusion. What? No way. Did we escape? A wave of relief washes over Gu Yonghyun as he glances over at the person in the driver's seat. He shouts, I knew letting you join the gang was the right call. But then, something feels off. Dead wrong. He's confused again. He looks down at the ropes binding him inside the truck and yells, What are these? Untie me! Suddenly, a strange groaning sound comes from beside him. The sound is just weird. Gu Yonghyun immediately realizes something is wrong. He looks at the driver, demanding, Hey, when did you get so damn skinny? The person doesn't say a word, just keeps driving in dead silence. The situation is definitely not okay. Helpless, he can only scream at the top of his lungs. Damn it, who are you? The man next to him? None other than Oh Yoon-jun, behind the wheel of the freezer truck. His desperate shouts echo inside the truck. What the hell is this? Son of a bitch, where are you taking me? Gu Yonghyun sees Oh Yoon-jun just driving and screams in pure desperation. WHO, are you? The truck just keeps moving. His hopeless cries swallowed by the engine's roar. What is this? You bastard, where are you taking me? But then, right in that moment, he freezes. He hears strange noises from outside. He quickly shouts, What's that sound? Stop the truck. There's something out there. And then, a memory flashes in his mind. He quickly barks a new order. Forget it, don't stop, keep going. But it was useless. Oh Yoon-jun had already slammed on the brakes. The massive truck crashes hard into the ground with a massive thud. Gu Yonghyun screams, "You son of a bitch." At that moment, green vines start creeping up the windshield. He stares forward, a knot of dread in his stomach. The vines shatter the glass, bursting inside and wrapping around everything in sight. In a flash, they ensnare Oh Yoon-jun. He just sits there, not even putting up a fight. Gu Yonghyun watches it all unfold, letting out a helpless, terrified scream. The guy was truly panicking now. Then, the vines shot towards him, coiling around his body, trapping him completely. He yells in agony, but no one is coming to save him. But in his final moments, Oh Yoon-jun turns to him, with a strange, chilling smile on his face. A final act of defiance. He raises his middle finger straight at Gu Yonghyun's face. And then, boom, the truck explodes in a massive fireball. Far in the distance, Chon Su watches the whole thing. He sees the explosion and looks impressed. He turns to Minchan and Yang behind him and says, "He drove it right to the surveillance station." A hint of sadness creeps into his thoughts. It's a shame we had to say goodbye like that. Minchan, surprised, looks back at him. "Wait, didn't we need that truck?" Chon Su just looks at him and explains. He lays out the cold calculation in his head. "That thing's useless to us. A truck that big guzzles gas. It'd be a net loss." Then he turns the question on Minchan. "What about you? You sad to see an acquaintance die?" Minchan jerks his head, giving him a weird look. "Are you kidding me?" He lets out a heavy, relieved sigh. Then he slowly shares his own thoughts. "Honestly, I'm glad he's dead. I feel lighter, you know?" Hearing that, Chon Su cracks a small, reassured smile. "Good to hear." He then walks over to Yang Seo Yoon. "She's sitting in a different truck," he asks her, surprised. "How's this one?" She grins back at him. "Perfect. Did I ever tell you? I'm not a big fan of small cars." He smiles and gives her a gentle warning. "Gas is hard to come by these days. So please, drive carefully, okay?" She snaps back playfully. "Shut up. Just pack your stuff so we can get going." Suddenly, they hear Kim Ha-rin calling out. She's running towards them, beaming. She holds up a handful of expensive watches. "I found these. What do you think?" Chon Su looks at her, stunned, and asks the obvious question. "Did you take those off a dead person?" She nods happily, confirming it. Yang Seo Yoon watches from the side, thinking she's ridiculously cute. Then, Ha-rin notices the look on his face and starts to nervously take the watches off. "I know they're not useful, but I was just so happy." He stops her. "It's okay. They look good on you. Go." Chon Su then adds another surprising request. "Help me pick one out." Hearing him say that, she immediately blushes and agrees. Seeing that look on her face, he thinks to himself, "My team is pretty damn awesome." Yeah, he was definitely happy with the crew he had now. He takes a deep breath after all the chaos. Everyone's skills were all over the place, but somehow, they fit together perfectly. Yang Seyun calls out to the group. "All right, let's get in the car." The four of them pile in. She looks at everyone, surprised. "So, where are we going?" He thinks for a moment, then says, "Big places. Like Jeju Island." Then he turns to his unseen audience. "All right, guys, to get to Jeju, is a boat or a plane better?" He sees the confused looks from his team and thinks, "What's with that reaction? Did I say something wrong?" He thinks for another moment, then announces a new plan. "We'll head east first." She looks at him, a little confused. "East? Isn't that where Mr. O wanted to go?" Back at the crash site, Gu Yonghyun's refrigerated truck is now a charred wreck, with parts scattered everywhere. Chon Su continues explaining his logic. "We don't have much intel right now, so we need to prioritize getting to a safe zone. I'm sure there are other survivors gathered in the east." As they drive, Kim Ha-rin looks out the window, surprised. "Wow, there are so many holes." Chon Su looks at the craters in the road and immediately makes a connection. It's from those thorny vines Mr. O was talking about. At the mention of Oh Yoon-jun, everyone instinctively looks back towards the wreckage of the truck, now just a pile of scrap and ash. A short while later, the group's truck continued on its way. But then, suddenly, a notification popped up right in front of him. "You have reached a new milestone." Right after that, another message appeared. "You can now unlock skills. Open the skill window for more details." Chon Su was pretty surprised to see this. He thought to himself, "A new function?" Next came a flood of other notifications, voice command skills, suggestions for more details, and an activated shop. Check the shop interface for more info. He was a bit stunned by all the messages. Man, that's a lot of notifications. Among them, one thought suddenly stood out. Heading east. That's the right call. The viewers watching through the screen instantly lit up the chat. He finally unlocked a new skill? Let's see it. Check it. Immediately, the skill window popped up. Skill slot 1. He could only store a total of 3 skills. Provoke was a familiar one, but the timer was only 10 minutes, and that's from the moment it's activated. The second skill was storage, which gets stronger every time he gets a new or different skill. But again, he could only store a max of 3. His player reward was a one-time use skill. For 10 minutes, he could see through the eyes of any target he touched. He just stared, still stunned by the skills laid out in front of him. Then, he realized something important. The skills were split into 2 types. There were skills you could use over and over, and then there were one-and-done skills. The more he read, the angrier he got, glaring at the screen and grumbling, "I can only get 3 skills for each type." Seeing his completely dejected attitude, the viewers had a field day in the chat. "Look at that face. He's so mad. That's why there's a delete button, dude." He immediately hit confirm on the screen, then asked the viewers, "What happens if I get another skill when my slots are already full?" The chat immediately explained it to him. "Just delete one to make room. You'll probably get a notification." He just grabbed his head and sighed, totally defeated. "These restrictions put me at a massive disadvantage." And there's that face again. The viewers burst out laughing. "He's making that face again. It's not that bad. Check out the other features." He looked at the screen and asked everyone, "I just have to say, suggestion?" A moment later, sitting in the car, he said it in a low voice. "Suggestion." Suddenly, a microphone icon appeared. He looked totally confused by it. Then he continued, reading out a request to get 100 genes for eating. The second he said it, the viewers absolutely lost it, spamming the chat. "This guy, who's gonna pay you to watch you eat in the middle of the day?" But then, numbers started appearing on the screen. 9, 8, 7. The numbers were slowly counting down. He stared in shock, having no idea why it was happening. What happens when it hits 0? The viewers just laughed, figuring he was about to find out. In the blink of an eye, the number hit 0. The mic icon vanished instantly, shocking him. "Hey, the icon's gone." And in that moment, Chon Su had a revelation. His brain started working overtime. A suggestion needs someone to accept it to become a quest, right? He made a decision. He crossed his arms and said aloud, "Suggestion. Eat. Accepted by Chon Su." Right after he said it, a price of 1 million genes popped up. He was even more stunned than before. The viewers saw this and the chat exploded. "That's the price of greed. I couldn't get that many genes if I sold myself." He sighed, completely overwhelmed. "Why is it so expensive?" Then he looked at the mic icon and saw the notification. Suggestion failed 2 times. One more failure and all quests will be locked for the rest of the day. After reading it, he thought grimly, "So there's a penalty for failing 3 times. At least I figured out how it works." The last option was the shop. He was just about to say the word when suddenly, Eon slammed on the brakes, sending them both flying forward. He whipped his head around to face her. "Why'd you brake so hard?" She just pointed ahead and said, "Look." The road in front of them was covered in massive holes. The path was completely impassable. He looked at the scene, totally bewildered. What the hell is this? A thought flashed through his mind. Those holes. They weren't made by simple barbed wire. His confusion deepened. He couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Was this man-made? Did they move the horde to another location? If this wasn't to stop monsters, then what was it for? Thinking wasn't enough for Chon Su. He decided to get out and see for himself. Examining the holes, he said in surprise, "Looking at these, there's no way the truck can get through." The 4 of them started walking, and he gave the order. "We're crossing the river on foot." Down by the river, the water was churning violently, which surprised all of them. The river's risen so high. Up ahead, 4 or 5 cars were mysteriously on fire. He tried to reassure everyone. "Even if we can't take the truck, at least we can still walk." Minchon Eong turned to him, worried. "Do we really have to cross this bridge?" He explained helplessly. "We don't have another choice." A single thought was already in his head. Milestone. What happened earlier proved this was the right way to go. Just then, the viewers started spamming warnings in the chat. Aren't these bridges supposed to be destroyed? Maybe they're moving so fast it hasn't collapsed yet. At least they don't have to swim. He looked into the distance and noticed a plume of black smoke rising from another bridge. He said in surprise, "Smoke? We have to hurry." He kept walking forward, instructing the others. "It'll be tough for this bridge to collapse." Just then, he noticed a pair of binoculars on the ground. Military binoculars? What are these doing here? And so, the four of them silently and carefully made their way across. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked another bridge, making all four of them jump. Min Chunyang looked over at the bridge next to them. He yelled in shock. The bridge exploded. Kim Haryong knew they were in trouble and pointed ahead, shouting at him. That bridge is collapsing too, and it's headed this way. Come on, we're still in the middle of this one. Instantly, the four of them ran for their lives. The viewers were in shock. It's over, man, my condolences. He urged them to run faster. Faster. Go. Chon Su suddenly remembered something. He summoned the mic and made a suggestion. Cross the fire over there. The reward was double speed. The mic showed the mission cost. 100 genes. He immediately called out to the viewers, but was shocked by the high price. That's crazy expensive. Go. Chon Su looked ahead helplessly, gritting his teeth and just running as fast as he could. A mission like this was already so pricey. That means something way worse must be coming. And of course, no one accepted the mission. Immediately, a notification appeared on screen. Penalty activated. No new missions allowed for today. Total failures. 7. All he could do was scoff and curse under his breath. Suddenly, 2 red lights flashed up ahead, surprising everyone. Then, another massive, bomb-like explosion went off, and the 4 of them dove to the ground, covering their heads in fear. This time, the bridge itself just exploded. Seeing everything start to collapse, he screamed out in helpless frustration. Damn it! Kim Haryong worriedly shouted his name. And of course, he was the only one who fell. Everyone watched in pure shock. Their hands reached for each other, but they couldn't connect. Chon Su's eyes were filled with pure helplessness as he looked ahead. Just like that, the bridge snapped in two, and he plunged down into the vast, freezing river below. Powerless, Chon Su was swallowed by the icy water. Everyone screamed his name in panic. He was exhausted, sinking deeper into the cold river. The current was unbelievably strong, threatening to pull him away to some other place. A familiar voice echoed in his head. I said, to the left. All he could think was, I can't see a thing. Immediately he forced himself to swim forward with everything he had. The voice repeated, I said to the left. He just kept pushing forward, swimming as fast as he could. At that moment, debris and rocks from the collapsing bridge created a massive current, making him even more tired. But he still swam with all his might. The voice chimed in again. This time, swim to the right. He looked ahead, silently cursing himself. Why didn't I learn to swim properly in my past life? But wait, I am a good swimmer. Right then, his strength started to give out, and he began to sink into the freezing water. But the voice kept encouraging him. You're almost there. Just a little bit more. Hearing this, he immediately found another burst of energy and surged forward. The voice rang out again. Just a little further. He was still exhausted, looking ahead, but he kept trying to swim toward the shore. What's the point? He thought. I can't make it. Another explosion ripped through the air as more of the bridge collapsed. A long time passed. Then, that same voice gently called out in his head. Hey, wake up, wake up. He was lying, exhausted, on the riverbank. He slowly opened his eyes, totally confused about where he was. The voice in his head spoke again. He's awake. He tiredly sat up, coughed a few times, and spoke to the strange voice. Thanks, man. The person let out a long, weary sigh. Because of you, I'm completely broke now. Chon Su just stared at the massive river in front of him. He asked in surprise, how far did the current carry me? He figured it had to be a long way down the river. He kept looking around. Where are the others? Comments immediately flooded the chat window. It's tough finding people after getting swept away. You're all alone now, dude. We haven't seen other players end up in this mess. Someone suggested, try to find a boat. He tiredly put his head in his hands and told everyone, just give me a minute. Suddenly, he noticed something right beside him. Right in front of him was a medical kit, Kim Haryong's. He thought in disbelief, that's Kim Haryong's bag. He immediately slung it over his shoulder, then turned to his viewers. All right, guys. I'm in a tough spot. He continued to walk forward, soaking wet. He said to everyone watching, the only thing I've got is this bag. I have no idea where my friends are. They must have been washed away somewhere. Seeing how sad he was, people started commenting, we told you so, don't feel too bad. He kept up the pitiful act, telling everyone, I don't know what to do out here. Can anyone cheer me on? A little support would mean everything. Any donation amount is okay. At that, the chat completely flipped. People got furious. You son of a bitch, stop. Your friends are in danger, you know that? He panted, totally exasperated. He thought to himself, I know my friends are missing. That's exactly why I'm doing this. Then, his face turned dead serious. "I'm not kidding," he announced to everyone. "This is an emergency." Hearing his tone, the viewers immediately realized that Chon Su had changed. Reading their comments, he wondered to himself, "Have I changed? Where did that amazing person go?" After the storm, the sky began to clear as he looked up, lost in thought. The viewers kept the supportive comments coming. "Are you doing okay? You'll find new friends soon." That's right. He thought back to how things used to be and how they are now. This was the first time he'd been completely alone, ever since leaving Myeongseol-dong. Seeing his mood, the chat kept speculating. Does he want to be a lone wolf now? Someone commented, "He's probably just in shock." Chon Su let out a sigh. "I chose to go alone," he told them. "It's no different." The viewers just laughed in surprise. Someone typed in the chat, "If you want to cross the river, why not build a raft?" The word raft made him stop and think. Right now, he was totally on his own. If he used a raft, he probably wouldn't have to worry about the current. Just then, he spotted a group of soldiers crossing the river on a raft of their own. He recognized them immediately. It was the same guys, talking among themselves. "I think we destroyed most of the bridges around here." The viewers were shocked. They could see it on screen, the perfect mode of transportation had just appeared. The soldiers immediately raised their binoculars, looking in another direction and asking each other, "What about the bridges over on that side?" The soldier next to him replied, "It's to stop the others from crossing the river." Chon Su saw them and knew exactly who they were, the 7.5 Division, those bastards. Suddenly, one of them spotted movement. He immediately raised his gun, pointed forward, and yelled, "Who's there?" And then, a dog appeared, trotting right into their line of sight. Seeing the dog, the soldiers just looked at each other and burst out laughing. "Just a dog? I thought it was something else." Another guy speaks up, "It's gone. But man, the mess it left behind was brutal." One of them gets an idea. "Let's just grab the cash and go." With that, they turn the boat around. "We already confirmed all the bridges are down anyway." Chon Su watches from the side. Hearing them, he's completely speechless. "Wait!" He looks at them, totally panicked, trying to find the words. "You can't go!" And right at that moment, a massive vine shoots straight towards them. The vine brutally impales one of the soldiers, who drops to the deck in agony. He realizes with a shock that it's a branch. Seeing this, his face goes completely pale. He whips his head around to see where it came from. They're way too far from the mainland. Could it be? The soldier's jaws drop in shock. What the hell is that thing? Right in front of them is a monstrous zombie tree, lunging straight for their boat. The sight leaves him completely frozen on the spot. A plant monster? A zombie? No, a zombie plant monster. Watching it drag a soldier's body closer, he asks the viewers on screen, "What in the world is that thing?" The chat immediately explodes, explaining it's a zombie plant. Apparently, that's what happens when they eat too many zombies. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, the plant monster instantly scoops up the other soldier and takes him out. Seeing this, the other guys panic. They open fire on the zombie plant, shouting, but the monster just uses its vines to spear one of them right through the stomach. The soldier screamed, spraying bullets wildly in a panic. Chon Su saw the stray shots and immediately hit the deck. Another soldier was snatched up by the plant zombie monster. By a stroke of luck, his rifle clattered to the ground right near our guy. He watched the creature. The zombie was draining the life force right out of the soldier, and the sight left him stunned. His eyes went wide in disbelief. Is it sucking him dry? Seriously? A blood-sucking monster? You've got to be kidding me. On the boat, only one soldier was left, frantically trying to start the engine. He yelled out, completely helpless, "Come on, why won't it start?" And then he froze. He saw something shifting under the surface, and an instant later, a sharp branch shot up from the water, right at him. The soldier flinched back in shock. He had no idea what was happening. That's when Chon Su charged forward with his axe and swung hard at the monster's reaching arm. The creature shrieked in pain. In the dialogue window, the viewers were confused. What's going on? What is he doing? He had just used his taunt skill. He focused the taunt on the creature and explained to the others, "That plant zombie knows I'm here now." The soldiers were just a distraction for it. Then, with all his strength, he roared at the plant zombie, "Don't you come over here! Back off!" And then, something strange happened. The plant zombie slipped and tumbled right into the water. Chon Su watched, a little surprised. It just fell. Helpless, it began thrashing in the water, screaming in terror. Seeing its extreme reaction, he just sighed and said, "I told you not to." Chon Su immediately raised the rifle and took aim, explaining, Everyone thinks wood floats. But that's only true for cut lumber. He opened fire, sending a volley of bullets right at it. But the plant zombie just kept struggling, and this just seemed to make him even more angry. Stop moving! You're making this hard for me. Over on the boat, the soldier was still desperately trying to fix the engine, trying to escape this nightmare. Go, Chon Su turned back to him. Hey. With the gun in his hand, he warned the soldier. Stop wasting your time. Get over here. The soldier looked confused, not understanding why. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed right past his head, making him jump. Go Chon Su aimed the rifle squarely at his face, his voice ice cold. I said, get over here, you bastard, or I'll kill you. A short while later, Go Chon Su was calmly changing into some dry clothes. As he dressed, he asked the soldier, where are you guys from? He glanced over his shoulder. The soldier was now tied tightly to a stone pillar. Go, Chon Su's voice was sharp. I saved your life. The least you can do is talk. He picked up the rifle again. He walked closer to the captive. Your uniform has no rank insignia. So what the hell is the 7.5 division? He slowly put his hat on, studying the man, whose face was filled with pure rage, glaring daggers at him. The commentators in the dialogue window started weighing in. Probably around 20, maybe older. Ugly as sin, totally generic face. Definitely gives off an anti-social vibe. But Go Chon Su kept his eyes locked on the strange soldier. Then, someone in the chat had a thought. You know, that sounds a lot like you, right? Sorry if that's a sore subject. Hearing this, our hero let out a strange, unexpected laugh. Don't say that. Have you all forgotten what I look like? The viewers were surprised. What are you talking about? Looks like we actually hurt his feelings. Yeah, we definitely did. At that moment, he made a decision. He stared at the soldier, his eyes turning terrifyingly cold. You know, he said slowly, you've got some scary eyes too. The soldier just kept glaring at him with that same burning hatred. So Go Chon Su coldly jabbed 2 fingers right into the man's eyes. Don't you stare at me! The soldier immediately screamed in agony. Then, he roared back through the pain. Shut your damn mouth! Go, Chon Su just laughed, surprised. Oh yeah? That's fine. Then his face went cold again as he chambered another round and moved closer. Let's try again. Why did you blow up the bridge? Answer me. Go, Chon Su's voice was deadly serious as he pressed the rifle against the man. Why'd you blow it up? I almost died because of you. The soldier remained silent, defiant, so he got what was coming. Go, Chon Su calmly took aim and shot him in the leg. The man roared in pain. But it wasn't enough. He raised the gun again and shot him in the other leg. The soldier screamed helplessly. Wait! But the next shot wasn't aimed at his legs. It went straight into his shoulder. The man finally broke, crying and begging. Stop! He was screaming, frantic with fear. Go, Chon Su stepped forward. You want me to stop? Then answer the question. Go Chon Su's face was a mask of pure rage. He hammered him with questions. Why did you come here and blow up the bridges? What was your mission? The soldier finally caved, yelling back, I'll talk. The 7.5 division. We're from the 7.5 division. Go Chon Su pressed the barrel into him. I already knew that. Then he started counting down like he was about to shoot, just to mess with him. The soldier was trembling in pure, unadulterated terror. Seeing his state, Go Chon Su let out another one of those weird laughs and remembered something. Right. The safety's still on. All the soldier could do was curse at him. You bastard. Go, Chon Su just nodded. Yeah, I am. Now tell me what you're planning. Why gather everyone? Go, Chon Su kept pushing him. You blew the bridges because you had all the people you needed, right? No? Am I wrong? The soldier still didn't say a word after all those questions. So Go Chon Su dropped 2 words, cold and clear. The apocalypse. Then he waited, watching his reaction. So? Ready to talk now? Hearing that word, the soldier just froze, staring at him in total shock. What did you just say? Go, Chon Su remembered Jung Jin Su's dying words. The code word was apocalypse. He looked at the soldier, his voice like ice. What's with that look? I know the code because I'm on your side. Seeing this play, the dialogue window absolutely erupted. Wait, you can do that? He just shot the guy full of holes and now he's saying they're allies. The guy just stares at him in a daze and asks, So, you're one of the VIPs? Our hero calmly raises his gun and explains, That's right. They promised me cooperation with high-ranking officials, so I agreed to join. But I got attacked before I could learn the details. What a mess. Hearing this, the soldier immediately starts to panic. He glances away, muttering, I can't believe we made a mistake like that. The viewers are just as shocked, spamming the chat window. Wait, he actually believes you? Chon Su keeps his cool and replies, "This is your fault. Now you know how I felt when you blew up the bridge." And suddenly, something seems to click in the soldier's head. He fires back angrily. "Hold on, even if that's true, your actions are just making things more complicated. But our guy is totally unfazed by this. Like he couldn't care less." Seeing his indifferent attitude, the soldier gets even more confused, not getting it at all. "What are you trying to say?" Our hero continues. "You wonder why I'm so difficult? It's killer instinct. I'm a mercenary. The more he lays on the BS, the more the viewers in the chat go wild." "Oh, give me a break." Chon Su keeps his gun raised as he speaks, spinning a story he just came up with on the spot. "I just got off the battlefield, so this is how I blow off steam." Hearing this, everyone gets even more confused, typing, "What are you even talking about? He's just making stuff up now." But the soldier? He completely eats it up, replying with total remorse. "If that's true, then your behavior is justified." At this point, the viewers' minds are completely blown. He actually bought it. They can't believe someone this naive actually exists in the world. Did that seriously work? This guy's unbelievable. Our hero presses on. "If you tell me everything you know, I'll let you go." His eyes suddenly turn sharp as he stares the soldier down. "I'm a battlefield specialist, you know. Treating a wound like this is easy for me. So, what's it gonna be?" "The choice is yours." As Chon Su says this, the chat fills with insults. A specialist in what, bullcrap? He's really getting into character now. The soldier from the division stays quiet, listening to every word. It looks like he's seriously considering it. And a moment later, he decides to tell him everything. "I don't know if what I know will be enough for you." And slowly, he starts to explain it all. Division 7.5 is an aid organization, a special task force designed to handle national disasters. Our mission is to protect and gather essential individuals and rebuild the collapsed social order. Hearing these words, Chon Su just freezes on the spot. He looks at the guy in disbelief, thinking, "Collapsed society? Is this guy for real?" The viewers see the look on his face and start laughing in the chat. "Fix your expression. We need more info out of him. You're terrible at hiding your true feelings." The soldier notices and asks, "Is something wrong?" Our guy immediately spits out some water. He shakes his head and explains, "A bug just flew into my mouth." The chat immediately calls it for the weak excuse it is, but the soldier just advises him earnestly, "Be careful with the bugs. They've been mutating strangely lately." He wipes his mouth and looks up. "Thanks for the warning. But this is just a small team from Division 7.5, right?" The soldier nods in confirmation. "But I can't give you the exact numbers." Chon Su presses him again. "So what's your plan now? Where are you going?" Then, silence. The soldier suddenly clams up for some reason. He seems to be lost in thought. After a moment, he speaks again. "This is all I can tell you." Chon Su looks at him with a bit of scorn. This soldier in front of him was being annoyingly tight-lipped. So he makes a guess. "You're trying to get to Jeju Island, aren't you? I heard it's safe there." He remembers it clearly sitting in a room, listening to a radio broadcast. "Jeju Island is still safe. I see ships heading that way. I advise everyone to gather there." He was completely stunned by the news back then. The radio continued. "Leave the city as soon as possible, and get on a ship straight to Jeju." Remembering this, he asks the soldier, "Just tell me how you're getting to Jeju Island. That should be enough, right?" Hearing this, sweat starts pouring down the soldier's face. He slowly nods, about to spill everything. "Cheongju Airport. We're going there." Chon Su is completely stunned by his answer, repeating, "An airport?" The thought threw him for a loop. That was an answer he never expected. By now, the soldier's blood is pooling on the floor. He says weakly, "I think. I need medical attention." Our hero glances behind him and nods. "You're right." The soldier gasps for air and says, "Untie me first. There won't be any more ships. So we're using a raft to cross." Hearing the info he needed, Chon Su lets out a surprised laugh. "There are no other rafts coming? You seem to be in a hurry, so just one more question. You said your mission was to gather people, right? So you blew up the bridge because you already had all the people you needed." The soldier looks at him, exhausted, and then answers, "That question is just enough. Anyway, we don't need too many civilians. It's hard to keep order when you bring too many of them along." Hearing the soldier say this with his own mouth, our hero lets out a strange laugh. "Keep order? Are you kidding me?" The soldier looks back, confused. He doesn't get what's happening. Our hero continues, "Only saving enough people to be able to control them. That reasoning would make sense. If your real goal was to prevent a crisis and chaos." He takes a step closer, speaking slowly. "But to go as far as destroying a bridge, Don't you think that's strange? He gets right up in the soldier's face, his expression terrifying, and says, "It's very suspicious. To me, this sounds like a complete lie." Hearing this, the soldier completely snaps. He screams in our hero's face, "Are you saying we're staging a rebellion? We're trying to help our country." Hearing his words, Chon Su asks with total contempt, "Is that true?" The man immediately falls silent, his eyes filled with killing intent. He slowly spits out the words, "You bastard." Then, he raises his gun, aiming it right at him. "I have no idea what I've gotten myself into, but we're done talking. I know everything I need to." The man panics. "You're going to shoot me even after I told you everything?" "Go." Chon Su glances at the zombies behind them. Then he looks back at the man. "You deserve it. I can't be friendly with people like you." He steps forward, his face a mask of desperation. "Go." Chon Su shoves the door open, then grabs the soldier's head and yanks him outside. The man screams, "Let me go, you bastard." His voice is chillingly calm. "Consider this payback for my friend." A final, desperate scream echoes, but our guy doesn't even flinch, just walks away. Standing before the massive river, he lets out a tired sigh. "Can I even cross this thing?" A calculation runs through his mind. No sign of that plant zombie right now, but who knows how long that will last. He makes a split-second decision. "All right." Then he calls it out, summoning the shop interface. The store immediately recommends a rope, price tag, 1 gene. It's sturdy, about 10 meters long. He thinks for a moment, then decides to look for a floaty instead. And there it is, an inflatable swim ring, costing 2 genes. The chat window explodes with comments. "That's actually useful. A floaty? Get the floaty." Chon Su is stunned by the reaction. He stares at the items confused. He keeps repeating the words, "shop," "category," looking around. Is this really all there is? Suddenly, the screen glitches and changes. He's a little surprised, asking the viewers, "What does this mean?" A new message appears. The shop updates randomly, and the worst-case scenario? All the current items could disappear after the update. The viewers are baffled. Why is he asking something so obvious? Just grab the floaty. He lets out a sad little laugh. "I still haven't paid back only 1. How can I buy this?" And just like that, a familiar user donates 1 gene. Then another, and another. 3 more people chip in. He can't help but chuckle. Then he asks, surprised, "Hey, why didn't you guys donate when I was falling off the bridge?" The chat window lights up with replies. "Do you complain every time you get a gift? We've already burned a ton of money on you. We're trying to be your biggest fan here." The words hit him. So, there are systems like that. Huh? He sighs, frustrated. Still 10 genes short on my debt. He looks out at the river again, thinking about that boat. The boat from before is long gone, swept away by the now stronger current. Just then, another notification. Someone donated 1 more gene. He puts on a big, cheesy grin. "You don't have to, really. I've got this." But inside his head, he's thinking something else entirely. "Can't let my golden goose run out of money this fast." Suddenly, a strange, unsettling sound cuts through the air. The chat immediately freaks out. "What was that sound? Is it back? Over there." In the next moment, Chon Su freezes, staring at the scene before him. Right there, standing in the water, is the plant zombie. He immediately activates his taunt skill. Then he roars in frustration. "Son of a bitch!" The monster rises to its full height. He spins around and bolts. The plant zombie instantly gives chase, lunging right for him. He glances back, panicking. How is it so fast? What do I do now? He veers in a different direction, making a new plan. Gotta find a way to escape. The comments fly across the screen. "Where are you going? Running away? That direction is dangerous." Chon Su just keeps sprinting forward. His feet pound up a staircase. From his high vantage point, he can see the plant zombie below, still swaying back and forth, searching for him. A small bit of relief. It hasn't seen me yet. He bursts onto the rooftop, kicking the door open in anger. He stands on the edge, watching the monster wander around below. His mind races in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. It fell into the river and still climbed back out?" He immediately pulls out the first aid kit, searching for something. A plan begins to form in his head. "Like hell, I'm letting you get away this time." He resolutely tears open a food package. Without a second thought, he shoves the entire thing in his mouth, eating like a man possessed. His viewers are completely baffled. What on earth is he doing? Why would he do that now? After finishing, he angrily hurls the empty can down below and screams, "Get ready to be buried here." He backs up, getting a running start. "Here I come." And then, he leaps straight off the building. The viewers watching through the screen absolutely lose their minds. Chon Su takes one deep breath and plummets from the rooftop. He's actually doing it leaping from one skyscraper to another like some kind of superhero. His feet successfully touch down on the other side, but his momentum carries him forward, and he slams face first into the ground. His audience erupts in laughter, the chat fills up instantly. All that style and you can't even stick the landing, always trying to look cool. Chon Su groans in frustration. Let's try that again. The viewers watch, curious. You think he can do it this time? So he tries again, and this time, he completely faceplants. The viewers are howling. Seriously? For effort, I guess. He just lies there, trembling with frustration and cursing under his breath. Damn it. Seeing his determination, some viewers try to console him. What's the point? If you want to escape, find another way. If you stay here, you're dead. But he refuses to give up. He gets up, backs up, and prepares for one more running start. The viewers start to realize what he's planning. This time, he puts everything into it, leaping towards the other side. After 2 full flips in the air, our hero finally nails the landing. The audience watching is completely stunned. Unbelievable. 3rd time's the charm. He stands on the ledge, looking down at the plant zombie still searching for him below. There it is. He once again pulls out Kim Haryong's medical kit and finds another can of food inside. The viewers are confused by his strategy and start asking questions. Is that really going to work? Think about what that plant zombie looks like. Just then, the monster weirdly raises one of its hands forward. The viewers start throwing out theories. Strange. It's only attacking with one arm. Are its other 2 arms paralyzed? He gets ready to throw the can, thinking. The zombie has wounds on its body, which means those 2 monsters must have fought each other. He hurls the can, smashing it on the ground to get its attention. The monster senses something is wrong. It lets out a roar and charges toward the sound. And then, vines slowly begin to sprout from the ground, freezing it in place. Even the monster didn't see that move coming. Chon Su spreads his arms wide and shouts, "Now, fight to the death." Seeing his chance, Chon Su immediately bolts down the stairs. The viewers are a bit surprised. That's it? You posed for like 1 second. He opens the door and steps back out, explaining his thoughts to everyone. 1 second was more than enough. I have to use the time they're fighting to figure out how to cross this river. Seeing the zombie plant monster tangled up in vines gave him a small burst of hope. Just like I planned. He turns to leave, figuring he'd just let them fight it out. He even yells back at them. You guys have fun now. Later. But right then, something feels off. Wait a second. The zombie plant monster starts to casually peel the vines off its body. He freezes on the spot. Okay, no more delays. He bolts forward, screaming, I have to cross the river. Now. And there it is, a massive river blocking his path. He stands there, catching his breath, thinking. The water level's dropped and the current seems weaker. But there's still one huge problem. Staring at the massive river, he can't help but tremble a little. I mean, the river is enormous, and he's just so small. Seeing his terrified look, the chat window absolutely exploded with comments. All kinds of messages started popping up. Where'd all that courage from before disappear to? Jump. Just jump already. He helplessly tries to explain. It's not as easy as it sounds. He glances over his shoulder, a worried thought crossing his mind. Man, I really wish I was a better swimmer. Just then, the zombie plant monster comes crashing through the trees behind him. His jaw drops in disbelief. It won already? The chat immediately starts clowning on him. You don't have to stick around to congratulate it, you know. Feeling the seconds tick away, he makes a split-second decision and dives straight toward the river, yelling, Guys, I need 11 genes. Stat. Hurry up. Hearing this, the chat reacts with pure chaos. He's running for his life, nodding frantically to confirm. But the viewers just troll him back. Maybe buy a donut instead? This situation doesn't look so good. Are there any famous donut shops nearby? They just keep spamming the chat with completely useless comments. I think that place sells filled donuts, not the ones with holes. No, they sell both. The situation is so desperate he can't even pay attention to their nonsense anymore. All he can do is scream in frustration. If you're gonna troll me, at least pay for the entertainment first. The viewers tell him to calm down. But seriously, who could possibly be calm right now? He roars back at everyone, how am I supposed to be calm? And with that, he launches himself into the freezing cold water below. As he fights to swim, he thinks to himself, damn it. The surface looked calm, but this undertow is vicious. Suddenly, a notification pops up. 6 different viewers have created a group mission for him. If he swims 2/3 of the way across the river, The reward is 11 genes. Hearing that, he starts paddling like a madman. Nothing motivates like cold, hard cash, right? A classic case of capitalism exploiting labor. He swims with everything he's got, setting his goal. 2/3. That's my absolute limit. He keeps screaming through the water, swim! And right then, the zombie plant monster hurls itself into the river to grab him. He just stares, completely stunned. He shouts at it in disbelief. You can't even swim, so why the hell did you jump in? No time to worry about that now. He ignores it and keeps powering forward. The current gets stronger and stronger. He takes a quick look at the water, then at the monster chasing him. The viewers are surprised he even has time to look back. You have time to look back? I wonder if the plant zombie will sink? Meanwhile, a paranoid thought flashes through his mind. Don't tell me it's going to keep chasing me even while it's drowning. He swims faster, feeling a new wave of panic. Almost there. He tries to steel himself. Just gotta keep pushing. The chat starts cheering him on, adding a little more fuel to the fire. It's starting to sink. Total pro gamer move. Why waste time looking back? Almost there. The second he crosses the 2/3 mark, a notification pops up. Mission complete. Reward received. He immediately screams in desperation, shop. Any more delays and he's a goner. He frantically confirms the purchase of a life-saving item, a floaty. The system flashes a congratulatory message. Suddenly, a bright white light shines down from the sky, aimed right at him. He has no idea what's happening. A second later, a swan-shaped pool float appears right where he wanted it. Just then, a root wraps around his leg, making him scream in frustration. He shoves the floaty on, kicks at the root, and yells, "Let me go." Chon Su was clearly running on fumes after this whole ordeal. Exhausted, he just lets himself drift with the current, trying to calm down. Seeing him in this state, the viewers are a bit surprised and start asking questions in the chat. Aren't you going to cross the river? He's just getting carried away by the current. Don't you dare give up right after you got the genes. Reading that last comment, he lets out a small laugh. Give up? Not a chance. He's absolutely exhausted, but he forces himself to announce his plan to everyone watching. I'm just using the current to create some distance. And now I'm using this floaty to stay up. If I die before I cross the river or get caught by the... Before he can even finish his sentence, the next sight leaves him completely speechless. He clutches his floaty in pure rage and looks behind him. The zombie plant monster is still hot on his tail. He yells at the monster, "Since when did you learn how to surf?" The viewers are just as shocked. Who taught it that? That's one smart zombie plant. It must have been so mad it taught itself. He glances around frantically. I'm out of genes. If I'm stuck here, then... Suddenly, he snaps his head forward. He spots something. An opportunity. Feeling like the time is right, he quickly puts his new plan into action. He leans forward on his floaty and activates his ultimate skill, super skateboarding. This pose lets me reach maximum speed. The viewers can't believe what they're seeing and just burst out laughing. What is he doing now? I can never predict what this guy's gonna do next. He spots a field of debris in the river and makes his decision, completely ignoring the still spamming chat. Friction is reduced to a minimum, which maximizes my speed. The viewers watch in awe as he zips through the wreckage. Is he seriously going to swim through that debris? Can he even make it? Huge chunks of rock and debris are still falling from above. The viewers are getting nervous for him. One wrong move and he'll be trapped. Not sure. It's still collapsing. Go. He continues to speed forward, shouting to show his determination. Just then, he sees the plant monster behind him reaching out. He grits his teeth in anger. The chat explodes with comments. He did it. He looks like an eel. He just keeps screaming insults at the monster behind him. Stop following me, you damn stalker. Debris blocked its path, cutting it off. He'd lost it. Relief flooded Chon Su as he roared back at the creature. Get lost. Reaching the top, he scanned the area to get his bearings. I have to try the Daejeong bus station. The others looked at him, completely shocked by his decision. You're trying to catch a bus? Now? There's no way. He sighed, studying the map again. Of course, not a running bus. I just need the map to find my way. But then a dog in the distance shot its head up, and it started barking. Non-stop. He instantly dove for cover, with no idea what was happening. That's when a bus window slammed right into his line of sight, and then, the bus doors hissed open. Chon Su just froze, completely bewildered by the sight. His mind was racing. A bus? Out here? Someone actually asked if he had his bus pass. Mind still reeling, Chon Su cautiously approached the impossible vehicle. Seriously, what was a bus doing out here? And that's when the driver yelled out, "Hurry up and get on!" He stood there, stunned. None of this was making any sense. Behind him, a pack of mutated animals was charging straight for them. The bus driver's voice boomed. "Get on, if you want to live." He whipped his head around, his brain trying to process what he was seeing. What even are those things? He squinted, trying to get a better look. Glowing red eyes. Utterly terrifying. They weren't just running at him, they wanted to tear him apart. He didn't hesitate. He scrambled onto that bus as fast as humanly possible. The viewers watching through the interface started commenting, "Hey, bring the little dog with you." He immediately spun around to the dog. "Get on, you dumb mutt. Now." The little dog leaped forward, right beside him. He yelled to the driver, "Go!" The man slammed on the gas. "Hold on tight." The bus lurched forward, speeding away from the chaos. Chon Su felt completely powerless. Then, an automated voice chimed in. "Please scan your card." He tried to stay calm. "You've got to be kidding me." Behind them, the wolf pack was keeping pace with the bus. The viewers in the chat window were buzzing. Gray wolves. Those things are a real pain. Throw the black furball out as a decoy. He couldn't believe it. He walked to the back. "Wait," he said to the chat. "Didn't you guys just tell me to save him?" The comments flew in. "We were kidding. Now open the back door." But as Chon Su started to open it, the driver's furious voice cut through the noise. "What do you think you're doing?" Chon Su calmly replied, "I'm going to take care of them." The little black dog, sensing the tension, started to get anxious. It poked its head out, checking out the chaos. The chat, of course, melted at the sight. "What's that puppy doing? Dude, is now really the time to be enjoying the breeze?" He pulled out a can of tuna, drawing the dog closer. "They say dogs are loyal," he muttered, "but I'm not your real owner." The chat lit up, surprised to see the tuna can. "Are you going to feed them?" someone typed. He shook his head, staring at the pursuing wolves. "Nope, I'm going to throw it at their heads." He leaned out the door and pulled the oldest trick in the book, a taunt. "Hey, over here, you freaks." The wolves heard it, and they went absolutely feral. They let out these bizarre howls. Seeing his opening, Chon Su didn't hesitate. He reared back and whipped the can right at one of the wolves' heads. He yelled out, "Dinner time!" And just like that, the wolf went down, tumbling backward and tripping up the rest of the pack. He watched, surprised. "Your buddy just went down and you're still coming?" So much for pack solidarity. But the frenzied wolves just kept charging. One of them looked absolutely vicious, and then he saw it. This one was bigger, scarred. It had to be the alpha. He pulled out another can of tuna. This time, he took aim right at its front leg and let it fly. "I'm taking you down!" he yelled. The alpha wolf felt a searing pain it had never known. It let out a blood-curdling howl, and Chon Su just froze. He stared at the alpha wolf, his mind racing. "This isn't good. I can't afford to waste another can." But a second later, the alpha collapsed to the ground. The viewers were shocked. It actually worked. The other wolves screeched to a halt, not moving another inch. The alpha stared after the bus, its eyes burning with pure rage. Behind it, the glowing eyes of the pack watched them go. And just like that, the bus pulled away, finally shaking the gray wolf pack. He let out a long, shaky breath. That was terrifying, he thought. Hope that's the last of them. The bus driver spoke slowly. "The name's Park Chang-sik. I drive the number 2 bus." He glanced at him. "Where'd you come from?" Chon Su looked back, surprised by the question. "He's a total stranger, yet he stopped for me." Chon Su answered, "I came from the opposite riverbank." At that, the driver looked completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. "But, didn't all the bridges collapse?" Chon Su just nodded. "Yeah, that's why I had to swim." The little dog beside him let out a single bark. The driver's eyes widened even more. "You're telling me you swam across?" Chon Su looked at him, thinking, "If you ask me, you're the unbelievable one here." He then asked, "And you? Where did you come from?" Park Chang-sik just laughed. "From the depot, of course." The chat exploded. "Is this guy serious? I'm officially scared of this driver." He shook his head, a little exasperated. "That's not what I mean. No buses should be running in a situation like this. I figured you'd be in a shelter." The driver just replied with 2 simple words. "Is that so?" He then continued. "After I met the soldiers at the station, they brought me here." Chon Su's head snapped up. "Soldiers?" Seeing his curiosity, the driver explained. "They were here to protect the civilians. They said they were pulling out soon, so they started getting people onto the buses." As Chon Su processed the story, a new sense of unease washed over him. Getting civilians on a bus? What were they planning? He turned to the driver. "So why are you?" The man reached over, grabbing a pair of glasses and putting them on. He explained slowly. "Before those soldiers leave, I want to pick up as many people as I can. A genuine, determined smile crossed his face. He continued, my whole life, this is what I've done. I drive the number 2 bus, from one stop to the next, picking up all kinds of people. This is my duty. He chuckled again. As long as their destination is on my route, I'll take them. Yeah, no way, I was just gonna sit and listen to this old man's grand heroic speech. My viewers watching on screen, they were completely stunned, and the chat lit up instantly. So noble, a side of Chon Su we've never seen before. Reading these comments, he just scoffs, scowling at the screen as he talks back to the viewers. Hey, I'm plenty noble, you know? I should be at the top of that list. As the bus keeps moving forward, he turns and asks the driver a question. So, are you going to stop at the bus stops around here? The man shakes his head and explains, I was only supposed to stop where the people at the terminal told me to, but those monsters caught me completely by surprise. Park Chong-sik immediately glances over at him. You were amazing, kid. Seriously. Thanks to you, we actually escaped those things. Go, Chon Su just looks at him, his expression calm. How much longer do we have to go? He asks, surprised. The driver thinks for a second, then answers, about 15 more minutes, I'd say. Hearing that, he lets out a deep sigh and leans back, muttering to himself, 15 minutes. The chat immediately gets curious. You want to take a nap? His eyes instantly glaze over. Maybe all the chaos was finally getting to him, but he forced himself to stay awake. This driver seems like a good guy, but I can't trust him yet. This is the huge disadvantage of being on your own. Just then, he speaks to his viewers on screen. Hey, can I ask you guys something? The viewers were taken by surprise. They watched him, and the comments flooded in. What's up? What is it? Need to borrow money for the bus? He shakes his head. I want to talk about the super fan feature. As soon as he thinks it, his eyes snap open, staring straight ahead. He then announces to everyone, the fact that a super fan concept even exists means this system isn't as simple as it looks. And just like that, he'd figured it out. The viewers were shocked, the comments flying. He knows already. He wasn't supposed to know yet. It's all that big donator's fault. Hearing this, he just laughs, sending a heart to the screen and saying, hey, it's not their fault. I really appreciate the support, you know. You get what I mean, right? Seeing him act so strange, the chat window exploded with all kinds of different comments. What the hell? Is he openly fishing for donations now? His chat bubble just turned into a heart. That superfan is running out of money, you know. So are we just background characters then? Reading this, he shakes his head and tells everyone, no, I'm just thanking them. Everybody just calm down. Why is it such a big deal anyway? Hearing that, the viewers seemed pretty surprised and shot back. What's this? Are you jealous or something? He immediately waved his hands, shaking his head. If there are super fans, then there must be other things too. You all get what I mean, right? Immediately, the comments came pouring back. Oh that, I get it. I still have no idea what you're talking about. He calmly holds up one finger and explains it to everyone watching. It's something every streamer needs. What I'm talking about is a mod. The moment he said the word, the entire screen erupted as everyone realized what he was getting at. Whoa, that's going too far. Oh no, he wasn't allowed to know that. Reading those comments, he was taken aback. He read the panicked comments, confused. What's going on, guys? Is it really that serious? Having a mod? He trailed off as a sudden realization hit him, a strange grin spreading across his face. He challenged the viewers on screen. Don't tell me you guys are scared? He suddenly broke into a wild laugh, his voice turning sinister. You're scared I'll get too powerful, aren't you? The comments in the chat window answered him. He figured it out. We're busted. Chon Su lets out a strange sigh of relief, then waves his hand dismissively at everyone watching. What are you all so worried about? You really think I'd do something to you? The chat immediately starts talking back to him. If we pay you, you won't do anything, right? 'Cause I'm loaded. Even if I don't have money, you'll still let me stay, right? Chon Su, still completely ignoring his surroundings, just laughs and replies to the viewers. So, can anyone explain how the mod system works? How do I even appoint a superfan? But before he could finish his sentence, the entire bus suddenly lurched. He's thrown forward, with no idea what just happened. A comment pops up on screen. Disco time. He scrambles, shouting at Park Chang-sik. What's going on? The driver looks ahead helplessly and yells back, wolves on the left. At that moment, a ferocious gray wolf charges forward, and everyone on the bus starts to panic. They caught up to us? These gray wolves start ramming their bodies against the glass, trying to smash the windows, making him curse in anger. He glances at the situation behind them. 3 more gray wolves are in pursuit. He thinks frantically, 3 of them already caught up? I don't see the alpha. The more he thinks, the more confused he gets. He wonders what he did wrong. They stopped earlier when the pack leader went down. So what is this? Suddenly, one of the gray wolves lets out a howl, signaling its pack. The sound instantly tells Chon Su that something is very, very wrong. He realizes in a flash that this is their strategy. It's an ambush. He rushes to the front, yelling to Park Chang-sik, "We have to get out of here now." The driver hesitates, worried. But the next stop is just ahead. Before he can finish, Chon Su cuts him off, his voice laced with panic. "If we die here, we can't save anyone else. There are way more wolves than we thought. We have to leave right now." He's still trying to process it. They've wandered right into the gray wolves' territory, and the wolves just keep tilting their heads to the sky and howling loudly. The sight freezes him right where he stands. Chon Su is still trying to figure it out. So what if we walked into the gray wolves' territory? Suddenly, he turns and sees the gray wolf still howling like crazy at the sky. He snaps out of it and yells a warning to Park Chang-sik. "It's blocking our path. Whatever you do, don't let this bus flip over." The gray wolves charge straight for them, their eyes burning with a furious red glow. Park Chang-sik immediately nods, understanding. He shouts back at him, "I'm turning us around. Hold on tight, we're getting out of here." A loud bang echoes out. He turned so sharply that the bus slammed a gray wolf on the side, sending it flying. But the others, they just kept chasing. Chon Su checks the left and right sides of the bus. In total, there are 6 of them chasing the 2 of them now. The gray wolves leap again and again, attacking the windows. They're trying to break the glass, focusing all their attacks on this one section of the bus. Seeing this, Chon Su starts to panic as comments flood the chat window. "They've gone insane. At this rate, they're going to get inside the bus." He's still standing there, panicking with no idea what to do. What now? If they get inside, this will be a huge problem. At that exact moment, a problem with the wheels causes a loud bang. Park Chang-sik sees it and yells out worriedly, "A tire's been punctured by something." Right after that, the bus starts to drift helplessly down the road, its speed rapidly dropping. He's speechless, caught in this impossible situation. The only thing he can do is open his mouth and curse. The chat was blowing up. "Just throw the furball out," they typed. "Use it as bait," but Chon Su just stared down at the helpless little dog. He was about to make a hard choice. But then, something clicked. His eyes narrowed. He pictured the snarling faces of those gray wolves and had an idea. Wait a second. His taunt skill wasn't even active. That means they weren't chasing him. They were chasing the bus itself. Realizing this, Chon Su yelled at the driver, Park Chang-sik. "Hey, open the back door, now!" The old man looked back, completely bewildered, then started screaming at him. "Are you insane? They'll get inside. You trying to get us all killed?" Chon Su shot back, his voice filled with urgency as he tried to explain. "If this bus runs out of gas and stops, we're dead anyway." The driver was panicking, having no clue what Chon Su was planning. "What are you?" But before he could even finish, Chon Su stormed forward and slammed the lever himself. I said, "Open it!" The back door creaked open, and he barked out another order to the terrified driver. "As soon as one gets in, you shut that door." Then he turned and screamed at the nearest wolf, "Come and get me, you piece of trash." And just like that, boom, taunt skill activated. The moment a wolf leaped on board, Park Chang-sik screamed in terror and slammed the door lever shut. Now, it was on the bus. It glared at them with pure killer instinct. But Chon Su, cool as ever, he slowly walked toward it. "All right then." And from behind his back, he revealed a freaking axe he'd been hiding the whole time. "Have a taste of this." He brought it down hard, a clean, powerful strike right into the monster, making it howl in pain. He roared at the beast, "Take my axe." But the bus was still speeding along, throwing him off balance. "Damn it," he cursed. "This momentum." He was almost surprised to see the wolf collapse right there on the floor. It's down. But the look in his eyes as he stared at the monster was absolutely terrifying. But one hit wasn't enough. Not for him. Chon Su raised the axe again and again and again, screaming, "Just die already!" The wolf could only shriek in agony, completely helpless against his brutal assault. "You thought you could take me on?" The viewers watching this unfold on their screens were stunned. "How did he take it down so easily?" one commented. "Well, it was just one." Then Chon Su turned to Park Chang-sik. "What are you waiting for?" The driver just looked at him, confused. "Open the door," Chon Su commanded. The driver, terrified but trusting, nodded. This time, 2 wolves leaped inside as he activated his taunt skill again. Axe in hand, Chon Su took on both monsters, cursing them out as he flawlessly dispatched them one by one. Seeing this absolute battle frenzy, The viewers were in awe. 2 at once might be too much, someone typed. Can he really do it? He slammed his axe into another one's face, making it scream. But just then, the other wolf charged. Jaws wide open, going in for the kill. Chon Su dodged just in time, jumping to the side. The wolf stumbled, falling right near the driver's seat, and Park Trang-sik let out a terrified shriek. In a panic, the driver yanked the wheel, swerving the bus hard. The sudden jolt sent Chon Su flying backward. And seeing its chance, the wounded wolf slowly got to its feet and stalked toward him. But even on the ground, Chon Su showed no fear. He raised his axe, ready to strike, screaming, "I'm going to kill you." And then, his eyes widened. He realized something was wrong. Too late. The wolf lunged, a blur of fur and teeth right at his face. For a split second, he froze, completely shocked. But just as fast, his battle instincts kicked back in. He slammed his knee up, right into the wolf's jaw. "Get off me," he roared. And his hands weren't idle either. He brought the axe around, hacking into the beast. The wolf howled, helpless, because its leg was locked tight in the jaws of the little black dog. A grin spread across his face. "Nice one, Blackie," he yelled. Then he went back to work, bringing the axe down again and again on the trapped wolf. "You didn't even pay your bus fare, you punk," he screamed, splattering blood all over the interior. He just kept yelling as he finished it off. "This is what you get." After the bloody work was done, Chon Su collapsed onto a seat, exhausted, too close. The driver, Park Trang-sik, was just staring, completely stunned by what he'd just witnessed. He finally managed to ask, "You okay?" "That was incredible. How can you fight like that?" Chon Su just smiled, wiping a smear of blood off his cheek before answering. "Been training my whole life for this," he said, putting on a show. Meanwhile, the chat was going wild. "It's gotta be his stats," someone said. "Plus, he clearly has good items." He glanced down at the little dog at his feet. Yeah, and this little guy was a huge help, he thought. He smiled at the pup. "You did good." The dog was clearly smart. It seemed to have already accepted him as its new master. Chon Su looked down at him. "Feel like a walk?" A moment later, the bus door hissed open, and the 2 of them stepped out onto the road. Back on the bus, Park Trang-sik was getting nervous. This bus is on its last legs. Is he really sure about this? What is he even planning? Just then, 2 more wolves charged him. He activated his taunt skill again, drawing their attention, then gripped his axe and moved to meet them. "Come on," he roared. Just then, a donation of 3 Gen popped up from a viewer. The message read, "Should have done this from the beginning." Chon Su grinned as he charged. "Thanks for the support, my friend." The same viewer messaged again. "You think you can take them all?" Chon Su just smiled and announced to his audience. "Don't worry, I've got a plan." He remembered the instructions he gave to Park Trang-sik, who was now looking ahead with a worried expression. Right on cue, the driver started blasting the horn. He'll lay on the horn in exactly 5 seconds. The sudden noise startled the wolves, making them turn. And in that single moment of distraction, Chon Su swung his axe, taking down 2 of them in one clean slice. "Where are you looking, you idiots?" he screamed, and just like that, one after another, Chon Su finished off the entire pack. Once the coast was clear, he turned to the little dog. "Let's head back." The pup let out a single bark, as if it understood completely. He looked at it, amazed. "What even are you? You're way stronger than you look." As they walked back, he asked his viewers, "Hey everyone, is this little guy an item or what?" The chat erupted with laughter. "The furball? Nah, he's not an item. Just a really smart dog." As they reached the bus, he let out a tired breath. "Good thing he listens to me." The viewers agreed. "Yeah, it happens. Some animals are basically on the same level as a rare tier item, but you almost never run into them." Chon Su thought for a second. "I don't think this little guy is one of those cases." Then his eyes landed on the back of the bus, and he stopped short. The back tire is completely shredded. Just then, Park Trang-sik got out of the bus, looking worried. "You're back. You're not hurt, are you?" Chon Su just shook his head. "It's okay, sir. You can come out now. We have to walk from here." The old man looks terrified. "Walk? All the way to the station? It should only take a few minutes." But before he can finish, Chon Su cuts him off. "Hurry. The Alpha isn't in this group, which means it's probably nearby, and I'll escort you until we meet up with the soldiers." Just then, the scene shifts to the Gadiran headquarters, where a chaotic crowd is screaming outside the station gate. "Are you going to let us on the transport? Let us go first. Innocent people are desperately pleading for their lives. We were here first. We're injured." The soldiers look at each other, fed up. "How much longer do we have to put up with this?" The guy next to him sighs. "Tell me about it." The other squads keep saying they need more time. He sighs back. There shouldn't have been any more people left. They continue to discuss it. We did our job escorting who we needed to. The other teams can bring back whoever. Who knows what'll happen to these useless refugees, anyway. Their words reach the ears of a tough-looking man with a massive scar across his face. Yeah, who cares about them, as long as these human shields work until we reach Trongju. Suddenly, a loud scream cuts through all the noise. Help me now. Everyone snaps to attention. It's Park Chang-sik, running for his life and screaming, "Help!" Two gray wolves are right on his tail as he waves frantically. These monsters are chasing me. The crowd of civilians panics, scrambling backward in fear. They're coming. Somebody do something. One soldier sighs, annoyed, and raises his rifle. So troublesome, he thinks to himself. Just as he's about to turn away, a volley of gunshots erupts. The gray wolves chasing Park Chang-sik are instantly taken down. Once the threat is gone, the commander signals to cease fire. Exhausted, the old man stumbles over to the soldiers to thank them. "Thank you for saving my life." The soldiers look at him, surprised. "You're alone? All right, come with us." One of the soldiers approaches the dead wolves to check things out. He notices something odd. He raises his gun, aiming at the wolf that's still barely twitching. He asks himself, how could an old guy like that escape those monsters all by himself? And just like that, another gunshot rings out. A subordinate rushes over to him. "Sir, is something wrong?" He shakes his head, thinking for a moment. It's just strange that an old man made it all the way here alone. The subordinate considers it also suspicious. He looks like a bus driver. Maybe he was hiding somewhere close by and just made a run for it. He nods, then glances in another direction. Maybe. But the timing's a bit too convenient, right as we're leaving. He spots the one-eyed, scarred commander standing there. He immediately reports, "Greetings, sir." The commander says nothing, but his eyes are filled with rage as he slowly confronts the group. "Didn't I tell you how to address me when we're outside?" Realizing his mistake, the soldier quickly apologizes. The commander warns him, "Don't let it happen again. Not unless you want everyone thinking I'm some high-ranking officer." The soldier immediately nods. "Understood." The scarred man then continues briefing his men. "We got an update from the other squads. We're heading to Trongju Airport soon. Let's move." The soldier confirms, "Yes, sir." The commander keeps talking. "We've lost contact with the Yongdyungpo team at the dormitory." The scarred captain says, walking right past his subordinate. "Send word to the others. We're supposed to cooperate, but just play along. We're taking all the glory for ourselves. We'll become the leaders of this division." Seeing his subordinate silence, he adds, "You know you're the one I trust the most, right?" He gives him a strange, unsettling smile. Then he places a hand on his shoulder. "As my number one, I expect you to live up to my expectations on the way to the airport." Elsewhere, Chon Su hears the gunfire stop. The shooting stopped. "I hope that old man is okay." He glances back, taking in the scene. On his stream, people are commenting non-stop. With that many people, he's probably fine. Sounded like they had a ton of guns. Yeah, it sounded like fireworks. Chon Su scans the area. He figures it was probably the gray wolves still trailing them, but he's not too concerned about it. He keeps searching for a good bus. Thanks for the donations, by the way. Looking at the rows of vehicles, he thinks, time to pick a nice one and follow those guys. His viewers are all warning him to be careful, that something feels off. He just laughs. "Don't worry, I'm always on high alert." Suddenly, he senses something up ahead and instantly draws his gun. On his screen, his viewers are blown away by his reflexes. That was so fast. Up ahead, a man is frantically smashing car windows, trying to get at a box of keys. And then Chon Su remembers something Park Chang-sik had told him, about a guy in the parking lot who was collecting tons of keys, supposedly to guard his friend's car. He used to work in the office of this very complex. The man is still smashing glass when a voice rings out from behind him. "Hello there." He whips around, completely shocked. He tried to calm the guy down. "Don't worry, I literally just got here." The man eyed him with suspicion before slowly speaking up. "If you're looking for the army, they're over there. But they're about to leave." Our hero glanced at the chaotic mess of cars around them, then asked the man a question. "You're only collecting car keys?" The man clutched the bundle of keys tight, turning his back as he spoke. "Can't you tell by looking? I'm busy. Don't just stand there and end up like me." Surprised, our hero shot back. "You're not leaving?" The man paused for a moment, then replied, "I'm waiting for a friend." And right then, it clicked. "You mean, the person who left the bus key?" The man looked at him, genuinely shocked. He had to ask, Who told you that? Our hero explained with a small smile. I ran into the driver from bus number 2. At those words, the man's face twisted with rage, and he roared, "That damn old man! So why are you telling this story around?" His gaze turned sad as he sighed. My friend left his keys, and he still hasn't come back. But that old man, is he still alive? Chon Su nodded, confirming what he knew. He's with the military now. The guy looked pretty surprised to hear that. He then looked at the young man before him. So then why are you still here? Chon Su thought for a moment before answering. I have my reasons. First off, I need a car. His black dog sat beside him, quietly listening to their conversation. The other man just sighed, as if he understood everything. What, you want a car? The old man scoffed. After all that talk? I just wasted my time collecting 10 of these, and you think you can just take one? I don't want to steal it, I just want to borrow it. You can come along if you want. Chon Su scanned the area, then answered calmly. It's still safe here for now. Someone might come back for their car. My job is to make sure nobody touches them. The man shot him a question. You waiting for your friend? Hearing this, Chon Su cracked a warm smile. He'll be back for the key. It's his dream job, you see. Just then, the old man pulled a key from a box and held it out. This one's for that car over there. Try hitting the button to find it. Chon Su took the key, smiled back, and said, Thanks. I'll definitely find my friend. A moment later, after seeing the car it belonged to, he crushed the key in his hand out of pure frustration. The car was a ridiculously small vehicle that looked like a joke. The viewers watching the stream burst out laughing. A toy car? That's actually adorable. Realizing he was out of time, Chon Su opened the door, got in, and sighed. No other choice. He looked at the screen inside the car and let out another sigh, feeling lucky it at least had a GPS. The chat window exploded with comments. If your phone doesn't work, you think that thing will? Does it run on a satellite signal or something? Suddenly, the screen flashed with an upgrade shop notification. Chon Su's mood instantly flipped to excitement. The viewers were stunned by his sudden change, saying he flipped moods faster than a pancake. He decided to check out the shop. Violent acceleration shell? What the hell is this? The shop was offering the item for 2 gems. It allowed for high-speed driving for 7 minutes, but would slow down after reaching its max level. He was shocked as he read the description. A top speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 7 minutes. The more Chon Su read, the more confused he got. He read it over and over. Slows down after reaching max level. Effect lasts for 60 minutes. Something this good only costs 2 points? This seemed way too suspicious. The viewers flooded the chat. That item is insane. Based on the situation, useful items only appear when they're needed. If you can't handle going 300 kilometers per hour, just give up already. Reading those comments just ticked him off. You guys think I'm going to take this item or not? He answered his own question by slamming the confirm button. A beam of light shot down from above, making him jump. Wait, the item just dropped straight onto his head, making him yell out in pain. He immediately started cursing. This stupid system. But then, he noticed his black dog staring at him with the most judgmental look, which made him freeze on the spot. That look was pure scorn. He yelled, Horrifying, absolutely horrifying. A little while later, Chon Su was scrambling to install the engine into the tiny car. He fumbled around, finally got it in, and started rolling. Right away, the car's screen displayed a message. Beginning guidance. What followed was a series of pro-gamer moves like shifting gears and slamming the brake pedal. Chon Su roared like a champion. Let's go. The car moved at a turtle's pace, 5 kilometers per hour. The viewers were dying. What the heck? Did he even press the gas pedal? The weird old man who collected the keys just stared in disbelief. From inside the car, Chon Su kept talking to his audience. Hey, it's a van. It's fine. It has pedals. I'll just drive carefully to get there. The old man smiled. The army is probably moving even slower. Good luck. Chon Su stuck his head out the window and replied, You too. Hope you find your friend. But before he left, he added one more thing. If anyone comes looking for someone named Chon Su, tell them I went to Jeju Island. The old man thought for a second, then mumbled, Jeju Island, huh? As he drove off, Chon Su made a plan. I'll just keep my distance and follow the military convoy. Just then, the army vehicles and the line of civilian cars began to move out. Inside one of the moving civilian vehicles, people were chatting amongst themselves. Thank goodness the army chose a safe route. I was so worried since our bus is at the front. How could the army possibly abandon us? One person said, glancing back at the military trucks behind them before calling out. Hey driver, can you slow down a bit? We've already passed the army convoy. Everyone around immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, he's right. The driver at the front suddenly started trembling as he replied, Don't worry, they have a reason for slowing down. The passengers instantly knew something was wrong and started whispering nervously. Then, a soldier leaned out of an army truck window and screamed a warning. Monster ahead! The civilians all froze in their seats. A monster? A second later, everyone looked forward, and their faces twisted in absolute terror. Blocking the road was a gigantic monster with 4 incredibly long, spindly legs. This was the same type of monster that had scared the daylights out of Chon Su before. The army opened fire, but the bullets did nothing against the creature. It was just too massive. Panic erupted. Their attacks aren't working. Suddenly, one of the soldiers realized something was terribly wrong. Sweat poured down his face as he stared in horror. Behind the first monster were 2 more just like it. Everyone was paralyzed by the sight. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, an officer screamed the order, There's more than one! Stop the vehicles! But the driver of the civilian bus slammed on the gas, lurching forward. The passengers screamed in panic. What are you doing? Stop the bus! But the driver just kept accelerating, causing the 4-legged monsters to give chase with rabid fury. In the back of the bus, the terrified civilians saw the monsters closing in and screamed helplessly, They're right behind us! Go faster! The driver was completely overwhelmed, only able to scream in hopeless desperation. You could see the raw despair in his eyes. The monster outside lost all patience. It raised one of its massive legs and swung it directly at the passenger bus. Chon Su, following from behind, immediately knew something was terribly wrong as he stared at the chaos unfolding ahead. He muttered to himself, So it's finally starting, huh? The viewers watching this horror show filled the chat window. One bus is completely done for. What would you do if you were on that bus? Chon Su just kept driving forward, speaking his thoughts out loud. The army sees what's happening, but it looks like they don't care. Desperate screams echoed from the convoy up ahead. Chon Su went silent, just watching the scene, which surprised the viewers who started commenting again. Hearing the screams in the distance wasn't chaotic. It was expected, almost like background music. But then, suddenly, Chon Su's face turned dead serious, terrifyingly so. Just then, his on-screen comments started exploding. You heartless bastards! Seeing his shocked reaction, the viewers seemed confused about what was happening. Who is that? What did you just figure out? Chon Su just stared ahead, lost in thought. Who is this guy? I don't recognize him at all. Another hater popped up in the comments. Someone told me you were good-looking, but your face looks just like this car. Chon Su just kept driving as he talked to his audience. Then a smug grin spread across his face. This car is pretty cute, so you're saying I'm really cute? I'll take that as a compliment. Everyone burst out laughing, surprised by how quickly he shut that down. The chat window just kept on scrolling. The insults kept flying. What are you talking about? I said you're ugly. Another comment cut in. Who is this dude? You're not funny at all. Stop acting. I think it's fun. He's entertaining. This is the important part. Shut up and get lost. Chon Su could only force a helpless smile. His face twisted into a frightening grimace. These damn trolls just won't shut up. He forced a smile for the screen. The moderator function. Maybe I should pick a mod. Hearing this, the chat was shocked. Banning people already? Kids these days are way too sensitive. You can't pick one yet. You need a super fan. You need 2 people to activate the function. The player and a super fan. He was speechless for a second, then asked, Are you kidding me? I can't do it without a super fan? The chat quickly confirmed it. Obviously. Don't even dream about it. Am I a boy? Chon Su let out an exhausted sigh. The life of a streamer. What am I supposed to do? The viewers shot back instantly. Too bad you don't have one. So he called out to his screen. Maxidao cut, are you there? A comment from that user immediately appeared. Yes, I'm sorry. Chon Su was confused. Sorry for what? But more importantly, his eyes suddenly lit up with pure determination. He looked right at the screen and laid out his idea. What do I have to do to make you my superfan? At this, the entire chat just erupted in laughter, spamming comments. Is this guy serious? In short, he's a streamer trying to force someone to be his top fan. He looks so pathetic when he gets desperate. Maxidao Cut immediately commented, I'd have to give you 30% of my assets to become a superfan. Hearing that number, Chon Su froze. It was an insane amount. The user continued. There's another way, but this is the realistic one. Probably what they intended from the start. Honestly, it's not possible. But Chon Su wasn't giving up. He kept pushing. asking his viewers, "What's the other way?" The chat immediately shot back. "Impossible. You can't pull it off. Get it now? A useless bum like you can't do anything." Suddenly, the chat box was flooded with a stream of different insults. "Shut your mouth, you damn troll. He can't donate like us, so this is his only form of entertainment. So poor he doesn't even have a single gen. So annoying." Reading all this, he could only let out a long, helpless sigh. And then it happened. His superfan donated 40 gen. He froze on the spot, completely floored, not understanding what was going on. A second later, a notification popped up. "Maxidao Cut is now a superfan." The screen instantly filled with shocked comments. 40 gen. He's really broke now. Is that for real? I can't believe it. Chon Su couldn't hold back his joy. He shouted at his screen, "This, 40 gen, thank you. In return, I'll grant you one wish." Seeing him move to tears, the chat went wild. "Super special effects, so jealous, then pay up." Then, a wave of surprised comments started rolling in. "So he got his first superfan. Awesome. He kept driving and made a proposal. Now that you're my mod, want to give it a shot?" The user immediately agreed. A notification appeared on the screen. "Maxidao Cut suggests choosing a moderator." He immediately hit confirm. The notifications kept changing. "To set a moderator, you need to grant authority to one person. Who do you want to choose?" Instantly, the chat box was spammed with different messages. "Here it is. Pick me. I want to do it. I'm out. Giving me power would be sick." Chon Su paid them no attention. He just smiled at his new superfan. "I'm trusting you with this." The chat continued to explode with comments. "Give it to me. I promise I'll work hard. Come on, guys. Give me a chance." But then Maxidao Cut gave the authority to a completely different player. The chat was stunned. "Seriously? Why? I had a feeling he'd get picked, damn it." Chon Su was speechless. "What's with this reaction?" He quickly asked everyone. "We can always change the mod later, right?" Maxidao Cut commented again. "This person gave you a quest, so he can be trusted. I guarantee it." Hearing that, Chon Su nodded in understanding and hit confirm on the screen. "Make this player your moderator." A notification popped up. Everyone has agreed. Kring Lunatic is now the moderator. Immediately, the screen was flooded with messages. "Are you guys kidding me? You orphan bastards. I swear." And then, a single comment from Maxidao Cut silenced the entire chat. "Shut up." Chon Su froze right there. He couldn't say a word, his face pale as a ghost. Seeing his expression, the chat burst out laughing. He shook. "Anyone with authority is scary. We should be careful." He quickly composed himself and spoke up. "My beloved moderator." He forced a smile to reassure everyone. "Thank you. I hope you'll continue to do a great job, but only for the trolls." Immediately, a few different comments appeared from the new mod. "Thanks. I'll think about it. Hope you don't regret this." Chon Su drove forward, his face full of new excitement. "Thanks to you guys, I'm full of energy again. This mission will be a piece of cake." At that moment, inside a military truck, a suspicious voice spoke up. "That car driving behind us. Doesn't it look suspicious?" The soldiers turned to check out the vehicle. Trying to calm each other, the captain decided to just ignore it. "They probably just want to follow our convoy. Should we report it?" One of the soldiers shook his head. "If they're just tailing us, they're probably civilians. We'll deal with them once we reach the airport." "What's the status on Bus 2? Another soldier asked. The report came back grim. "We told them Bus 1 had an unfortunate accident. Went off route." Hearing this, the commander nodded. "Good, then there's no problem. We'll proceed with buses 2 and 3 as planned." But before he could even finish his sentence, the bus right next to them was violently thrown sideways, stunning everyone inside. A grotesque purple monster, covered in disgusting tentacles. It had latched onto Bus 2, dragging it straight down the cliffside. The situation went south, fast. The commander screamed into his radio, "What the hell is going on with number 1? Cursing, he yelled. "Damn it!" That bizarre, seven-eyed monster started crawling back up, its tentacles writhing everywhere. And then the gunfire erupted. Further back, Chon Su heard the chaos and looked up, surprised. What was that? The chat window exploded. "We've got trouble. Another bus is down. They're speeding up. You need to move, now." Hearing that, he slammed on the gas, his face turning dead serious as he stared down the road. Another one of those spike strips, so they were already on high alert. "I gotta go faster." Just then, a frantic message from Max popped up. "It's a monster! Hurry up!" He floored it, pushing the car to 120 kilometers per hour, not quite believing what he was hearing. "Are you sure about that?" he called out to the group. Crashing into something at this speed won't end well. But the chat fired back instantly. No. If it's a six-tentacle monster, it'll latch onto your undercarriage and stop you cold. And if you drop below a certain speed, it detonates. Chon Su froze on the spot. He asked, bewildered, how fast do I need to go? A second later, he was already hitting 140. As he rocketed forward, the military guys ahead started yelling over the comms. Damn it! He's still right on our tail. The chat window was a blur of notifications. Faster. You have to be fast enough so it can't grab on. We're talking like 300 kilometers per hour. He immediately shot that idea down. Not a chance. This piece of junk can't hit that speed. But then, something clicked. He glanced down at the pedals and remembered. That custom part he'd installed, the floor plating. Things were getting seriously dangerous now. The chat window flooded with messages cheering him on. He finally gets it. We believe in you. A bus ride to heaven. Chon Su took a deep, steadying breath. Then, he roared, let's ride. The black dog beside him barked, as if agreeing completely. Up ahead, the soldiers on the military truck were unloading everything they had at the monster, screaming, Captain! There are too many of them. Damn it! And just like that, another bus was gone. Then, they noticed Chon Su's car. He's behind us, and he's coming in fast. He blew right past them. The lead soldier just stared in disbelief. How is he moving that fast? The whole scene was pure chaos. One car slammed into the next, creating a massive pileup. The chat filled with worried voices. There's no way out. Stop the car. You can't make it through. The black dog beside him was terrified, barking frantically at the carnage. But our guy? He just stared ahead, frighteningly calm. He signaled the dog to quiet down. By now, his speedometer was climbing past 280 kilometers per hour. Still not enough. 300, he thought. I have to go faster. He pushed the pedal down even further. Seeing this, everyone in the chat started freaking out even more. He's actually speeding up. Is this a suicide run? But he just shot back with a face full of confidence. Of course not. Then, he smoothly weaved toward the wreckage ahead, his voice filled with determination. I'm gonna make it. The six-tentacle monster lunged for his car, but with his insane driving skills, he slid right past it like a ghost. The black dog inside, it was frozen stiff with terror. Chon Su didn't seem to notice. Eyes locked on the road, he just kept accelerating. But then, suddenly, the military vehicles up front ran into trouble. Seeing the pileup, the chat screamed with alarm. Look out! And in the next second, a massive explosion rocked the entire road. The dog was scared out of its mind. But Chon Su? A terrifying grin spread across his face. He let out a loud laugh and asked everyone, so who's number one now? Seeing his attitude on screen, the chat was completely stunned. What the hell? Am I watching a video game right now? You passed the military convoy, now what? He just laughed in response to all the comments. Hey, you're the ones who told me to pass them, and the show's not over yet. He looked ahead, a dangerous glint in his eyes, thinking, they used those buses as decoys. Looks like they don't plan on losing all their vehicles. Which means the real danger hasn't even shown up. He sighed and told everyone, I'm easing off the gas a little. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his dash. Vehicle has sustained critical damage. Remaining operational lifespan, 60 minutes. Hearing this, everyone started debating again. We have to reach the airport no matter what. Is 1 hour going to be enough? He agreed with them, but then he saw something up ahead and decided to stop. Taking a break here. Everyone in the chat was confused. You're resting? He must be sleepy. Driving tired is dangerous, he explained wearily. I can't get too far ahead of the military convoy. He looked into the distance, thinking out loud about his plan. The six-tentacle monsters don't roam this far out. If the military decided to push through, they must have a way to deal with them. The six tentacles only react to moving objects. If you stay still, they won't even notice you. I know, he replied. He looked up at the sky, then said something strange. I wonder how many survivors are left. Right then, a loud rumble started to build. The military convoy, with the remaining civilian buses, was finally catching up. Max's message flashed on screen. They're here. Chon Su watched the vehicles approach, his eyes narrowing. 6 buses left. His whole demeanor changed. He stared at the approaching convoy and said to everyone watching, it's time to go. Meanwhile, in a different location, by the shore of a wide river, someone was gasping for breath. We see a familiar set of clothes as a young man slowly drags himself out of the water. It was none other than Minshan Yang. The kid let out a long, exhausted sigh. Completely drained, he wrung out his soaking wet shirt, desperately scanning the area. Were any of the others still alive? A knot of worry tightened in his chest. But he pushed it down. Go Chon Su. He had to be alive. Steeling himself, he trudged forward, just relieved to have made it across the river. Then, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Kim Haryong, sitting alone, looking completely broken. He quickly called out to her, but his voice got no reaction at all. Nothing. He ran over, relief flooding his voice. You're alive. Her head snapped around, her voice flat. You're alive. He was a little confused why she was sitting on a stone slab instead of a proper bench. He immediately pressed her for answers. What about the others? Are they okay? She just shook her head, helpless. I don't know. Hearing that, Min Shaniyang's anxiety spiked. What's wrong? He demanded. What did you see? But she just stared into space, unable to form the words. He kept pushing, his voice getting louder. We don't have time to waste. Just tell me they're alive. Kim Haryong just powerlessly glanced away. Her voice was pure despair. It's no use. Those words hit him like a physical blow. He froze on the spot. He didn't understand. What do you mean? Suddenly, the sound of familiar footsteps came running towards them, and a voice screamed Minshan Iyang's name. Yang Xiaoyun appeared out of nowhere, throwing her arms around his neck and yelling, I thought you were dead. He jumped, totally startled. You scared me. A second later, emotion washed over him, and tears started to well up. You're alive. You're really alive. She just smiled, ruffling his hair. Of course, I've been looking all over for you. You must have drifted further away than we thought. Min Shaniyang looked up, a hopeful smile on his face. Really? Where's Go Chiansu? Is he okay? Hearing that name, her expression soured. She avoided his gaze, hesitating before she spoke. Seeing her strange reaction, a horrible thought struck him and he yelled, Did something happen to him? She answered sadly, He's not dead. Yet. He didn't get what she meant at all. What are you talking about? She glanced over in another direction, then finally said it. He probably left the city. The words hit Min Shaniyang like a ton of bricks. He was completely gutted. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. She looked over at Kim Haryong, who was still sitting there, and continued the story. I didn't see it myself. But she did. Back then, Kim Haryong was desperately searching for any sign of Go Chiansu, and then she saw him. For a split second she was overjoyed, but the very next moment, Go Chiansu jumped onto a bus and just drove off. He abandoned them. She could only watch, completely stunned, not knowing what to do. Yang Xiaoyun kept explaining. It looked like he was running from the monsters, just like us. After hearing the story, the three of them fell into a heavy silence. Min Xianyang's mind was racing. What do we do now? Go Chiansu was the pillar of our group. He felt so lost. In total despair, he squeezed his eyes shut. If I were him, where would I go? And then he remembered that radio broadcast, a message for all the survivors who had made it through the chaos. Make your way to the refugee camp our division has set up. And he remembered Go Chiansu's determined voice telling everyone, we're going straight to the bus station. Hearing that in his memory, his eyes snapped open. The answer slammed into his mind. The Daejeon bus station. He immediately turned to the others. We're going to the bus station. Yang Xiaoyun looked at him, surprised. The bus station? He nodded firmly. I think he'll stick to the plan and go there. But she was hesitant, voicing her doubts. The army's there, and they aren't exactly official soldiers. Without Go Chiansu, I don't know how we'd handle them. We should have a backup plan, just in case things go bad. Min Qinyang put a hand on his chest, trying to calm the two terrified girls down. Look, I feel lost too. But we've come this far together. Even if he's not here, we can't change our plans now. This is our best shot. Hearing that, a small, satisfied smile appeared on her face. She gave a slight nod. Kid, you're more reliable than I thought. Not panicking like I expected. He just chuckled at that. His eyes held a hint of sadness. I am. A little. But as long as we're alive, I believe we'll all meet again soon. She sighed at his optimism. She nodded again. Guess we don't have another choice. Then he noticed her clothes and asked, surprised, where'd you get that outfit? She just pointed ahead. In a store nearby. You should go change too, or you'll catch a cold. Then Yang Seuyun yelled over to Kim Haryong. We're about to leave, so get ready. You should change your clothes too. Kim Haryong just sat there, lost in thought. Then, without a word, she suddenly stood up. It was weird. Yang Seoyun was surprised. Don't you want to see Go Chiansu again? She just started walking towards them with a cold expression, making the hair on their necks stand up. Yeah, I'd be scared too. A second later, her terrifying face was right in front of them, and her voice was ice cold. Let's go. The other two just screamed in fear. As she started walking ahead, Yang Seoyun frantically yelled, "Wait for us!" But her eyes looked strange, and the creepy smile spreading across her face made it even worse. Elsewhere, things were total chaos. Cars and people were everywhere. A soldier's voice roared through the noise. "Move your asses. Can't you even handle a simple task like this?" A commander with a huge scar on his face was barking orders. "Hook him to the bus and pull. We can make more space." Hiding behind a line of cars was Chon Su. He muttered to himself, "I've got a bad feeling about this." Viewers watching the scene through a screen were typing furiously in the chat window. "They're trying to move the cars. Your ride's about to be wrecked, isn't it? I feel it. The airport is right there. You could just walk." He glared ahead, his eyes filled with anger. He slowly voiced his thoughts. "I'd get shot for sure. A few of those soldiers are still watching me. They're only leaving me alone because I'm keeping my distance." He sighed, completely frustrated. "I'm losing my patience just waiting like this." Suddenly, a voice from the screen notified him. "They've cleared the road." His expression suddenly changed. A loud voice boomed out. "Get moving. Now." Sensing the danger, he whipped his head around, scanning the area and shouting, "What was that, guys?" The others paused. Then a comment popped up on the live feed. "Should we tell him?" He yelled back desperately, "Tell me." Just then, the sheer size of it left him completely frozen. Chon Su was now in full-blown panic mode. He thought to himself in pure disbelief, Big Head's hand is that huge? A monstrous creature, easily 41 stories tall, was slowly pulling itself out of the earth. Max Dao immediately explained, "That's a big body. It's related to the Big Head." He screamed in helpless realization. "So this is why they left me alone." The giant thing lumbered closer while he was still trying to process it all. "So that thing, it followed me. All the way to the airport." Then, a horrifying thought hit him as he saw them loading people onto the bus. His eyes widened in panic. A sickening realization dawned on him. They were going to use those people as bait for the monster, just so the plane could take off. A grim thought, but one Chon Su couldn't shake. They were putting people on that bus. His panic intensified. The awful reason hit him like a truck. They were sacrificing everyone to that thing, just to get away. The massive monster was getting closer, step by agonizing step. 4 huge, muscular arms swinging as it chased Chon Su's beat-up car. The situation up ahead looked bad. He slammed his hands on the wheel, screaming, "They've blocked us on both sides." The live chat instantly blew up with comments. "Gotta move." This was Chon Su's moment to shine. But looking ahead, he froze in confusion. What the hell are they doing? Just then, the civilian bus screeched to a dead stop. Immediately, the people inside the bus started screaming in absolute panic. He still didn't get it. Why would they stop? Then he heard their terrified cries. "Run! Everybody, run for your lives!" And then he saw it. A massive monster, slowly lifting an innocent civilian into the air. Seeing that horrifying sight, the crowd broke, running for their lives. "Let us come with you!" The bus was completely totaled. And the monster? It just popped the person into its mouth and crunched down like it was a potato chip. Chon Su couldn't stop shaking. Even the viewers watching the stream were stunned silent by the scene. One comment read, "It's like a damn buffet." The panic in his eyes deepened. He had no idea what to do next. Just then, he remembered what Dong Minu had once said to him. "Hey, why don't you just team up with me? I think it would be a lot safer if I just tagged along with you." And then he recalled the man's blood-curdling screams as that giant-headed monster lifted him up and started to chew. All he could do was scream in agony. In his final moments, between life and death, he had desperately screamed at him, "Save me." Back in the present, Chon Su was still trembling, lost in the memory. The images just kept replaying in his head. Maxidao Cut's voice suddenly broke through the haze. "Snap out of it. Read the system notifications. Now." He jolted, realizing he'd been completely lost in the past. The road ahead was total chaos, just a long line of cars. The viewers on the stream couldn't hold back their anxiety. One viewer typed, "Even if you go for the bus behind them, can you even close the distance?" Chon Su slammed on the gas, shouting an update for everyone watching. "Hold on tight! We're gonna catch them!" But then, suddenly, another bus swerved, completely blocking the road ahead. He was stunned. He yelled in frustration, "Not again!" People started pouring out of that bus, running towards him and screaming in terror. "Don't leave us behind!" They pleaded for him to save them. Chon Su froze, watching the desperate crowd run towards him with their hands outstretched, completely unsure of what to do. "Let us on!" He just stared ahead, drove right past all of them, and uttered a single cold word. "No." Then he sped away. They could only stand there and chase after him, begging, "Please, save us." After finally getting clear of the crowd, Chon Su let out a heavy sigh. We made it. But the comments on the stream told a different story. Those people got off the bus themselves. It's a trap. They're acting. And one of them has a grenade. It was impossible to know for sure. He glanced back and cursed under his breath. Those bastards. Just then, a notification popped up. The vehicle's lifespan had only 10 minutes left. Chon Su's heart sank. He'd wasted way too much time back at that intersection. He immediately floored it, pushing the car up to 120 kilometers per hour. He knew that if he ran into just one more obstacle, it was game over for him. A weird, almost crazed laugh escaped his lips as he talked to himself. There's no way I can close the gap now. A message from Maxidao Cut popped up. Do you have a plan? He thought for a moment, then replied. The airport? Maybe. I'm just hoping another landmark appears to give me more intel. Right on cue, the system shop appeared before him. It offered a rope for the price of 1 gene, and it was a guaranteed 10 meters long. He looked at the item and thought, looks like the shop's inventory hasn't refreshed. This is my only choice. The car's GPS suddenly announced, you are approaching your destination. The viewers were on the edge of their seats. He's almost there. A dangerous look filled his eyes. Glancing behind him, his mind raced with calculations. I have no idea what I'm about to face, but those soldiers, they knew that monsters would appear on this road, and they came prepared. But then he remembered their faces. The absolute shock when they encountered that 6-legged tentacle monster. So they didn't know about that specific creature. Was it a coincidence? He looked towards the airport, a shocking thought entering his mind. Someone at the airport is feeding them information through a radio. Maxidao Cut's voice chimed in through the chat window. The airport is full of people, so be careful. Chon Su's suspicion only grew stronger. He looked ahead, carefully observing the situation. I knew it. They were using long-range communication tools, which meant the intel had to be coming from employees inside the airport. He slowed down a bit and announced to his viewers, they're controlling the main road into the airport. Then, he cranked the wheel, making a bold decision. I'm going to take the advantage and get there first. Just a little further, he thought. And just like that, he had arrived at the massive airport. His beat-up old car came to a stop. He opened the door and gave an order to his little dog. Get out, Blackie. The black dog immediately hopped to the ground. He slowly got out of the car, scanning the area. The gunfire has stopped. Let's go. Seeing what he was doing, the viewer started laughing in disbelief. Is he for real? Is he using the dog as bait? That's ruthless. He ran inside the building, explaining to everyone watching, I'm not trying to get the dog killed. Suddenly, a noise echoed from behind him. He whipped his head around, a bit worried. The viewers urged him on. The soldiers are here. Hurry up. Go. Chon Su ran as fast as he could, deeper into the building. He looked around at his surroundings. Is no one here? But just then, a soldier spotted him and yelled out, There you are. The man looked at him, surprised. It's you, right? The person who accepted our rescue mission? Chon Su froze on the spot, completely stunned. He glanced down at the man's name tag. Air Force. Wait, he's not from the 7.5 Division? He thought, confused. The soldier kept waving at him, shouting, There's no time. Monsters are coming, and we're out of ammo. We need to move. Just then, 2 more soldiers ran up from behind. Captain Jin. One of them ran up, terrified, with an important update. We're ready for takeoff. We have to go now. The other soldier noticed Chon Su and stopped. Who's this guy? Captain Jin immediately grabbed Chon Su's arm and started pulling him forward. He's a new survivor. He's with us. Get him on the plane. The soldier nodded in agreement. Got it. The 2 of them quickly grabbed his arms and pulled him into a run. Your name? He slowly said his name. Chon Su. The soldier next to him quickly pointed ahead and signaled to him. See that gate over there? Get on the plane. It's about to take off. There's no time, so we'll explain everything later. As he ran forward, he looked back in surprise and asked the man, What about you? The soldier just gave him a hard push forward. He gets on board and gives the order, Bring the dog too. Let's go. But as he steps inside, he thinks, Wait, where is everyone else? He quickly composes himself. He taps another soldier on the shoulder and says, Hey, I need to talk to you about something. His expression turns dead serious as he explains what's on his mind. The rest of the ground troops are coming, he warns, and this whole area is a death trap. The soldier just looks confused. What are you talking about? But before he can finish, our guy cuts him off. On my way here, I saw your guys using civilians as monster bait. Something's not right here. That old, nagging suspicion creeps back into his mind. He has no idea how they managed to contact the Air Force, but one thing's for sure, their goals are definitely not aligned. He gives the soldier one last cold warning. Tell your captain to watch his back. Just then, Chon Su comes sprinting towards the plane, yelling, "Hold the door!" Everyone watching this unfold just bursts out laughing, chattering over the comms. Now that's an entrance. Open up, we're coming. He's putting on a real show, isn't he? Chon Su steps aboard with his black dog, giving a quick thanks to the airman. Thanks, man. He moves inside, taking in the scene. A terrifyingly quiet sight hits him first. He looks around, a sense of unease washing over him. Feels like a movie set, he mutters. His eyes scan the faces of the poor, innocent civilians sitting there. Did they really manage to rescue all these people? He walks through the aisle, assessing the situation. So, the 75th Division convinced the Air Force they were on a rescue mission. Right then, an announcement blares over the plane's intercom. Please take your seats, we will be taking off shortly. Chon Su just grabs a random spot and sits, patting the floor next to him. Come on, Blackie, hop up. The plane begins to taxi, and his curiosity only grows. They're taking off without any formal announcement? Suddenly, two people looking out the window gasp. Oh my god, look at all those monsters, that's insane. Even Chon Su's face pales a bit as he glances down. We're gonna be okay, right? Someone asks nervously. Voices immediately chime in on the comms. They probably can't reach you. Besides, they said we had to take off fast. Just consider this an emergency situation. The plane lifts off the ground, and Chon Su lets out a long, tired sigh. Emergency my ass, he thinks. If I'd been a minute later, I'd be dead. The plane climbs higher and higher into the sky. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief, for now, at least. He stares out at the view below. 1,000 different thoughts are racing through his mind. Everything happened so fast, but for the moment, things could be worse. He slowly closes his eyes, but sweat is still beading on his forehead. He tells himself, I can't let my guard down, not until this whole game is over. Can't rely on luck or think I'm safe for even a second. Seeing Chon Su still so tense, the others on the comms sound surprised. So tense. You made it, dude. Take a deep breath. But as he glances outside again, he spots something incredibly strange. His eyes widen. He wonders to himself, wait, what's that? Seeing his weird reaction, the others get curious. What is it? See something? Man, he looks worried. He whips his head back to the window, his voice rising in alarm. Why are we flying like this? His voice echoes through the cabin, cold and sharp. Aren't we supposed to be going to Jeju Island? Furious, he starts storming towards the cockpit. Someone grabs his arm, trying to stop him. What do you think you're doing? Get back in your seat. He violently shrugs the hand off, yelling, I need to ask them something first. The person just stares, completely baffled. What? But Chon Su is determined, marching straight ahead. A second later, he throws open the crew door and demands in a cold voice, Where is this plane going? The flight attendant looks at him, surprised, and asks, You're asking for our destination? Losing all patience, he screams right in her face, Yes, where are we going? She quickly grabs his arm, trying to calm him down. Sir, please sit down first, it's dangerous. He keeps moving forward, telling her, I'll sit when you give me an answer. She clearly thinks he's just clueless, so she continues with a condescending explanation. Our destination is Jeju Island. Someone should have told you. He keeps walking, thinking to himself, what a waste of time. And with that, Chon Su slams his fist on the cockpit door, shouting, Excuse me. The military personnel on board see him causing a scene and immediately rush over, grabbing his arms. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get back to your seat. But he just shouts over them, asking everyone, Do any of you know where this plane is actually going? Hearing this, everyone just stares at him, totally confused. What's going on? They murmur. The soldiers just get angrier, yelling, Restrain him. They drag him back into the passenger cabin. Stop it. What are you doing? One of them pleads. But he keeps struggling, shouting, Let me go. People watching the feed just laugh. Maybe they really are telling the truth. Suddenly, I kind of feel bad for the guy. The other passengers, seeing all the chaos, start asking each other, He's asking where we're going. I thought we were headed to Jeju. At that moment, unable to contain his rage any longer, he rips his arms free and screams, Get off me! I know exactly where we need to go. The soldier holding him is completely stunned. Why are you acting like this? Chon Su's face is pure fury as he fires back. Go ask the pilot. If we're going to Jeju, why did they turn the plane around? At those words, everyone freezes. What do you mean? And right on cue, the entire plane lurches violently. Everyone scrambles to hold onto their seats. What was that? Turbulence? Chon Su's eyes dart to the side. Now what? The next sight makes his blood run cold. Something terrifying is about to happen. A voice screams in his head. Brace yourself. Instantly, the plane shakes again, and passengers let out piercing screams. The cabin is pure chaos. He remembers the horrifying thing he saw just moments ago and yells out, "What's happening? I just saw something outside." The others hear him over the comms. Saw what? What was it? What could possibly be up here in the sky? And then, a calm, steady voice cuts through the panic. This is your captain speaking. We are currently under attack by an unidentified monster. Please remain in your seats. A moment later, the plane is hit again. Hard. Something made him jump. He snapped his head toward the window. That's when a pair of massive wings filled his entire view. He realized with a shock it was a Goliath mayfly. The colossal monster slammed into the side of the plane, sending passengers screaming and ducking for cover. A warning flashed across the screen. They're here! The giant mayfly smashed against the fuselage, then plummeted back toward the ground. Inside, Chon Su's hopeless scream echoed, "They're literally ramming the plane! Why didn't anyone tell me about this?" The chat window instantly lit up with surprised replies. "Now you're blaming us for this? You'd be in danger no matter where you went. I didn't want to shock you." He grit his teeth, his face pale. Staring outside, he typed back to everyone, "My life is already full of shocks, thanks." Maxidow's voice piped up, trying to cheer him on. "If you survive this, they'll shower you with donations." He couldn't help but laugh at that. Why would he say something like that? What a depressing thing to say. He sighed, completely exasperated. But it was the truth, and he couldn't argue. Maxidow had apparently used up most of his genes already. Chon Su was lost in thought. Maybe he's saving them for a real crisis. Then, the guy suddenly started cheering him on. "You can do it!" A small smile crept onto Chon Su's face. He actually believes in my skills. He put a hand to his chin, thinking it over. "Well, I can't really refuse when you trust me like that." Everyone in the chat burst out laughing. "That's our guy. We believe in you, too." A viewer named Green Lunatic suddenly chimed in with a new challenge. Sometimes just surviving is the mission. Survive a plane crash. Sounds good, right? Chon Su's interest was piqued. A crash? He quickly turned to a soldier sitting nearby. He asked him with wide eyes. "Parachutes? Are there any parachutes on this plane?" The soldier just stared back at him, confused. "This is a passenger plane. Why would it have those?" Hearing that, Chon Su grabbed his head and screamed in pure despair. "Oh, we are so screwed." Seeing this, the viewers started laughing. "Calm down, it's not over yet." The gears in his head started turning. He glanced around at the other passengers who were all eerily silent. "Are we actually okay now?" It seemed like that monster only hit the plane once before it died. He smoothly ran a hand through his hair, talking to himself. "Looks like I was worried for nothing. Hey guys, you know when they serve drinks? All this panic is making me thirsty." The chat window exploded with laughter again. "You haven't even reached your destination yet." He remembered something and immediately got up. That's right. He walked deeper into the cabin, found a flight attendant, and proposed an idea. "Can I ask the pilot where we're landing? This is an emergency." She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." Right after, she called the captain to pass along his request. But when she hung up, she just shook her head, looking helpless. "He says he can't answer right now." Chon Su was stunned, staring at the attendant. "What do you mean?" She slowly relayed the message. The pilot just got a message from another plane. A huge swarm of monsters just appeared to the east. He stared at her, demanding, "So then, where are we flying to?" She thought for a second, then shook her head. "A different airport nearby." This new information just made him even more confused. "What?" He pressed her urgently. "Where's this other airport?" She stammered, clearly flustered. I don't know for sure." Then she rushed to explain. "What I can confirm is that the pilot says the east isn't safe. I don't know anything else." But before she could even finish her sentence, he reached for the phone in her hand, insisting, "Let me ask him." She immediately tried to stop him. "Wait." He looked at her, his eyes filled with suspicion. "What is it?" The flight attendant looked terrified as she slowly spoke. "Please, just be satisfied with what I've told you. This information isn't supposed to be shared. Whatever the pilot is planning, he clearly doesn't want the passengers to know." Chon Su was shocked, but a seed of doubt was already planted. So he's trying to keep the landing location a secret? She gave a slight nod, explaining quietly. "It would cause unnecessary panic. I'm only telling you because you seem to understand what's happening." He hesitated, staring at her face, now covered in a thin layer of sweat. He realized something important. She's just as scared as everyone else. He let out a long sigh and glanced back at the passenger cabin. Are you sure the next airport is safe enough for us to land? Hearing this, she faltered. Well, he cut her off with a cold stare. You can at least answer that. The flight attendant looked at him with fearful eyes and replied, I guarantee we will land safely. Don't worry. He looked right into her eyes, thinking, her eyes are begging me not to ask any more questions. With a sigh, he brushed past her. Fine. Then get me some water. I'm thirsty and I have no idea where it is. She looked up, surprised. Then, she let out a huge sigh of relief, like a massive weight had been lifted. She nodded happily. Of course. Just a moment. A little later, she returned with a cup of water and a warning. Next, please return to your seat and rest. And please keep what I told you a secret. He took the cup and nodded. As he walked back to his seat with the water, everyone stared at him. They couldn't believe it. The chatter started up again. Did that guy seriously make all that fuss just for a cup of water? What a weirdo. He sat down and slowly took a sip. The comments kept rolling in on the chat feed. Hey, you got a compliment. Weirdo. He ignored them, instead asking a serious question to the viewers. Remember that mission you guys mentioned earlier? He was still deep in thought. The viewers were surprised. Did we each set a mission? I'm just preparing for the worst-case scenario. He thought it over. A safe landing. Huh? Right. He stared out the window again, lost in his own world of theories. Up here in the sky, we're fine. But the pilot completely rejected flying east. That means there's something down there preventing any plane from landing. And the crew doesn't want to talk about it. Changing the flight path makes sense. Just then, Green Lunatic issued a new mission on screen. I can't wait any longer. The entire chat feed instantly went wild. A flurry of comments appeared. Right now? What if I don't want to? The player who typed that was immediately kicked from the chat. Chon Su was stunned. He just stared at the screen, baffled. Did you just ban him? You banned him, didn't you? The other viewers were just as shocked. That psycho actually did it. Maxidao's avatar popped up to explain. It's just a mute. Chon Su immediately remembered the guy who'd insulted his face, a look of surprise crossing his own. Muted? The viewer from last time? He quickly explained. No, he's still here. And that's when it clicked for Chon Su. He shot back, surprised. What are you doing? Mod, why haven't you kicked him out? Seeing how tense he was getting? Oh, the chat was absolutely loving the drama. Right, so, that guy's still here. Just watching, muted? Suddenly a loud bang echoed out. Chon Su didn't even have time to think. What was that sound? He demanded. Just then, a notification popped up on screen. The user Hellwater had been kicked. Green Lunatic, the mod, sent him a message. So now he can't watch. Chon Su let out a sigh of relief, like a huge weight was lifted. He asked everyone, a little stunned. Wait, was that the kick sound? Seeing his reaction, the chat exploded with laughter, dying laughing over here. After he calmed down, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and laid down the law. Hey mod, I need you to do your job properly. Please, unmute the people from earlier. The mod immediately agreed. Got it. The rest of you, get your mission requests ready. The viewers immediately started spamming the chat. He's insane. A total demon. A moment later, a joint mission from 5 viewers appeared. He slowly opened his eyes to read it. The mission. Survive a plane crash. The reward? 15 genes. He looked at it, a little unimpressed, and thought, the reward is pretty low for this difficulty. Then, with a hint of disdain, he addressed his audience. I gotta say guys, I expected better from you. The chat fired back. He's looking down on us. Both the streamer and his mod are total jerks. Reading the comments, he had a thought. Forcing them to donate too many genes could backfire. He got lost in his own calculations. Wait, did they figure me out? Did they ban that guy and mute the chat just to test my limits? Suddenly, his black dog leaned against him, startling him out of his thoughts. A bit worried, he turned to his companion. You nervous? Seeing the sad look on its face, he was confused. What was it trying to tell him? Then he glanced outside. The sight made him freeze. A bright blue light flashed. A system notification popped up. Milestone reached. Chon Su's mood instantly brightened. Info channel, he yelled. The system immediately responded. Staying in one place is dangerous. Then, the next piece of intel appeared. Your plane is currently en route to Pohang Airport. And the kicker? The eastern flight path has been cut off by monsters. Reading that, Chon Su's blood ran cold. He desperately asked again, We're going to Pohang Airport? The viewers in the chat seemed just as surprised. The destination was preset. You got played, dude. He glanced behind him, mind racing. Was it her? Was she worried I'd warn the others? Or did the pilot make this call on his own? More importantly, guys, isn't Pohang Airport near a port? At that, the chat went wild. Yeah, I think so. It's pretty close to the sea. What's the difference? Reading those comments made his blood boil. Don't you dare joke about this. The viewers quickly backed down. I was just messing around. His face went pale. He sighed, exhausted. This is giving me a headache. A terrible thought began to form in his mind. An airport near a seaport. They must be planning to travel by water. Noticing his dog getting anxious again, he turned to it. Restless again? And then, a bold idea hit him. I've always been heading west. The fact that they're not going to Gunsan Airport, that means the west has monsters too. He stood up, scanned his surroundings, and spoke to his viewers. I need to find something. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Darong Station. The strange, key-holding uncle was still there, lost in thought. He snapped his Bible shut. You're interrupting my reading, he said to the person behind him. Min-chan immediately stood up. He approached the man and asked, Excuse me, do you work here? The man replied with a chilling expression. In this situation, I'm not sure what work even means anymore. But you could say that. Min-chan quickly placed a hand over his heart. Have you seen someone named Chon Su? He has these really intense eyes, a few years older than me. The man's memory sparked. He nodded, remembering. Yeah, I remember him. He asked me to give a message to anyone looking for him. Hearing this, Min-chan froze on the spot. Then he urgently asked, So he really passed through here? The man thought for a second before answering. I honestly didn't think anyone would come looking for. Before he could finish, Min-chan grabbed him, shaking him. Where is he? He yelled. Did he say where he was going? The man was taken aback by the reaction. Hey kid, what's gotten into you? Calm down. But just then, Ian Sel-yoon came running. She tackled the man straight to the ground and screamed, What are you doing to Min-chan, you bastard? Min-chan frantically tried to stop her. Just then, Kim Hari slowly approached. Knife in hand, she spoke with a terrifying coldness. Anyone who's violent with a patient deserves to be punished. Min-chan rushed to intervene. Both of you, calm down. It's a misunderstanding. He didn't do anything. Finally, Min-chan yelled out in desperation. I was just asking where Chon Su is. At his words, Kim Hari looked at him, stunned. Ian Sel-yoon couldn't hide her surprise either. Really? The keykeeper just grit his teeth, unable to say a word. A moment later, the three of them bowed their heads to him. We're so sorry. Sorry about my friend's behavior just now. Ian Sel-yoon scratched her head sheepishly. It really looked like you two were about to fight. Kim Hari then offered, Do you need me to heal you? He rubbed his sore neck where he'd been tackled. I'm fine, he said wearily. I get it. The world isn't what it used to be. Getting back on track, Min-chun looked at him with hopeful eyes. Sir, do you know where he went? The man brushed the dust off his clothes. Then he spoke to the three of them, his voice cold. He didn't say much, only that he was going to Jeju Island. Hearing that, Min-chun sank into thought. Jeju Island? But Kim Hari's face lit up with excitement. Let's go find him, quickly, she proposed. He must be waiting for us there. But Ian Sel-yoon was still suspicious. She looked hard at the man. Are you serious? She challenged him. Did he not say how he was getting there? He coldly shook his head. Seeing this, she grabbed her head and screamed in frustration. This message is completely useless. He should have at least told us how to get there. But then, Min-chan remembered something and asked the man, was he following a group of soldiers? The man thought for a moment, then answered the boy. It looked like he was driving a car, following them. Hearing this, a spark of hope appeared on Min-chan's face as he asked his next question. Hey, he asked, do you know where those soldiers went? The man hesitated for a second before explaining the situation to the three of them. Hearing this, the kid was completely shocked. The man continued, I overheard it on the radio. Kim Hari's face fell instantly. Seeing their despair, the man offered some advice. It's probably too late to go now. Those soldiers left in a hurry. He added, the airport's an hour away. They'd be long gone by now. The girl thought it over, her face full of doubt. He sighed, then told the three of them, if you want to live, find somewhere else to go. Min-chan Yang just stood there, lost in thought, weighing the terrible options. Somewhere else? But where? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered something. That's right, there is a place we can go. He grabbed the man by the shoulder. The sudden move surprised the guy. The kid's face was dead serious as he asked him one simple question. Station D. Can we count on it? Is it safe? The scene cuts to a plane. where Chon Su is sitting. He stares down at a map, looking back and forth between two locations, Gimcheon and Incheon. His viewers immediately started commenting. Hey, you're that soldier with the map. He analyzed the situation, trying to figure out a drop point in case the plane went down. He let out a heavy sigh, and the chat immediately blew up. Stop sighing. It's bad luck. Another wrote, you're cutest when you smile. Reading that one, he shot an angry glare at the screen. Can you guys stop stressing me out? Just be quiet for a second. But right then, the viewers burst out laughing, surprised by his unexpectedly charming reaction. So moody. One player donated a single gem with the message, first time donating. Seeing this, Chon Su slowly got out of his seat. He looked at the screen and asked, why don't you guys ever donate when I'm actually doing well? At this point, he had a grand total of 43 gems. He reached up and opened an overhead locker, looking for something. He kept searching through the compartment. The people watching were confused, with no idea what he was planning. Is he trying to climb in there or something? A flight attendant hurried over, worried. Excuse me, why are you opening all the luggage compartments? He thought for a moment, then closed it. I'm looking for something, he told her. I'll stop once I find it. I'll open them and close them right away. That won't be a problem, will it? She nodded, but you could see the worry in her eyes. As she looked at him, she figured it was fine, as long as he didn't do anything else weird. He continued his search, opening every single overhead bin. The viewers were shocked. They're all empty, someone typed. What are you doing? Another asked. Trying to steal something before you get off the plane? He kept opening and checking the different compartments. Not here either. A moment later, he moved to another passenger cabin, slowly pulling back the curtain. This cabin was completely empty, not a single person. Everything was deathly quiet. As he stepped inside, a familiar shape made him jump in surprise. It was that little walking teddy bear again. When he saw it, a grin spread across his face. There you are. The viewers stared at the bear, the comments flying. It only shows up when he gets gems. That thing is sneaky. Seeing that he'd arrived, the teddy bear started walking forward. Chon Su's face lit up. Lead the way. The bear then scrambled onto a seat and gave him a big hug. A little thrown off, but excited, he asked, is it in there? The teddy bear slowly opened up the seat cushion, pointing inside for him. A supply box immediately caught his eye. It had a price of 10 gems, and a defense symbol. He was stunned. It was a shield icon. A split second later, he made his choice. I'm opening it right now. Instantly, the teddy bear fell to the floor, its mission complete. He slowly pulled the item out from inside the box. And then he recognized it. This is? He froze on the spot, completely stunned. He stared at the ridiculous suit he'd just pulled out, and could only mutter a single, defeated curse. Damn it. Immediately, the screen filled with shocked comments. Is this a joke? Chon Su was just frozen by the sight of it all. He tried to force a weird smile and asked himself, this has to be a joke, right? A wingsuit? His face went pale. He just stood there, speechless. The chat window, however, was having a field day. Well, at least the jump down will be interesting. How's he gonna break in that thing? One person asked. With his face, another replied. He looked helplessly at the suit in his hands and tried to explain. This probably isn't a normal wingsuit. It must have a hidden function. But the viewers just kept laughing. He finally snapped. Stop laughing. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to calm down, reasoning with himself. The flashlight and axe looked normal, too, but they both had hidden abilities. This probably isn't some cheap piece of junk. With that, he slowly started putting on the bizarre suit. Seeing this, the viewers started joking around again. He's actually putting it on. Of course I have to put it on. Just then, someone walked up behind him. A small voice asked, What are you doing? Mortified, he stumbled and fell to the ground, his face bright red. The little boy looked surprised. Are you okay? He asked. Chon Su just looked back at the kid, completely embarrassed. The boy quickly shook his head, explaining, I didn't mean to, I swear. Chon Su looked at him, surprised. It was just a kid. The boy held out a hand. Let me help you up. Don't need it, he said coldly. In one smooth motion, he pushed himself up to his feet. A real man doesn't need help getting back up. The boy's eyes immediately filled with awe and admiration. He beamed at him. Wow, you're just like the cool guys in my books. The viewers' comments started popping up again. This kid seems really impressed. Chon Su was a little taken aback, wondering to himself, what is with this kid? He finished putting on the wingsuit and said to the boy, I'm in the middle of something private. You should go back to your seat. The boy looked at him, his eyes wide with curiosity. Are you going to parachute out? He turned back, a slight smirk on his face. So what if I am? The boy's eyes filled with hope. Then he blurted out his wish. I was wondering, can you take me with you? Hearing this, Chon Su turned away and told the kid flatly, this thing is only for one person. He then turned away, warning the boy as he walked. If this was a paraglider, maybe, but this? Absolutely not. Go back to your seat and stop worrying about me. Hearing that, the kid's face just fell. He just stood there, looking completely lost. Chon Su pointed ahead and said, if you get bored, you can come sit by me. The boy immediately walked over and sat down in a passenger seat, speaking up, I'm not bored. A little curious, Chon Su asked him, hey, are you alone? Where are your parents? The boy's answer was heavy with sadness. It's just me now. His parents? Taken by monsters. Hearing this, the viewers' hearts immediately went out to the kid. The chat flooded with comments. Poor thing. I'm so sorry. Chon Su was a little curious. He scratched his cheek and asked the boy, how'd you get here, with the army? The kid simply nodded. The Air Force guys saved me. Chon Su leaned in closer, looking right into the boy's face. Did they say anything? The kid just looked back, confused. He pressed him for more. Did you hear them say anything? Weird? Hearing that, the boy put a hand to his chin, thinking hard about it. Then he answered, not sure, but I saw them talking to their commander on the radio. Chon Su's eyes widened. A dozen different thoughts flashed through his mind. A commander? If they have a commander, that means this is a trained, organized unit, the Air Force group. And he immediately remembered the Air Force Major, Jin. His mind was racing. Even with manpower shortages, it seems the command system is still intact. But judging by Major Jin's actions, it looked like they had no plans to merge with the 7.5 Division. Chon Su was still lost in his own thoughts, staring intently at the boy in front of him. The commander they mentioned on the radio probably wasn't from the 7.5 Division. He reached out his hand to pat the kid's head. Thanks for the valuable info. But before he could finish, the boy jerked back, shaking his head defiantly. I'm not a kid. Hearing that, Chon Su's patience just snapped. He turned into a grumpy old man in a split second. What'd you say, you brat? You're definitely a kid. Your head doesn't even reach the top of the seat. The boy glared back at him, furious. No, don't touch my hair, I just styled it. Seeing his attitude, the live chat absolutely exploded with comments. People were roasting him. Oof, you got told. You're not really gonna bully an orphan, are you? Look at that little guy's face. He just sighed and nodded at the viewers. All right, fine. He looked at the boy, who was still warily watching him, and thought, styling his hair in a crisis like this. Is this kid for real? A moment of realization hit him. His parents are gone. That's probably why he's acting so tough. Chon Su gave the boy a quick wink. I won't touch it. I promise. Then he slumped into his own seat, closing his eyes to think. Cheongju and Pohang airports weren't far apart. They'd be there soon. The boy watched him, surprised. Are you going to sleep? He let out a long sigh. You should sleep too, kid. It'll make you feel better. Suddenly, his black dog started barking. Seeing that it was back, he pointed to the floor and ordered it. There you are. Come here. Sit under my seat. The dog obediently sat down at his feet. The viewers seemed surprised, asking in the comments, You're not going to take the kid with you? He answered them all directly. I have to leave him behind. It'll be better for him that way. This sparked another wave of comments from the viewers. Someone already brought the kid on the plane, right? Poor little thing. You can't blame him, though. What other choice is there? Chon Su just closed his eyes. He folded his arms, relieved they seemed to understand. But then, all of a sudden, a strange disturbance rocked the plane. The boy shouted his name. Chon Su's eyes shot open. He glanced over at the kid and sighed. You scared me. For a second, I thought Minchon was waking me up. The boy looked curious, wondering about the name. Who's that? Chon Su just glanced at him and said, Someone you don't know. He could feel the danger approaching. He turned to the boy. Buckle up. Tight. Get ready for a shock. The boy looked surprised, but did as he was told. Then he asked, What about you? Chon Su thought for a moment, then replied, The seatbelt doesn't fit me. The boy had no idea what he meant. He just pushed the kid's head down gently. Just listen to me. Stay low. A second later, the plane was hit by violent turbulence. The boy's tough act crumbled instantly, and he started crying out in pure terror. Desperate screams filled the cabin. Help us. We're going to crash. Chon Su froze at the sight, his gaze locked on something else entirely. Strange dents started appearing all over the plane's fuselage. He stared forward in disbelief. No way. And then, a massive hole was ripped open. Swarms of tiny, floating creatures were tearing through the plane, creating a massive opening. A powerful suction force erupted. Chon Su grabbed onto a seat, thinking furiously, I'm being sucked out. Just then, a familiar silhouette was ripped from the plane, and he froze on the spot. He stared, stunned, as the strange shadow was pulled outside. He couldn't process it. What just happened? He frantically looked down under his seat, his mind refusing to accept what he thought he saw. What the hell? Chon Su's jaw dropped. His black dog had been sucked out into the open sky. He let out a helpless, furious scream. The viewers watching the screen shared his heartbreak for the little dog. He stared powerlessly out into the sky with worried eyes, then shouted at his viewers, "Where's the little dragon?" The viewers were baffled, and the chat lit up. "Are you being serious right now?" But he just kept screaming into the hole. "Where did it go?" Absolute panic started to set in. Did it jump on its own? No, that's impossible. The viewers were getting anxious, urging him on. "What are you doing? You're wasting time. You're going to regret this." He glanced nervously at the holes in the plane. "I'm not mentally prepared yet." Just then, the boy next to him pulled out two strange masks and handed one to him. "Put this on." Behind him, more of those floating creatures swarmed in, and the plane began to shake even more violently. Immediately, the screen was flooded with a storm of new comments. "The plane's going down. Those things are still tearing more holes in it. You never know, maybe the plane can survive this." Suddenly, the captain's voice came over the intercom. "Prepare for an emergency landing. There's no clear place to land safely. We're putting it down in the lake. Go." Chon Su held the gas mask in his hands, taking deep breaths. His mind was made up. "I have to go." He shouted his final instructions to the boy. "Listen carefully. Even if you survive the crash, you can still die from the smoke inhalation." He continued. "Get a piece of wet cloth, cover your face, and stay low when you move. You remember that?" The boy looked at him, his expression torn. The plane was now diving straight down. Just then, the pilot managed to pull up, bringing it in for a slightly gentler impact. Chon Su stared at the gaping hole in front of him and made his decision. "This is my chance. I have to stay focused." The moment he took off the oxygen mask, his eyes widened as he stared into the chaos outside. He had a terrible feeling about this place. It felt like his ears were about to be ripped right off his head by the powerful wind that seemed ready to swallow him whole. He glanced back, his resolve hardening. To survive, I have to. Just then, a massive winged monster swooped towards the plane to attack. Seeing it, his expression became even more determined as he stared straight ahead. "It's all or nothing," he shouted to the kid behind him. "You have to live." The boy watched him, his eyes filled with a heartbreaking, desperate plea. Chon Su threw open his wingsuit and leaped straight out into the open air. A memory flashed his past life as a streamer, experiencing this exact feeling in a video game. Back then, the game notified him. Average speed 190 kilometers per hour, maxing out at 250 or more, with a glide ratio of about 2.5. He was alone in his room, the game constantly announcing for every 1 meter he fell, he'd glide 2.5 meters forward. He cursed the game out loud. Then, a terrifying smile spread across his face. He said with chilling confidence, "I can definitely do this. This game looks so easy." Back to reality. Chon Su plummeted downwards, the wind twisting his face into a pained grimace. He let out a helpless scream, tumbling chaotically through the air. All he could do was curse. "Damn it!" He looked at the winged beast in front of him and thought, "I can't even straighten my body out." He reached out a hand, screaming, "I have to grab onto something." Comments flooded the chat window. "Looks like he's about to lose his jacket. Is there a hidden function? I haven't seen this item in a while. I don't remember." He screamed in pure desperation, begging his viewers through the screen. "Say something to me. Anything." Seeing his terror, the audience erupted in laughter, commenting, "The best part is seeing him this desperate. He knows it too, that's why he waited until the last second." Suddenly, right at that critical moment, Maxita Cut yelled a warning, "Pull your arms back. The wingsuit should have an air brake function." Hearing that, Chon Su instantly clenched his fists. He threw both arms back, looking like a giant bat. He glanced behind him in shock, thinking, "My speed just dropped by half." Maxita Cut spoke up again. "Sorry, I had to wait until now to say anything, to avoid getting reported for spoilers." Chon Su just laughed and shook his head. "It's fine." He then focused on a landing spot below, thinking, "All I have to do is ask, and they'll help me out. Can't rely on him too much though. I need to get more fans." He dove straight for one of the winged monsters, shouting at it. "Coming down! I choose you!" He shifted his flight posture, stretching his arms forward with all his might. The monster dove, and he was right on its tail. He repeated to himself, "Just a little more. Get closer." Then, without hesitation, he grabbed its sharp wings, slicing his hands in the process. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he held on tight to the monster right in front of him. Chon Su let out a long, exhausted sigh. Just then, someone donated 1 gen. The message was just pure shock. Another person donated 2 gen, amazed that he actually pulled it off. Someone else sent another 2 gen, because he was just that awesome. Right then, he was ecstatic, thinking, "I did it." Then he glanced at his injured arm, the pain hitting him again. "Had to sacrifice my arm, but now I have a total of 39 gen. He looked at the monster, thinking, "This thing will either die or pass out after hitting the plane." He glanced back nervously, hoping it wouldn't wake up before they got closer to the ground. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he looked back at the plane. He saw the little boy slowly getting up from his seat. He screamed desperately, trying to stop him. "What the hell are you doing? Don't jump." But the kid kept moving forward. Giant monsters swarmed the sky, attacking the plane and then plummeting down. Chon Su used every bit of air in his lungs to yell at the boy, "Stay on the plane." But his words were useless. The boy took a determined leap off the aircraft. In an instant, he was hurtling towards the ground. Seeing this, Chon Su felt completely powerless. People were stunned, their comments flying. "That kid's falling faster than you. He's gonna die. He just jumped straight down?" While he was still panicking, trying to figure out what to do, a player named Green Lunatic issued a quest. Rescue the child for a reward of 19 gen. The user wondered if he could even do it, but all Chon Su saw were the words 19 gen. The chat exploded. "No way." Maxita Cut immediately started shouting his name, but he wasn't listening to any of it. He let go of the monster and dove straight for the boy. He rocketed downwards, closing the distance fast. Calculations raced through his mind. "I know how to use the wingsuit now, and the kid hasn't fallen too far yet." They both continued their insane descent. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Can you hear me? Spread your arms." A separate calculation appeared in his mind. If I can grab the kid and then latch onto another monster, our chance of survival goes way up. Seeing no reaction from the boy, the viewers were shocked. He passed out. Hearing this, Chon Su grit his teeth, more determined than ever. "Then I'm speeding up." In a flash, he was right next to the kid. He shouted his name. "Hey, kid." He yelled again, "Why did you jump?" The boy slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, the viewers immediately started spamming the chat. "I bet you anything this kid was faking it. Who pulls a stunt like that? The timing was too perfect." Chon Su saw it, clenched his fist, and actually laughed. He thought to himself, "It's gonna be tough fighting this wind." Then he carefully scooped up the boy. The kid was now on his back. Chon Su glanced at him and sighed. "With this suit, I can do this." He yelled, "Come on, wake up." Hearing his voice, the boy forced his eyes open. Chon Su looked towards the monsters and shouted his instructions. "Listen carefully. We're grabbing onto one of them. Get ready." The boy froze on the spot, completely terrified. But Chon Su's face showed nothing but pure resolve. He signaled to the boy with a loud command. "Try to grab on yourself. It's okay if you fail. As long as you fall straight down, I can still catch you." They shot forward. The boy screamed in terror. "I can't do it." He kept coaching the kid. "It's do or die." And the look on his face? A completely smug smile. He then spoke to his viewers on the stream. "All right, everyone, watch closely." He was determined. "I'll show you all what I'm really made of." He then slowly let the boy float on his own, which absolutely terrified the kid. He shot both his hands forward, decisively grabbing onto a floating monster. Everyone watching was stunned, the comments flying. He caught another one. "Courage level is rising." "Man, he learns fast." Reading the comments, he started to worry. It's not over yet. The kid behind him was still struggling badly. Seeing this, he yelled at the boy, "Don't disappoint me, come on." But it was no use. The boy couldn't do it. He was thrown back, and a moment later, he was falling, letting out a massive scream. "Helpless," our guy shouted. "Try to fall in this direction." By now, the boy was in a full-blown panic. He reached out his hand and screamed, "Save me!" Slowly, the man reached out and grabbed him. A moment later, he smiled and reassured the kid, "Gotcha. Now, hold on tight." The boy, still terrified, managed a small smile and nodded. Just then, the system window popped up. "Mission complete." A wave of relief hit him. "We did it!" The screen flooded with comments. "Awesome, let's go. That was insane." A true miracle. He remembered the reward he'd earned and thought, okay, after completing the safe landing mission, I'll have a total of 73 general. He tried to comfort the kid beside him. Stop crying. Then, he immediately started scolding him. I told you everything to watch out for, so why'd you jump out of the plane like that? The boy sobbed. The monsters. They were coming. Annoyed, our guy snapped. We'll talk about this later. Then, he gently pinched the boy's cheek to get his attention. Now snap out of it. We're not safe yet, so stop crying. Chon Su then gave the boy a gentle, reassuring smile. He continued, we have to jump before this monster hits the ground. You can do that, right? And with that, they both plummeted toward the earth. But they aimed for a spot with tree branches to break their fall. The two of them lay on the ground, completely exhausted. The boy, tired out of his mind, said, we made it. Then he started crying again. I think I'm going to be sick. Chon Su quickly composed himself. He immediately stood up and took off the strange suit. Man, it feels amazing to be on solid ground. Just then, beside them, more of the floating monsters started crashing to the ground. People were shocked. There's so many. The plane must be completely destroyed. Looking at the monsters falling, he sighed. Way too many of them. At that moment, the plane exploded high in the sky. The boy looked up, surprised, and asked, will the others be okay? Chon Su just calmly asked him, are you okay? The boy nodded. I'm fine. Chon Su gently ruffled the kid's hair. Just worry about yourself for now. That's enough. A second later, he glanced around and sighed. And now I have no idea where that stupid dog went. Seeing this, the viewers started laughing, commenting through the chat window. Oh, now you're worried about him? A minute ago you were ready to leave him behind. Guess you grew a heart. The viewers kept throwing out ideas. Look around. Maybe you can find the body and give it a proper burial. He replied, completely exasperated. I really don't appreciate that suggestion. But then, suddenly, a small animal came running towards them from the distance. He was shocked. Looking closer, it was the little black dog that had fallen from the plane. It ran right for him, barking excitedly. Seeing it, he shouted in disbelief, Little ball. Then, Chon Su just froze, completely stunned, and started questioning the small dog. How are you still alive? The dog just kept running happily around him, barking its head off. The boy next to him was amazed. The puppy's alive. He knelt down to get a better look at the dog's condition. Didn't seem to be injured at all. It happily started licking his face, making him groan. Don't lick me. Just then, a player donated 1 coin with a message. Lick him. Chon Su immediately pushed the dog away. But in that moment, he noticed something strange on the little black dog. He looked closely at its mouth. There was something stuck to it. Wait, did you survive by grabbing onto one of those floaters when you fell? The dog just stared back at him silently. The viewers were just as surprised, commenting on the screen. What's that on its teeth? Is that monster meat? A laugh escaped him. You're really something else, aren't you? Then he stood up, puffing his chest out proudly. Of course. Any dog I choose has to be special. The chat erupted in laughter. You were gonna sacrifice it, you know. Yeah, that's a bit. Then, remembering something, Chon Su turned to the boy and asked, Hey, what's your name? The boy looked surprised by the question. Chon Su explained, We should at least know each other's names, right? The boy immediately introduced himself. My name is Park Jun. In return, he introduced himself as Chon Su. Let's try to get along. The boy smiled back at him and nodded. In the sky above, the giant floaters continued to fall. Chon Su started walking and told the boy, Let's go. If you fall behind, I'm leaving you. The kid quickly nodded in agreement. Behind them, the little black dog trotted along, barking. Watching the floaters fall, Chon Su remarked, They probably don't attack us when we're on the ground. Hearing that, the boy nodded, relieved. Well, that's good. But suddenly, a military plane roared right over their heads, making them both jump. A second later, a massive explosion rocked the area. Viewers were shocked by the scene. A military plane? How can you tell? That's the color of the self-defense force. He saw the fire lighting up the sky, and he instantly realized something. Chon Su looked up and cursed. It's because they react to bright colors and light. I should have gotten on that plane. The viewers just laughed in the chat window. It's much more fun watching you struggle. He thought for a moment, then looked around. I don't see any other planes. That's it. Let's move. He, the boy Park Jun, and the small dog continued forward. A thought crossed his mind. There's a high chance that military plane managed to land safely. By now, he had walked all the way to Pohang Airport. But just as he was about to enter, a loud noise echoed from inside. He froze on the spot, Chon Su quickly opened the door and rushed in, thinking worriedly, what were those noises? The sight that greeted him made him stop dead in his tracks, completely unsure what to do next. Before him was nothing but a scene of total, terrifying destruction. He thought in a panic, this place is starting to collapse. He immediately sprinted in another direction. Good thing I told those two to stay outside. Where is everyone else? From another area, he could hear someone shouting, trying to calm people down. Hurry up, don't panic. He followed the instructions and immediately spotted them. Right at that moment, the Air Force members were urgently signaling to one another. The viewers watching this blew up the chat window. Air Force? Don't see any 7.5 division here. Captain Jin's eyes went wide when he appeared. Kid, thank God you made it down safely. Chon Su stepped up and pointed towards the debris, saying, after that last tremor, this place started collapsing. We need to evacuate everyone, now. Hearing that, the captain immediately called for his subordinate. Sergeant Lai. The man appeared in a flash. Get everyone to a safe location, Jin ordered. A moment later, he let out a long, exhausted sigh. Chon Su walked over, surprised. What's the problem? The captain explained helplessly. The key we desperately need is stuck somewhere in this mess. He then continued, his voice laced with worry. The guards who were stationed here left it behind for us. Hearing that, Chon Su understood. But before he could even speak, the captain kept going. This just made everything a whole lot harder. He then looked at Chon Su, a memory clicking into place. What happened to that other plane? I remember you were with a lot of people. Chon Su didn't hesitate. The plane crashed, he explained bluntly. He recounted the insane story to Captain Jin. I survived by grabbing onto one of those giant bugs. At those words, the captain's face went pale. He stared at him in utter disbelief. You what? He was completely floored after hearing that story. How was something like that even possible? But he quickly regained his composure. The captain asked urgently, Are you the only survivor? Chon Su just pointed towards the entrance and explained, My name is Chon Su. No need to be so formal. There's a kid and a dog waiting outside. We got lucky and managed to survive out there. Meanwhile, Park Jun was instructing the black dog. You have to stay here until he calls for you. Got it? The dog immediately barked once, as if it understood completely. Back inside, Chon Su continued talking to Captain Jin. Your unit only had 20 men at the airport. Did the platoon send anyone else? The captain thought for a moment before answering. Theoretically, yes. But now, I'm not so sure. After hearing your story, I'm having second thoughts. There were too many soldiers. Chon Su remembered what he'd told the Air Force guy. Looks like my words got passed along to him. He asked, stunned. You had no choice but to let them on? Hearing this, sweat started pouring down the captain's face. He looked down at the ground, anxious, as he explained. I put them on a different plane. If they haven't arrived yet, something must have happened. It's all my fault. I should have chosen someone else instead of rushing. But Chon Su tried to comfort him. It's not. His thoughts raced. This isn't what's important right now. He pointed towards the rubble, his mind already on the new problem. We need to focus on getting that key. He spoke up again. Captain, let's think of another way to get the key. A spark lit up in his eyes as he added, but first, we need to get everyone out of here. The viewers watching this scene immediately flooded the chat. Seriously? This guy again. His eyes always light up when he's scheming something. Nobody is as shameless as you are. Maxedown just chuckled at the comments. Captain Jin looked at Chon Su with a newfound trust and gave a slight nod. He led him over to a small gap in the rubble, explaining slowly that, while there was an opening, it was way too narrow for either of them. Can you wait here a second? He glanced at one of his men below and explained, This is the smallest soldier on our team. Maybe he can do something. The soldier immediately started digging through the debris, then called out, This is as far as I can get. I'm hooked on something. The captain nodded, understanding. And just like that, the on-screen comments started popping up again. Oh no, it's over. Couldn't they find someone smaller? Who's who? Reading those comments, Chon Su suddenly remembered something. He turned and started to walk away. The captain, confused, called out, Where are you going? Don't worry, just wait a second, he said. A moment later, he returned, dragging Jun and the black dog with him. The captain was taken aback. A kid? Chon Su put his hands on the boy's shoulders, reassuring the captain. He's a survivor from the crash, too. Then he pitched his idea. Can you tell us the exact location of the key? This kid can probably get in there and grab it. Captain Jin stared at him, completely shocked. I can. But are you sure about this? At that, Chon Su's expression shifted slightly as he looked down at Park Jun. He asked the boy directly, You can do this, can't you? The kid nodded firmly and replied, I'll do my best. Besides, you're the one who's asking. Hearing this, the chat went wild again. He's totally forcing him. The kid can't refuse because he gave the order. I bet he's crying on the inside. Meanwhile, Captain Jin was carefully explaining the key's location to Park Jun. The boy nodded, showing he understood, then turned back to Go Chun Su with a smile. I just need to get the box with the key in it, right? I'll be right back. The kid's brave words sparked another wave of comments from the viewers. I think the kid wants to repay him for saving his life. If it weren't for him, he'd definitely be dead. Go, Chun Su looked at the boy, a hint of worry in his voice. Be careful. The boy nodded. I think I can get in. Go Chun Su glanced away, trying to hide the anxiety flooding his own heart. Still, he told himself, I really owe this kid. If only I could fit in there myself. Luckily, this pile of wreckage looks pretty stable, so it probably won't collapse. But suddenly, the sharp bark of the black dog cut through the air. Go Chun Su's head snapped toward the sound. The dog darted forward, diving into the rubble to follow Park Jun. Go Chun Su immediately tried to stop it. You don't have to go in there too. What a dumb dog. He then shouted a warning to the boy, don't get distracted. Be careful in there. The kid, already inside the small space, just smiled. He waved goodbye. Captain Jin looked over at Go Chun Su, worried. You think the kid will be okay? He crossed his arms and replied flatly, we don't have any other choice. Let's just pray. But even he was thinking, he's just going to get a key, so he probably didn't have time to overthink it. Then, a terrified scream from Park Jun echoed out, making him freeze on the spot. Go, Chun Su yelled, his voice cracking with desperation. Are you okay? Captain Jin quickly scrambled down, shining a light inside to see what was happening. He called back, I think something happened in there. Go Chun Su gritted his teeth, feeling completely powerless. He cursed himself internally, realizing what a terrible mistake he'd made by giving this mission to a child. Viewers watching the screen also grew anxious, praying for the boy. What happened to him? He should be out by now. Maybe he's just kidding. Kids do that sometimes. He peered down into the tiny hole, his voice filled with dread. Is something in there? His expression sank deeper into despair. As he looked inside, he prayed, please, please don't be. But then, a monster's roar echoed from within. Captain Jin heard it and his face went pale with fear. There's a monster in there. Get out now. Go, Chun Su could only shout from the outside, helplessly calling out for the young boy, Park Jun. The image he saw was horrifying. A blood-soaked foot chasing the kid, who was sprinting for his life. In a flash, he recognized it. That thing was a zombie. The viewers watching this unfold started commenting anxiously. Damn, so much for getting the key. The kid's about to die and that's all you care about? Go, Chun Su screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to warn the boy. Run, get out here. A flood of different comments popped up on the screen. What's he even doing in there? Playing hide and seek? Maybe the kid's tougher than we think. Go Chun Su felt completely powerless as he watched. He thought anxiously, the screams are still clear. He must still be okay. Just as the zombie stepped forward, the little black dog launched itself, sinking its teeth deep into the creature's leg. Go Chun Su saw it and froze. No way. Park Jun scrambled out and held the box out towards him. The boy quickly tossed the container in his direction. He quickly shouted the kid's name. A comment instantly appeared. Did the zombie just drag the kid back in? The monster's growling continued, louder than ever. He grit his teeth, feeling totally useless. A few more comments popped up, and the dog, too, so brave. He yelled out to the boy, "Get out of there, hurry!" The boy slowly crawled his way out. Then, he collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. A wave of relief washed over Go Chun Su, who immediately rushed over to check on him. He scanned the kid's arms and legs for any strange wounds. Hey, you okay? The boy nodded. I wasn't bitten or anything. The comments started rolling in again. What would you even do if he got bit? Buy him insurance? Did the dude above me just buy a new car or something? Suddenly, he remembered. He looked back towards the hole and asked, "Where's the little furball?" Just then, the black dog appeared right in front of him. He was overjoyed. Go Chun Su ran towards the dog as fast as he could. His eyes lit up as he looked at it, calling its name. Hey, you! The dog looked back at him, its eyes full of emotion, but his relief quickly turned to caution. He pinned the dog down, checking every inch of its body for bite marks, then started yelling at it. You're not bitten or anything. You did good, you stupid mutt. Instantly, a stream of new comments filled the screen. Is this guy an emotion killer, or what? I was hoping he'd hug the dog, that's what I was waiting for. Go Chon Su, still fuming, fired back at his audience. Did you guys really think I wanted to put down a zombie dog? Captain Jin looked at Park Jun with surprise and said, You had me really worried. You got a lot of guts, kid. The boy dusted himself off and shook his head. Not really. Then a small smile appeared on his face. I'm just glad I could help. Go, Chon Su spoke up, getting them back on track. Let's go. We can't waste any more time. The captain nodded in agreement. I agree. Soon, the three of them made it to a large parking garage. He announced to everyone, Let's get out of this place. Captain Jin walked up to him. We'll ride together. He pointed down at his dog and asked, Is it okay if he comes with us? The captain nodded. No problem with me. Go Chon Su then glanced over at Park Jun and called his name. The kid was surrounded by a group of Air Force soldiers, all praising him. He seemed surprised to see Go Chon Su looking at him. Go Chon Su asked coldly, What are you doing over there? The boy ran over and explained, These are the soldiers who helped me. I was just talking to them for a bit. Hearing that, Go Chon Su's face hardened as he lectured the boy. Is that so? Then go hang out with them. The boy looked completely stunned by his words. Go Chon Su continued his tough love lesson. You said they're your friends, right? If so, then you should go with them. The viewers immediately picked up on his attitude. Comments flew in. Look at the kid's face. Are you actually jealous? Go Chon Su shook his head and replied coolly to everyone watching. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just, the kid has his own group now. The boy looked at him, surprised, and asked, Is that okay? He nodded and waved him off. Go ahead. It's not like we're saying goodbye forever. Go Chon Su gave the boy a little smile and a wave. The audience immediately concluded he was being left behind. Park Jun happily ran back to the soldiers and waved goodbye. How sad. Go Chon Su hopped in the vehicle and said to Captain Jin, We should get going. The captain gave a slightly suspicious look behind them, then got in and shut the door. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area, making the captain instantly go on high alert. Go Chon Su's jaw dropped as he looked back, his mind racing. What was that sound? He immediately yelled to the captain in the front seat, Colonel. At that moment, the entire structure began to collapse around them, turning the place into a death trap. Captain Jin roared out an order to everyone. I know, let's move. The vehicle lurched forward, then immediately slammed on the brakes. A massive pile of debris crashed down right behind their car, terrifying everyone. Seeing that near miss, pure fear was written all over Go Chon Su's face. He thought frantically, a second later, and we would have been toast. Just when they thought it was over, it wasn't. Another massive sound echoed through the garage. His panic intensified. What is that sound now? Cracks started spreading across the concrete floor. He tried to convince himself it was just an earthquake. Nothing more. But then, the ground gave way, revealing a bizarre new monster. He froze, completely stunned. That's... The people watching on screen were just as shocked. Comments poured in. Is that an egg? Or a praying mantis? Here it comes. The giant monster continued to rise from the earth. Go Chon Su let out a terrified scream. What the hell is that thing? Why are they here again? Captain Jin's voice crackled over the radio, laced with panic. All units, focus up. We don't stop for anything until we hit the port. But something wasn't adding up for Go Chon Su. He turned to the captain. Where exactly are we going? The captain hesitated for a second before answering. In Gok Port. Go Chon Su pressed him. Is there even a boat there big enough for all of us? Captain Jin seemed thrown by the question. He quickly nodded. Probably. That one word probably made Go Chon Su's eyes widen. The captain quickly tried to explain himself. The advance team should have everything ready. They promised us vehicles, and they delivered. I'm sure they left us an out. But hearing this, Go Chon Su was filled with dread. He had to ask. There's a new port in Pohang. Why can't we just go there? The captain immediately shook his head, looking conflicted. Only the massive steel carriers dock in a place like this. So even if they found a boat, launching it fast would be nearly impossible. A buddy of mine used to work here. I've seen the setup. Hearing this, Go Chon Su's confidence wavered. He thought nervously, Colonel Jin's never been to Inguk Port before. Is this really going to work? He let out an exhausted sigh and asked the viewers on his screen, Any ideas how I can beat those things? Explosions kept roaring in the background while the comment section blew up in surprise. The big ones? They don't live long. Dead in a few hours. Just don't engage. Hearing that, he exhaled in relief. At least they had a short shelf life. Colonel Jin is yelling directions at his subordinate, but the truck keeps smashing into a rock-filled blockade. Sergeant Lai screams in absolute terror. Seeing how bad this is, the colonel yanks the wheel hard, shouting at him not to let the tires slip. He tries to stay calm, yelling out orders. Hold on tight, stay sharp, or we're all dead. But then the vehicles up ahead suddenly punch it and speed away. Everyone watching this on screen is completely shocked. The comments flood in. What's happening? Are they just ditching their colonel? Chon Su stares ahead, his mind racing in disbelief. It's fine if they go first. The colonel probably told them to push ahead no matter what, but his eyes fill with worry. The real question now is whether he can make it out alive. He shouts at the other drivers, "We gotta move, faster!" As the truck lurches forward, something bizarre starts pushing its way out of the ground. Sergeant Lai sees it and swerves hard to the side. In the back, Chon Su and his dog get thrown forward. He yells at the driver, "Can you please drive properly?" Suddenly, he stares ahead, totally bewildered. This road. Something's very wrong, and his confusion just gets worse. He quickly asks the two soldiers, "Where are we going? Where are the other trucks?" The sergeant quickly explains, "The monsters wrecked the main road, we're taking a detour." And hearing that, Chon Su just freezes. Colonel Jin chimes in, "We're heading to that new port you mentioned." Chon Su nods, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "Because he knows that place, right?" The colonel nods back, confirming it. "That's the plan, but I'm not entirely sure what we'll find." Just then, a strange noise comes from outside, and the truck definitely isn't what it used to be. Sergeant Lai grips the wheel, nervously telling everyone, "That last impact messed up the engine. I don't know how much longer it'll run." Hearing this, Chon Su and Colonel Jin share a knowing look. They both feel it. The danger just cranked up to 11. Watching this nail-biting scene, people start commenting again. "This is so intense. Get to the boat. I've always dreamed of being a captain." Chon Su looks at the driver, shocked. "How much longer can it go?" The sergeant checks the gauges and just shakes his head. "Honestly, I have no idea." The viewers watching crack up, thinking that's the worst possible answer. Chon Su yells, "Just get us there as fast as you possibly can." He then quickly glances behind them. That giant monster is still standing back there. He lets out a tired sigh of relief. At least we got away from that huge thing. But then his gaze shifts, and the worry returns. His expression turns dead serious. Why can't anything just go smoothly? Even after all this, they still have to get on a boat. A moment later, the truck continues to rattle forward. For now, it seems like the coast is clear. He sighs again, exhausted. Finally, we made it. But then, he remembers something. He calls out to Colonel Jin. "Colonel?" The man nods, glancing back at him. "Yes, go." Chon Su gets straight to the point. "June told me he overheard your soldiers, high-ranking Air Force members talking to a commander on the radio." The colonel looks a bit puzzled by the question as he turns to answer. "I don't know the full details of that conversation." Chon Su presses him, confused. "Wasn't that you on the radio?" The colonel shakes his head and explains. "Our battalion commander handles communications like that." Hearing this, Chon Su's eyes widen. He immediately asks, "Can you tell me what was said in that call?" Colonel Jin stares at him, completely baffled. "You want to know?" he asks, surprised. But Chon Su's gaze only gets more intense as he looks back and explains. "I'm asking because you called that person commander. That means our country's entire military command structure might still be active. I just don't know if they're actually making any moves to fix this mess." The colonel pauses, considering his words carefully before explaining. "It wasn't much. The commander said he wanted to send more people to help us. But it's difficult right now. Other units are tied up, dealing with other situations." Chon Su immediately nods. "I see." But then, a new suspicion pops into his head. He quickly voices it. "How many squads do you have left? Do you think any of them might have taken this chance to, rebel?" The colonel thinks for a second, then replies, "I'm not sure. The military took heavy losses." Colonel Jin keeps his eyes on the road ahead, continuing with what he knows. "But of course, we can still hope. After all, the commander did contact me. He's part of the capital army." The moment Chon Su hears that, something clicks. He asks, stunned, "The capital army?" The colonel turns and gives a single, firm nod. "Exactly. They contacted us recently, so I'm sure they're still operational." Those words hit Chon Su like a ton of bricks. He's completely stunned, his mind racing. Seoul hasn't completely fallen yet. Thinking back, he feels like he missed something huge. He looks out the window, remembering the subway. The one he thought was just bait. Immediately, comments flash across the screen. "That train was running for a reason? Did you really just figure this out now?" A sudden smile breaks out on Chon Su's face, and he thanks Colonel Jin. "Thank you," he says. Knowing the army is still fighting, it makes me feel a lot better. But, can't you tell me just a little more? The colonel gives him a strange, unreadable smile and speaks slowly. This much information should be enough to get you to cooperate with us. Besides, that call wasn't exactly from the Air Force. Hearing that, Chon Su lets out a strange laugh. Just then, Sergeant Lai calls out to them, "We're here." Chon Su sticks his head out the window to look, his eyes widening. So this is the port. A second later, the port of Pohang comes into full view. But something is terribly wrong. He turns to the colonel in shock. Jin just nods, already staring straight ahead. "I see it too," he says. A massive ship dominates their vision. Both of them just freeze on the spot. "We're in trouble," the colonel says, his voice filled with dread. "We are in so much trouble." All three of them slowly climb out of the truck, absolutely stunned by the gigantic vessel. Chon Su takes a step back, looking down at his dog. "You seeing this, Fluffy?" He stares up at the enormous cruise ship looming before them. His mind reels. He'd always dreamed of getting on a cruise ship, just once in his life. Then he cracks a weak smile at his dog. "You've got to be kidding me, right?" The dog just licks its lips, looking up at him with eager eyes. But Chon Su can feel it. The sheer danger radiating from that ship. A cruise ship in a survival game is never a good thing, Colonel Jin says grimly. "This is bad. Look at that ship." Chon Su nods in agreement. "I see it. It looks way too dangerous." The colonel continues. "It's not just the ship. It's the location." His eyes darted to the ocean, where massive waves were starting to form. He realized it immediately. The ship wasn't at the pier. It was anchored far offshore. Sergeant Lai walked over, his eyes wide with surprise. There must be someone on board. He glanced back toward the ship. Just then, the black dog spotted something and let out a series of sharp barks. And it didn't stop, barking relentlessly at the ship as if it had found something. At that moment, a person on the deck waved back at the three of them, like they were trying to send a signal. He asked the dog beside him, completely bewildered. "You see something up there?" Sergeant Lai saw it too and quickly announced to the others, "There's a person on the boat." Colonel Jin seemed shocked to hear it. "What?" Chon Su looked up, then nodded. "You're right." But then, suddenly, the man lowered his arm. He just stood there, silently watching them from above. He had no idea what this guy was trying to do, or why he'd make a move like that. "What is that guy doing?" The live chat immediately started scrolling. "Oh hell no, don't be like that, you're scaring me." After all this time, this guy was still afraid of stuff like this. Sergeant Lai pointed out nervously. "He's not waving anymore." Beside him, Colonel Jin agreed. "Something feels weird." Chon Su's expression immediately hardened. He looked between the two of them and said, "I don't know." Just then, a tremor shook the ground. He looked down, completely thrown off balance. He recognized that tremor. It meant something bad was coming. "It can't be." He yelled a warning to the others. "We're out of time. I'm going to see if I can find my friend." And just like that, he watched in confusion as the man turned and ran. The man kept yelling back, "Once I find him, I promise I'll come back." He was still trying to figure out what the hell that guy was planning. He thought, well, he's been here before, so maybe. Before he could finish, Sergeant Lai's panicked voice cut him off. "What are we supposed to do now?" He looked over at the sergeant and saw it clear as day the man was spiraling into a panic. His pale face was the first thing he noticed. "He's probably around my age, maybe younger," he thought. Suddenly, the Maxido system popped up with a message. "Do something." The other viewers chimed in. "A big one is coming soon. We're dead meat if we stay. Division 7.5 is catching up." Chon Su forced himself to calm down and stretched his arms, his own body asking, "Okay, what now?" Two choices popped into his head. 1. Hide. 2. Get on that ship. He stared at the shipping containers around them, lost in thought. "The big ones don't live long. I could probably hide for a few hours. But even if we escape this time, there's no guarantee we'll be safe the next." He looked back towards the ship, still weighing his options. Getting out to sea was the best bet. If that ship is private, it's likely to leave soon. After spotting the danger, they could try their luck back at Inguk port. But who knew if there'd even be a boat there? So yeah, there was no other choice. A terrifying smile crept across his face. He let out a slow sigh. Seeing his strange shift in attitude, the viewers immediately started commenting, "It's time to hijack a boat. Looks like he's not planning on getting on." At this point, it's the only thing he can do. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name. He looked ahead, confused. There was Colonel Jin, driving a gigantic excavator. He couldn't believe his eyes. What on earth was happening? The colonel yelled over to him, I found something that can help us. Chon Su just stared at what he was driving. A crane? He rushed over to Chon Su and spoke up. It'll help us get on the ship, Chon Su demanded. Where did you find it? The colonel pointed to the person operating the excavator behind them. Then he answered, That's my friend. He's been waiting here for me since the pandemic started. The security officers around here must have spotted us running over. Chon Su heard his words and couldn't believe his own ears. He had to ask again, Are you serious? Your friend has been waiting here this whole time? Truly incredible. Another thought popped into his head. What is going on here? He remembered the giant ship and began to think deeply. For that guy to be waiting with a crane ready to go. It means that ship has also been waiting there for a long time. It must be a private boat. They were probably too scared to dock any closer. Colonel Jin continued to explain. My friend has the crane's position adjusted. We just need to climb into that platform and wait. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from behind him. He spun around, thinking, a gunshot? The people watching this on screen also began commenting frantically. Are other soldiers coming to help? No way. That would be suicide. Realizing the situation was critical, Chon Su turned to Colonel Jin with a worried look. Right next to him, he asked, Do you have a weapon? The man thought for a moment, then quickly replied, I'm out of ammo. It was too cumbersome to transport, so I threw away all my guns before getting on the plane. He cursed in anger, then gritted his teeth. He signaled angrily to the colonel. Those bastards! Division 7.5 is coming. Clashing with them is a bad idea. We need to hurry. Hearing that, the man immediately nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. A moment later, the two of them were in front of the crane. They looked down anxiously, then shouted up to Colonel Jin. He angrily pushed his friend out of the way and ordered, You go first. I'll go after you. His friend looked back, surprised. What are you doing? He asked. He was extremely worried about his friend's safety and shouted his command. You said the angle is all adjusted, right? I just need to press the button, don't I? Hurry up and go. The man looked at him with some concern. He cut him off again. It's fine, you've waited for me all this time, haven't you? This time, you don't have to wait. He continued to order his friend. The faster you act, the easier it'll be for me to follow. Chon Su watched this scene, his mind racing. He's planning to jump and grab onto the crane just as it lifts. That's impossible. Immediately, the screen was flooded. Different comments scrolled by. Go down and save him. The colonel is a good person. Sometimes, if you want to move forward, you have to accept sacrifices. He shoves the colonel's friend forward, yelling, Get going, now! The guy hesitates, glancing back at the colonel. He presses him again. If you don't move, his sacrifice means nothing. He then tells the guy straight up, We're all going to die here. But suddenly, a noise startles him, a black car, slowly rolling towards them. He curses under his breath. Son of a bitch. It was Scarface, the same guy he'd fought before. He instantly recognizes him from Division 7.5 as the man and his crew approach. The group starts sprinting towards them, shouting, Stop! Wait for us! And then, another vehicle, a white car, comes speeding in and smashes into three of the guy's henchmen. Chon Su and Sergeant Lai see this and just freeze. Then, a new figure steps out, a shotgun gripped tight in his hands, and oh, he is furious. He aims right at Scarface and roars, You sons of bitches! Everyone's jaws just hit the floor. Total shock. The comments fly. It's the old bus driver from before. And there he is, Park Chang-sik, pointing that weapon straight at the guy's head. He screams, his voice cracking with rage. We sacrificed so many to get here. You bastards can just die. And then, without another word, he pulls the trigger. But the guy is fast, he dodges, the bullet only grazing his arm. He's instantly back on his feet, turning and running for his life, hiding behind the vehicle Captain Jin is driving. He desperately pounds on the door, begging for help. That crazy old man is on a rampage. Captain Jin slowly opens the door, giving the guy a flicker of hope. And then slam! The captain swings the door wide open, smashing it right into his face and sending a few teeth flying. The door closes. Cold. Final. Leaving the guy sprawled on the ground. Chon Su immediately spots him and yells, Mr. Park, over here. The old man looks up, completely shocked. You? Chon Su just keeps waving him over. We're loading this onto that ship. He gestures urgently. Hurry, get up here with us. You can see the old man is genuinely touched by the offer. He stares at them. There's still a way out? The livestream chat absolutely explodes with laughter at the look on his face. Look at him. He totally thought he was a goner. But then the old man glances back and realizes he can't just leave. He marches straight toward those soldiers from the 7.5 Division, and he makes a declaration. Before I go, these bastards have to pay. He aims to take one of them out, but when he fires, nothing. Not a single bullet. He panics, shouting, "What's wrong with this gun?" "Go," Chon Su yells back. "Forget him, let's go, now." And just like that, all four of them are safely on the lift. Chon Su turns and signals to the colonel, who gets the message loud and clear. With a nod, the excavator crane begins to lift them into the air. "Everyone, hold on tight." But then the ship starts to move. Chon Su's eyes go wide with shock as the viewer comments start pouring in. The ship's moving, engines are on. Is he even gonna make it? He's in shock. It's over. Snap out of it, man, there's still time. Chon Su stares at the colossal ship, his mind racing. Right, moving at this speed. Without a second thought, he summons the system shop. A rope. Price, 1 gene. And it's guaranteed to be extra sturdy. The others are just confused. What is he doing at a time like this? He doesn't answer. He just hits confirm purchase. Instantly, a rope materializes in mid-air and falls. Chon Su snatches it, and Park Chang-sik just stares, completely bewildered. Where did that thing come from? He stammers out, completely baffled. Chon Su just flashes a confident smile, his eyes locked on the ship. It showed up right on time, he says. "Mr. Park, let me borrow your gun." The old man is taken aback. "What are you planning to do?" He expertly ties the rope around the weapon, simply replying, "Just preparing for a worst-case scenario." And then, the crane grinds to a halt. Panic erupts. It stopped. "This is as far as we go. We're still way too far from the ship." But Chon Su? He's already swinging the gun in a wide circle, preparing his throw. The viewers have no idea what he's planning. He climbs up onto the railing and tells the others, "Stay calm and wait for me here." His companions just stare, their faces pale with disbelief, and then, he leaps. A crazy, surreal image as he sails through the open air. The gun soars forward with him right behind it. A loud clang echoes as the gun hooks onto the ship's railing, snagging itself tight. He grips the rope for dear life. And just like that, he's swinging, anchored to the massive ship. He looks back at his friends and yells, "I made it!" Now for the hard part. He starts to climb. The others are speechless. Did he actually do it? He pulls himself up, hand over hand, muscles straining. The chat starts to wonder. Can he make it up? I'm not so sure. Just then, the gun starts to slip. Chon Su feels it and thinks, just a little more. Suddenly, the viewers realize his true goal. Don't tell me. Is he aiming for that? He's not just trying to board, he's straining to reach a specific landmark. Almost there, and now everyone sees what he's after. The marker post? So that was his real objective all along. The gun is about to give way. He grits his teeth, telling himself, just one more small step, and then contact. Chon Su's foot touches the blue marker. A system notification flashes instantly. New skill acquired. Skill information has been updated. Open skill window for more details. He keeps moving. When the gun finally breaks free, plunging down and almost taking him with it. For a heart-stopping second, he's falling, but his reflexes are insane. He whips out a hand and grabs onto a heavy chain on the deck. He hauls himself aboard, panting heavily. And the chat, of course, absolutely loses it. Dude was literally dancing with death. That was epic. And the donations roll in a total of 4 genes. So good, I just spit out my soda. Hey, can I get a soda too? But Chon Su isn't paying attention to the comments. He's all business. Information. A panel appears. Warning. Remaining in one location is dangerous. Fearsome monsters are roaming near the cruise ship. Dangerous aquatic creatures pose a threat to smaller vessels. Reading this, Chon Su comes to a grim conclusion. Looks like I'm gonna need some help. He turns to the stream. I'm bringing those people with me. The viewers are shocked, their attention snapping back to the 3 figures waiting on the crane. How? The chat demands. You don't have the rope anymore. Chon Su just smirks and asks them, anyone here ever been on a cruise ship before? Me neither, he admits, walking across the deck. But this place has free lifeboats. The viewers are baffled. What? What kind of movies has this guy been watching? He's planned out everything. Chon Su just smiles at them all. Let me put it simply. I can lower this lifeboat, all by myself. And soon enough, all 4 of them are standing on the deck of the giant cruise ship, letting out a collective sigh of pure exhaustion. Unbelievable. They actually made it. We made it, Colonel Jin's friend said, his voice heavy with grief. Colonel Jin himself just stared ahead, anger burning in his eyes before he finally sighed. If it wasn't for that damned monster. Chon Su glanced at him. Your name is Cha Dong-jin, right? The man nodded. I was Colonel Jin's best friend. Bok Trangzik, standing nearby, introduced himself as well. The corporal followed suit. I'm Corporal Ju Young-hun. He looked down, his expression pained. So the colonel really was gone. A heavy silence fell over the four of them. Chon Su was lost in his own thoughts. He vividly remembered the moment. Colonel Jin hadn't gotten out of the vehicle in time. That giant monster had crushed it with a single stomp, taking the colonel out instantly. Chon Su sighed, trying to offer some comfort. He'd be glad he saved this many people. Cha Dong-jin just let out a hollow laugh. That's how he always was. Chon Su's voice grew serious. I don't mean to disappoint you. He then looked towards the massive cruise ship and warned the others. Stay sharp. I think it's too early to relax. We know nothing about this ship. Chon Su then turned away and called out to the system. Skills menu. Instantly, Skill 1 appeared. It was his familiar taunt ability, but he couldn't use it yet. It was still on cooldown, waiting for certain conditions to be met. Skill 2 allowed him to see through the eyes of any target he touched for 10 minutes, usable anytime. Looking at this skill, he was a bit surprised. I still haven't used this. Suddenly, the player mod started censoring words in the comment stream. Now, only 2 comments remained. He looked so sad. One read, "Guess he can't use his skills yet." The notification caught his eye. He asked in surprise, "Mod, what did you just censor?" The mod explained, "Just a few inappropriate words, don't worry. I forgot to do this at the start." Hearing that, Chon Su nodded, understanding. Suddenly, another notification popped into his view. Who was that person waving earlier? He glanced back towards the ship's interior, then shook his head. To figure out this ship's status, there's one place we need to go. He pointed high up, in front of the others. The bridge. The control room up there. With that, everyone began to move. Let's go. The 4 of them stepped inside the vessel. The place was unbelievably luxurious and spacious, leaving them all a bit stunned. Chon Su looked around in amazement. This must be the main lobby. The chat window exploded with comments. Feels like a country boy seeing the big city for the first time. Awesome. My boy made it onto the ship. I'm so proud. Now I can die with no regrets. Filled with excitement, he ran ahead, surprising the other 3. He let out a laugh and pulled out his axe. After a deep breath, he declared his intentions. Finally, some breathing room. Next, I'm killing anything and everything that shows up. He stepped forward, grinning. But just then, Cha Dong-jin's voice cut through the air. Wait. Chon Su turned back, a look of surprise on his face. Dong-jin explained, I think I saw someone. Hearing this, everyone looked around, confused. Chon Su scanned the area, then replied, There's no one here. But Dong-jin insisted, I saw them clearly. Looked like a kid. I'm going to check, just to be safe. Chon Su felt a wave of suspicion. He turned back to the others and proposed an idea. Hold on, we should stick together. You can't be sure if it was a real kid or something that just looked like one. Colonel Jin died to save you, Chon Su added pointedly. So let's be careful. At this, Dong-jin fell silent, staring at him with a look of clear annoyance. Chon Su stared right back, thinking to himself, damn it. Looks like this guy is one of those self-sacrificing hero types too. With no other choice, he spoke again. Fine, do what you want, but I'm not taking responsibility for whatever you run into. Hearing this, Dong-jin's face brightened immediately. He quickly replied, Of course, I just want to help people. I won't forget what you've done for me. At that moment, Ju Young-hoon stepped forward with a suggestion. I'll go with him. It's dangerous to go alone anyway. He was the colonel's friend. It's my duty to ensure his safety. Chon Su nodded in agreement. He warned the corporal, Be careful. The young man nodded back. Roger that. As they parted ways, Bok Trangzik walked beside Chon Su and asked, Are you sure this is okay? Splitting up like this? Chon Su replied helplessly, We have no other choice. He then turned to the older man. You'll come with me, right? The man looked at him, a little surprised. Chon Su continued, I hope we can help each other out, just like last time. He then glanced down at his little black dog. This little guy, too. After walking for a while, the scene that unfolded before him was breathtaking. In front of him was a place of unbelievable luxury and splendor. He muttered in shock. A cruise ship for the rich has an entire shopping mall inside. Bok Trangzik looked around at the escalators. We can use these to move between the floors. Hearing that, Chon Su nodded. Let's go. The two of them slowly moved forward, Chon Su's eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The chat window buzzed with worried comments. Where are all the passengers? Did they not make it on board? Suddenly, this feels very wrong. Chon Su felt a spike of anxiety as he stared ahead. I'm starting to get a chill down my spine. And just then, a lone zombie slowly shambled into view. Bok Trang-sik shouted a warning. Look! Go! Chon Su slowly raised his axe and nodded. I see it. In the next instant, he used his taunt skill. The zombie immediately charged toward him, screaming. He let out a confident laugh, swinging his axe towards it while yelling a challenge. Come on! With one decisive motion, he brought the axe straight down on its head. He slowly lifted his weapon, muttering a curse under his breath. Bok Trang-sik walked over, speaking with a bit of shock in his voice. It seems the people who were on here. Chon Su looked at the dead zombie on the ground and nodded grimly. He then turned to his audience watching the screen. You guys are all thinking the same thing, right? The comments flooded in. Are you afraid all the passengers turned into zombies? A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. Considering the size of this ship, there could be up to 2,000 people on board. Go, Chon Su then turned and asked his viewers again. You're all thinking it too, aren't you? The replies came instantly. You're scared every passenger is a zombie, aren't you? The horrifying realization fully hit him. A ship this big. We could be talking about 2,000 undead. He forced a weak smile, trying to calm himself down. Think it's too late to find a lifeboat? The chat went wild. How would you get to Jeju Island then? You wouldn't even make it to Busan. You'll change your mind after you see the monsters in the sea. He let out a long sigh and turned to Bok Trang-sik. You should find yourself a weapon. You seem like you can handle yourself in a fight. The older man nodded in agreement. I was just thinking the same thing. Then he immediately walked into a clothing store, leaving Chon Su completely baffled. Weapons check. Why in here? His black dog wags its tail, looking happy to see him, so he just nods. All right, fine. Whatever. Let's see if there's anything useful. He leads the dog over to the pet food aisle and asks, See anything you like? The dog just keeps wagging its tail, staring straight ahead. The others see this and seem pretty surprised. There's a pet store here? Why wouldn't there be? Pets are allowed on the ship. The dog sniffs at some of the food, and he looks surprised. You want this stuff? He starts pulling packages off the shelf for the dog, urging it on. Here, eat up. Seeing this, the black dog gets incredibly excited. He pulls out his own supply box, thinking to himself, I should probably grab some extra snacks for you too. Looking around at the supplies, he's a little shocked. First aid supplies in the bag. Then something clicks in his mind. He stares intently at the medical kit. There's probably a medical bay on the ship, so I don't need to haul all this medicine around. He shakes his head, then looks back at the food aisle, defeated. I just don't know. Suddenly a sound echoes from nearby. He cautiously approaches his dog. You want that now, huh? He asks. Not a bad choice, I guess. The others watch, amazed at how smart the dog is. That's weird, one says. Never seen a dog specifically ask for a collar before. He looks at his adorable black dog and just laughs. Well, it's not a bad thing. The second he puts the collar on, though, the dog goes from cute to terrifying. He can't help but laugh in surprise. Now that's a look. Much more intimidating. The dog trots up to him and barks. He smiles back. You like it? Everyone looks shocked at the dog's sudden change in demeanor. Chon Su lets out a sigh of relief and tells his companion, Let's do our best together. Now, I wonder where Mr. Park is. Just then, a voice calls his name, making him jump. It's him, wearing a ridiculous floral outfit, and he happily asks, So, what do you think? Seeing the strange look on his face, Park Chang-sik scratches his head sheepishly. What's with that expression? Too flashy? He shakes his head. I thought you were looking for a weapon. That's when it finally dawns on the older man. I totally forgot. Chon Su grabs a nearby mop. Then, with a grunt, he snaps the handle clean in half. He immediately offers it to him. The man takes the stick, looking at him in disbelief. Are you sure about this? He nods seriously. It's the best weapon for a beginner to handle. They both turn towards the elevator. He gives the man a serious warning. The second we get on, stay on high alert. He walks over to the elevator and presses the button. Slowly, the doors begin to slide open, and inside, Chon Su grips his axe tightly as he steps forward. All right, let's go. The others watch his fearless advance, impressed. So cautious, they comment. But you can see inside the elevator, can't you? So cute. While Park Chang-sik is still pushing the buttons, Chon Su addresses the group. You guys don't get it, he says grimly. Sometimes they play dead, or drop from the ceiling. We have to be careful. The elevator starts moving. Up to the 4th floor. A notification pops up. The shop has been updated. Chon Su sees it and shouts in excitement. Awesome. And right on cue, a zombie slams into the elevator, roaring furiously. The man screams in terror. What the hell was that? The elevator keeps climbing, finally stopping at the 5th floor. The doors slide open. The elevator itself looks like a wreck. The viewers are freaking out. The door's broken already? From just one hit. That was no ordinary zombie. He rushes out into the hallway and looks down at where the zombie was. Seeing its strange shape, he can't help but curse. Damn it! Everyone realizes what it is at the same time. It's a red zombie. It starts ramming its body against the doors below them, over and over. The comments pour in. Showed up at the perfect time. No wonder I felt a chill. Chon Su grits his teeth in frustration, his mind racing. The elevator's useless now. Park Chang-sik runs over to him, urging him on. Let's go. Stop staring at it. He starts sprinting up the stairs, panting as he asks his viewers a question. Can I even beat that thing? The chat window explodes with encouragement. You can do it. Go for it. You've got this. A strange smile creeps onto Chon Su's face. He lets out a sigh, telling his stream, getting on this ship is making me nervous. His viewers just get more confused. Why so worried? I love it when he's nervous. If it gets tough, just grab a life raft and bail. Chon Su scans the area, glancing behind him. A thought crosses his mind. Should I head out to the deck? No, too dangerous. The viewers are saying not to go outside, so I'll just stick around in here. Then a footstep. Park Chang-sik urgently warns him. Something's coming. It's a ghost-like female zombie, staring at them with terrifying eyes. He whips around in surprise. He raises his axe, ordering the older man, get behind me. Now. The female zombie immediately lunges at them. Seeing his opening, he swings the axe decisively, burying it in the zombie's head. A clean takedown. He immediately activates his taunt skill. But he's confused. Only one zombie responded to the taunt. And then it hits him, that other zombie, the one that attacked the elevator on the 4th floor. It must have been obsessed with the elevator. He sighs and walks forward, thinking, these mutated zombies are a real problem. Park Chang-sik follows behind him, looking around at the destruction in awe. Did that red zombie do all this? Soon, the two of them arrive at an auditorium. He tells the man to wait here. Park looks at him, completely baffled, his eyes wide with disbelief. You want to watch a play? At a time like this? Pointing ahead, he explained his idea. If this auditorium has multiple levels, we can use it to cross to another section. With that, Chon Su carefully pushed the door open, and the sight that greeted him made him freeze dead in his tracks. The others behind were confused. Why did he just stop? Chon Su was also puzzled, calling out to him. He peered past his shoulder. What is it? Then he saw it. And he froze too. Bodies. Twisted and broken, scattered across the entire floor. The viewers watching the stream immediately exploded with comments. Are they all dead? Doesn't look like it. Not sure. But let's avoid this way. They changed course and pushed forward, with him warning the old man to stay silent as they rushed the stairs. And then, the next sight just made them freeze. The viewers were just as stunned, the chat lighting up. What now? They're here too, knew it. The staircase was completely covered in bodies, making him stop dead. He cursed out loud, son of a, you gotta be kidding me. Park Chang-sik scanned the horrifying scene, speaking up in shock. There are people over here too. What in the world is happening? Chon Su sighed, completely baffled, and shot back. I wish I knew. Is something wrong with these people? The viewers watching the screen immediately flooded the chat with different theories. Not exactly. They're not dangerous. You can touch them or whatever. Worry about what caused this. Making a decision, he started walking towards the stairs, thanking everyone for the advice. Seeing this, the terrified old man quickly tried to stop him. Wait a second, but just like that, he started stepping right on top of the bodies. The viewers couldn't help but laugh. Is he for real? What is this? He just turned back to Park Chang-sik and said, let's go. The old man hesitated. Go, Chon Su pressed him again. We don't have much time. But then, a zombie's shriek echoed from below. Park Chang-sik flinched, glancing behind him. That was enough. He followed Chon Su's lead, stepping onto the bodies as he spoke. This just feels wrong. Chon Su calmly explained. Just imagine they're doormats. Hearing that, the chat exploded into a debate. That's one messed up doormat. Who streams themselves walking over a pile of people? Chon Su stepped over them, looking down with morbid curiosity. Are they asleep? After finally crossing the human staircase, Park Chang-sik looked back, sighed, and turned to him. That was terrifying. How are you not scared? Did you have some kind of special training? Chon Su flashed back to his gaming days, to the pure rage and fear he'd felt then. He sighed, brushing it off. Don't bring it up. It was a hellish experience I'd rather forget. His comment just made the viewers even more curious. What kind of training? Must have been tough sitting in that training room, huh? Yeah, real hands-on training. Park Chang-sik hurried to catch up, his mind blown. I knew there was something different about you. Chon Su put on a cool act and told him, yeah, you could say I'm pretty special. The chat erupted in laughter, telling him to stop teasing the poor old man who was totally buying it. On the next floor, they found the same thing, more bodies littering the ground. He looked at them, a thought striking him. These people are here too. What is going on? Just then, a strange sound echoed from the floor above. Chon Su recognized it instantly. His heart pounded. What is that sound? He looked at the bodies piled on the next set of stairs, a sense of dread washing over him. Seriously, what happened here? That strange noise from above grew louder, making him snap his head up in alarm. What is that? As he moved up the stairs, he saw it. A zombie, chewing on the arm of a living person, making that disgusting sound. Without a second's hesitation, Chon Su swung his axe, smashing it into the back of the zombie's neck. Then, he kicked it away with force. The viewers reacted instantly. Half his arm is gone. That guy's dead for sure. Chon Su was stunned by this and asked the chat, getting bitten doesn't even wake them up? Can someone explain this? The chat window filled up again. That's right. High chance they'll never wake up. Just keep going. You'll understand. I guess I don't know anything. After all, he turned back to Park Chang-sik. We can go now. The old man stared ahead nervously and asked him a question. Is there anything dangerous up there? He shook his head. It's safe now. He tried to reassure him. Probably no more zombies. He couldn't even finish the sentence before his taunt skill activated on its own. He whipped his head around. A red zombie was charging right at them. Seeing it, he yelled a warning to the man and his dog. Sir, run. But hearing that, the old man gripped his club and charged the zombie, screaming, I can't let you save me every time. But he was no match for this thing. It swatted him to the ground like nothing and continued its charge towards Chon Su. Chon Su gripped his weapon and ran forward. He snarled in anger, damn it. So it was targeting me. The creature lunged, trying to impale him with the stick in its mouth. He stared it down with a terrifying glare, a look that could burn holes through steel, and asked coldly, didn't your mother ever tell you not to run around with a stick in your mouth? He brought the axe down hard on its head, but the blow did almost nothing. It just stared back, its eyes glowing red. Not enough, he thought, shocked. One hit isn't gonna do it. It reached for him with its filthy hands. He was so done with this thing. He swung his axe straight into its face and yelled, You're still standing? The monster lunged again, thrusting the wooden stake forward. But he managed to dodge just in time. Watching this on screen, someone in the chat commented, It wants a kiss. But right now, he couldn't care less about their jokes. He looked at the monster with contempt. Looks like you still haven't given up. He swung the axe again, aiming for its neck, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. He spoke slowly to the zombie. Let's just cut that throat of yours. Sensing its owner was in real danger, the little black dog darted forward. It latched onto the zombie's clothes, trying to hold it back. The moment the red zombie was distracted, Chon Su seized the opening, gripping his axe to deliver a final, powerful blow. He planted his foot back, gathering all his strength. Less than a second later, Chon Su brought the axe down with absolute finality, cleaving straight into the red zombie's head. Just like that, it collapsed to the floor. The chat went wild with surprise. Nice one. He stood there, watching the zombie fall at his feet. Just then, Park Chang-sik ran up to him, asking worriedly, Are you okay? He nodded. I'm fine. He gripped his axe tightly, a little shaken. A single thought ran through his mind. That was too close. Lucky I found its weak spot first. The 10th shot. Suddenly, a bark broke his concentration. He turned to the dog in surprise and asked, What, you want a reward? Seeing how well behaved it was, he immediately started petting its head, comforting it. All right, fine, even if you were a little late. The viewers all commented in the chat, finally. The path ahead was clear, almost like something wanted him to pass. A thought sparked a memory, and he turned to Park Chang-sik right beside him. Next time, just do as I say. There's a reason for everything I tell you. Park Chang-sik, looking a bit stunned, just nodded. Okay. Seeing the man's dejected face, Chon Su tried to soften the blow. It's fine. I know you were just trying to help, and I appreciate it. He let out an awkward sigh, thinking, it's rare to find someone who'd rush in like that. I just don't want anyone dying for nothing. Just then, his black dog started barking again. He glanced at it, surprised. What now? Suddenly, his screen lit up with notifications. The comments flooded in. What was that? I just saw a shadow. Hearing this, Chon Su was instantly on high alert. Someone's here? Weapon in hand, he immediately sprinted for the upper level. He yelled back, we've got company, let's move. Park Chang-sik nodded, scrambling to catch up. Chon Su tightened his grip on his weapon. His expression turned deadly serious. Another survivor on this ship? But what he saw next stopped him cold. He had no idea what to do. 2 red zombies stood right in front of him. Then a third one charged straight at them. Park Chang-sik's voice was filled with dread. There's too many of them. All 3 red zombies lunged at him at once. For a split second, he was completely overwhelmed, not sure how to react. Even the viewers were stunned. But his survival instincts kicked in. As the red zombies charged, he dropped to the ground. In a flash, all 3 of them lost their balance and crashed right into each other. Lying on the floor, he watched the chaos unfold, cursing under his breath. Son of a... The zombies were already turning back towards him. He was trapped. Damn it. Just then, Park Chang-sik's voice cut through the noise. He'd found a fire extinguisher somewhere and was blasting the zombies with it, shouting a warning. Chon Su, close your eyes. The blast of foam stopped the zombies in their tracks, momentarily stunned by the sudden whiteout. Park Chang-sik grabbed Chon Su, pulling him away from the chaos. This is our chance. Go. Chon Su coughed a few times and looked forward. At an emergency exit, his dog was barking frantically. And standing in the doorway was a young woman. The dog just kept on barking. Go, Chon Su froze. He stared in disbelief, wondering who this girl could possibly be. The blonde woman urged them on anxiously. This way, hurry. And just like that, they bolted through the doorway. The door slammed shut behind them. But the sound of the red zombies pounding on the other side still set him on edge. The girl offered a reassuring smile. It's fine. That door is built to withstand water pressure. She gestured ahead. Let's go up. We can talk somewhere safer. Seeing this new development, the viewers went wild. Perfect timing for a key character to show up. The real story starts now. I'm so hyped. Park Chang-sik, still on guard, demanded, Who are you? Chon Su shot him a look. For now, we follow her. We can't stay here, that's for sure. Hearing this, the girl continued to lead the way. Chon Su watched her go, thinking, judging by the viewers' reactions, she's probably not an enemy. The 2 men followed her up a long flight of stairs. Chon Su looked around, realizing, these stairs must lead all the way to the top deck. The chat window popped up with comments. Isn't that way too high? Ugh, I hate stairs. It's just a few floors, chill out. A moment later, the blonde woman reached the top. She let out an exhausted breath. Turning back, she said, We're here. It's a safe zone. You can lower your axe. Chon Su didn't move it. Just being careful. She just gave a slight nod. Suit yourself. Then she stepped out into the open, spreading her arms wide with a smile. See? Nothing here. The black dog started wagging its tail happily. All the other ways in are blocked off, she explained. Then she closed the door behind them with a comforting smile. It's a bit late, but... Welcome to the SS Natala. His eyes fell on her name tag. Song Hana, he asked, surprised. You have a Korean name? Song Hana looked down at her tag, confused. Do I look like a foreigner or something, she asked. He shook his head. No, I just didn't think our country even had cruise ships like this. Hearing that, she let out a small laugh. Oh, this ship isn't Korean. The company just wanted support for their sea routes here, so they hired a lot of Korean crew members. That actually made sense. But Chon Su's guard went right back up. He questioned her directly. Why did you save us? It looks like you're all alone here. She looked surprised. It was convenient. He was taken aback by her answer. Convenient? She nodded, explaining. I just happened to be passing by when I saw you guys getting chased. The viewers were just as surprised. Comments flew across the chat. Wow, she's super chill about this. That girl is like a guide NPC. You can probably trust her. Reading those, Chon Su started to reconsider. After a moment, he finally nodded at her. Even so, I'm relieved you saved us. Thank you. But just then, Song Hana's expression turned dead serious. Even if I saved you, she said, her voice grim, it doesn't change anything. This ship isn't going to last much longer. Chon Su froze. What do you mean by that? She shook her head. It's a long story. Let's get to the bridge first. We're using it as our main shelter. Hearing the word bridge suddenly triggered a memory. He quickly turned to her. Wait, you don't mean the captain's still alive? Suddenly, Song Hana's expression turned grim. Even if we could, it wouldn't matter, she said. This ship isn't going to last much longer. Hearing that, Go Junsu just froze. Stunned, he asked her, "What are you talking about?" She just shook her head. It's a long story. Let's get to the bridge first. We're using it as a safe house. Hearing the word bridge made something click. He immediately asked, "Don't tell me. The captain's still alive?" A small smile played on her lips as she started walking. He was on board before we were even set to sail. Junsu nodded, understanding. Then please, take me to him. Her eyes nervously flicked to the weapon in his hand. You're not planning on getting revenge, are you? He didn't answer. Just stared back at her. Right away, she leads him straight to the bridge. 4 people are at the helm. One guy in a different uniform, probably. The commander yells at Song Hana. What are you doing? We said to hold your position. Seeing 2 strangers walk in, they all jump, completely stunned. Who are you? Song Hana just calls out to the man staring off into the distance. She then calls out to the captain. He immediately turns to look at them, and she explains to Go Junsu, he's Russian, but don't worry. The captain walks over to Go Junsu, addressing the survivor. I'm very sorry I couldn't come down to rescue you myself. Song Hana gestures towards the captain, introducing him. The captain claimed to speak 5 languages, including Korean. Chunsu just chuckled, offering his hand. My name is Go Chunsu. Just got on this ship. The captain's eyes went wide with disbelief. Just now? So Chunsu explained the rest. We boarded back at Pohang port. Hearing that, the man completely froze. Go Chunsu saw his reaction and was a little surprised himself, so he cut straight to the point. Why so shocked? I figured you saw us coming the whole time. The captain quickly tried to explain himself. I didn't mean to move the ship. We just had to start it because of our position. Chunsu's gaze sharpened, questioning him instantly. Then why raise the anchor? If the ship was that dangerous, you would have left it alone. The captain stammered, at a loss for words. Seeing this, Song Hana quickly stepped in to speak for him. I know you're upset, but can you please calm down? The 2 sailors beside him chimed in, backing up their captain. Being this close to shore, that monster would have attacked us too. We didn't have any other choice. But Go Chunsu wasn't buying any of it. He stared at the crew, thinking to himself, go on, keep making excuses for yourselves. That's when the captain spoke up, his voice full of regret. I'm sorry for that. But everything happened for a reason. That caught Chunsu's attention. A reason? The captain clenched his fists, about to tell his side of the story. But he glanced away, putting on an innocent face. The comment window exploded. Stop acting. He knows everything. Chunsu sighed and turned away. Fine, explain it however you want. You wanted to save us, but couldn't for some reason. Is that it? The soldiers with me couldn't do much. I get it. Hearing this, the captain could only stare, stunned. Chunsu coolly sat down, addressing everyone. I'm gonna rest for a bit, and I need some water. I'm thirsty from the walk-up. One of the men erupted in anger. How can you be so arrogant? Another stepped forward, glaring at him. That's right. In an instant, Chunsu's face filled with killing intent as he shot them a look. Seeing his expression, the viewers in the chat started laughing. Look at that face. It's like a fly just landed in his soup. Chunsu pressed on, his voice low. Is asking for a glass of water really too much to ask? The captain turned to leave, ordering 2 of his sailors. Get him something from the fridge. The 2 men glared at Chunsu but reluctantly nodded. The captain then added another order. Don't go alone. Take someone with you. The sailors looked worried. The fridge isn't far. Someone needs to stay here and protect you, Captain. He just shook his head. I'll be fine. Watching this scene, Chunsu fell deep into thought. Just then, a comment popped up in the chat window. Doesn't it feel like he's trying to get rid of them? Chunsu immediately turned to Park Trang-sich. Hey, can you take Bongu and go with them? The older man nodded in agreement. The black dog understood instantly. A moment later, only 2 people remained in the room. The captain looked at him, surprised. What do you know? Chunsu let out a sigh and asked him directly. What are you getting at? The captain's face grew serious. He continued, soldiers. He remembered how Chunsu had deliberately turned back to speak to him earlier, and he brought it up right now. You intentionally emphasized that word. For a reason. He recalled Chunsu's perfectly calm expression as he'd said it. Or maybe. I misunderstood you. Go Chunsu simply nodded. You guessed right. I said it on purpose. The captain looked at him, confused. You did? Chon Su pressed on. The 7.5 Division. Ever heard of them? At that name, the captain froze on the spot. Then, his guard went up as he asked Chon Su directly, "Are you one of them?" Chon Su found that almost funny. He replied with absolute certainty, "No. I just happened to run into them on the way to Pohang. So, what do you know about them?" The man thought for a moment, then explained. "They contacted me by radio, said they were coming to the port and needed the ship." Chon Su was surprised by that. "They just happened to contact you?" The captain shook his head, telling the real story. "Actually, I was the one who reached out to them first." His face twisted with rage as he continued the story. "Just look at the state of this ship. The main hall is completely overrun with monsters. I needed soldiers to wipe them out. I don't even know how many of my own crew are still alive." As he spoke, the captain's voice filled with despair. But something was strange. They said they'd board near the port, that they had their own way of getting on. Chon Su couldn't hide his shock at that detail. Near the port? The chat went wild as the plot thickened. They wanted the captain to watch them die with his own eyes. Suddenly, one particular comment caught his eye. "Why aren't we considering it's the same 7.5 Division that he already met?" That comment sent Chon Su's mind racing. He was lost in his own thoughts for a moment. The ship's communication system wasn't right. He couldn't have contacted that branch, which means a different branch of the 7.5 Division reached out to him. The captain continued his story. In the end, no soldiers ever boarded the ship. Chon Su immediately challenged him. "I have a question. Did you send your crew away just now because you never told them this part of the story?" The captain shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness. "I told them. But I said the soldiers I called were from the Navy." Chon Su let out a small, surprised laugh. "So you also noticed something strange about the 7.5 Division?" The captain had no choice but to nod in agreement. The tension was palpable, and the comment window kept scrolling. "Wow, he's honest and sharp." The captain's face went pale as he delivered the next line. "They said they needed the ship to get to Jeju Island, to achieve some great purpose." The viewers erupted in sarcastic laughter. "Great purpose?" Now that sounds incredibly suspicious. Hearing that, something clicked for Chon Su. He looked at the captain, stunned. "But you were still going to let them on board?" The man looked defeated. He nodded slightly and explained, "I had no other choice." He bowed his head low, as if begging. "This ship, it's about to give out." Then, the captain slammed his fist on the table in a burst of anger, finally revealing everything. "The control buttons are starting to fail. I won't be able to steer the ship if this keeps happening." And through it all, Chon Su just sat there calmly, listening to every single word. Chon Su looks at him, surprised. "Tell me what the problem is. What do you hope those soldiers can do for you?" The captain looks ahead, his face grim, and explains their mission. "The engine room is in the deepest part of the ship. I need people to go down there and clear it out." He continues, his voice low. "Before we lost contact, one of the engineers told me there's a monster, just tearing the place apart down there." Hearing this, it all clicks for Chon Su. The captain keeps explaining about that engineer in the black jumpsuit. Luckily, he wasn't there when the monster appeared, so he managed to survive. At this point, the captain grabs Chon Su's hand, his voice filled with desperation. "Please, take that engineer with you, and solve this problem for us." Chon Su just stares back, shocked. The captain presses on, his voice getting louder. "You're the only one who can do it. You made it onto the ship and all the way to the bridge." Chon Su says his name quietly, "Captain." Then he closes his eyes for a moment. "Don't you think asking a complete stranger to do this is a little much?" The captain flinches, his eyes already filling with tears. But then, Chon Su cracks a smile, saying something important. "I'm pretty good at making the impossible possible. After I talk with the others, I'll make a decision." The captain's eyes immediately light up with hope. He was clearly beyond grateful. A moment later, Song Hana brings a cup of water over to him. "Here's your water." He smiles as he takes it and thanks her. By now, everyone else has gathered in the room. He turns to Park Chang-sik. "What's the situation on this floor?" The old man thinks for a second, then reports what he saw. "Barricades have been set up, blocking all the other paths to this location. That means it's going to be really hard for us to move anywhere besides the bathroom and the lounge area." Hearing this, Chon Su starts weighing his options. He then turns back to the captain. "This seems like the right time to inform your team, don't you think?" The captain nods, understanding immediately. Song Hana looks back and forth between them, totally confused. "What's going on, Captain?" In the next moment, everyone on board gathers around to hear the captain's announcement. Chon Su just sits off to the side, looking bored and staring away. He thinks to himself, I feel like I've been in this situation before. Suddenly, he remembers something, the shop. It must have updated just now. He immediately summons the shop interface. And right there, a new item appears, a mask finder, a tool to help him locate useful masks. Seeing this, the viewers in the chat window go nuts. Finally, the Friday night stock check. He totally forgot to look. What is that thing? Go Junsu stares at the shop, then asks the viewers through the screen, "Is this really what I need right now?" The chat immediately explains it to him. "Not for regular masks, you idiot. It's for useful masks." He hears this and asks the viewers again, completely baffled. "Useful how? Can you explain?" The chat immediately starts flaming him. "Explain what? Just buy it and you'll find out." He just chuckles at that and confirms the purchase. He doesn't forget to talk a little trash to the viewers. "Good thing I'm rich." "Alright, buying it now." A watch-like item immediately materializes and drops down. He snatches it out of the air. "Okay, now I'm down to 74 genes." Just then, the captain's voice rings out. "We've finished our discussion over here." He happily gestures to the crew behind him and gives Junsu the news. They all understand the situation. They've all agreed to help you. The viewers are surprised, the chat lighting up. "Wow, that conversation was fast. Hope they don't hold you back. Just keep the engineer safe." Go Junsu glances over at them, thinking, "I wonder if they really understand. Especially that guy." He looks at the annoying dude named Bae Inho, already getting irritated. The guy steps forward. "You're Go Junsu, right?" Bae Inho looks Go Junsu up and down. "The captain has requested we support you." He continues, his tone making it very clear. "I'll cooperate, but don't expect me to be your follower." Go Junsu stays perfectly calm, asking one simple question. "Follower?" The guy glares at him, then explains what he meant. "I mean, I'm not going to follow every single order you give." Junsu just sighs and lets out a small laugh. "Wouldn't want you to." The guy pushes on. "We'll take care of ourselves. We don't need you to worry about us." Hearing this line makes Junsu laugh out loud. "So, all I have to do is protect myself, right?" Then Go Junsu flashes an incredibly confident smirk, "And I'm the best there is at doing that." Hearing this, the guy just goes silent, thinking. Immediately, the screen floods with comments from the viewers. "That was fast. Why is that guy looking down on him? Teach him a lesson." Junsu grabs his weapon, stands up, and addresses everyone. "No reason to delay any longer. Let's go." Inside the room, the crew members let out a collective sigh. "Do we really have to go down there? I hope we'll be okay." Go Junsu is on the radio with the captain, reassuring him. "We've got our weapons and we're starting to move." On the other end, the captain, Park Chang-sik, and Song Hana are all extremely worried for him. "Please be careful." Seeing Junsu holding only one weapon, Bae Inho looks surprised. He walks over and asks, "Is just that one thing gonna be enough?" Junsu nods. "What about you guys?" The guy immediately pulls out an iron pipe and says with a smug voice, "We're fine." Go Junsu just laughs, holding up the axe in his hand and challenging him. "Good. For a second there, I thought you came over to borrow my axe." At that, the viewers erupt in laughter, commenting that he was totally trolling him. "What a burn, bro. That thing is way too epic to just lend out." The guy gets pissed, turns around to leave, and tells him, "Just finish getting ready." Junsu immediately looks down at the watch in his hand and activates it. Right now, the watch is showing a nearby scan, but everyone's looking at it, totally confused. It's like some kind of prehistoric radar. Just an arrow? No distance? Seriously? He's still trying to process it. Is that all? He walks over to the engineer. "You see all these people passed out on the ship?" The guy nods. "Yeah, I see him." Chunsu presses on. "Any idea what happened?" The engineer looks at him, surprised. "You don't know? It's not just the big human-like monsters. There's a smaller type." The engineer shows him with his hands. About this big. They get close, latch on, and then they explode. Go Chan-su's eyes widen. "Explode?" The engineer just nods, confirming the awful truth. "And after they blow up, they turn into dust. And if you breathe in that dust, the engineer trails off. You end up just like all these people on the ground." Instantly, Chunsu's mind flashes to Corporal Ju, and to Yong-hoon and Cha Jong-jin. He feels a knot of dread in his stomach. Then his eyes snap open as he remembers something. "Hey guys, I just realized, didn't he and the corporal say they were going to rescue someone?" Everyone immediately nods. "Yeah, on the monitor. They said they saw a kid. This is bad." Go Chunsu turns back to the engineer, his voice urgent. "Is there any way to deal with that stuff?" The guy hands him a piece of cloth. "Not really a fix, but wear this. Get it wet, wrap it around your face. It'll help." Chunsu immediately ties the damp cloth around his face. Total ninja look. But he knows this is just a temporary solution. Just then, Bae In-ho steps up to a door, addressing the group behind him. If everyone's ready, we move. And just like that, they all start walking, leaving Chon Su standing there alone. The viewers watching this? They are not pleased. The comments section lights up. Getting ignored again? They're just leaving without him? Okay, this is getting annoying. But Chon Su just lets out a laugh, talking to his audience. It's not like I'm being shunned by a bunch of preschoolers. He casually falls in line behind them, already analyzing the situation. That guy's just jealous because a total stranger like me got the captain's approval. Classic, loyal subordinate syndrome. He then looks over at his black dog. Stop drinking water. Let's go. He grabs the radio. Everyone, can you hear me? We're starting to head down. Up at the front, Bae In-ho stands before a door, making a show of it. Everyone, I'll take the lead. His eyes keep darting back to Chon Su, as if he's trying to prove something. Then he spins around and shoves the door open. The viewers are getting even more annoyed. He totally just glared at you before opening that. So childish. Chon Su just sighs, replying to the stream. Hey, at least I'm not the one walking into danger first. The comments keep pouring in. They're egging him on. You should teach that guy a lesson. Yeah. Show him how to open a door, right. Turn the handle, then push. Chon Su just nods in agreement. His simple response leaves his audience unsatisfied. Come on, at least make a joke. That was boring. He glances around, thinking. The red zombies are still somewhere around here. He lifts his axe, and his viewers immediately lose their minds, spamming his name in the chat. So confusing. The sailor walking behind him yelps. If you're gonna walk behind, don't just raise your axe. You're scaring me to death. Chon Su calmly explains. We're gonna run into monsters down there. I'm just getting ready. Finally, they reach the room they need to repair. Bae In-ho announces again. I'm opening it. But suddenly, Chon Su steps forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Wait! Bae In-ho snaps back, losing his patience. What is it now? Chon Su puts on a dead serious face, raising a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to be silent. Seeing this, Bae In-ho immediately tenses up, his eyes wide with fear. Chon Su then presses a hand over his mouth. Shut up. The guy literally shudders. The viewers watching this? They're absolutely losing it. What was that? I am dying of laughter. Is he just trying to mess with him? Chon Su keeps his gaze fixed on the hallway, observing the area. He pulls his mask up and announces to the group. I don't hear anything. Is this place soundproof or something? Bae In-ho is still completely baffled by the whole performance. What? What did you just do? He stammers. Chon Su calmly explains it all. I was trying to see if I could hear anything. Didn't Hana tell you? This place is crawling with monsters. Then he immediately steps back and waves a hand at the others. Open the door, as quietly as you can. The whole crew just stares at him in utter disbelief. Seeing the looks on their faces has the viewers cracking up. Look at their faces. They are so confused. Tells them what to do and then bails. What a troll. Chon Su looks over at them, silently judging. Is he scared? He then catches sight of Bae In-ho hesitating in front of the door. He's genuinely surprised. You volunteered to lead. You should at least know what you're walking into, right? Bae In-ho takes a quiet, deep breath, trying to steady himself. Then, he slowly opens the door. He peeks inside, scanning the room from top to bottom. It seems like the coast is clear. He gives the all-clear signal to the people behind him. A collective sigh of relief ripples through the group. It's safe. The viewers immediately start throwing ideas out on the screen. If you tell him to back away, he'll nod instantly. He looks like the type who'd be the first to run at any sign of danger. Chon Su just laughs and replies to them. I wouldn't do that. With that, the group starts moving through the corridor. Staring into the deep darkness, Chon Su can't help but wonder. Where are all the monsters? Did something get to them? Just then, the watch on his wrist displays a new message. 5 masks on this floor. He's shocked to realize they're on this level. He stops, observing his surroundings, and then realizes something. The arrow on the radar blinks faster the closer you get. And at that exact moment, a monster roars. A bone-chilling scream echoes through the hall. Everyone stumbles back in a panic, shouting at each other. What was that? Where did that sound come from? Chon Su immediately runs to the front and points. Everyone, line up next to the escalator. They just stare at him in shock. He urges them again. Hurry! A sailor, completely bewildered, asks him, Do you have a plan? Chon Su explains calmly. That thing is going to target one of us. The sailor's face goes pale with fear as he looks at him. Are you saying? Before he can even finish his sentence, Chon Su cuts him off. Just think of us as bait. After it picks a target, it's gonna charge. He points down the dark hallway and continues. When it gets close, just step to the side. And just as he predicted, a red zombie comes barreling toward them. The group screams, helpless. Oh crap! The sailor with the brown hair sees the zombie aiming straight for him and freezes in absolute terror. Fear fills his eyes. But then, Chon Su grabs his hand, holding on tight. The sailor, confused and terrified, starts yelling, "What the hell? Let go!" He continues to scream at the top of his lungs. "Let me go!" But Chon Su's gaze is locked on the monster. His expression is solid as rock. The zombie just keeps charging straight at them, with unbelievable speed. The moment was perfect. "Go!" Chon Su yanked the crewmate aside without hesitation. Just like that, the red zombie shot straight past them and onto the moving escalator. A second later, it tumbled all the way to the floor below. "Go!" Chon Su immediately turned to the others. "That's the plan. C1, do that." But then, another roar echoed through the hall. Everyone's faces filled with dread and they started cursing. "They're coming again, damn it. And there's two of them." Two red zombies began charging the group at full speed. Bae-in-ho saw them coming and was paralyzed with fear. He screamed out loud, "Why are they coming for me?" But just as quickly, his survival instincts kicked in, and the zombie flew right past him, crashing down below. The audience watching the stream was shocked. Whoa, did he actually dodge that? Without warning, a red zombie charged right for the sailor. The guy next to him could only scream in terror. "Go," Chon Su looked on, shocked. "Damn it." Then, he just kicked the thing straight off the edge. No hesitation. Viewers immediately flooded the chat. "Nice one." He booted it like a soccer ball. Another zombie goes down. Meanwhile, Bae-in-ho is sprawled on the ground, completely red-faced from embarrassment. Chon Su just stood there, arms crossed. He glanced over at him and asked, "You okay? If I didn't kick you out of the way, you'd be zombie food right now." Yeah, Bae-in-ho is probably going to live the rest of his life as a hermit after that. Chon Su kept at him. "Get up. You plan on lying there all day?" Bae-in-ho quickly coughed a few times, trying to play it off and salvage his dignity. Chon Su checked his watch and then addressed the group. "I need to go find a few things. Anyone want to come with me?" The engineer looked at him, confused, and asked, "Find what, exactly?" He tapped the watch on his wrist and answered plainly, "Gas masks." The engineer was even more confused. Why all of a sudden? Before the guy could finish, he pointed to the flimsy mask on his own face and laid out the facts. "Do you really think this thin piece of cloth is actually protecting us? We need something better, something professional before we head down to the engine room." Bae-in-ho, still embarrassed, reluctantly nodded his head. He agreed to go with him. Seeing this, the viewers started laughing in the chat. All it took was one kick to get him to cooperate. "Hey, the guy saved his life. What do you expect?" A little while later, Chon Su followed the map on his device to find the masks, then stopped, surprised. "It's in here?" Bae-in-ho was just as confused. "This is?" Right in front of them was a completely trashed room. The comments section went wild again. "You're kidding, right? Why would gas masks be in there? Shouldn't they be in the infirmary or something?" Bae-in-ho looked suspiciously at the device in his hand. "What is that thing you're holding? It looks like a pocket watch." Hearing that, Chon Su looked up, surprised. "This? Oh." He snapped the device shut with a smile. "It's a pocket watch." The viewers immediately started cracking up. "There he goes, acting again." But Bae-in-ho wasn't buying it. "No, it's not." Chon Su walked over, put a hand on his shoulder, and spoke with total confidence. "That's not important right now. Focus on the mission at hand. We have no idea when those monsters will attack again." His eyes sharpened as he looked at him. "A veteran crewman like you must know this ship inside and out." Bae-in-ho's face turned red. He was totally stunned. "A veteran?" Chon Su kept laying it on thick. "You definitely know more about it than I do." And just like that, the hostility vanished. Bae-in-ho nodded firmly. "I know this ship pretty well." Chon Su clapped him on the shoulder and continued. "Then I'm counting on you. I'm good at fighting monsters, but I know nothing about this ship." Bae-in-ho nodded again, understanding. Chon Su slowly pulled down his own mask, offering a reassuring smile. "You lead the way. This amazing ship of yours. I'll help you save it." Hearing Chon Su's words of encouragement, Bae-in-ho glanced back, a bit shy, then gave a firm nod. "I'll do my best." The viewers were amazed at how he handled that. Wait, a few compliments was all it took? Seriously? Chon Su started walking forward again. "Let's keep moving." He looked around the messy hallway, wondering to himself, where would they hide the masks in here? Just then, the engineer came up and called his name. He pointed towards a strange room and offered his theory. Maybe they're in there. Go, Chon Su looked over, surprised. What's that place? The engineer pointed and explained. It's the multifunction room. If anyone brought emergency equipment on board, that's where we'd store it. Go, Chon Su nodded, figuring it made sense. All right, let's check it out. As the group moved forward, someone asked him, how did you know there were gas masks around here anyway? He casually made up a story on the spot. Hana told me to check this area. She said a couple of the chefs were paranoid and stashed supplies around here. The viewers were once again blown away by his poker face. He lies without even blinking. What a pro. Go Chon Su peeked inside the room, assessing the situation. After confirming it looked clear, he paused, thinking. Then, he raised his hand and knocked twice on the door. A moment later, a zombie slowly got up inside and shuffled towards the sound with a groan. He just grinned. Knew it. There's always at least one in places like this. As the engineer got ready to open the door, Go Chon Su raised his axe. He explained to him, I'm gonna need your help for a sec. The engineer nodded, totally on board. Got it. The two of them shared a look of understanding. On the count of 3, the engineer threw the door open. Go Chon Su immediately swung his axe forward. The zombie lunged right at him. One clean strike. He brought the axe down right on the zombie's head. With the creature down, the engineer couldn't hide his amazement. He praised him, completely impressed. You didn't hesitate at all. Go, Chon Su lifted his axe from the corpse. Hesitation gets you killed. He stepped inside the room. All right, let's see what we've got here. And right there, his eyes landed on a pile of sealed bags. He'd found exactly what he was looking for, the gas masks. He quickly did a mental count. There's gotta be at least 10 here. Bai and Ho called in nervously from the doorway. Is everything okay in there? Go, Chon Su nodded. Just give me a second. He started to put on one of the new masks, a smirk on his face. This thing will filter out all the dust. Just then, his little black dog ran into the room, barking excitedly. He saw the pup and suddenly remembered something. Instantly, the viewers flooded the chat. Is there a mask for the little furball? Go Chon Su froze. A gas mask. For a dog? Definitely not. He let out a helpless sigh. Damn it. His strange reaction didn't go unnoticed. The viewers immediately started commenting, I thought you didn't care about it. You're about to be lonely again. He put the collar on the fluff ball, his eyes welling up with tears. He thought about his little dog, completely powerless. Sorry. It's a shame our world revolves mostly around humans. He watched it wander inside, searching for something. Surprised, he called out to it, There's no food in there for you. When it started barking at a box, he was baffled. That's not food. He pointed forward, trying to show the dog what it was, but it just kept barking at him. Suddenly, Go Chon Su looked up and focused on the mask. And right then, he realized it was a bag of gas masks made specifically for dogs. He just froze on the spot as the viewers' comments started flooding the screen. No way, a gas mask. Just for dogs? He pointed at it, then turned back to the viewers on screen asking, What is this? I've never heard of such a thing. A respirator mask. Built for a dog. The viewers just laughed, typing back in surprise, Why are you suddenly asking us? He glanced at the cute dog in front of him, still completely baffled. He thought, Wait, is there a pet store on this ship? Are pets even allowed on board? And this dumb dog knew about it? He looked outside, his mind racing with worry. Taking a closer look, he saw 5 for humans, and the rest were for dogs or cats. Seeing his skeptical look, the viewers fired back. Don't give us that look. The ship probably prepared them in advance. He scoffed, turning away with a dismissive nod. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll just ignore you. What kind of attitude is that? The viewers immediately started explaining in the comments. He said he's going to ignore us. They must have prepped them for guests traveling with pets. What's his problem? We're not hiding anything. Go Chon Su just smiled and gently called the dog over. Come here. You're a lucky one, aren't you? Looks like both of us will make it to Jeju Island together. He quickly put the mask on the dog. Just then, the engineer walked in, looked around, and asked him, These are all masks? Is this enough for everyone here? He nodded, confirming it. Just bring them to the others. Right after, Go Chon Su slowly put his own mask on and declared, Finally, we can save this ship. As they were heading downstairs, a familiar scream echoed through the hall. One of the sailors jumped, instantly asking, A zombie? Yeah. Go Chon Su looked ahead and asked the sailors. It probably wrecked the elevator. Is there another way down? Bai Ion Ho stepped forward, taking the lead. I know a private staff route. I'll lead the way. His face turned dead serious as he slowly explained, the door is always open, so people can use the emergency exit. Not many people know about it, so it should be safe. And with that, Bae Ionho cautiously opened the door. As everyone slowly descended the stairs, Chon Su asked, surprised, where does this path lead? He thought for a moment, then replied, it connects to every floor, except for the engine room. At that moment, the brown-haired sailor walking behind them listened in complete silence. Chon Su kept moving forward, his mind racing with different thoughts. Ever since the monsters appeared, the engine room's radio had been cut off. They had no idea what the situation was down there. With a tense look, Bae Ionho opened the door, scanning the room. Seeing that the coast was clear, he quickly waved for everyone to come inside. But then, right behind him, something terrifying appeared, right in front of Bae Ionho. A creature lunged forward, biting directly into Bae Ionho's mask. He screamed in pure agony, completely helpless. The situation was bad. Chon Su didn't hesitate. He grabbed his axe and rushed forward, ready to strike. He swung the axe with brutal force, aiming straight for the zombie. Bae Ionho was still on the ground, clutching his face and screaming in pain. Chon Su turned to him and signaled, be quiet. The others looked on, panicked, staring at Bae Ionho. Is he okay? He glanced over at the injured man, thinking, of course not. Bae Ionho was still holding his face, blood streaming through his fingers as he trembled and cried out. Comments flooded the screen one after another. Cut his head off, hurry, before he turns. Chon Su walked over to Bae Ionho and ordered, take off the mask. He nodded, understanding, and slowly removed it. When the others saw the wound on his face, they leaned in for a closer look, shocked. What happened to him? There's no bite mark, his eye is injured. Chon Su assessed the damage, thinking, the glass must have shattered and hurt his eye. He leaned in closer, worried. Are you okay? The man just kept shaking, clutching his eye. My eye. Seeing how bad it was, Chon Su immediately turned to leave, announcing to the others, we're leaving him here. Hearing that, the other sailors immediately argued back against his decision. What did you just say? Shouldn't we? Before they could even finish, he cut them off. We have a job to do. We can't stop every time someone gets hurt. He kept walking forward, ordering the three behind him. Let's go. The three men just looked at each other in silence. Beos gesture, Heresture hesture. The others focus on the mission. The sailors hesitated, but he pushed them again. Hurry up. His eye was ruined, but he managed to look at them, speaking his mind. If we don't go, who's going to protect this ship? Go now. It's the only way you can help me. Hearing that, the sailors finally nodded in agreement. They didn't forget to promise, we'll come back for you. And just like that, the four of them continued onward. Chon Su observed the situation, thinking, so, we're one man down. Beside him, his little black dog was still scouting the path ahead. He took in the scene and thought, there are still normal zombies around here, but not as many as on the upper floors. Most of the people here must have fallen asleep. He looked ahead, feeling more and more lost. Where the hell is it? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in his ears. The others heard it too, surprised. What was that noise? A bit confused, he turned to look behind him. That sound is. He looked down at his dog, who was standing right there. The dog looked surprised that he was being stared at. He bent down, patting its head. Go check it out. Right after, he gave the dog a little push forward. Seeing him assign this mission to the dog, the viewers were stunned, their comments flying across the chat. Is he sending the puppy alone? Why is he using the dog as bait? What happened to going to Jeju Island together? The dog just kept staring at him with a bewildered look. He gave it a slight nod. Seeing the little dog's reaction, the viewers commented, is that really your plan? Look, you're losing its trust. Why do you look so sick? Are you a psycho? A moment later, the little dog went ahead to scout the situation. He noticed it was gone, and less than a minute later, the black dog came rushing back, startling him. You're back already? It immediately started pulling on his pant leg, making him ask, surprised, does it want me to follow? In another area, Sergeant Julian Hun was desperately trying to fight off every zombie that charged him. He was using every last bit of his strength to attack the horde. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, Chon Su appeared out of nowhere, blocking the zombies and saving him. A few more sailors arrived to help take down the rest. The sergeant was a bit stunned. Chon Su turned to him and said, you're still alive? Hearing that voice, he immediately recognized him. A moment later, Chon Su had taken down all the zombies, their bodies now scattered across the ground. Ju Young-hoon then spoke up, warning everyone. You all shouldn't come down here. Confused. Go Chun Su asked. Why's that? Ju Yong-hoon struggled to explain, recounting what happened. That thing is down there. The child I rescued turned out to be a monster. He continued, his voice laced with fear. It explodes after latching onto someone, releasing this strange dust. The engineer heard this and immediately asked, Dust? The comments from viewers flooded the screen. It really is the dust, you idiots. They made it to the engine room too? Those things love places like that. It's probably crawling with them. Go, Chun Su pressed the man for more answers. How did you escape? The man's face turned somber, recalling that moment. My older brother, he saved me. Ju Yong-hoon slowly told them the whole story. By the time we realized it was a monster, it was too late. We were trapped in a narrow hallway. My brother, Cha, he shut the door and fought it alone to save me. As he spoke, his expression filled with doubt and confusion. After inhaling the dust, my brother collapsed instantly. I saw it all happen through the window, but I couldn't open the door. That dust was still floating everywhere. The more he explained, the more guilt-ridden Ju Yong-hoon became. He shook his head helplessly. I'm such a bastard. I just left him there. Go Chun Su shook his head. You didn't have any other choice. He then pointed to the gas mask on his own face, explaining the situation. We came prepared for this. Hearing that, Ju Yong-hoon nodded in understanding. A small smile appeared on his face as he replied, Without those scary eyes, I wouldn't have even recognized you. Go Chun Su was taken aback by that. My eyes? The viewers watching the screen burst out laughing. He's right. Those are the eyes of a real jerk. Even a mask can't hide it. Maxidao quickly jumped to his defense. I think his eyes are really nice. I'm being serious. But Go Chun Su couldn't care less about any of these comments. He turned to one of his crewmates, then gave Ju Yong-hoon a final warning. If you don't have a mask, you need to get out of here now. The man looked on, confused, as the team prepared to leave. Pointing down the hall, Go Chun Su added one last instruction. Don't let your guilt cloud your judgment. Go straight and you'll find another injured crewman. Help me take care of him. Ju Yong-hoon understood completely. And just in case, go to the lifeboat we saw earlier. He now knew exactly what he needed to do. He nodded, his eyes filled with concern. You guys be careful. A true military man, through and through. As Go Chun Su walked away, the man gave a deep, 90-degree bow out of pure respect. Immediately after, he grabbed a pipe and headed in the direction he was told. A little while later, Go Chun Su's group arrived at a dark and incredibly eerie corridor. He announced to the others, This is it, the lowest level. The viewers watching were on the edge of their seats. They finally made it. Looks pretty normal. That thing is hiding around here somewhere. Go Chun Su cautiously approached a room to check it out. And right then, a familiar figure came into view. He instantly recognized him. It was Cha Dong-jin. The moment Go Chun Su opened the door, his body just collapsed onto the floor. The brown-haired sailor asked in shock, Is that the guy he was talking about? Go Chun Su scanned the room, thinking to himself, I don't see any monsters. Cha Dong-jin was just lying there on the ground. He looked at him with concern. He's not dead yet. He then turned to the viewers watching his feed. Guys, is there any way to save people like this? The chat immediately lit up with answers. Nope, no way. Besides, that guy took a while to turn. So it's true, there's no cure right now. Go, Chun Su sighed, frustrated that they were arguing again. Here we go again. But a plan was already forming in his mind. He pointed forward and gave orders to the three behind him. Listen up. Once we're inside, our #1 priority is protecting the engineer. At all costs. We have to keep the monsters off him. We don't know how long this will take, so stay sharp. The brown-haired sailor then made a suggestion to the engineer. We'll go in first. You and Go Chun Su stay behind us. The engineer nodded in agreement. The group continued to press forward, with Go Chun Su anxiously scanning the area. They could show up at any second. Before he could even catch his breath, a loud noise echoed through the hall. He tightened his grip on his weapon and got into a fighting stance. Up ahead, the two sailors reacted instantly. A zombie screamed as it charged, but the two of them brought their weapons down on it as one. Right on the head. Go Chun Su watched the scene unfold while searching the area. Where are you? He glanced over at his black dog, who was still staring at him with shining eyes. Just then, the monster from the stories appeared. It let out a low growl and lunged toward the group. A split second later, it shrieked and shot forward at an insane speed. The brown-haired sailor angrily slammed his weapon on its head, cursing, "Son of a bitch." And just as everyone predicted, a massive explosion erupted. He collapsed to the ground in pain as a strange, pink dust filled the air. Go Chun Su looked at the cloud, surprised. That dust cloud is bigger than I thought. The engineer frantically waved the dust away, cursing, "Damn it!" The black-haired sailor sighed. These monsters are a real pain. A thought crossed Chon Su's mind. The gas masks are working. He looked at the brown-haired sailor on the ground and asked with concern, "You okay?" The man nodded and pointed ahead. "I'm fine. Watch out, up front." 2 more of those exploding monsters were charging right at them. A flash of anger crossed Chon Su's eyes as he looked at them. He shouted out a challenge. "You guys are seriously ugly." This time, the monsters targeted the black-haired sailor, who let out a panicked scream. The creature quickly closed the distance and latched on. It wrapped itself around the black-haired sailor's body, and the man screamed in pure helplessness. Another huge explosion sent him flying. Chon Su saw it happen and cursed loudly. "Damn it!" Taking advantage of the chaos, another exploding monster rushed toward him. Seeing its master in danger, the little black dog, he sprinted right past the self-destructing monster. And just like that, boom! It exploded, but this time everyone was clear. Chon Su shot a grateful look at his small dog. Furball just stared ahead, his gaze fierce like he'd tear apart anything that dared to hurt his master. The chat window blew up with comments. "That dog is worth every penny. Stop staring and feed me. Good boy." Chon Su quickly rushed over to the black-haired sailor, asking with concern, "Are you?" He couldn't even finish. He saw it instantly the guy's condition was bad. His entire body started to tremble, then change. "Damn it," he cursed silently. "That guy must have gotten his head rocked." The brown-haired sailor noticed and stepped forward, worried. But Chon Su just turned to address the group. "It's too late. We have to keep moving." The engineer pointed him forward to scout. "This way?" Chon Su looked at the chaotic scene, his mind racing. 3 men and a dog. That's all that was left. A moment later, the engineer returned. "I'm making a break for the engine room. You 2 guard this door." They both nodded, taking their positions. But suddenly, a comment from Maxidao popped up. "You need to be careful." Chon Su was confused. What did that mean? The next comment was even stranger. "There are some things you just can't sense with a mask on." Reading that, his expression shifted. At first he was confused, but then it hit him. Something was very, very wrong. He gritted his teeth. No way. A wild idea sparked in his head. He called out to his dog. "Furball, go." Chon Su knelt, petting his head as he gave his command. "I need you to do something for me, buddy." His gaze was deadly serious as he looked at the dog. "I need you to use your nose." The chat immediately exploded with panicked comments. "You're taking his mask off? Put it back on." But he ignored them, slowly removing the dog's respirator. He then asked, "You can do this, right?" The dog just stared back, its eyes filled with determination. The brown-haired sailor watched, totally bewildered. "What in the world are you doing?" He just smiled back. "It's okay. Don't worry." He gently tapped the little dog's nose, giving it an order. "A plan. Your job is to alert me the second you smell anything strange." Immediately, the dog took off, racing ahead to sniff out the situation. The sailor next to him was stunned. "Are you really sure about this?" "Go." Chon Su thought for a moment, then answered with total confidence. "Furball isn't a normal dog. I trust him." And just then, the figure of a teddy bear moved, shocking him. He whispered in disbelief, "It's here, too?" In a flash, Chon Su sprinted forward. The brown-haired sailor yelled after him, worried. "Hey, where are you going?" He shot back a quick reply. "Just wait there." He kept running, chasing the walking teddy bear. It was clearly leading him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Items from chests are never useless. If a chest appeared here, then maybe. And then he found it. A chest worth 20 gene points. The viewers went wild with comments. He finally found it, and it's 20 gene points. Go dog lovers. He looked at the icon on the chest, surprised. It wasn't a sword or a shield. An item for an animal? His mind immediately flashed to his adorable dog wagging its tail. He remembered the ship allowed pets on board. Then he recalled seeing the special, custom-made masks for dogs and cats. He suddenly understood. This wasn't a coincidence at all. He slowly opened the chest, his mind racing. Finding Furball wasn't part of the plan. I have to take everything I want to leave this place with. And Furball is one of them. As he opened the box, Chon Su froze. Inside was canned food. He immediately stashed it in his inventory. Just then, the little dog came running back, barking urgently. A signal. Chon Su was surprised and ran after him. "You found it?" Seeing him run off like that, the brown-haired sailor got worried. "What's wrong?" He didn't explain, just shouted back 2 words. Follow me. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The air here was way too hot. He looked ahead and cursed. Oh, hell no. In front of him was a scene of total chaos. Heavy iron beams pinned down zombies that were still twitching, and from another pillar, a strange gas was pouring out. The chat window exploded. What the hell is that? Zombie sandwich, gross. He slowly reached his hand toward the shimmering gas, then snatched it back, yelling, "It's burning hot." He stared at the shimmering gas, and his blood ran cold. He realized it was fuel. The brown-haired sailor rushed up to him, his voice filled with shock. The chaotic scene just made him more frantic. What in the world happened here? And that's when he saw it. A zombie at the far end of the room, his voice caught in his throat. That's the chief engineer. Go, Chon Su whipped his head around, completely horrified. A red zombie? Not now, please, not now. But he snapped out of it, charging forward and screaming. Chief engineer! Suddenly, an exploding monster rushed right at him. He barely had time to react. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the room, throwing him back. The brown-haired sailor ran to his side, frantic. Are you all right? Go. Chon Su gripped his weapon tight and gave him a sharp order. It's dangerous. Retreat and find the others. But at that moment, neither of them saw the other exploding monster, leaping down from above. Then, another huge explosion erupted right behind him. He whipped his head around, looking up as frantic comments popped up. Above you! They're jumping down. In front of Chon Su now were 4 exploding monsters. He was completely overwhelmed. Are you kidding me? The exploding monsters scrambled onto the railings and leaped down right at him. All Chon Su could do was run for his life, trying to escape the blast zones. He saw a familiar jacket through the chaos. He reached out his hand and yelled, Chief Engineer! But when the man turned around, it was a powerful red zombie. Go, Chon Su froze. He didn't know what to do. Damn it. This situation just became a nightmare. The chat went crazy. Wrong person. The red zombie didn't hesitate, slamming a huge fist into him and sending him flying backwards in a wave of pain. He scrambled to get his bearings, his eyes desperately scanning the zombie for a weak point. The viewers were stunned. That thing's an absolute beast. If it throws him against that wall, he's done for. Go. Chon Su tightened his grip on his axe. He swung it high and unleashed a furious volley of strikes against the massive brute. But it was useless. His strength was nothing against this monster. It just kept pushing forward, relentless in its attack. The viewers were shouting for him. Dodge it! He saw an opening and jumped aside, letting the monster slam headfirst into the wall. And that's when he saw it. The weak point. Its neck. That's it, right? Chon Su swung his axe in a rage, sneering at the red zombie. Got you now, you bastard. Then he landed a decisive 7th and an 8th strike. Right into the zombie's neck. Again and again, until the 10th strike. Finally, exhausted, he took the thing's head clean off. He slumped against the wall, gasping for air, feeling like he was about to collapse. Blood dripped steadily from his hand. He glanced to the side, his eyes burning with frustrated tears. Something felt wrong. Then he saw a deep scratch on his arm, from a zombie. A wave of pure panic hit him, and he let out a helpless cry. Immediately, a strange sensation shot through his body. He screamed, half in pain, half in madness. He frantically tore a piece of cloth, tying it tightly around his arm before grabbing his weapon. He was still gasping for breath. The viewers were going wild in the comments. Is he okay? Did he get scratched? Maybe he just cut himself on something. Go. Chon Su gripped his weapon, his knuckles white with anger, and stared ahead. Damn it. His mind was racing, a storm of thoughts. When did this happen? When did I get bit? The more he thought, the more the panic set in. Sweat poured down his face as his mind spiraled. Everything was a blur. The red zombie. It charged. I can't be sure if that's when it happened. Just then, comments flooded his screen, all saying one thing. Cut it off. Don't just stand there. Use the axe. If you wait too long, it'll be over. Realizing they were right, that he couldn't wait, Chon Su raised the axe, ready to bring it down on his own arm. He let out a desperate scream. Damn it! And then he brought the axe swinging down. But just as it was about to hit, a voice echoed in his mind. Stop. It was his familiar ally, Maxidao, his tone calm. Stop. Just leave it alone. You'll be fine. Chon Su froze, axe still in the air. He asked, his voice full of doubt. Just leave it? Maxidao confirmed it. Yes, leave it alone. Chon Su's eyes widened in disbelief. He questioned him. Are you blind? I'm injured. But Maxidao just kept reassuring him. It's the same thing. This made no sense to him. What are you even talking about? He tightened his grip on the axe, his voice firm as he spoke to the viewers. I'm running out of time. Seeing him hesitate, a viewer named Green Lunatic quickly chimed in. Don't do it. Suddenly, the chat was flooded with comments telling him the same thing. If you don't want to die, then don't. The comments kept pouring in, trying to calm him down. You don't have to do this. Don't do anything rash. This just made Chon Su even more confused. He stared at the comments, thinking, what do they mean? Then Maxidao's name popped up again, this time with a top fan badge asking in surprise, you don't trust me? By now, Chon Su's mind was a mess of paranoia. He couldn't trust anything. I don't even know who you are. His gaze fell back to the wound on his arm. His thoughts were spiraling again, sinking into doubt. Am I really going to be okay? Right now, all I feel is pain. He glanced around the dark, cramped space. Maybe. It's just hot in here. The pressure is making it hard to breathe. Then, Chon Su made his choice. He turned away from his arm, his voice resolute. I'll trust you. He announced to everyone watching. Let's move. Weapon in hand, Chon Su pushed forward, shouting, Engineer, and then he saw him. The sight stopped him in his tracks as he called out again, his voice filled with dread. The man was completely still. His body was twisted in an unnatural position. Comments started popping up. His neck is snapped. One of those exploding monsters must have thrown him, sent him flying. Chon Su let out a heavy sigh. He's dead. He clenched his fist, feeling utterly helpless. What a damn mess. Just then, the brown-haired sailor and furball ran up, calling his name. But the man froze, staring at the engineer's body. What? What happened? Chon Su could only explain with a grim look. To put it simply, we're screwed. He turned to leave. We're going back. The sailor grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. But what about the ship? Without turning around, he answered flatly. The ship's screwed too. No one could hear the deep sorrow hidden in Chon Su's voice. He calmly explained the situation. The engineer's dead. The main engine is leaking oil. I wouldn't be surprised if this whole thing blows up any second now. The sailor hesitated, his eyes wide with fear. But Chon Su just put a hand on his shoulder. We need to get to the life rafts. I'm not dying here. Chon Su took a deep breath, steadying himself. He patted his little dog on the head. Let's go, furball. Taking the lead, Chon Su raised his radio. Hana, do you copy? Get everyone from the bridge and meet us at the life rafts. Her voice came back, hesitant. You couldn't fix the engine? He replied with a cold shake of his head. No. Hana's disappointment was clear, even over the radio. But she quickly recovered her composure. I'll report to the captain. Chon Su kept the radio held to his mouth, ready to say more. We're heading for Lifeboat 3. Meet us there, or find your own way off this ship. He gripped his weapon, his voice laced with helplessness. This is it. It's really over. He glanced around the darkness and let out a tired sigh. This whole situation is a total nightmare. Just then, a system notification popped up. Staying in one place for too long is dangerous. First up on the info list, a terrifying monster is roaming the area near the SS Natala. And for info number 2, dangerous creatures lurking in the sea are a major threat. Chon Su read the warnings, realizing he was in a tight spot. Everyone else started panicking. Is the ship going to capsize? It looks like it's going to explode. How do we get out of here? Pushing any harder could get us all killed. Suddenly, a noise outside the ship made both of them jump. He reacted instantly. He whipped around to the brown-haired sailor. We need to go, now. The sailor, his voice tight with anxiety, shot back. The watertight doors. We have to close them, sir. Go. Chon Su stared at him, stunned. The sailor delivered more bad news. If the engine explodes, this whole ship is going down. We have to seal all the watertight doors. Now, he says, before turning and heading in a completely different direction. The other man explodes in anger. Are you insane? We have to get out of here. But the sailor just keeps running, his mind made up. I have to shut every single one. The man tries to stop him, yelling, wait. But seeing it's no use, he can only curse in frustration. Damn it all. And the viewers in the live chat? They're laughing. This brown-haired guy is just too wild. Talk about dedication to the job. What's one guy gonna do? A bark, a familiar sound that cut through the silence. He turned to see his dog, a black mutt, its face radiating pure excitement. He gave a firm nod. Let's go. And just like that, man and dog were sprinting forward. But behind them, the ship echoed with terrified screams. Explosions? He was baffled. Since when did these things blow themselves up? And that's when he spotted him. Bei Yan Ho, just standing there amidst the chaos. He yelled his name, a desperate cry. Bei Yan Ho, looking drained, turned with surprise in his eyes and asked, What is it? Our hero shook his head, the grim truth heavy in his voice. It was a failure. We have to go. Bae Yun-ho's eyes darted around, worry setting in as he realized they were alone. Where are the others? He asked. A heavy sigh was the only answer for a moment. Dead. One stayed behind. A final sacrifice to shut the doors. The words sank in, and Bae Yun-ho just stared. Lost. The silence was deafening. We have to move, he urged. We're out of time. The monster's roars grew louder, closer. With what little strength he had left, Bae Yun-ho said, You go first. I'll be right behind you. The words were a death sentence, and they both knew it. But then, he turned back around. A tired, bittersweet smile touched his lips as he looked back the way they came. I can't just abandon them. The ship or his friends? A choice already made. Chon Su just nodded, walking past him. All right, I'm going then. The words were quiet, a final, heartbreaking farewell. I swear, he called out, I won't forget the memories we made. Hearing that, Bae Yun-ho finally let out a real smile, a genuine one. Thank you, he said. The last thing he saw was his friend's back, sprinting away. He whispered a quiet prayer into the wind. Travel safely. The ship was a death trap now. Explosions ripped through the hull, one after another. But Chon Su? He just kept on running. Even for a vessel this massive, the blasts were tearing it apart. How do we get the lifeboats down? Ju Yong-hoon yelled. Chon Su raced towards him. I'll handle it. He clutched the fur ball to his chest and keyed the radio. Hana, what's your location? Her voice crackled back, frantic. I'm coming down. Give me 5 minutes. The whole structure was starting to collapse. The situation was critical. Through the chat window, panicked messages flew. The ship is sinking. Is that it? Someone typed back. It's going down. Chon Su screamed into the comms. We don't have time. Please, hurry up. Chon Su gripped the radio tight, praying with everything he had. If just one of them can make it happen, that'll be enough. He thought of the captain, and the crew who had helped him, a pang of sadness hitting him hard. Ever since leaving Minchon's group, he hadn't really had a proper team. They weren't bad people. Hana's voice on the radio snapped him back to reality. He turned quickly, asking, Where is everyone else? She sprinted toward him, explaining between gasps. The captain decided to stay with the ship. The old man who was with you, he's gone. Chon Su's heart sank. Park Jang-sik, another loss. Helpless. He sighed, forcing himself to focus. Get on. We can't stay here. I'll lower the lifeboat. Soon, the lifeboat hit the water, floating aimlessly in the vast, dark sea. Chon Su sat in the cockpit and let out a long, exhausted breath. His eyes scanned the monitor displaying the crew info, and they widened in shock. What the hell? We have fewer people now than before we even boarded, and they weren't safe yet, not even close. A new alert flashed. Dangerous marine life ahead. A major threat to small boats like theirs. Hana, trying not to break down, explained the captain's choice. He said he couldn't abandon his ship, or the other passengers. Her voice cracked, tears welling up. He told me, It's my duty to protect anyone who gets on or off this ship. Hearing this, Ju Yong-hoon gritted his teeth, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Chon Su was still panting, his gaze fixed on the wound on his arm. It was changing. He looked up, asking the viewers on screen, Did it have to end like this? Something feels wrong. He remembered how hard he'd fought just to get on this ship. Why did I even board it in the first place? He remembered meeting the engineers, and how they pulled through despite all the trouble. They were good guys. Then he remembered the chaos that followed the engineers turning into zombies. The ship was doomed from the start. He let out a bitter sigh. In the beginning, it really was just for that fluff ball. He recalled opening the box and finding just a single can of pet food. A humorless laugh escaped him. Looks like I got more than I lost. His breathing grew heavier. The transformation was accelerating, sweat pouring down his face. He looked at the viewer window. Why is no one saying anything? He clutched his wounded arm, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Answer me, he yelled. Suddenly, his hand clenched into a fist, his expression hardening with resolve. I need one. And just like that, his body began to twist and change. A pained, insane scream tore from his lungs. His vision started to blur, his heart hammering against his ribs. The feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. My eyes. A system warning flashed. Bright red. Critical danger. Your life is at risk. Chon Su froze on the spot, completely bewildered. He had no idea what he'd done wrong. He just stared at the screen, utterly powerless. What? Then his gaze dropped to his arm, which was warping into something monstrous. Something wasn't right. He tried to calm himself down. I should have tied it tighter. He cursed himself internally. Damn it, my body. It won't move how I want it to anymore. Suddenly, a strange light filled the room. The viewer chat window exploded with a flurry of different comments. He's turning. I knew it. He should have just cut off the arm. Ju Young-hoon saw things were going south fast and stood up. Hey, you okay? He held out his mutated hand, a clear command in his voice. Don't come any closer. Hana was paralyzed, staring in pure shock. Your hand? She whispered, her voice trembling. His eyes were changing, becoming inhuman. He gasped. My eyes. They feel like they're on fire. He called out a name. Maxidao Cut. I thought you said everything would be fine? At that moment, a message appeared right in front of his face. Did I say that? Chon Su was stunned into silence. He tried to question him, but the next comments from Maxidao Cut left him completely floored. You did well to last this long. I've been acting this whole time. Honestly, I was worried you wouldn't die like this. Chon Su couldn't believe his eyes. A total betrayal. Our hero is just stunned, trying to process what the hell is even happening as comments keep flooding the chat window. Should have known when she made Green Lunatic a mod. I mean, the name says it all. They're all in on it together. So pathetic. At that, our guy's faith in this world just shatters. He collapses to the ground and just screams. A second later, a wave of pain like nothing he's ever known hits him, and he lets out a helpless roar. Only one thought fills his head. My spine is twisting. My whole body feels like it's on fire. A notification flashes on screen. Your condition has become critical. He weakly reaches a hand toward the monitor, but his eyes are slammed shut. He panics, trying to force them open, but he can't. He can't see a thing anymore. He curses his entire existence. Son of a bitch! A massive sound rings out, echoing in his ears. When he finally opens his eyes, they've completely changed. A voice pulses inside his head. A primal urge. I will devour every last one of them. Jeong-hoon sees the transformation and screams his name in pure horror, but all our hero can think is, I want to tear them to shreds. Chon Su lunges. The other man lets out a terrified scream, but all Chon Su wants is to bite right through them. Jeong-hoon lands a hard kick square in his gut. I want to swallow them whole. Chon Su just stands there, head tilted up to the sky, all reason completely gone. The voices in his head just get louder. I want to devour them all. His vision begins to blur as the chat comments keep on scrolling. He realizes he can't read the chat anymore. He slowly gets to his feet, trying to get a grip. Devour them all. In this moment, he's no longer Chon Su. He's a zombie. Jeong-hoon desperately spins the helm, pleading, please, no. One of Chon Su's hands shoots out towards him, sending a fresh wave of terror through him. A notification pops up. Skill unlocked. Recovery will now take effect. The countdown begins. 30 seconds. But Chon Su is still in full-on zombie mode, attacking relentlessly. All the other man can do is scream for him to stop. Snap out of it. The two are locked in a desperate struggle. Jeong-hoon refuses to give up, pleading again and again. Don't do this. Stop, please. After a brutal fight, Jeong-hoon loses his footing and tumbles backward into the freezing cold sea. Chon Su is still right on his tail. But then, the timer hits 0. The recovery skill kicks in, and his body begins to violently transform. He lets out a blood-curdling scream. The next second, Chon Su is completely back to normal. Stunned, he looks down at the sea, then glances around, confused. My vision. He coughs, spitting up a mouthful of blood, with no idea what just happened. He frantically scans his surroundings. He looks down at a mark on his hand and realizes something huge. My body's fine, like nothing even happened. The only thing left is this scar on my arm. But then, a gut feeling hits him. Something is wrong. Chon Su throws open the door, looks down at the empty sea, and screams a name. Corporal Jeong-hoon. He's totally disoriented, looking at his surroundings. The entire area is now covered in a thick fog. When did this fog show up, he mutters angrily. This goddamn world. Chon Su turns and heads back inside. He sees Hana, still sitting there in complete silence. He calls out her name, his voice tight with worry. He looks over at her and starts to walk closer. On the screen, the chat log lights up with new comments. He's alive. I really thought he was a goner. Resurrection successful. Dude, I was already prepping his funeral. Hearing that, something clicks in Chon Su's mind. The word, resurrection. He immediately pulls up his skill window. His recovery skill is displayed. Uses remaining. 1. He's shocked. It's unlocked. Then he says to himself, This recovery skill again. There's no doubt about it. This skill was definitely locked when I was on the boat. He just stares at the screen, unable to believe what just happened. 30 seconds. The notification was delayed. It must have started the second I turned into a zombie. His eyes dart over to Songhana, still sitting there motionless. A new fear grips him. He thinks in a panic, if she got bitten, she could transform at any moment. Go, Chon Su forces himself to stay calm, gripping his weapon tightly. He slowly approaches her. She still hasn't moved an inch. He scans her body, thinking, I don't see any wounds on her at all. He leans in a little closer to get a better look at the situation. The viewers on screen immediately start spamming the chat. Don't go! Bro, just leave her alone. He's a bit surprised and glances back at the screen. Everyone, he asks, what exactly happened after I transformed? Go Chon Su turns back towards Songhana. He steps closer, calling out her name. She shows absolutely no reaction, just sitting there in eerie silence. But then, suddenly Songhana leaps up and throws her arms around him, shouting with joy. The sudden movement completely startles him. The next thing he knows, she's tackled him to the ground. He's helpless, with no idea what's happening. Songhana's face twists into a terrifying expression as she asks, Did I scare you? Then, she lets out a laugh. Right? I made your heart skip a beat. Go Chon Su is still totally bewildered, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. He asks, stunned, What are you doing? She just smiles and puts a finger to her lips, shushing him. She continues to tease, Are you nervous? Your breathing is getting pretty heavy. Go Chon Su finally snaps out of it. He shoves Songhana off him, then immediately grabs his weapon and backs away, questioning her. What the hell are you? Looking at her now, he's sure of one thing. He glares at the strange girl in front of him and says, You're not Hannah. Hearing that, she just laughs. She slowly starts taking off her jacket and explains, But we were getting so close. Go Chon Su just froze on the spot, completely clueless about what was happening. Just then, a system notification popped up. Green Lunatic has unbanned several words. Immediately after, the chat window exploded with a flood of different messages. Finally, the name 1984 appeared. It was finally time. Reading the comments, Go Chon Su was absolutely baffled. He looked around in shock and asked, What in the hell is going on? Suddenly, Songhana grabbed him by the collar, catching him completely off guard. She looked at him with a huge smile, her face turning bright red as she said, Seeing that clueless expression of yours up close is actually pretty great. Hearing this just cranked his confusion up to 11, and he yelled right in her face, Who the hell are you? She just laughed before finally explaining, What are you talking about? It's me. Go Chon Su just froze on the spot. He still couldn't process what she was saying, but unlike him, she seemed thrilled, finally answering his question. Maxidakut. Guess I have to stop calling her Hana and switch to Maxidakut now. He couldn't stop himself from screaming in total confusion, standing there completely stunned for a solid 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the chat window was exploding with notifications. This reaction is priceless, amazing. Is this his fan meeting tarot reading? While he was still trying to read the comments, Maxidakut pulled his face close to hers. She gave him a seductive smile and whispered, Maxidakut, in the flesh. Hearing that, Go Chon Su couldn't believe his own ears. He let out a helpless cry, No way, that's impossible. She just smiled, clearing things up for him. Don't be like that. It took a lot of work for me to get here. Then, Maxidakut paused for a moment, thinking, before she started explaining everything. It cost a ton of money, and I had to plant a mod on your channel. The last part was easy, since I knew sooner or later you'd ask me for that favor. She giggled, adding playfully, It's your own fault you didn't get the critical condition warning. Doing it now would be pointless. He had no idea what she was talking about. What are you? But before he could finish, she cut him off and kept explaining. She quoted the system notification he got while in critical condition, saying, Just like your skills, I had to meet certain conditions to unlock the fan meeting function. Hearing that, something clicked for him. So that warning, that was the condition? Yep. Maxidakut looked at him, laughing as she nodded to confirm it. Then she continued. Players aren't the only ones with special functions in this game. We have them too. For example, a fan meeting. As Go Chon Su heard this, his mind started spinning, trying to connect the dots. He asked in shock, So the banned words were? She let out a happy laugh and explained it all. Exactly. I wanted to make sure there were no spoilers, even when you were about to die. Go Chon Su was completely floored by this revelation. He stood there, lost, not knowing what to do as the chat kept scrolling. Sacrifice the mod. The mods are all in on it together. How would a player even know that? Where's only one? Take some responsibility. Maxidokut walked over to the chat window with him and said with a smile, about firing the mod. He can't do it without my permission. At this, he looked at her, surprised. I thought you said. She chuckled and explained a crucial rule. A top fan and a player can replace a mod any time, but only if they both agree. Chon Su looked at the girl in front of him, feeling a little defeated. He sized her up one more time. Maxidokut's stunningly beautiful face was right in front of him. He let out a complicated sigh. So she's really a girl, and I've just been played by her. In that moment, it felt like they were the only two people left. He stared at her, lost in thought. I let my guard down, all because she was my only top fan. She never once tried to stop my dangerous stunts on the ship. Looks like I served myself up on a silver platter. Thinking this, Chon Su slowly opened his mouth to ask, You? Maxidokut's eyes instantly sharpened. She commanded him, Call me sis. He sighed in defeat and looked at her. But I'm used to calling all my fans you. More importantly, I have a question. She seemed a bit surprised and stepped closer. What is it? He crossed his arms and voiced the suspicion in his mind. You wouldn't have gone through all this trouble just to take a picture with me or something, right? He pressed on with his questions. Are you really here? In human form? Panic started to set in his mind. If people like her can escape the chat window, it's just going to bring more trouble. Maxidokut didn't answer right away. She just smiled and said something cryptic. You're amazing, you know? You know how to exploit every single loophole. He shook his head and replied, I just wanted to get used to this function. She thought for a second, then decided to tell him everything. I can't stay here for long. I don't want to waste time talking about things like this. A fan meeting is very short. Everyone listening through the chat window was shocked. 1 hour? You did all of this for just 1 hour? I'm speechless. She smiled, tilting her head at him. The chat also says I only have 1 hour. Not only that, I needed the approval of the other top fans. Chon Su looked at her, completely baffled. But you're the only top fan, which means you had all the power to decide. Seeing he caught on so quick, she laughed happily. You're right, and before you ask, no, I can't give you any hints or anything. This is basically the same as talking through the chat. Chon Su stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, Maxidokut placed a hand over his ear and whispered with a smile, But there are a few things I can do for you. Chon Su had no clue what she was doing. What are you? She just kept smiling at his confused face. And then, time seemed to stop. He felt like they were in the middle of a vast ocean, and a strange sound hit his ears. He thought in shock. That sound. It's a song. He looked at the girl in front of him and asked, You? But she didn't answer, and his gaze locked onto what was right in front of her. Maxidokut was the same, her eyes wide as she stared intently back at him. The image of a lifeboat appeared right before their eyes. He felt like he had shared enough. She slowly took her hand away from his ear, and Chon Su quickly glanced outside. Then he turned to her, shocked. What was that just now? She smiled and explained. Sirens. A terrifying image of the siren monster flashed in his mind. Maxidokut continued to answer his questions. When their singing reaches a certain point, you'll be completely hypnotized. He asked her again in disbelief. Monsters can affect a person's mind? This is harder than I thought. Weren't you affected at all? She just laughed, sitting down on a bench and patting the seat next to her. The body I'm borrowing is weak, but this mind is still all mine. Come on, sit next to your sis. He was still confused. Before he could even figure out what was happening, she smiled and made a suggestion. This is a fan meeting, right? We can't waste all our time, just standing around talking. Hearing this, Chon Su stared at her in silence, unable to say a word. On Chon Su's small lifeboat, the story slowly began to unfold. The world was on the brink of collapse, he knew that. But looking beside him, at Maxidokut in the form of song, Hana leaned in, telling him, Your eyes are so intense. I can't read your thoughts at all. He was pretty much speechless at this whole situation. What was even happening right now? She just kept smiling and said, It's so different from watching you from a distance. Seeing these two getting so close on screen, the chat went wild. Whoa, are they flirting? That's the hardcore fan privilege. She's totally flexing her status. Maxidokut glanced around the lifeboat, thinking about something. Then, a strange, unreadable smile spread across her face as she spoke to him. So, this is what that world is like. Hearing her say that, Chon Su was taken aback. Wait, are you from another world? She just smiled and replied. Can't hide anything from you, can I? He stared at the small girl in front of him, a thought crossing his mind. This feeling. I'm not wrong. She's different. Maxiticat was still cheerfully looking around the small boat, humming a strange little tune. He watched her, thinking, yeah, she's definitely like someone from a different world. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He glared at the girl, his thoughts turning bitter. You've got some nerve, little girl. He remembered it all so clearly, him, fighting for his life against monsters, while everyone else just stared at a screen, smiling, enjoying his story. A single thought echoed in his mind. Players and the audience. There's supposed to be a line between us. And then he pictured it. A mysterious hand slowly reaching in, interfering with the game. The moment the audience steps in and tries to control the players, that's when things have gone too far. Chon Su shot a look at the strange girl sitting right in front of him. Maxiticat still had that same unreadable smile. I know she means well, he thought, but this is just too much. He finally asked her, this is a one-time thing, right? You coming to see me? Maxiticat looked at him, surprised, her eyes full of confusion. After a moment she answered slowly, well, would you be disappointed if it was? He sighed, looking away before nodding at her. Yeah, I would. Hearing that, she let out a laugh, blushing as she replied, that's just because you find me useful, isn't it? She continued, practically reading his mind. A player chosen by the only one. Do you really want to set up more meetings with the viewers? The chat immediately blew up. No way, that's crossing the line. He wouldn't dare, would he? He read the comments, feeling helpless. That's not what I was thinking at all. Just then, as if remembering something, her eyes widened and she said, would it even be possible? If it is, you'd have to slash and kill. Hearing that, Chon Su stared at her, completely dumbfounded. His mind was racing. So now it's both the unlock condition and the activation trigger, he thought. Did she really go that far just to activate her healing skill? Noticing his weird expression, Maxiticat tilted her head. What are you smiling about? He sighed and nodded. I was just thinking that the only way for us to meet like this is, well, it sounds both simple and… Before he could finish, she sighed with a frown and held up 3 fingers in front of his face. He tried to explain, but isn't there another way? Events and mazes only last for 3 days, she cut in. He nodded, getting it now. I understand. Seeing him still lost in thought, she continued, talking like this isn't any fun. He turned to her, surprised by her words. Then what do you want me to do? She just turned her head to the side and shook it. Nothing. This girl, Maxiticat, she was stranger than he could have ever imagined. She smiled, gently swinging her feet back and forth, and said with a look of pure satisfaction, just like this is fine. But then, he spotted a familiar shape out of the corner of his eye. Peeking through a window was his black dog, Furball, looking at him with suspicion. His face lit up. You're alive, he yelled, overjoyed. Where have you been? Did you run away because I turned into a zombie? He remembered the terror in the dog's eyes when he transformed. Furball had trembled, hiding inside the lifeboat's tarp to get away from him. Now, it let out a single, sad bark. Chon Su stared at his dog, a little confused. For some reason, Maxiticat reached her hand towards the puppy and said softly, Are you calling for your little pet? Come here, come to Big Sis. When the dog just cowered, refusing to move closer, she laughed mockingly. I thought he was supposed to be brave. Guess I was wrong. Chon Su felt a jolt. He glanced back at the strange girl. A terrifying thought creeping into his mind. Furball has never been afraid of monsters. So what in the world does he see when he looks at her? Suddenly, the lifeboat shook violently, snapping him out of his thoughts. What the hell was that? He rushed outside to check what was going on. And right there, passing by his tiny lifeboat, was a massive ferry. He stared at the unbelievable sight as the huge vessel got closer and closer, crowding his little boat. He yelled out in pure rage, They're way too close. Seeing their boy getting bullied, the viewers watching on screen started cursing them out for him. Can't those idiots up there see him? The lights are on. They're probably trying to mess with him. Maxiticat stood up behind him and walked over. How rude, she said. Seeing she was about to do something, he quickly asked, Hey, what are you planning to do? She didn't answer, just opened the door and stood up on the lifeboat. Chon Su immediately looked up at the ferry. He could see a few dark figures, but the lights from their ferry were blinding. Are they only just now seeing us? All of a sudden, the sound of laughter echoed in his ears. He opened his eyes wide and saw 3 young guys sneering down at his little boat. Look at that tiny thing. Where do you think you're going in that? That piece of junk won't get you far. The chat instantly started commenting. What the? Where did that ship even come from? This is ridiculous. Chon Su sized up their ferry, thinking, Their ship isn't as big as the SS Natalia. He immediately called out to Maxidicat, who was standing right above him. A girl smiled as she looked over the ferry, trying to calm him down. It's fine. Just keep relaxing. He just stared at her, confused. He had no idea what she was even talking about. She continued, the breeze gently blowing her hair. Just rest. There's no reason for you to step in at all. Maxidicat flashed a mysterious smile, looked up at the sky, and sighed. Now I finally understand just how hard you've been working. The people on the ferry immediately started greeting her. Good evening. He watched how happy she was and couldn't help but think, she seems to be genuinely enjoying her time with me. And just like that, their ferry sped up, leaving his little lifeboat far, far behind. In the chat, everyone was furious. You're just gonna let them go? They're all talk, I bet. He read the comments popping up on his screen. Ah, I get it now. So that's what this is about? Pretty bold. Seeing the chat explode, he got curious and asked everyone, what's up, guys? If there's something good, let me in on it. The viewers just laughed, typing back, just sit back and watch. Besides, she doesn't want you involved anyway. And right then, the boat started to shake. He tensed up. This vibration. What is it? Maxidao Cut descended from above, a cryptic smile on her face as she spoke to him. Tell me, are you satisfied with this? Immediately after, the small boat began to tremble again, shaking in a totally bizarre way. But Maxidao Cut? She seemed perfectly calm. Suddenly, something huge started attacking the lifeboat from below. He saw it and yelled out in a panic. What are we getting close to? In the next second, the boat was right next to these absolutely massive tentacles. He still had no idea what was happening. And Maxidao Cut? Still no reaction. She just smiled and tried to calm him down. Enjoy the show. And watch closely. She kept her eyes locked on the ferry up ahead and let out a laugh. That thing was a king-class monster. Without warning, the massive beast shot its tentacles out, grabbing a hold of their ferry. The scene was pure, absolute horror. Giant tentacles wrapped around the small ship, crushing it, dragging it down into the cold, dark water. Chon Su just stood there, completely frozen. He was speechless. And even if he could speak, the words wouldn't come out. He was just paralyzed by the sight. Just then, a system notification popped up. Staying in one area for too long is dangerous. And right after, more info scrolled by. 1. A strange fog is appearing on the sea. Large and small ships will face different kinds of threats. 2. The player has died once. A hidden title has been unlocked. The reward? An emergency alert function. Chon Su stared in shock as the system announced the hidden function was now active. It could receive new information in real time. He was still totally lost. Meanwhile, the comments were flying. The man who doesn't know death. Seriously, he has no idea. I didn't even know this was a thing. Chon Su turned back inside and warned Maxidao Cut. Stop the boat. If we keep going, we'll get pulled in. She just laughed, trying to soothe his nerves. That sea monster? Oh, we'll be fine. She smiled and continued, explaining the info on the system window. The notification said it, right? Large ships and small ships face different dangers. Hearing that, his mind immediately flashed back to that terrifying mermaid. He asked her, You mean, that mermaid is the small danger for us? She just nodded. Yeah, compared to that giant swarm, it is. She went on, explaining it to him. Those mermaids usually don't mess with boats they can't climb onto. Chon Su let out a sigh. The big danger is still out there, though. She gently took his hand. Let me help you relax a bit. Then Maxidao Cut pushed him down into a chair, and she kept talking, saying things that just confused him more. That monster doesn't care about small boats. It hunts things closer to its own size. She then pointed to the dark circles under Chon Su's eyes. Then she chuckled, pressing a hand to his face. Relax. You've got some serious bags under your eyes. With a smile, she made a suggestion. Want to get some sleep? Staying up this late must be hell. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment, but then a thought popped into his head. I seriously feel like I could pass out any second now. Chon Su folded his arms and decided to just lie down and sleep, but he didn't forget to tell her, I don't know. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. She laughed, teasing him. Your mouth says one thing, but your body is already starting to shut down. He shook his head. I don't think I can sleep. She just smiled, trying to calm him. I won't cause any trouble. Probably. Hearing that, Chon Su shot her a sharp look, asking a question that was weighing on his mind. If we meet again, can you use that body? Maxidao Cut looked at him, her gaze turning sharp. A little confused, Not really. It depends on whether you want to let her stay or not. He heard her and just nodded. Got it. She slowly raised her hand toward his eyes. Then, with a gentle smile, Maxidao Cut helped him drift off. Sleep well. The whole scene felt incredibly strange. The two of them just stood there, looking out at the deep sea, and then fell asleep. Before they knew it, morning had arrived. The sun was slowly rising. Chon Su's eyes fluttered open in confusion. He put a hand to his head and groaned. My head. And that's when he noticed the figure of Maxidao Cut. He was surprised, asking himself, what time is it? I didn't even lock up. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, he immediately tried to shake her awake. He was completely bewildered, not knowing what to do. He slowly backed away, totally confused. What am I supposed to do now? Just then, Song Hana returned to her own body. She slowly opened her eyes, then snapped her head up to look at Chon Su. Her eyes were filled with confusion and pure fear. She instantly slammed her fist into his head and let out a huge scream. Then, Song Hana scrambled back, interrogating him. What are you doing? Why are you so close to me? Chon Su was just stunned by what just happened. Blood was already starting to pour down his head. He was completely lost, with no idea how to handle this situation. She was still looking at him, flustered and worried. Her face was also a little red with embarrassment, and he thought to himself, this isn't Maxidao Cut anymore. A moment later, Song Hana demanded again. What were you doing? Why were you so close? Chon Su was still in total shock. Blood was now streaming down his face. He had no clue what to do here. She was still staring at him, a mix of panic and embarrassment on her face. He thought again, definitely not Maxidao Cut. She seemed angry now, raising her voice. Can you explain yourself? He helplessly raised a hand to wipe the blood from his forehead. He sighed and replied, you don't have to ask like that. It's because we both passed out. She heard that and looked puzzled. Passed out? Chon Su immediately put on a brave face, launching into a story he made up on the spot. You probably passed out first so you don't remember, but I had to fight a monster that could attack our minds. The viewers heard this and the chat immediately blew up. Did you see that lie? Is he always this good at making stuff up? He opened the door and looked out at the sea. Then he finished his story. Sergeant Du fell into the water, and with all this fog, we couldn't find him. Hearing this, Song Hana was filled with regret. She clasped her hands together as if in prayer and said, and I reacted like that without knowing what happened. I'm so sorry. Chon Su just looked outside, observing the situation, and replied, it's fine. But then, he noticed something strange. The surface of the sea was perfectly calm, eerily still. Not a single ripple. He looked all around, surprised. The lifeboat. It stopped. A moment later, Song Hana calmly tied all of her hair up, getting ready. He bolted for the control room, yanking levers and flipping switches. Something was wrong. What's happening to the boat? He muttered. She looked over, surprised. Is everything okay? He sighed, his mind flashing back to last night. He'd left the door open, but nothing happened. Even that sea monster was just gone. He turned to her, his voice low as he delivered the bad news. The boat's dead. We're stranded out here. Worry instantly clouded her face. She rushed to the side, peering down at the engine. So, what do we do? He just sighed, rubbing his forehead. I have no idea. Then, an idea sparked. Chon Su yelled out a name. Maxi down cat. At that moment, comments started scrolling across the monitor. Chat's getting locked for 3 days after the fan meet. Another one popped up. She's still watching us. Should we try asking? Someone typed. No way. That feature's locked. Then another message. We can talk in the meeting room though. Wait, you mean in the real world? Yeah, right. Like she'd just appear cause some guys called her name? Chon Su read the comments, his expression unreadable, and grabbed a water bottle, lost in thought. So, they had their own community. They could even meet up in person. He was just about to take a drink when suddenly, he spotted a familiar shape. It was hiding behind a floor mat. He crept closer. Hey, little black dog, why are you still hiding? The poor thing was trembling, absolutely terrified. He had to wonder, just how much did Maxi Downcat scare you? He gently reached out, pulling a mask off its head. Let's get this off. You must be suffocating in there. He carefully poured some water into its mouth, sighing in relief. Thank God you're okay. Then, something clicked. Go. Chon Su turned back to the dog. I've got something for you. He held out a box of food. Instantly the dog dove in, devouring it. A small smile touched his lips as he watched. But then, another thought surfaced. He whipped around to face Song Hana. Can I ask you something? Surprised by his sudden question, she just nodded. What is it? But when he really looked at her, he flinched. That image of Maxi Down Cat wearing Song Hana's face, it just kept flashing in his mind. He let out a weary sigh. She caught his strange reaction immediately. Why are you sighing at my face? Did I do something wrong? Go, Chol Su quickly composed himself and pointed toward her. It's not your fault, he said slowly. I was just spooked by what I saw earlier. Anyway, does this boat have any emergency gear for a breakdown? She paused for a moment, thinking. Then her voice dropped. There's an emergency signal transmitter. This lifeboat has a beacon that broadcasts our location to rescue crews, she explained. But Go Chol Su felt his hope just drain away, lost in his own bleak thoughts. A sea monster lurking nearby? And a rescue team operating during the literal apocalypse? Yeah, right. His expression turned grim. Any other options? He pushed. Song Hana could only shake her head helplessly. Well, I guess we could shoot a rescue flare. If anyone gets close enough to see it. He slumped into a seat, defeated. And that's a pretty big if. We should just sit and save our energy. It's going to be a long wait. She nodded in agreement, sitting down right beside him. You're right, she said quietly. But I can't remember a thing. He glanced over. You mean, from before you passed out? She let out a strange, stifled sigh. I'm so sorry I fainted. Our Sunbae, our senior, he trusted me to keep everyone safe. He immediately looked at her, his voice softening. Don't apologize. It wasn't your fault. She sighed again, that same unreadable expression on her face. Then, a thought struck him, and he turned to her with a question. Do you have any special abilities? Song Hana looked taken aback. My balance, I guess. I did gymnastics when I was a kid. A tiny spark of hope. Just a little one. Show me, he said. She stared at him, surprised, before standing up to face him. You want to test me? The chat log on the screen lit up again. In a situation like this? Man, they must be bored. Shouldn't they be trying to make paddles or something? Go Chol Su just gave a small nod, then slowly explained himself. I need to see. If we're going to survive this together, I need to know your skills. You pass this, and I promise I'll do everything in my power to keep you alive. He held her gaze, putting his trust in her. The choice is yours. She understood. Without a word, she slipped off her sandals, planting her bare feet on the deck. And then she began, a perfect display of balance. She moved with impossible grace, executing a clean 180-degree spin. She nailed it, absolutely flawless. After she finished, Song Hana asked shyly, Was that okay? Go Chol Su was frozen solid, completely stunned. His jaw just hung open. The audience on the stream was just as blown away. Whoa, is her body made of, 100% water? That flexibility is next level. Seeing his reaction, she looked a little embarrassed. I don't really know if a skill like this is actually useful for us. A smile finally broke across his face. That was incredible. A wave of relief washed over her. She looked at him, hopeful. So, did I pass? Suddenly, a strange noise cut through the air. The little black dog started barking a warning. Go, Chol Su's head snapped up. He knew that sound. That noise. No way. Could it be? He scrambled onto the roof of the lifeboat, and there it was. A helicopter, circling above. The online chat exploded. The rescue team's here! Go, Chol Su frantically signaled to Song Hana. It's a chopper. Get me the flare gun. She handed it over without a second's delay. He aimed at the sky and pulled the trigger. Nothing. Just a click. Go, Chol Su stared at the useless gun in his hand, realizing it was empty. It's empty. Find the flares now. She searched frantically, her voice filled with panic. There are no flares here. This whistle. Maybe this will work. She took a deep breath and blew with all her might. A shrill sound echoed across the water. But it wasn't enough. Not for a helicopter that high up. He watched it fly away, his shoulders slumping in defeat. They're gone. The chat kept scrolling. They must be in a hurry, probably heading for Jeju Island. He saw she was still blowing the whistle, and he gently motioned for her to stop. You can stop now. She looked utterly heartbroken as she lowered the whistle. He climbed back down, his mind racing. They probably didn't even see us. Once he climbed back down, he quickly laid out his idea, keeping an eye on the monsters still lurking nearby. Unless we're 100% sure of a rescue, we have to keep the noise down. Hearing that, she looked completely defeated. We don't have any ammo. His head snapped towards her, shocked. His expression turned deadly serious. Now that you mention it, why is there no ammo here? She sighed, completely helpless. I'm not sure. I think I saw someone using the flare gun as a weapon back on the yacht. She tried to recall every detail she could. There's usually a spare. Maybe one of the crew members took it. Hearing that, he seethed with anger. Damn it. Of all the boats out here, we had to pick this one. Just then, a noise from outside snapped him out of it. Peeking out, a very strange smile crept across Chon Su's face. He scooped up his little black dog, grinning at Song Hana. Turns out, we don't need a flare gun. She just stared at him, completely baffled. I have no idea why he's glowing like this, he explained. But if it can help us, who cares? Chon Su climbed up and set the dog on the roof of the lifeboat. Our lives are in your paws now, little guy, he said seriously. Ever heard the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Of course, the pup had never heard it. I mean, he's a dog. But Chon Su pressed on. I know you understand what I'm saying. The people watching this unfold on their screens were completely stunned. The comments flooded in. What is wrong with him? Is he actually having a conversation with the dog? The furball's been found out? He can't play dumb anymore. Chon Su paid them no mind. He continued explaining to the dog, I need you to blink every time you see a helicopter fly by. Not too bright, okay? About as bright as the flare we saw earlier should do it. Understand? The dog immediately nodded. Good boy, Chon Su shouted, sealing the hatch from below, leaving the little dog alone on the roof. The viewers exploded with laughter. He just left him out there. That's cold. Well, you can't complain if the furball doesn't signal now. Song Hana watched this whole scene, her face filled with worry. She immediately asked him, Are you sure about this? He replied as he climbed down. He's safer up there than we are. That light is way too blinding for anything to get close. He thought back to the chopper that flew by their lifeboat earlier. A thought clicked in his head. Based on the number of helicopters that just flew by, this area is probably a safe zone, which means we're likely to see a lot more of them. Now, we just have to hope and wait. Right then, the comments lit up. You trust those people? What if they capture you? He shook his head. Beats dying out here, guys. His mind flashed to Maxidao Cut, the woman who led him to this mess. Maxidao Cut is the one who got me here. It wasn't the safest route, but maybe she didn't want me to get stuck and die. But he was still deep in his own thoughts. I'm a little suspicious about the engine suddenly breaking down, and the complete lack of any flares. Seeing him look so lost in thought, Song Hana finally spoke up. What is it? He just laughed and looked at her. Can I ask how old you are? She gave him a curious look, then replied, Is that really important right now? Chon Su immediately got serious. He stepped closer, explaining his idea. We're in this together, so it's better if we know each other. I feel like we're around the same age. Maybe. Hearing that, Song Hana froze, realizing something wasn't right. She placed a hand on her chest and explained, What do you mean maybe? I'm 26. He looked at her, surprised, then nodded. Okay, good. I'm 26 too. Let's be partners. She was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. That's it? But then he suddenly got serious again. Do you think we should trust the people we might meet in the future? She looked at him, confused. She felt this was getting pretty weird. What are you trying to say? He held up a finger in front of her face, explaining his train of thought. I'm trying to tell you what you need to do to protect yourself. Her face immediately darkened. He kept going. Civilians like us, with no soldiers around to protect us, are incredibly easy targets. The audience watching his long, persuasive speech just laughed. He's worried she's going to ditch him. This kid never changes. Chon Su's expression turned dangerous. He spoke slowly, explaining it to her. Aren't you worried that other people will take advantage of us if they find out we're just temporary allies? Of course, there are no guarantees, but if we can pretend to be longtime teammates by knowing a few things about each other, there's a high chance they'll believe it and let us pass. At this point, he looked directly at Song Hana. Whether you agree with this decision or not is up to you. She hesitated, thinking for a long moment. Seeing her strange reaction, he pushed a little more. I want you to know that you'll have to take responsibility for your own decision. Hearing him say that directly, she nodded in understanding, then hesitated to say something. Seeing her pause like that, he asked, surprised. So, you don't agree? She quickly waved her hands, embarrassed. No, it's not that. Then, Song Hana's gaze became firm. She finally said what was on her mind. We just need to make people think we're friends, right? The viewers were surprised and amused. So she finally agreed. He gave a slight nod. That should be enough, he said. If anyone asks, just tell them we've been to hell and back, through life and death together. Just then, a helicopter flew overhead, and the little black dog instantly began flashing a signal toward it. Seeing the chopper get closer, Chon Su gave Song Hana a look. Get ready, the helicopter's here. She nodded immediately, Understanding. Right. The helicopter slowly approached their lifeboat. Down below, Chon Su shouted instructions to his little dog. Up here! That's it! As soon as he climbed up, the dog started licking his face excitedly. He looked at the helicopter right in front of him and said, I'll praise you later. Stop licking me for a second. Just then, a person on the helicopter shouted down to him, Everyone down there, are you okay? Chon Su felt like he'd just hit the lottery. The rescuer continued over the loudspeaker. Hang in there, we're going to get you out now. At that moment, hundreds of other helicopters appeared in the sky. He froze on the spot. The rescuers kept urging him. Chon Su, hurry up. He nodded, confirming, and slowly jumped onto the helicopter. And just like that, a notification pops up on his screen. Your reward has expired. Suddenly, Chon Su feels himself tipping backward, his mind racing in panic. My weight, it's back to normal. But in that instant, a hand shoots out and grabs his arm. It's Song Hana, leaning down from above, screaming at him, Hang on tight. He just stares, completely stunned into silence. Honestly, he looks a little moved by it. As the helicopter cuts through the air, the two of them just gasp, totally exhausted from the ordeal. Song Hana finally breaks the silence, her voice filled with exhaustion. I really thought we were dead meat back there. Beside her, Chon Su lets out a weary sigh, but then, a cocky smile spreads across his face. You know, if I hadn't stepped in, it would have been game over. You know that, right? The moment he says it, the chat window starts blowing up. For real? You're pulling that card now? But Hana? She just laughs it off, brushing her hair from her forehead. Sure, whatever you say. Seeing how chill she is, the chat lights up again. Roast him, come on, she's way too calm about this. You lost this round, country boy. He presses his lips together, not saying a word, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He quickly turns and offers a small smile to the rescue worker. Thank you for saving me. The man just chuckles and shakes his head. Don't mention it. I'm just glad I could help. There have been way too many people I couldn't save. Chon Su glances toward the silent pilot up front. Just a pilot and one rescue worker. He slumps down into a seat, letting out a heavy breath. Either way, you saved someone important. The soldier looks at him, confused. Important? Right then, Chon Su feels his throat go dry. Hey, you got any water? After getting the bottle, he chugs down a few gulps, looking completely drained. Then, he offers it to Song Hana next to him. You want some? She just nods. He looks at her for a second, then says something incredibly bizarre. If you accept this, you're admitting that I would have been fine even without your help. Hearing that, she just gives him a look, totally speechless. She has no idea what to make of this weirdo in front of her. He suddenly cracks up laughing. I'm kidding. Thanks for the help, really. He quickly turns away, looking super embarrassed now. He thinks to himself, what is wrong with me? Why am I being so petty about who helped who? And then, a realization hits him. He puts a hand to his face and sighs. I honestly didn't think Hana would save me like that. If Maxido hadn't infiltrated her system, I don't think she could have done it. He closes his eyes, sighing again. This time, she saved my life. He immediately turns to the rescuer. Can I ask you something? The soldier seems a bit surprised. What is it? He asks calmly. Where is this helicopter's destination? The man thinks for a moment, then answers. Jeju Island. Hearing that, Chon Su freezes on the spot. He asks again, his voice now laced with dread. Are all the other helicopters going there too? The rescuer, a little surprised by his tone, just nods, confirming his fear. He even explains why. The other routes are blocked. Someone told us we'd have safe airspace. And that piece of info? It only makes Chon Su's anxiety spike. Who told you that? He asks urgently. The rescuer tries to recall the strange person he heard it from, someone on Jeju Island. They said the airport's defense line is solid. His eyes become firm, trying to offer some reassurance. From what I've heard, if we can just get to the building, we'll be safe. That's why everyone is risking it all for Jeju Airport. As he says this, something clicks in Chon Su's mind. He blurts out, the person who gave you this intel, was it a soldier? The rescuer seems surprised by his intense reaction, and he puts a hand to his chin, thinking, I'm not really sure about that. I just heard there's a safe zone there. But Chon Su is far from convinced. A million thoughts are racing through his head. Everyone is heading there based on that little information? The rescuer just sighs and nods. There aren't many safe zones left. People are desperate to find any sanctuary on the mainland. Hearing this, Chon Su's gaze sharpens. He challenges him. Besides Jeju Island, is there nowhere else? It's a question the soldier probably can't answer. The guy is clearly struggling with the question. Somewhere else? Chon Su nods, pressing on. I'm just wondering if there are any other options. Then, he falls silent. His mind flashes with images from the past. Daejeon Station, Pohang Airport, and finally, the wise face of that black dog when he saw him again. A dozen theories are spinning in his head. Is Jeju Island the final destination, or just another stop along the way? He's got a bad feeling he's missed some critical information. The rescuer looks at him with an unreadable expression, then slowly begins to speak again. I'm not sure, but I did hear something strange. Chon Su's interest is piqued. Strange? The man nods, looking uneasy himself. A few people were heading north. To Seoul. That single sentence hits Chon Su like a physical blow. He's completely stunned. But that's the complete opposite direction. Why? He asks frantically. Were there rumors about Seoul? The rescuer just gives him a weary, skeptical look. Like I said, I don't know much. All I know for sure is that some people are going the exact opposite way we are. Hearing that, Chon Su actually starts to relax. He leans back in his seat, thinking, this isn't enough information. He gets lost in his thoughts, when suddenly a system notification pops up. New information has appeared. Chon Su's eyes fly open. He quickly summons the info channel. A reminder flashes on screen. Staying in one location for too long is extremely dangerous. The first piece of intel is a warning. Be careful of the people at the Jeju airport. The next is about the airport itself, equipped with items you will need. And the third, the most important one, Yoon Min Cheon, Yoon Seo Yoon, and Kim Ha Ryeon are on their way to Yongdap Station. When he reads that last piece of information, he freezes solid, absolutely stunned. Chon Su looks completely lost, sweat beading on his face. He's trapped in his own thoughts. They're going to Seoul? Right on cue, the screen is flooded with new comments. They're alive? Talk about a plot twist. His eyes are glued to the warning about Jeju Airport, his mind racing. He immediately gets on the radio to the pilot. Which airport on Jeju are we landing at? The pilot considers for a moment, then explains. Not sure yet. We'll assess the situation as we get closer. The commanders on the ground will probably give us instructions. Hearing that, Chon Su doesn't hesitate to voice his gut feeling. We should land somewhere with fewer people. We don't have to land directly at the airport. But before he could finish, the pilot just snaps. I'll know when I see it myself. Hearing that, our guy gets furious, turning to stare the pilot down. What's with the attitude? But the man just sits there, radiating hostility. Instantly, the chat window starts blowing up. That guy doesn't seem like he's on the rescue team. You're just now noticing? For real? Chon Su immediately yanks off his headset. He turns to the rescuer across from him. Wasn't he the one who answered the radio first? Something felt way off. The rescuer hesitates for a second, then explains. Him? We just ran into him. I needed someone who could fly a chopper, so I asked for his help. Hearing this, Chon Su slaps his headset back on and pitches his idea to the pilot. Sir, we have no idea what the situation is at the airport. We should land somewhere quiet. The pilot, still annoyed, just grunts back. We'll see. Seeing Chon Su looking so on edge, people in the chat were confused. He doesn't want to land at the airport? Isn't that the whole point? You saw the info. He pulls his headset off again to explain to everyone, I'm just being cautious. Heading straight for the airport usually means walking into a trap. Just then, his black dog, watching the skies, suddenly lets out a few sharp barks. A warning. He looks outside and his blood runs cold. His eyes go wide. How are there so many? Right in front of him, hundreds of helicopters, planes, and private jets, all swarming towards the same point as them. He couldn't believe it. All these planes are trying to land on Jeju Island? The rescuer stares out the window, his voice trembling. Look at them. They're all speeding up. Chon Su frantically grabs the headset, shouting at the pilot. Do you see what's happening? We need to land somewhere else to avoid a crash. The pilot just explains with a completely blank face. Landing anywhere besides an airport could be even more dangerous. Hearing that, Chon Su completely loses his cool, screaming his thoughts out loud. Did someone promise us protection if we land at the airport or something? At this rate, we're going to collide with another plane and die. The pilot, shamelessly calm, just replies over the headset, I know, loud and clear. Chon Su had to physically swallow his rage. Meanwhile, the chat window filled with comments. Dude, cool it. Arguing with the pilot won't help. He's the only one who can fly this thing. Maybe work on your anger management. But then, a small hand gently rests on his shoulder. A comforting gesture. Songhana, sitting behind him, whispers a reminder. Calm down. He immediately falls silent. She points outside, explaining what he missed. Something is tailing us. Looking at the monsters swarming the skies, he instantly recognized them. The mayflies. Of course. A second later, a helicopter explodes mid-air. The viewers watching this spectacular sight quickly started commenting. One less competitor. Looks like the fireworks show is about to begin. He puts his headset back on, warning the pilot, "We have to get out of here." The pilot immediately yanks a lever, surprising Chon Su with his speed. As the pilot scans the chaos outside, Chon Su screams out a warning, yelling to everyone on board, "Everyone, hold on tight." In the next instant, the sky erupts in a chain reaction of explosions from the other helicopters. Their own chopper dives straight down towards the ocean surface. He screams out another warning, "Brace for impact." The rescuer and Song Hana weren't prepared at all. They were thrown forward, crying out in pain. But the pilot's face? Stone cold. He didn't seem to care in the slightest. To be blunt, his face was completely emotionless. All around them, most of the other aircraft had been destroyed. The sky was just one massive explosion after another. Chon Su was now beyond worried. This life-or-death situation gave him no time to rest. People watching the stream were freaking out in the comments. Are they going to be okay? I think so, but just watching this is making me dizzy. More and more planes plummeted into the cold sea below. Only a handful were left, all of them racing forward as fast as they could. Thinking the worst was over, Chon Su lets out a long, exhausted sigh. The rescuer looks up, amazed. "We're alive? Is it over?" But Chon Su just stares out the window, his expression still tense with worry. His strange reaction didn't go unnoticed. Song Hana immediately asks him, "Are you all right?" "Your face." He forces a small smile and points outside. "You're sharp. Look out there." The other planes are starting to fly erratically because of those mayflies. She saw it too, more and more aircraft swerving wildly. She muttered anxiously, "At this rate, they're definitely going to crash into each other." But his next words sent a chill down her spine. "I could be next." That's what every single one of them is thinking right now. They're panicking. They can't risk ditching in the ocean, parachute or not. The closer we get to the airport, the more dangerous this becomes. He turns to the pilot, speaking into the mic. "Everyone's communicating on a shared channel, right?" The pilot just nods. Then, he makes a request. "Can you let me listen in?" The pilot, without a word, taps the screen. Immediately, a storm of cursing and screaming fills the headset. "You son of a beep. Back off. Are you trying to kill us all? Negative. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Don't you threaten me with your tiny little plane. You're the reason we're all delayed in the first place. Shut your damn mouth. Your engine's on fire. Go crash into someone else." "Oh yeah? Who here doesn't have an engine problem?" Chon Su just freezes, listening to the absolute chaos. The pilot speaks up again, his voice flat. "Do you get it now? Getting these people to cooperate is impossible." Chon Su stares ahead helplessly and curses under his breath. "This is a damn mess." The pilot's voice came over the mic again. "So you finally realize getting them to work together is a lost cause, huh? What a disaster." He continued, "I still don't agree with landing outside the airport." Hearing this, Chon Su shot him a sharp, disbelieving look. "Are you afraid we won't get that protection if we do?" The pilot just nods, confirming it. At that answer, Chon Su grits his teeth in pure anger. "A minute ago you said you'd see, but you were just being stubborn the whole time." His eyes turned sharp as daggers. He cut straight to the point. "How good do you think you are at flying this thing?" The pilot's face didn't change one bit. He answered slowly, "I'm an expert, a master." And then Chon Su made his move, proposing something absolutely insane. "In that case, can you fly with your eyes closed?" The pilot just froze when he heard what Chon Su said. He was completely baffled. "Close my eyes?" People watching this on screen were losing it in the comments. What the hell, is he messing with the pilot? If he closes his eyes, you're all taking a one-way trip to the bottom of the ocean. Chon Su didn't even hesitate and asked again. "Let me rephrase. Can you fly with limited visibility?" The pilot actually considered it. After a moment, he slowly explained. "If I can see the flight path ahead of time, I could probably manage for a little while." Chon Su pressed him. "Are you sure?" The pilot looked surprised. He thought about it, then asked, "You have a plan, don't you?" And that's when Chon Su cracked a cryptic smile. He glanced to the side and gave a signal. "I'm about to light a flare." The little black dog next to him looked up, completely clueless. A second later, it was howling. A blinding light enveloped the poor thing as it yelped helplessly. But hey, at least our guy showed a little mercy. He tied a rope around the small dog, and then dangled it from the helicopter. It was barking its head off, completely powerless. The choppers behind them saw this, and were in total shock. What is that light? My eyes! A moment later, another helicopter exploded. The radio channels erupted into pure chaos, filled with desperate screams. I can't see anything. Pilots from the surrounding aircraft, blinded by the light, screamed for help. Save us! Hey, go! Chon Su just stood there on his helicopter. He watched the whole scene unfold. The screaming didn't stop. My eyes! Seeing him in the middle of the danger, people flooded the comment window. Is he going to go blind? Is he just going to stand there? The pilot, number 119, shielded his eyes in disbelief. What the hell is this light? Chon Su just kept that strange, confident smile on his face. He was clearly enjoying this, and people watching were losing their minds over his attitude. He's completely lost it. No wonder I can't see a thing. Just then, the stunned pilot asked him, how is 1 or 2 flares not bright enough? Not to mention, we've already used up everything you brought with you. Chon Su's answer was firm. Those cheap market fireworks can't compare to what we're about to use. So please, just answer the question. Can you fly with your eyes closed? The pilot glanced over his shoulder. After a tense moment, he finally nodded. As long as you don't set it off right in my face, I can do it. Chon Su nodded and gave him the signal. Keep your goggles on tight and hold the flight path. And please, patch me through to the public channel. The second he was connected, the channel was flooded with furious shouting. What are you doing? Get out of the way. We're in a hurry. Move it, you damn idiots. Chon Su's calm voice suddenly cut through the noise. Could everyone please calm down? If we keep this up, we're all going to crash into each other. A voice immediately screamed back at him. You think we don't know that, you little punk? We're in a hurry. We have to land first. Someone else chimed in on the public channel. A helicopter can land anywhere. We don't have a flight path, so we can't get down. Chon Su just smiled and explained over the radio. I understand where you're coming from, but talking like this isn't going to solve anything. If nobody gives an inch, Jeju Airport is going to turn into a disaster zone. He continued trying to reason with them. Let's cooperate. It's the only way we can. Before he could finish, an angry voice cut him off. Shut your mouth. Chon Su's eyes narrowed. The pilots were now just screaming and cursing at one another. Do you have any idea who's on our plane? Their lives are worth 100 of yours. That did it. Chon Su finally snapped, his voice filled with rage as he shot back. What did you just say? The guy on the other end confirmed it without hesitation. I said their lives are worth more than yours. The comments on the live feed exploded. Oh man, that guy is dead. Here we go. Say a prayer for that dude. Calmly, Chon Su stood up and tied the rope to his black dog. He didn't forget to warn everyone else. Put your goggles on. The voice on the other end sounded confused, not understanding him. Chon Su repeated the warning. Put your goggles on if you want to live. Hearing his smug tone, the other pilots got even more furious and started shouting insults. What the hell is this guy talking about? Eat this. Chon Su completely ignored their curses. He turned to the people around him. Goggles on. Don't be selfish. I'll take care of the monsters. Your cockpit glass won't be enough. Put them on and get ready to land on your own. They just kept screaming at him. Guess some people never learn. Like I'm falling for your trick. I'm landing first. Chon Su just picked up his dog and let out a long, unreadable sigh. He speaks up, his voice cutting through the fear. These things are sensitive to light. I'll handle it. Seeing him step up, the live chat explodes. He's giving those guys a chance to live and they just spit on it? How is he so calm? He's trying to keep his own inner beast on a leash while the community channel just keeps throwing insults his way. Stop wasting my time with this act. I'll blow your helicopter out of the sky. The message flashes. Done. Suddenly, Hana snaps to attention, her eyes locked on him. She's worried and asks him straight up, "What's with that look on your face, Chon Su?" He just cracks this wild, confident smile. He's fighting to control that monster inside as he calmly speaks to her. You heard me warn them, didn't you? And with that, he slowly slides the helicopter door open. Everyone watching this on their screens is on the edge of their seats. The chat goes crazy. Let's go. You got this. Seeing him rush the door with a dog in his arms, she screams at him to stop. Wait. The rescuer next to her is just as shocked. What are you doing? Without hesitation, he throws his little dog out into the open and shouts a command. Highest level, light. The poor thing lets out a helpless, terrified yelp. Just then, back in reality, the little dog started barking its head off in terror. The other helicopters erupted in flames, one by one. They could only ask in stunned disbelief. What the hell? After a moment, the community channel went dead silent. Chon Su seemed satisfied with this, nodding to himself. Finally, some quiet. The rescue worker slowly opened his eyes. Hearing the sudden silence, he glanced outside to check on the situation. But now, all the surrounding helicopters were gone, crashed into the sea. They'd all logged out, leaving him even more thrown for a loop. What the hell just happened? Chon Su stood at the helicopter door, signaling for his shadow hound to kill the lights. The rescue worker stared at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was that? What did you just do? Chon Su just stepped inside, holding the small dog, and explained with a calm smile that they'd had an accident. Ran into each other. He looked down at the airport below, telling everyone this was their chance to make a safe landing. Staring down at Jeju Island's airport, he was hit with a wave of surprise, remembering he'd just been there on a school trip. And then, the helicopter touched down. Safe and sound. The rescue worker cheered in relief. We did it. But then he glanced awkwardly at the shadow hound, his expression turning somber. Chon Su turned to Song Hana. He didn't forget to tell the guy, "We'll catch up later, you go on ahead." Hearing that, the rescuer just turned and walked away. He waved a quick goodbye. See you later. Watching this little farewell, the viewer started blowing up the chat window. Are you sure about letting him go like that? He looks a little jumpy. For a guy whose job is saving people, he doesn't have much nerve. Go, Chon Su stared ahead, his voice low as he replied through the system. He's not scared. Just uncomfortable. His fist clenched tight, the dog's eyes never leaving his face as he got lost in his own thoughts. After all, I'm the one who caused all those planes to crash. He probably doesn't want to travel with someone who works against his very purpose. Song Hana immediately rushed over, pointing back at the pilot. Go, Chon Su just grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Let's go. The pilot just stood there, frozen. As they walked away, he told her, don't pay him any mind. My thank you was more than enough. He glanced back, and the viewers immediately burst out laughing, flooding the chat. That dude is still staring. I think the pilot has a thing for you. Chon Su sighed, replying flatly, he's not my type. The more Chon Su thought about it, the angrier he got. He let his frustration simmer, thinking, yeah, the guy has skills, but he landed the chopper in a wide-open space. Stubborn fool. Just then, he remembered the system notification. Be careful of the people at the airport. He muttered to himself, completely bewildered. What does that mean? Is there someone dangerous here? His eyes scanned the area as a dark thought crossed his mind. That means the first responder and that pilot could be extremely dangerous. Hearing that, the viewers immediately started clowning him in the chat. The most dangerous person at Jeju Airport is Chon Su, so that's why you let those two go. Right then, two people peeked inside, getting a look at the situation. Chon Su asked his viewers in surprise, Hey guys, you see anything in there? The chat window instantly blew up with replies. Dude, we're not your personal binoculars. There's nothing in there. Hearing that, he reached out and touched the door. He felt something was off. Instantly, he whipped his head around to check his surroundings. His eyes landed on some bizarre, bright red flowers. Song Hana looked surprised. What is it? He just shook his head and told her, let's just go inside. The two of them slowly stepped into the building. Looking around, he couldn't shake a worried thought. Something felt very, very strange. Song Hana scanned the empty terminal. There's no one here. He just nodded, confirming her observation. Chon Su kept assessing the area, not missing a single detail. A single thought echoed in his mind. It's suspiciously clean, no trace of zombies or monsters. Then he noticed patches of unscrubbed green moss on the ground. He was surprised. There's just a little moss clinging around. Right then, comments flooded the screen, pointing out exactly what it was, hell moss. He read the comments out loud in shock. What's hell moss? His viewers immediately started explaining. It's bad news. Don't touch it. If you do, you'll become a living moss spore and explode, leaving absolutely nothing behind. You'll literally vanish into thin air. Hearing that, his face went pale. He made a quick calculation. Avoid that stuff at all costs. Suddenly, the shadow hound detected something. It started barking urgently, trying to warn him. Song Hana moved closer to look, asking in surprise, is that a survivor? He placed a hand on the hound's head and gave an order. Go check it out. The little dog immediately trotted over to the strange man, sniffing him suspiciously. After a moment, it happily trotted back, signaling the all clear. The thought immediately hit him. Not a zombie. The man slowly started to wake up from the barking. Then, he shot upright. Chon Su walked over to him. But the moment the man saw him, he let out a terrified, helpless scream, freezing our guy in his tracks. He had no idea what was wrong with this guy. The man panicked as Chon Su got closer, and then just screamed again, completely losing it. Chon Su was speechless. He still couldn't figure out what this guy's problem was. Suddenly, the man dropped into an attack stance. In a flash, he bolted straight towards him. In less than a second, he was closing in on Chon Su, ready to throw a punch. But our boy? He doesn't do theatrics. He delivered one simple kick, sending the guy flying backward onto the ground. The man held up a hand and coughed twice, explaining, "Don't mind me. I'm just a homeless guy." Chon Su stared at him, baffled. "Are you kidding me? Homeless? In Jeju Airport?" With things so tense, the man quickly tried to explain. "I'm telling you the truth. I only reacted because I saw your axe. I'm really homeless." Chon Su immediately raised his axe toward the man, threatening, "I'll beat the truth out of you." The guy panicked, waving his hands and shaking his head. "Wait, I'm a backpacker." Hearing that, Chon Su paused. He double-checked the information. "A backpacker?" This supposed homeless man continued his explanation. "I don't know if you've heard the news about me. I'm half British, half Korean. I started my journey from England, and I was supposed to catch a flight here to China." Hearing his story, the chat lit up with comments of surprise. "I think I get it now." And Chon Su started to realize something too. He asked the man, surprised, "So you're traveling from England to China, but your flight got cancelled, so now you're stuck here? Waiting for a cheaper flight, right?" The guy's face lit up in agreement. "You're really smart." Chon Su stepped closer with a small smile. "Thanks for the compliment." Then his eyes turned cold as he questioned him. "Do you have any idea what's happening outside?" The man looked surprised by the question. He asked curiously, "Outside? What are you talking about?" Chon Su was floored by his clueless act. "Is this guy for real?" He immediately pressed him. "You haven't seen any monsters appear? Zombies?" The man just shook his head. "No." So Chon Su decisively kicked him right in the face, yelling, "How is that even possible?" The guy was completely stunned by the kick. He quickly sputtered out in a panic, "I'm serious. I have no reason to lie. What exactly is out there that's got everyone so scared?" Chon Su couldn't believe it. Before him stood a man who knew absolutely nothing about the current state of the world. The man pleaded, "Please, kid, go." Chon Su slowly took his foot away and asked, "What's outside the airport?" He slowly sat up and recounted what he knew. "I don't know. I've never been out to check. The other people already did." That caught Chon Su's interest. "Other people?" The man nodded. "The people who live here now." His eyes darted nervously behind him as he spoke. He slowly revealed some critical information. "The first floor is for domestic flights. Refugees from the nearby area all gathered there. I don't know why they're there." Hearing this, Chon Su started to connect the dots. A strange smile appeared on his face as he let out a soft breath. "You said it yourself. Everyone is terrified of the monsters, but you talk like you've never even seen one." The man quickly tried to defend himself. "I've never set foot outside. People were talking about monsters like you said, but it was so chaotic, I couldn't get a clear story." Suddenly, a noise from another direction made Chon Su immediately whip his head around, to the strange movement. Seeing the moss growing all over the walls, he thought in surprise, "Looks like quite a few people have left the airport, but the runway is still empty." He looked in another direction, assessing the situation. "That means something unusual is happening out there." The chat window flooded with comments. "Suspicious. This guy's an idiot. Just take him outside and leave him." Chon Su turned back and informed Song Hana, "I'm going downstairs." Hugh Hogwarts, sitting off to the side, looked startled that they were about to leave. Chon Su continued explaining to her, "If there are people down there, I'll ask around and see what's going on." Hugh glanced at the two of them, a little curious. He asked the pair, "So, why not ask me a few more questions? If you just asked me, you wouldn't have to risk going down there." Chon Su shot him a furious glare and said in an ice-cold voice, "Are you looking for another beating?" Hugh immediately waved his hands, explaining, "It's just, there are some weird guys down there. They're way scarier." Hearing this, Chon Su looked at Hugh Hogwarts in surprise. "Scarier?" At that, Hugh's face went pale as he nodded. "You're scary, too. But seriously, don't go down there." The viewers were quick to comment on his attitude. "Something's off about that guy. Why is he warning the person who just beat him up? Who knows?" Hugh Hogwarts stood up and explained with a laugh, "I don't mean you any harm. I'm just looking out for my own safety. I don't want you going down there and kicking the hornet's nest." Chon Su instantly understood. He pressed him again. "So the people downstairs will take an interest in you if I go down there?" Hugh nodded, confirming it. From that, Chon Su pieced together a crucial piece of info. "If you're stuck here because you can't fly, why didn't you go to the third floor? For international flights. Why come down to this level? Hugh Hogwarts looked a little uncomfortable answering. He nervously explained, "It's scary up there, too. When I woke up, all the flights had already taken off and there was no one left. The place was totally empty. So I came down to another floor to check things out." His voice faltered for a second, but he decided to tell him everything. "Don't go down there. The guys downstairs are all crazy. It's all because of that. That 7.5 division." The name made Chon Su jolt in shock. He rushed to ask, "What did you say?" He closed the distance, grabbing the man by the collar and demanding, "What did you just say?" Seeing how serious he was, the man asked in a panic, "Did I do something wrong? Why are you so serious all of a sudden?" "I don't know much." Fear was written all over his face as he slowly explained everything he'd heard. "That division. They said that as long as we kept order in the airport, they'd take everyone to a safe place. So the people downstairs formed some kind of enforcement group, but the 7.5 division never showed up. You can probably guess the rest, right?" Hearing this, Chon Su let go of Hugh Hogwarts' collar. A single thought ran through his mind. Being given that kind of power can easily corrupt people, but still, he didn't fully trust this guy. He turned to Song Hana. "What's your take on this?" She thought for a moment, then voiced the suspicion nagging at her. "If we need more proof, then let's start with the basics. I travel a lot, so I know a few things." She then stepped closer to Hugh Hogwarts and locked eyes with him. "You said you're waiting for a connecting flight, right? Is that flight on the same route as ours?" When Hugh nodded, confirming it was, she pressed on. Now that she had him, she dropped her bold idea. "Can we see your passport and your ticket?" "If you're on the same flight path, you should have your ticket by now." Hugh hesitated, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "You want to see both? Can't I just show you my passport?" She shook her head, her voice firm. "We need both. A passport alone doesn't prove you're telling the truth." Standing off to the side, Chon Su watched the whole scene unfold, a small, satisfied smile on his face. Hearing this, Hugh Hogwarts immediately started digging through his jacket pockets. I put it in my bag," he stammered, getting up to explain himself. "I was afraid of losing it, so I tucked it away." But just then, the black dog let out a low, menacing growl. Chon Su just gave his little companion a look. "It's fine, you go with him." Hugh glanced back at them, his voice faltering. I'll be right back." As he left, Chon Su and Song Hana sat down on a bench, and he let out a sigh. "Looks like we'll be waiting a bit." The viewers watching through the system window immediately started commenting, "Why is he so calm about this? Yeah, just ditch that guy and get a move on. Hey, don't expect us to help you if you run into some freaks down there." Chon Su turned to the screen and answered them all. "I'm not planning on relying on you guys that much anyway. If there's a risk to be taken, I'll be the one to take it." But inside, his thoughts were racing. This is the international terminal. He glanced around the empty Jeju International Airport. Once we hit the international gates, the danger level is going to spike. Not even a minute later, Hugh Hogwarts came rushing back, passport and ticket in hand. "I'm back. Here." Song Hana immediately took them to examine the documents, as Chon Su asked, surprised, "You good?" She nodded, a hint of suspicion still in her voice. "I'm no expert, but he's telling the truth. Everything here matches up with what he said." Chon Su took the passport for a look himself, then addressed Hugh. "All right. I'm still not 100% convinced, but I'll hear you out for now." Hugh looked shocked that he still had doubts after seeing the proof. "Still?" our boy asked, studying the passport intently. "Something still feels off, don't you think?" He then called out his name again. Hearing his name, Hugh's expression turned. "Strange. Chon Su handed the passport back. "You should come with us." At that suggestion, Hugh looked completely terrified. He immediately waved his hands, refusing. Chon Su pointed to Song Hana, trying to reassure him. "We need a guide, and you've been through this area. What's the problem?" Hugh frantically tried to explain. "But I don't know it well. I already told you. I don't want to go down there." That was the final straw. Chon Su stood up. "Really? I guess there's no other way." He then called out sharply to Song Hana, startling her, before calling his dog. "Let's go." She looked at him, worried. "Are you sure? Isn't that really dangerous?" He just gripped his weapon tighter and nodded. "We can't waste any more time sitting here." As he walked away, he threw one last comment over his shoulder to Hugh Hogwarts. "Thanks for the warning. We'll be careful." Song Hana gave a small nod goodbye. Hugh just stared after them, a conflicted, unreadable expression on his face. It was like he was wrestling with a huge decision. A moment later, the two of them were headed downstairs. The viewer chat lit up again, eerily quiet. Is there anyone down there? Chon Su and Song Hana stepped into the lower level, scanning the area. He thought to himself, completely baffled. He said this place was crawling with people, but then, he realized something was wrong. In an instant, he broke into a sprint, dashing ahead. She called out, worried. What is it? He glanced back. Just stay there for a second. He ran into another area, searching frantically. Where did it go? Suddenly, a teddy bear peeked its head out, looking at him with wide, surprised eyes. Chon Su's whole vibe shifted. A huge, almost deranged grin spread across his face. Take me to that spot. Seeing his sudden change, the viewers erupted in laughter and comments. This bastard's mood swings are way too natural, lol. Run, Olieberry, run. He joyfully chased after the little bear, his mood now completely lifted. He thought happily. In this whole world, you're the only little buddy I'd follow without question. Then a new problem hit him. The only issue is, do I have enough money? He stopped dead in his tracks, frozen by the sight before him. He didn't know what to do. In front of him were 2 chests, priced at 23 gen and 6 general. His mind reeled. Are you serious right now? The scene just paralyzed him, not knowing what to do. 2 chests, 23 gen and 6 general. Is this some kind of sick joke? Seeing his strange reaction, the viewers were confused. Look at him freaking out over 2 chests. Don't you have 57 gen? But Chon Su was ignoring them completely. His thoughts raced. They're both defensive items? The comments kept rolling in. If he buys one, he'll lose over half his cash. Then just open the 23 gen one already. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, he was worried. Using too much here could put me at a serious disadvantage later on. He stared at the 6 gen chest and made his choice. He slowly approached it, swallowed hard, and declared, I'll open the 6 gen one. And when he did, his eyes fell on a flashlight. He yelled in pure disbelief. What? He suddenly remembered the flashlight that had saved him from a monster before. This is the same item I got last time. Chon Su was speechless, holding the flashlight and screaming internally. Why? I thought everything down here would be useful. How could this? The viewers watching were absolutely loving it. Fail. Rip, you unlucky bastard. His eyes were filled with utter despair. His mind flashed back to his last narrow escape. I barely got away last time. I never want to see that thing again. He immediately glanced over at the other option. A decision was made. Well, no other choice. Chon Su stared at the 23 gen chest, his mind made up. I'm opening this one. The viewers went wild. Okay, be careful, it's gonna be trash again. The chest slowly creaked open in front of him. Inside was a single, solitary key. At this, the viewers on screen laughed even harder. What's that even supposed to do? His mind is totally broken. He's not even reacting anymore. But this time, Chon Su was different. He wasn't at all like they thought. He snatched the key, holding it up with a triumphant scream of pure joy. Holy crap, guys, look at this. It's a key. Seeing him act this way, everyone was a little confused. One viewer even commented on his attitude. Guess he has no idea what's going on. He just laughed, holding the key high for everyone to see. You guys don't get it, do you? This is a key. Keys always open treasure rooms, or escape routes. Clutching it tightly, he announced with a grin, if you find one, you can never, ever pass it up. A player immediately donated 1 gen with a message. I'll take it. The on-screen messages started popping off one after another. What if it's not? True. He just laughs, explaining it to everyone on screen. A few people immediately pop up, like, see? Told you I was right. And thanks for the expensive gear, by the way. His teammates just shoot. Chon Su a look. He holds up a key, giving it a once-over, then grins. This is a low-danger zone, he says confidently. Whatever we're looking for, it's definitely not here. But things are never that easy, are they? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from Song Hana shatters the calm. He whips around, a wave of panic hitting him hard. He looks down at his little black dog. Why weren't you with her? No time for an answer. He just bolts, sprinting as fast as his legs can carry him. As he gets closer, Chon Su ducks behind a door to get a look at the situation. What's going on? Then he hears Song Hana's voice again. Desperate. Let me go. She's being held by 2 strange guys. He recognizes their uniforms instantly. They're dressed like cops. They're trying to restrain her while she fights back with everything she has. He's confused. Airport security, maybe? Chon Su glances over at his little dog. His little furball, Shadow. But the dog's attitude is pure sass, just looking away with contempt. The viewers are loving it, spamming the chat. Aw, he's sulking. Didn't you just yell at him? Chon Su just sighs. All right, cool it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I'll make it up to you later. And just like that, the dog's mood flips completely. Chon Su cracks a smile, giving it a little hand signal. You take the left, I've got the right. He thinks to himself with a smirk. So easy to bribe. 1. He signals again. On 3. We go. His hand shoots forward. Tfo. And on 3 he explodes into action, charging straight for the guys holding Songhana. Absolutely no hesitation. He swings his weapon, cracking it right over one of the cops' heads, making him scream in agony. The other guy freezes, totally stunned, before turning on him to demand answers. Who the hell are you? Go, Chon Su just stares him down, completely calm. I don't think I need to answer that. The guy tightens his grip, using Songhana as a human shield. Chon Su frantically looks around. Wait, where's Shadow? And the people watching this mess? They're dying laughing. The chat fills up. He totally bailed on you. Guess you should have checked the affection meter. Our hero is losing it, just screaming internally in pure frustration. What the hell is an affection meter? What are you guys even talking about? He's snapped back to reality by the guard, who's now screaming right in his face. Answer me. Are you with her? I've never seen you two around here before. You must be outsiders. Go Chon Su just gives a simple nod. Yeah, that's right. Hearing that sends the guard over the edge. You damn outsiders, daring to barge into our airport and mess everything up. Chon Su lets out an exhausted sigh. Is everyone on Jeju Island this uptight? I swear people were way nicer the last time I was here. Shut your mouth! The guard screams back, pure hatred burning in his eyes. He glares at Chon Su. I was hoping those things out there would kill all you damn pests. But since you wandered into my area, I guess I'll have to take care of you myself. Chon Su is genuinely shocked. This is way worse than what Hyun had warned him about. Songhana's face is turning pale, the guy's grip choking her. Chon Su speaks slowly, deliberately. Who's taking care of who, now? He raises his weapon, aiming right at the guy's face. Let her go. She can't breathe. And that moment of distraction? It's all the opening Songhana needs. She slams her high heel right onto his foot. Hard. He howls in pain, and she immediately follows up with a sharp elbow to his throat. He just chokes out a single word. You. But she wasn't done. Not even close. Songhana follows up with a solid punch right between his legs. Yeah. You can feel that one through the screen. Oh, that had to hurt. The viewers are going wild in the chat. Clean hit. That's a critical. And just as the guy starts to fall, Shadow, the little black dog, leaps out of nowhere and just tears into him. The man's screams are useless as the dog brutally finishes the job. Go Chon Su is stunned to see his pet finally show up. You just came for the finishing blow? The viewers are just as shocked, and the comments start flying. He's learning from his master. Someone types. They're totally syncing up. Seeing his pet going a little overboard, Chon Su quickly steps in. Hey, we need at least one of them alive for information. Hearing that, Shadow nods in understanding. Then Chon Su looks down at the guy's completely shredded face. Man, you're pretty ruthless. The chat immediately calls him on it. Says the guy who just smashed a weapon into someone's skull. At least the other guy didn't suffer like this one. Why would he attack a cop like that? Go Chon Su reads the comments and just lets out a long sigh. He's completely baffled. Guys, snap out of it, he says to the viewers. Look at their uniforms. He takes another hard look at what the men were wearing. Then he explains his theory. That's an inspector's uniform. There's no way a guy in his 20s could reach that rank so easily. And suddenly, it clicks for everyone watching. Maybe they're stolen. Go Chon Su's eyes shift to the first guy he knocked out, who's still on the ground. He demands, "Who are you?" The man just gurgles, screaming helplessly. The chat chimes in with some dark humor. I don't think he can talk, man. His lips are gone. Go, Chon Su keeps pressing him. Answer me. The guy is just mumbling, trying to force out words. Chon Su loses his patience. What is it? Finally, a single word escapes. Enforcer. Chon Su immediately leans in close, his ear right next to the man's mouth. Did you say, enforcer? With his last breath, the guy whispers back, You're finished. And just like that, he passes out cold, leaving Chon Su stunned. He turns to the camera and announces, Man, kids these days are so weak. Can't believe he just fainted like that. The viewers are having none of it. Dude, don't act like you aren't the same age as that guy. You're barely older than him. I think he hit his head pretty hard when he fell. Just then, Songhana coughs a few times and steps closer. That was close. Thank you. He nods back at her. Don't mention it. Are you okay? Suddenly, a faint cough echoes from nearby. Chon Su just starts laughing. Looks like this one still has some energy to bother us. He walks over to the downed man with a grin. Guess he's still useful after all. The guy just lies on the cold floor, coughing weakly. Then, totally out of nowhere, Chon Su asks her, "Have you ever seen one of those house hunting shows?" She just gives him a confused look, with no idea what he's talking about. A moment later, we see why. They've moved to a huge bathroom. "We've got perfect ventilation," he narrates, "and sparkling clean faucets. It's the perfect place to wash up and restock on water." Chon Su shoves the guy into a grimy restroom and ties him up. He almost has to laugh. The scene, it's almost perfect, like a room designed for one thing and one thing only: interrogation. He grabs a bucket of water and splashes it right in the man's face. Chon Su is wearing the guy's uniform now, and he lets out a surprised chuckle. Gotta love this airport, the water still works. Seeing the captive starting to wake up, he pries his eyes open and asks, "You with me now?" The guy immediately starts screaming in terror. "My eyes!" As the man frantically looks around, Chon Su just grins. Finally wondering where we are? It's a restroom. The man glares at him, his voice full of confused rage. "Who the hell are you?" Our boy just laughs and decides to remind him. "I'm the outsider, remember?" Hearing that, the captive absolutely snaps. He lunges, spitting. "You bastard." But the ropes hold him fast. "What the hell?" he yells, completely bewildered. Chon Su steps in closer. "Starting to get the picture now? I'm calling the shots here." Then, Chon Su pulls out his weapon from behind his back. He gives him a little smile. "What do you think? Suits me, right?" The man's eyes go wide with pure panic. "Is that?" And get this, the viewers watching his stream are blowing up. "That uniform's a perfect fit," one of them comments. "Totally your style." Another viewer chimes in. "He should know how much trouble it was to drag him there." Chon Su just laughs, addressing his audience. "All right, guys, just look the other way. Let me ask him a few questions. I want some answers from you," he says, his tone turning deadly serious. "What are you people doing here? You're all just living inside this airport, right?" The man just glares back, furious. He spits back, "I'm not telling you a damn thing." Chon Su just gives him a chilling little smile and starts walking toward him, slowly. "All right then. Feeling brave?" he asks. "You haven't noticed your friend is missing, have you?" The tough guy act shatters instantly. "Where is he?" Chon Su just raises the axe in his hand with a smug look. "What do you think? He was disrespectful, just like you, so I sent him far, far away." The captive stares back, his face pale, unable to believe what he's hearing. Chon Su gets right in his face, weapon held steady. "Honestly, I don't like to waste time," he says slowly. "I'm busy, and I hate delays. You're not gonna talk? I guess I have no other choice." That's when the guy starts to panic. "Wait!" A tiny smirk appears on Chon Su's face. "Nice to meet you, goodbye." "No!" The man screams in absolute terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Chon Su swings the axe. The man is completely losing it now, letting out a wild, desperate scream. "Wait!" That one word stops the axe mid-swing. Chon Su looks down at him, his eyes like ice. And why is that? The man is beyond terrified. He starts babbling. He's begging now, crying pathetically. "You want to know? I'll tell you everything." Seeing him completely broken, the viewers go nuts. The chat window explodes with laughter. Pathetic. Talking so big before, and now he's begging for his life? A second ago, he said he was going to handle you. Chon Su looks down at the sobbing mess on the floor. A satisfied smirk spreads across his face as he nods. "That's better. Now you won't end up like your friend. Let's hear what you have to say." Chon Su cuts straight to the chase. "How many of you are there?" Without even thinking, the man answers. "A lot." Chon Su's expression hardens, demanding a real number. "Give me an exact estimate. Now." The man hesitates, then nervously explains. "About 100. Chon Su lets that sink in. 100? He immediately presses on with the next question. "Where are they? I haven't seen anyone around here." The man sighs, defeated. "They're waiting. On the first floor. For the bus." That gets Chon Su's attention. "A bus?" The man nods. "Yeah, from Division 7.5. Hearing that name, Chon Su sighs. This just got way more complicated. His mind is racing. So, this group is connected to Division 7.5. This is real trouble. The viewers seem just as surprised, flooding the comment window. "This guy is giving up way too much info." Someone types. "He just gave up the division's name." Chon Su, you should be careful what he says. He cocks eyes toward the floating screen and nods in agreement. But he knows something they don't. "Don't you guys get it? This bastard is blinded by his own sense of superiority. Chon Su stares right at the man, voicing his inner thoughts out loud. It doesn't matter if I talk to him now, because I have something he doesn't have. Division 7.5 only lets the chosen get on the bus. An outsider like him can dream on. That's exactly what the captive was thinking. Chon Su's face immediately hardens, filled with killing intent. So why attack outsiders? Couldn't you all just stay put and wait for the bus to arrive? The man shakes his head, explaining, they aren't sending any more buses. A strange fire enters his eyes as he angrily tells the whole story. It's because of people like you trying to sneak in. We only need the chosen ones. And with that, it all clicks into place for Chon Su. The horrible truth hits him. If that's the case, doesn't that make you one of the people being left behind? He asks. It sounds like Division 7.5 just left you here to guard the airport. The captive looks at him with utter disbelief. Chon Su just smiles smugly. Did they actually promise you that the bus would come back? The man is completely losing his composure now. He screams in a rage. Are you calling me a liar? Chon Su just sighs. I'm just using common sense. He then leans in closer to ask another question. Do the others here think the same as you? The man hesitates for a moment, then tells him everything. They're all waiting to eliminate people like you, so they can get on the bus. Then, a twisted, horrifying smile spreads across his face. He looks at Chon Su with pure hatred. Don't even dream about escaping from here. The first floor is completely sealed off. The words hit Chon Su hard. This place isn't a shelter, it's a prison. He can already imagine hundreds of guards patrolling the area. It's like some kind of survival game. Find the exit, all while hiding from the hunters. Realizing this, Chon Su just scratches his head and sighs, voicing his thoughts. Looks like you really enjoy waiting around for a bus that's never going to come, even though you're just another piece of trash that's about to be thrown away. That insult hits its mark. What did you say? The man seethes. Chon Su just continues to mock him. You guys sealed off the first floor to control who gets on first. The airport roads are wide open, but I'm guessing you did that on purpose, to lure people in so you could take them out. A strange, all-knowing smile appears on Chon Su's face. He looks like he can read the man's every thought. Thanks for the information. Now I can finally make my move, and in return, I'll be sure to tell your friend just how pathetic you really are. The guy just froze, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. Chon Su leaned in, a nasty smirk on his face. I'm going to tell them, he taunted, all about how you break with just a little bit of pressure, how you spill every secret and sell out every friend you have. The man finally snapped, screaming, you bastard. But Chon Su was done playing games. He swung the axe hard, a horrifying scream of pure agony. Chon Su just pointed the bloody axe right at his face. Did you forget we're enemies? He asked, lifting the dripping weapon. I have no idea why you were chosen, he went on, but it sure as hell wasn't for your insight. He suppressed his own rage, his glare turning absolutely lethal. One look should have told you not to mess with me. And with that, Chon Su turned and walked away, leaving the man to bleed out. In the chat, the viewers were already weighing in. Bad guys always talk too much. Yep, it always ends like this. And, scene. Song Hana was waiting outside, looking surprised as he stepped out. You're done already? He just gave a nod. Handled. Then he looked over at her, raising an eyebrow. Isn't that shirt a little big on you? She smiled, explaining. Oh, this uniform? I'm just wearing the jacket. And then she told him the story. Turns out she found pants somewhere else. I just swiped a pair from the store next door. He nodded in approval. It suits you. Then his eyes started scanning the area. He was looking for his little dog. Where did Fluffy get to? Song Hana turned and pointed ahead. He's right over there. And there he was, the little dog, trotting towards them happily with a pair of goggles in his mouth. Chon Su was totally confused. What in the world is that? Taking the goggles, he forced a smile. Dog goggles? You want me to put these on you? The dog just nodded, his tail wagging like crazy. The chat immediately lit up. Like owner, like dog. Yeah, he's picking up weird hobbies now. Chon Su just stared at the goggles, completely bewildered. Then, a light bulb went off. Wait a second. This is about what I did on the helicopter, isn't it? The dog gave another enthusiastic nod. Seeing how thrilled the little guy was, he just thought to himself, well, he seems to love the idea. Might as well. And just like that, he slipped the goggles onto Fluffy's face, who looked absolutely ecstatic. With that settled, Song Hana started to move. So, what's our next move? The people around here seem pretty dangerous. Chon Su paused, thinking it over. He remembered what Hugh Hogwarts had told him that there was another group here, and they were most likely forcing other survivors to work for them. He glanced away, a thought crossing his mind. Still, he couldn't bring himself to fully trust that guy. Something about it just felt off. The two of them headed into a shop to gear up. Chon Su immediately grabbed a bag. First things first, we need packs. Then he spotted a handbag on a counter. He carefully removed the strap and turned to Song Hana. Give me your hand. He quickly fashioned it into a weapon, smiling as he showed her. This should be more effective than just wearing rings, he said. Plus, you can always take it off if you need your hands. She just stared at the new contraption on her knuckles, stunned. Her eyes lit up. Whoa. It's like brass knuckles. He let out a sigh. Don't try to fight monsters with it, okay? He looked her dead in the eye. It's for self-defense. Only. She nodded, getting the message. Chon Su then got to his real point. Use it on anyone who looks down on you. Or tries anything funny. Song Hana froze for a second. He added, just don't go overboard. All right, lecture over. Go, Chon Su looked ahead, announcing to his two companions. Okay, we're heading to the 3rd floor. They arrived to find a massive, open area that was completely empty. Not a soul in sight. You've got to be kidding me, she said. Chon Su just walked forward, observing the situation. You know, I never noticed this on my school trip, he said, surprised. The 3rd floor connects directly to the highway overpasses. Walking behind him, Song Hana replied, I never saw it either. Most flights board on the 1st floor. And then it hit him something Hugh Hogwarts had said earlier. Why would he mention this place? His eyes locked onto a collapsed bridge just ahead. It looked strange. The viewers in the chat noticed it too. It's totally destroyed. Did a monster do that? But as Chon Su looked down at the wreckage, he wasn't so sure. The cut was too clean, the debris too fine. It looked like a controlled demolition. He was almost certain the 7.5 Division was behind this. And growing all over the wreckage? Bizarre flowers. Fascinated, Song Hana slowly reached out a hand. What are these weird flowers? Chon Su saw her and yelled out a warning. He lunged forward, pushing her back just in the nick of time as a thorny vine shot out from the plant. The beautiful petals peeled back, revealing 5 horrifying mouths lined with teeth. And of course, the chat went absolutely wild. Look at those teeth. It's not as big as the one near the runway, though. The name Red Devil popped. Chon Su read it, surprised. The Red Devil? Like those plants from the airfield? He let out a long sigh, turning to the shaken Song Hana. All right, new rule. Don't wander around touching random things, especially stuff you've never seen before. She just nodded, completely exhausted. I get it. He turned his attention back to the plants and his viewers. All right, chat. How dangerous are these things? The answers flooded in immediately. They're carnivorous plants. They use a paralytic toxin. If they get big enough, they just swallow you whole. No toxin needed. He stared out at the field of deadly flowers. So they can grow just about anywhere, huh? Chon Su moved forward cautiously to check things out, but it was no good. He turned back, signaling to Song Hana and Fluffy. They're blocking the only way out. We have to head back inside. Let's try the 4th floor. Soon, they found themselves in a massive, spotless lounge. Chon Su sank into a sofa, addressing his viewers. Well, so much for that plan. We're back on the 3rd floor. The chat was just as confused. Wait, the 4th floor was a dead end? You're kidding. What a waste of time. Chon Su sipped on a cup of coffee he'd found, lost in thought. The 4th floor. It was just a blank space, almost like an unrendered area on a video game map. It seemed the 7.5 Division had completely cleared out both floors. He set his cup down. At least he'd found some decent coffee out of it. He actually started to relax for a moment. So this is what a business-class lounge feels like. Seeing him so calm, the viewers were pretty surprised. For an apocalypse, this is pretty chill. Shouldn't he be finding a way down? Nah. It's his first time in a business lounge after all. Suddenly, Song Hana appears and hands him a chocolate bar. You haven't eaten anything yet, have you? She asks, a bit surprised. Chon Su unwraps the candy with a small smile. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. He takes a bite, savoring it. Okay, break time's over. He glances at the gear bag next to him. That phantom he fought before. It wasn't truly dead. He knows it's definitely coming back. As he eats, he asks his viewers on screen, Hey chat, anyone remember how many days I've been stuck at Myeongseong? They think for a second, then the answers roll in. Like 2 or 3 days? A comment reads. You're still thinking about that ghost? He sighs, staring at the flashlight in his bag, and explains. Of course I am. How could I forget after they gave me this flashlight? The chat immediately fires up with new comments. That's rough. Super creepy. We're not forcing you to leave, a viewer writes. It probably needs time to let you recharge. Just then, a donation pops up. 1 gem. The message. Start heading down. The screen instantly floods with comments. Did that guy really pay money just to say that? He's gunning for Maxidao's top spot. Be careful, go Chon Su. Go, Chon Su clenches the empty wrapper in his hand. That settles it. The decision was made. Thanks for the donation, he says. I was planning on going down anyway. He wipes a smear of chocolate from his mouth, his voice firm. Let's move. Straight to the first floor. With that, they grab their backpacks and head for the stairs. Songhana looks over, a little worried. I'm wearing my uniform. You think we'll be okay? Hopefully it's enough to fool them, he says, gripping his weapon. Even if it doesn't, just confusing them is good enough. A door creaks open. He scans the area, taking everything in before speaking. The second floor is empty. We can be sure of one thing. The enemy doesn't have enough people to spread out. They're all focused on the first floor. They keep moving down, and he tries to reassure her. Even though we're about to hit the first floor, you don't need to be so tense. Hearing this, Songhana gives him a surprised look. Why not? He glances at her, explaining calmly. We're not here to fight. We just need to find a way out of the airport. What happens on the first floor doesn't matter. Go Chon Su keeps walking, his mind racing. When this whole game started, I thought just surviving was the only goal. But the 7.5 division. They show up at every single major event I encounter. His gaze hardens, staring into the darkness ahead. It's making me feel like the division isn't just some random NPC. They're part of a much bigger story, one I need to be wary of. Which means I can't afford to waste any more time on these side plots. The more he thinks, the more determined his expression becomes. He makes a promise to himself. Find the 7.5 division's base and do it fast. Meanwhile, 2 cops with weapons are clearing a room, talking to each other. Why haven't we heard from the other guys yet? The one in front nods. They went to the second floor a while ago. Don't tell me they're busy looting the stores. They chat casually as they walk. The captain's not going to be happy if they cause trouble. Yeah, and I think they mentioned something about outsiders, too. Their conversation continues as they reach the staircase. We just caught some firefighter a little while ago. Just one? The guy on top nods. Yeah, only saw one. Then, they both let out a nasty laugh. Considering all those fireworks that went off earlier, the rest of them are probably blown to bits. Suddenly, a door slams shut, making them jump. Startled, they look at each other. What was that? Did a door just close? Was it the wind? They stare nervously at the door in front of them, trying to brush it off despite the growing unease. How can there be wind inside an airport? The other guys must have left a door open. One of them opens the door, nodding. Probably. And just like that, they come face to face with Go Chon Su. The 2 cops stumble back in shock. What the hell? Go Chon Su immediately yells at them. Move it! Get out of the way! They panic. Don't push. The next thing you know, the guy in the back loses his footing and tumbles. He goes crashing down the stairs, taking his partner with him. Go Chon Su just smirks. Man, you guys scared me. Where did they even come from? His viewers go wild in the chat window. Did you guys see how fast he slammed that door? He looked like he was about to scream. A perfect performance. 10 out of 10. Another donation pops up. 1 gem. The message. Magical performance ability. He looks down at the 2 cops sprawled out on the ground and asks, with genuine surprise, are they knocked out? The chat immediately lights up with comments. They're broken. You killed them both. Hearing that, Go Chon Su just scratches his face and replies to the screen. They're dead? Well, I guess that's to be expected. If they were as tough as Songhana, they might have survived. His viewers are completely baffled by what he just said. Songhana opens a door and peeks in, worried. Are you okay? Go. Chon Su immediately hands her a baton. As you can see, I got this off them. Here. She smiles and takes it. Thank you. Then she hesitates for a moment. Wait a second. Go. Chon Su just looks at her, confused. In a flash, she wraps a heavy chain around the baton, smiling at her work. It'd be a waste not to use this chain. The viewers stare in awe at her new weapon. Did she just get a custom design? That's a little over the top. He just nods with a grin. I see that. Go Chon Su then smiles and calls out for his little dog. He lets the small creature out to scout the area, gesturing to see if anyone is out there. The little dog gets right to work, sniffing and looking around everywhere before turning back and shaking its head. Seeing how smart it is, the chat starts commenting again. Looks like no one's there. There aren't any stairs around anyway. Go, Chon Su's expression turns serious. He starts moving forward slowly, telling Song Hana, "Let's go." She seems a little annoyed, gripping her new weapon. "My name is Hana." As they slowly advance, a sudden noise echoes from up ahead. Then a voice screamed, "You've got it all wrong." Startled, he rushed over to see what was happening. The rescue worker from before had been captured by the police group and dragged onto a stage. He was still shouting desperately, "It's all a misunderstanding. Chon Su sent me here." Seeing the rescue worker, Chon Su immediately panicked. "What the hell is that?" He frantically tried to explain to the cops around him, "I didn't know I wasn't allowed in here." But a commander just pointed a finger in the guy's face and announced to the crowd, "We've got another rat sneaking into our waiting area." His eyes burned with pure rage as he stared down the rescue worker. "This guy is trying to steal our bus." Hearing this, the man's face went pale. "What are you talking about?" The commander just kept going, "He must be punished." And with that, he stood up straight. He roared to the cops below, "Comrades, how do you want to punish him?" In an instant, the crowd erupted in a single voice, "Kill him! Execute him! Kill him now!" Chon Su was frozen on the spot. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What the hell are these lunatics talking about? The mob below was like a brainwashed cult, screaming their heads off. "He must be executed. You think the 750th Division sent another bus for people like him? We have to kill him now." The rescue worker kept trying to explain, "You're misunderstanding." But before he could finish, a club smashed into his head. He instantly slumped over, unconscious. Below, the cops chanted relentlessly, "Die! Kill him!" Chon Su watched the whole thing from the side, absolutely horrified. His viewers were just as shocked, their comments flooding the chat window. "They've all gone insane." Acting like cavemen, he scanned the area, cursing under his breath. "There's nowhere to run. This place is built like a warehouse. It's almost impossible to hide." He glanced in another direction. Cops were guarding the only exit. Not good. Song Hana whispered in his ear, "How are we supposed to get out of here?" He answered her honestly, "That's the problem." Chon Su kept looking around, a wave of helplessness washing over him. "I can't find a single place to use this key." Then, a memory from a high school field trip sparked in his mind. His teacher mentioned something about a solar power plant around here. His eyes lit up instantly. "If I can find that, maybe." But then he was jolted back to reality by a familiar blue glow. Immediately, the screen filled with comments. "Another milestone? Or is that just a light reflection? You're not actually going over there, are you?" He immediately muttered to himself, trying to stay calm. "They're all focused on the stage. I just need a second." Then, he slowly started to sneak towards the milestone. Seeing this, his viewers freaked out. "Shouldn't you wait?" He opened a door, getting closer to the milestone, and spoke to his audience through the screen. "Gotta strike while the iron is hot." Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped onto the milestone's activation pad. His viewers couldn't believe it. "So brave. Can't believe he's actually doing it." A system message popped up. "You have reached the milestone." He quickly shut the door behind him, heart pounding, as a guard in the back heard the noise. The guard turned to check it out. Chon Su panicked, cursing in his head. "Damn it, where's the info panel? At least give me some information or something." Just then, the info panel appeared. "Shop has been updated." He looked in surprise at the new item for sale. A uniform pin. It cost 25 gen and could be worn on his chest. Attaching it would upgrade his uniform with a new skill. Swap positions with a target wearing a similar uniform. Chon Su stared at it, completely powerless, and swore. "Are you kidding me? 25 gen!" He panicked. "If I buy that, I'll only have 6 gen left." But after a second, he gritted his teeth and hit the purchase button. Damn it all. The moment he received the item, a knock came from outside the door. Chon Su glanced back. Another cop was at the door, looking suspicious. He looked back and let out a frustrated sigh. The cop on the other side had a cold, blank expression. Slowly, the police officer began to open the door, and what he saw next made him freeze right where he stood. He looked around the empty room, confused, and asked himself out loud, "There's no one here. I swear I just saw someone." More importantly, he scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "I remember opening the door, but when did I step inside?" Just then, Chon Su slipped right past him. He let out a tired sigh of relief. That was way too close. Hana saw him return and whispered, "What happened? Did you two just swap places?" He just chuckled and looked at her. "It's magic." The pin was now fastened to his chest. He thought with a bit of pride, "I managed to switch places before he saw my face. It was pricey, but man, this thing is worth every penny. Now I've only got 9 uses left." Chon Su looked ahead, his mind already calculating. The main condition is that I have to see my target's face. I need to use this chance to memorize every single one of their faces. Just then, the police captain's voice echoed in his ear. We have decided how to punish him. He stood there, arms wide, and announced to the roaring crowd. What time should we choose? The best time for an execution is at dawn. He looked at the rescue worker with a sick grin. We'll torture him until then. The man pleaded, completely helpless. You can't do this. But his words meant nothing to this insane mob. Take him away. And just like that, the poor rescue worker was dragged off by the mob. The viewers watched in horror, the chat exploding once more. Are you sure you can escape? What a bunch of psychos. If you're scared now, just wait and see what happens next. He stared ahead. He was searching for a familiar face, thinking, where did the helicopter pilot go? Beside him, Songhana called his name, her voice trembling with fear. He just smiled, touching the pin on his chest to reassure her. It's going to be okay. He turned back to her, his face full of confidence. We still have a way out. Chon Su then glanced toward his audience, watching through the screen. Then he puts a question out there. Okay everyone, what's the best way out of here? Hearing this, the chat window fills with all kinds of comments. Are you seriously asking us? Find your own way out. We're not giving you information for free, buddy. He just chuckles, then explains something important to them. Who said anything about free? This is a give-and-take relationship. My mind's just drawing a blank right now, so I'm asking for a little help. Hearing that, some of them start to listen. A message pops up. Help? You swear you're not planning something? He just smiles right back. And what if I am? That's how relationships have always worked, right? The viewers are stunned, then start laughing. Our relationship? What relationship? The comments keep rolling in. Why not try the door that was blocked off? That might just be the logical choice. He glances in another direction, then shares his own thoughts. That's the hardest path we could possibly take. His eyes scan the area again as he thinks out loud. Judging by the number of sleeping bags, that group isn't the only one on the first floor. If I attack them, the others will jump in to help. Basically, we're surrounded by enemies. Hearing his breakdown, the viewers suggest a bold idea. Why not find more items? You opened a chest on the second floor. Maybe there's still something left there. He thinks back to the 2 chests he opened. I'm not so sure. Risking my life for just 6 genes? Doesn't seem worth it to me. A comment immediately flashes on his screen. So what other choice do you have, Chon Su? Hearing that, Chon Su puts a hand to his chin, deep in thought. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about trying to escape through here. Maybe the things I've seen or picked up along the way are actually clues. He lets out a long sigh and talks to his audience. Let's just watch through the screen for now. When things get tough, it's only natural to be short on people, right? The viewers just burst out laughing, speechless. But his eyes light up again as another idea hits him. What happens if you all give me a hint? Nothing, right? The viewers laugh again, surprised by his nerve. And then, suddenly, someone donates a single gene. The message attached reads, I was just about to tell you. Chon Su sees it and can't help but laugh. He immediately announces it to everyone. I think I'm starting to get the picture. Is there anywhere around here I can use this key? His mind flashes back. Maxidcat already told me. Instantly, the comment section is flooded with messages urging him on. Call your master. Her name. He set that name up for this exact moment. Chon Su. Reading the comments, he smirks. From now on, I'll just call her Nu. The chat explodes with laughter. Hilarious. He then repeats his original question. So, can you answer my question? But in his head, he's already scheming. Let's see if I can use this person. He turns away and lets out a sigh. Too bad Maxidcat isn't here. She's always helping me out. But just then, a notification pops up. I never said I wouldn't help. The next comment from Nu appears before his eyes. There is a place you can use that key, but for now, you should stick to your original plan. He reads the comment and lets out a strange, unreadable laugh. After a moment, he makes his decision. All right, on to the next step. Chon Su walks over to Songhana and puts a hand on her shoulder. I need you to go to the helicopter. It's weird that we haven't seen the pilot this whole time. He's probably already back there. Hearing this, she gets a little worried for him. But the helicopter wasn't exactly in one piece when we landed. He keeps laying out his plan for her. We can fix it. And even if no one's inside, just stay put and wait for me. She looks at him, surprised. Wait for you? As he turns to leave, she calls out, her voice laced with anxiety. You're not going to just abandon me, are you? The viewers find the whole scene hilarious. A comment pops up. Better choose your words carefully, dude. He sounds completely exhausted as he tries to explain. Why would I do that? If anything happens, you can just come right back here. But Song Hana's gaze turns sharp and suspicious. She presses him. And what will you be doing in the meantime? He's stumped for a second, then just makes up a reason. He tells her, I'm going to go save the firefighter. If you're worried, you can take my furball with you. With that, the two of them split up. She looks back one last time to remind him, I'll be waiting. You better show up. I'm going now. Once she's gone, Chon Su lets out a huge sigh of relief. The viewers immediately get suspicious. You sent her away for a reason, didn't you? If the pilot is still here, you need someone to keep him busy. And if something happens, Furball will come back and warn you. A new comment flashes on his screen. Saving the firefighter isn't the real reason you're doing this, is it? He nods, confirming it. That's partly true. Hearing his confident reply, the viewers all start talking at once. Knew it. The pilot is probably being held captive too. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? You might run into some serious trouble. He just slowly moves forward, smiling as he explains to everyone watching. Don't worry, I have a plan. He slowly makes his way forward. In another area, the captured rescue worker is anxiously questioning the cops. He keeps trying to explain. Where are you taking me? What do you want? He's cut off as a club brutally smacks him across the head. Shut your mouth, one of the cops roars. They angrily drag So Yoonji inside, snarling. All you outsiders have to be punished. The other one chimes in. You should be grateful I'm still following the rules. So Yoonji is completely terrified, her mind racing. These people are insane. What the hell is going on in here? Just then, the door creaked open and they shoved him inside, shouting, You're here! So Yoonji froze on the spot, his eyes locking onto the animal cages, now being used to imprison people. He stammered, What is this? Before he was thrown into a dog kennel. He immediately started screaming, Let me out of here. The men just laughed at him. You should feel lucky you got a big one, they sneered. Confused, So Yoonji glanced at the cage right next to his. A poor old man, his hair completely white, was beaten so badly he was almost unrecognizable. He just kept moaning in agony. Seeing this horrifying sight, all Yoonji could do was scream in pure helplessness. But his captors didn't seem to care at all. They just mocked them. Hope you two can become good friends. The door slammed shut. As they walked away, they called out, We're going for a smoke. Later. Panic started to set in for So Yoonji. He thrashed around with all his might inside the small cage, screaming his lungs out. When that wasn't enough, he started ramming his whole body against the steel bars, trying to break them open. It was useless. After a few minutes, his strength gave out. Defeated, he fell to his knees on the cold floor, whispering to himself, It's no use. Damn it. How did I end up in a situation like this? All I wanted was to get out of the airport. A wave of regret washed over him as he thought about the pilot. He started blaming himself. I should have gone with the pilot. At least he helped me rescue those people from the sea. So Yoonji stood there, helpless, screaming out, I should have trusted him. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly turned to the old man next to him. Sir, can you hear me? The old man looked a little surprised, as if he understood something. Yoonji pressed on. I'm right, aren't I? But as he looked closer at the old man, So Yoonji's eyes widened in absolute terror. He had to ask, How long have you been trapped in here? Is there a way out? He quickly threw out a daring idea. The two of us could work together. But before he could even finish his sentence, the old man broke into a horrifying smile, followed by a burst of insane laughter that chilled Yoonji to the bone. The old man suddenly glanced behind So Yoonji and grinned. He spoke slowly, his voice raspy. Another sacrificial lamb has arrived? You poor kid. Hearing that, Yoonji's panic intensified. He quickly asked, What do you know? How can we get out of this place? The old man looked at him with sheer disbelief. If I knew that, do you think I'd still be in here? He scoffed, then gave some advice. Just give up. It'll make things easier for you. Hearing this, So Yoonji clenched his teeth in frustration. Still, he refused to give up, screaming for help. Let me out. Let me out of here. The old man just stared at him with an ice-cold expression. He ordered slowly, Be quiet. Don't draw any more attention to us. But the more the old man talked, the angrier Yoonji got. How can I be quiet? If we stay here, we're both going to die. We have to find a way to escape. The old man suddenly offered a cryptic explanation. It's a bit hard to explain, but I'm not going to die. At least not like you will. See, I was here from the beginning, so I'm not considered an outsider. So Yoonji stared at the strange old man in shock. What is that supposed to mean? The man continued trying to explain. Confusing, right? I don't get it either. I got locked up in here for trying to stop them from killing other outsiders. The old man sat there, slowly recounting everything that had happened in this hellhole. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't out of the kindness of my heart. I just couldn't stand listening to those bastards brag about being the chosen ones. It got on my nerves. Then, with a dangerous look on his face, he continued his story. Division 7.5 abandoned all of us. They promised they'd come back to take us to the new town. So Yoonji, surprised, had to ask, "What's that?" Seeing the confused look on his face, the old man explained, "Their shelter, their bunker." They started gathering anyone they thought was useful. It was finally starting to click for Yoonji. So that was Division 7.5's plan? The old man's entire expression changed, his face twisting with rage. He hissed out the story he knew. That's right. Other than them being soldiers, I don't know anything else. You came here because you heard the airport on Jeju Island was safe, didn't you? That was just a recording they left playing in the control tower. All the outsiders who come here are lured by that tape. The few survivors who make it this far probably already died to those man-eating plants. He glanced at Yoonji's pathetic state. What about you? Did your friends abandon you after you got caught? Yoonji just shook his head, explaining helplessly, I wasn't with friends. The person I came here with wasn't exactly someone I'd call a friend. The old man seemed to feel a bit of pity for him. He offered some comfort. You look like the kind of person who spent their entire life saving others. And now, when you're the one who needs saving, there's no one around to help. Hearing that, a wave of sadness hit Yoonji as he remembered everything. The old man held up one finger in front of him, a small smile on his face as he revealed a secret. If karma really exists, then I believe you'll find a chance to escape. Let me tell you something. He leaned in closer. It is possible to get out. If you do, go to the Dongmun Tourist Center. Yoonji looked surprised. Why there? The old man shared the secret he'd overheard. I heard Division 7.5 is heading there, even though I said they abandoned us. But that place has to be safer than here. Hearing that, Yoonji just looked away sadly. He managed a small smile and replied, I understand. Thank you. But I don't know if I can even get out of this cage. The old man chuckled. That's why I mentioned karma. Who knows? You might just get lucky, he continued, bringing back the terrifying memory of the cops. Those lunatics, they're not leaving this place. Not until the supplies left by Division 7.5 run out. He kept spitting out terrifying truths. And when that happens, they'll start killing each other. So you need to get out of here before then, before it's too late. Yoonji stared at the old man, a little surprised by his intensity. Are you? Okay. Just then, the two cops from before walked back in. One of them, holding a club, asked with a wicked grin, Wonder what's for dinner tonight? The other one laughed. Probably the same canned crap as always. Seeing the two of them walking closer, Yoonji immediately panicked, scrambling back and letting out a scream. They looked at him, surprised. What's with the panic? Planning an escape? They kept walking forward, talking to each other. These outsiders just don't know their place. The other one nodded. I was just about to say that. Why can't they just stay still? Both of them suddenly had terrifying smiles plastered on their faces. They started tossing an idea back and forth. Maybe we should play with this one for a bit. Why not? He's gonna die anyway. No one's gonna care what we do to him. They slowly creaked the cage door open, a sick grin spreading across their faces. So, which part should we start with? Terrified, Evansio scrambled back, screaming, You can't do this. The thugs just looked surprised. Why not? Their eyes turned vicious as they stared him down. We're letting you choose. Arm or leg first. He was in a full-blown panic now, backing away as far as he could, shouting, Stay away from me. But then, suddenly, the old man in the next cage spoke up, his voice dripping with contempt. You bastards. He kept his back turned to them, asking, Is torturing people really this much fun for you? Hearing this, the thugs looked over, genuinely surprised. Huh? What's this old geezer talking about? The old man shot them a look over his shoulder, pure killing intent in his eyes. I said that's enough. He's a firefighter, show some damn respect. Hearing that, the two thugs walked over and unlocked the old man's cage, laughing. You stupid old bastard, we were gonna leave you alone, but you're really asking for it. They ripped his shirt open, but the old man just calmly replied, In this world, is there anyone here who isn't crazy? Immediately, they started screaming at him. Maybe we've been too easy on you, old man. Yoonji saw the whole thing from the side, absolutely frozen in fear. The thugs leaned in. Last chance, old man, take back what you said. The guy was witnessing this up close, so terrified he was about to piss himself. The old man couldn't answer. He just turned and gave him a single look. And then, a strange, Unreadable smile spread across his face. In the next instant, a loud thud echoed as they started brutally beating the poor old man, screaming at him. "You're contaminated, damn you! An old geezer like you doesn't deserve to be near us." They beat him without a shred of mercy. Filthy trash. But through it all, that smile never faded. And then, the unmistakable sound of a brutal beating. In the cage right next door, So Yoonji could only squeeze his eyes shut in pure terror as the two thugs went to work. "You hear that? I think we just caved his skull in." The other one sounded surprised. "He's dead?" Yoonji just bit his lip, absolutely horrified by what was happening. The two men laughed, completely casual. "Well, he deserved it. That's what you get for running your mouth." Utter hopelessness washed over Yoonji. "I'm dead." Then, their eyes landed on him. A sick, twisted smile spread across their faces. "Hey, we didn't forget about you. Your turn is coming." The lock on So Yoonji's cage clicked open. All he could do was let out a helpless scream. "No!" They started moving toward him. But just as he screamed, something impossible happened. From behind, a knife blade shot straight through one of the thug's chests. He froze instantly. And just like that, Hugh Howard Holmes took him out of the game. The cop standing next to the victim was completely stunned. He whipped around. "Who the hell are you?" Without a word, Hugh lunged, landing a solid punch before laying into him verbally. "I'm the reason trash like you can even exist here. Having a good time, are we?" Hugh raised the knife, pointing it at the guy with mock surprise. "You guys originally teamed up to hunt me, right?" "Not. To do whatever this is." Seeing Hugh's insane reaction, the thug finally started to panic. "Who are you?" He stared at Hugh's unreadable face before a horrifying realization hit him. "You're that damn murderer." A strange, chilling smile crept onto Hugh's lips. "So you've heard of me." He slowly raised the knife higher. "Why call me a murderer? Gives people the wrong impression. Weren't you guys the ones killing anyone who dared step foot in here?" The thug flinched back. "What are you talking about?" As the knife flashed down, the thug's hands went limp, trembling. "You son of a bitch," he screamed. Hugh just smiled that wicked smile of his. "Don't let your guard down. You'll be dead in an instant." Shaking with fear, the man screamed and, with a final burst of adrenaline, shoved Hugh away. "I did it!" His leg shot out, kicking the knife from Hugh's hand. He then tackled Hugh, slamming him to the ground with a triumphant roar. "You're dead meat, you bastard!" He started raining down punches, one after another, right into Hugh Howard Holmes's face. "Die!" There was no mercy. He just kept swinging, screaming, "Die, you twisted psycho!" But in that moment, something happened that made his blood run cold. Hugh landed a powerful punch into his side, making the thug gasp. Then Hugh spoke, his voice dangerously calm. "Okay, that kinda stung." And then, he exploded into action, brutally striking the thug and sending him flying with a vicious kick. "Get off me!" With the man down for the count, Hugh Howard Holmes stood, calmly brushing his hair back into place. Such a dirty fighter. His eyes scanned the row of cages. This must be their little hideout, he thought. Filled with rage, Hugh walked over and kicked the downed man straight in the face. The man glared back, eyes burning with hatred. "You," Hugh just kept stomping on his face, laughing. "I don't want an answer from you." After finishing off the cop, he immediately turned to So Yoonji. Yoonji looked terrified, but Hugh quickly put his hands up, trying to be reassuring. "Don't worry, sir, I have zero interest in you." Which, honestly, only confused Yoonji more. Hugh pointed at the man under his boot. "I just hate people who refuse to leave this place." He punctuated the sentence by grinding his heel into the guy's face. Then he explained his whole deal. "Since you've seen everything, I've decided to make this airport my home. I was getting pretty sick of being homeless, you know?" Yoonji stared at him, thinking, "Great, another complete lunatic." Then he glanced up and saw a rope dangling from the ceiling. Did he drop in from the roof? Hugh, satisfied with his work, gave the body one last kick. "Like I said, no need to worry. I'm actually pretty nice to guests who are just passing through. I even warned another guest earlier to be careful of the locals." Hearing that, So Yoonji's mind started racing. Guest? Who's he talking about? The pilot? Or maybe a passenger? Hugh raised his knife once more. Now then. He aimed it at the man on the floor, his voice turning ice cold. "This has gone on long enough." And with that, he plunged the knife down, only for it to miss by inches. Because in that split second, the man on the ground had been replaced by Chon Su. Chon Su froze, staring at the psycho in front of him. What the hell? Hugh Howard Holmes was just as bewildered, screaming out in complete confusion. But Chon Su reacted instantly, kicking Hugh aside. "I knew you were suspicious," he yelled. He got to his feet, sighing. Can't believe I'm running into you again here. Hugh was now beyond confused. He stared at Chon Su, stammering. What just happened? Weren't you someone else a second ago? Wait a minute. Chon Su let out a sigh. Okay, think fast. I swapped places with someone to get here. But how do I explain that to this guy? He decided to just bluff. You're seeing things. I've been here the whole time. Inside, though? Total panic mode. Well, here goes nothing. Hugh was giving him a look of pure disbelief. So Chon Su decided to double down, placing a hand over his heart dramatically. Let me explain. It was all an act. See, I'm actually one of them. One of this guy's buddies. This only made Hugh's brain short-circuit even more. An act? The viewers in the chat window were losing their minds. This is the worst excuse I've ever heard. He actually said he was acting. Hugh just stared, then laughed. You were acting? Chon Su nodded confidently. You don't believe me? Fine. What are you going to do about it, Hugh Howard Holmes? Hugh just kept staring with that disbelieving look. Getting annoyed, Chon Su snapped. What are you looking at me like that for? You planning on killing me too? Hugh's eyes narrowed. Is that what this is? He asked. Didn't you hear what I said? I don't harm guests who are just passing through. At that, Chon Su froze. Guests? What guests? The viewers in the chat started spamming comments. Dude, what did he say right before you teleported in? I think I know what he's talking about. Chon Su glanced at the comments desperately. Can someone tell me? I'm running out of time here. And the chat window exploded with explanations. Go find him yourself. He's not a danger to you. To be honest, he's just a homeless guy trying to rule an airport. He continued to stare down Hugh Hogwarts Holmes. Then he said what he was really thinking. Even if he's not a threat to me, that name is a massive red flag. As far as he knew, Hugh Hogwarts Holmes H.H. Holmes, for short, was basically the same name as that American serial killer who built a hotel just to murder his guests. Realizing this, he spoke to the others over the comms. Well, at least I know he's not the one I need to worry about. He glanced at Hugh, a little surprised. He thought to himself, his last name is different from the killer's. Maybe they aren't the same type of person. He scratched his head, confused. That's weird. What am I missing here? Well, he was in too deep now. Might as well commit. That's right. Your thoughts aren't very clear right now. Hugh just looked at him, completely puzzled. Then a flash of surprise. Hugh considered his words. You're right. That's the most logical explanation. The man's gaze sharpened, seeing his plan had worked. He pressed on, warning him, Good, I'm glad we agree. Now get back upstairs. Then he pushed him again, and stop attacking people. Hugh actually nodded, stepped back, and smiled. I'm going. This one was my fault. With that, he climbed up and vanished. Everyone watching the monitor was stunned. Someone commented, he dismissed him like a dog. Yeah, a dog that could actually kill someone. Chon Su just sighed, glancing at So Yoonji, which surprised him. He looked at the man's pale face with a sinking feeling. The pilot wasn't here, just a firefighter, a complete waste of time. Suddenly, a scream blasted in his ear. Get out of the way! He whipped around to see what was happening outside. Hurry! Out there! The guy that Hugh Hogwarts had knocked out was lying in the hallway. They shouted in surprise, Someone's passed out here. He thought in a panic. They found the person I swapped places with. Suddenly, a scream blasted in his ear. Move it! He whipped his head around to check the commotion outside. Let's go! And out there, the guy Hugh Hogwarts had attacked was just lying in the hall. Hey, someone's unconscious over here, they yelled. He panicked, thinking, they found the guy I swapped with already. How did they find him so fast? He quickly turned and barked an order at So Yoonji. Get out of there! If you want to live, we have to move now. The man looked at him, stunned. Then he pointed to the rope dangling from the ceiling. Climb that rope. Go! A moment later, the rope was being pulled up from above, and there was Hugh Hogwarts Holmes, smiling down at them. See? I'm helping you. He gave a mischievous grin. You owe me one. Go. Chon Su's face soured with anger as he stared back. Hugh slowly closed the hatch door in his hands. In another area, Song Hana was running outside, shouting, Mr. Pilot, wait! The pilot turned around. Seeing her, he seemed surprised. What do you want? She explained everything in a rush. There are some really dangerous people in the airport, so I came to you for help. The pilot just looked skeptical. You mean that kid you were with? He then turned to leave, giving her a warning. I know the people at the airport are dangerous. That's why I'm leaving. He pushed a supply crate towards her. Your timing is actually pretty good. This thing is a hassle to carry while I'm climbing. Once he was up, the pilot immediately gestured to her. Hand it to me. She looked at him, surprised, and asked, "Is the helicopter broken?" He turned and pointed at a component, explaining the situation to Song Hana. "The controls have a small issue. I need to check it before we go." Her anxiety shot up. "Can you fix it quickly?" she asked. He replied while working, "I'm not an engineer, but it should be a quick fix. Enough to get us out of this area, at least." But then, a loud noise erupted. Song Hana realized something was wrong. The ground suddenly began to shake, stunning them both. The black dog looked around and started barking wildly. She looked around nervously. "What was that?" I felt the ground shake. And then, an eerie silence fell, which made everyone even more unnerved. A strange, heavy feeling hung in the air, and the black dog became extremely vigilant. Sensing that danger was closing in, Song Hana quickly called out to the pilot. He tried to play it cool and glanced at her with a nod. "I hear you." But then her gaze shot towards the ocean, and her eyes widened at the sight of the waves on the other side. The ocean waves were growing more and more violent, crashing forward with immense force. Seeing this, the pilot prepared to leave. She asked in a panicked voice, "Are you leaving now?" He nodded in confirmation. "Something is coming this way. We need to leave, and fast. Get as far away as we can." Song Hana heard this and immediately yelled at the pilot. "We have to wait for Chon Su." He just shook his head, looking helpless. "We can't," he continued. "If we wait any longer, who knows what will happen." At that moment, the black dog stared him down, looking like it was about to pounce and tear him apart. The pilot immediately shut up. He pointed a shaky finger towards the dog and said to her, "Can you do something with that dog?" She explained helplessly, "It's not my dog. It only listens to Chon Su." Seeing this, the pilot gritted his teeth in frustration. "You're going to regret this." Noticing the waves getting even more intense, he kept urging her, "Do you see that wave? If this keeps up, we're going to be swept away." He grew more and more anxious, sharing his thoughts with her. "We have to leave now." Song Hana heard him, her face a mask of shock. She stared straight ahead. "Oh no. I think we're finished." And just then, a truly enormous tentacle belonging to some monster emerged from the surface of the sea. It was slowly approaching the land. Feeling like he couldn't wait any longer, the pilot immediately took off in the helicopter. She yelled in disbelief, "You're taking off?" She kept screaming, questioning what he was doing and telling him to land. He was just as desperate with this stubborn girl, but he couldn't back down and shouted back, "Shut your mouth. If I land now, we'll be swept away by the tsunami." The black dog's face grew even more furious as it stared daggers at him. At this point, he had completely lost his composure. He shot the dog a glare and yelled, "I've made my decision. You should go find your master instead of wasting time with me." The dog continued to glare at him with blood-red eyes. He just shouted, "I'll hover up here. And when you find him, lead him to the roof." Hearing the pilot's words, the dog immediately glanced over at Song Hana, who simply nodded. She knew the plan. A second later, the dog made a decisive leap from the helicopter high above. She cried out its name in a panic. "Furball!" And just like that, the dog landed perfectly, letting out a few barks to signal them. "Over here," Chon Su jolted, recognizing the sound. He was completely shocked to see the dog here and immediately called out its name. "Furball?" Everyone watching the stream was stunned. The comments flew in. "I think something big is about to happen. Fluffball ran all the way here. I have a bad feeling about this." Right on cue, another earthquake shook the area. "Go." Chon Su's face went pale as he warned everyone about the tremor, desperately hoping he was wrong. But then the memory hit him, that colossal octopus monster that swallowed a whole ship. He knew what it was, a kraken. The more he thought about it, the more panic set in. How could that monster be here? The comment window lit up with frantic messages. "Dude, wake up. Nobody said the kraken had to stay in the ocean. Run." But right then, Hugh Holmes spoke up from behind him. "This airport won't collapse. This is my home. You know that?" Chon Su snapped, spinning on him furiously. "Are you trying to die? Don't talk to me like you're my friend." The stream chat exploded with laughter. What a complete 180. Seeing them still arguing, So Yoonji jumped in. "Is that really important right now? We need to focus on getting out of here." The two of them just shot daggers at each other. Then, remembering, Chon Su turned to his pet. "Fluffball." The dog barked, listening intently. Chon Su asked him, "How's Hana?" The dog immediately let out 6 worried barks. Frustrated, Chon Su threw his hands in the air. "Only God knows what you're trying to say." Hugh Holmes just chuckled beside him, completely amused. Fluffball just kept barking 4 more times. The viewers were having a field day. "Stop asking and just guess, man." Suddenly, Chon Su switched tactics. He asked a different question. You two found a pilot, didn't you? The dog nodded, confirming it. A wave of relief washed over Chon Su. Awesome! He started running, signaling the others. Then let's head for the runway. But suddenly, the dog grabbed his leg, pulling him back and sending him tumbling to the ground. Chon Su scrambled up, furious. What the hell was that? Fluffball just tilted his head, pointing his snout toward the sky. Confused, Chon Su looked up. We're going. Up into the sky? The little dog let out a single intelligent bark of agreement. Chon Su sighed, completely annoyed, so he already took off. With the plans set, the three of them sprinted after the dog. Well, at least it was an escape route. To the roof, now, but as they turned a corner, a wall of cops blocked their way. The officers were screaming with rage. There they are, get them! In such a hurry, this was the last thing he needed. Chon Su was pissed, cursing them under his breath. Damn it all. The comments poured in. You're busted. Wasted way too much time in the air vent, dude. They just used a different staircase. Just then, more cops appeared from behind. In an instant, they were completely surrounded. Warning messages flooded the screen. Behind you, they've blocked both exists. The police captain stared them down, his eyes looking like they were about to pop out of his skull. Where do you think you're going, you little rats? You don't have permission to leave. Go, Chon Su charged forward, trying to reason with the guy. Come on, what's wrong with you people? We're trying to leave so you can have your peace and quiet back. I'm done with this place. The captain's eyes flashed with pure hatred. You insulted our organization, he roared. So none of you are leaving here alive. Chon Su paused, then pointed a thumb at Hugh Holmes. For real? How about we make a deal and you can just keep this guy? Hugh Holmes just laughed, looking at him with utter disbelief. He was completely stunned. I can't believe I trusted you, he said. I should have just left you in the basement. Chon Su shot him a dark look, thinking, don't you dare talk about basements when your name is Holmes. He sighed, completely out of options. He ran forward, signaling to his team, and then gave a quick command to his pet right beside him. If anyone gets close, don't hesitate, bite them. Fluffball nodded in understanding. With that, they all charged forward into the fray. Suddenly, Chon Su's movements felt odd. He sighed, realizing there was no other choice as he rushed forward and signaled to the group. He quickly gave the order to his loyal pet beside him. If anyone gets close, you bite them without thinking twice. The dog nodded, and they all surged ahead, but his body and direction felt completely wrong. In the next instant, his leg transformed, morphing into the leg of another person entirely. And just like that, a cop suddenly tripped and fell right in front of the group. Everyone froze on the spot, completely baffled by what the hell was even happening. Go, Chon Su seized the moment, lunging at them. He used the weapon in his hand to take them down one by one. The police captain watched, his face a mask of pure shock. He was still terrified. What in the world are you? Chon Su just offered a strange, unsettling smile and asked, what do you mean by that? In that moment, he was like a true killer. He cut down the cops with his weapon as he casually explained himself to the captain. I'm just a cosplayer, same as you guys. Immediately, one after another, they were taken down, screaming in a panic. He scanned the remaining enemies, thinking, 4 left. Go Chon Su went on a rampage, tearing through the rest of them while screaming at the top of his lungs. Stop hiding behind your men, you bastard! Seeing this, one cop panicked, turned tail, and started running for his life. The stream chat immediately lit up with comments. He's abandoning his own comrades. What a coward. At that moment, another cop couldn't take it anymore and swung his weapon right at Chon Su. The viewers spammed warnings. Be careful. But Chon Su just laughed, a confident smirk on his face. Are you really going to die protecting the guy who left you for dead? Then he struck again, and blood splattered across the wall. He didn't forget to taunt them. You're all idiots. And just like that, he cut down every single cop before they even had a chance to curse him out. On the other side of the fight, Fluffball decided to help out. He viciously bit and tore into the remaining officers. Go Chon Su knew this was his chance. He quickly turned to signal his teammates. All right, everyone, stick with me. Immediately, So Yoonji and Hugh Hogwarts were right behind him, all smiles. He just sighed, a little overwhelmed by their energy. Seriously, how long is this guy gonna follow us? But as he reached for the door, it was locked. From the inside, a cop's voice shouted from the other side, "Get lost, you trash." And it all clicked. Go Chon Su muttered, completely fed up. You have got to be kidding me. I'm starting to get real tired of this. Meanwhile, on the other side of that door, a cop with a twisted, smug grin on his face. He was clearly very proud of his little trap. And then, in a flash, everything shifted. The cop suddenly found himself standing right behind Hugh Hogwarts and So Yoonji, looking completely baffled by what just happened. Go, Chon Su swung the door open with an air of absolute dominance. Seeing him, the cop shrieked, "What? How did I get here?" Without saying a word, Go Chon Su brought his axe down hard, sinking it deep into the man's shoulder. No time for talk. The cop just grabbed his shoulder, screaming in agony. But our guy just stood there, slowly raising his now blood-soaked axe, and brought it down again on the man's other shoulder. Then he asked with ice in his voice, "Who did you call trash?" The man could only scream, a sound of pure, unimaginable pain he'd never felt before. And just like that, he was a writhing mess on the floor, shrieking his lungs out. The others watched this scene in absolute terror. A demon! That guy's a demon! The viewers watching through the stream window went wild. That skill totally worked. Get out of there before more show up. By now, Go Chon Su's face was splattered with blood. He slowly turned to the other survivors, his eyes radiating pure killing intent. "All of you can stay here if you want, but we're leaving." Go Chon Su was already running ahead. Then he remembered something and turned back to Hugh Hogwarts. "Why are you even following us anyway?" The guy looked surprised. "Me?" He just laughed and explained. "Even though I'm homeless, I really care about having a place to call home. Besides, I'm super curious about that magic you just used." Hearing that, Go Chon Su just shot him a look and sighed. Then he saw it right ahead the door to the rooftop. The audience watched the whole thing unfold on their screens. The comments exploded with cheers. "Congrats, you made it to the rooftop." Go Chon Su suddenly remembered something, quickly pulling a key. He thought to himself, "This has to be the place to use the key from the support chest." But then, he pushed the door, and it swung right open. No key needed. He was stunned. It's already unlocked? He was completely lost now, wondering what the key was for. If it wasn't to open this door, then but he didn't have time to finish that thought, because right in front of them was a colossal monster with 8 writhing tentacles, staring at the building like it was its next meal. They all froze on the spot as it began tearing the place apart. Even he felt a wave of helplessness. "It's that monster. This is bad." Go Chon Su slowly walked toward the edge of the rooftop. He looked up at the sky, screaming at whoever created this nightmare. "Give me a break!" He scanned his surroundings, yelling, "Where is the helicopter?" And right on cue, a chopper appeared right over his head. He whipped his head around, shocked. That sound? And there it was, the helicopter. But something was way off. It was flying erratically, practically nosediving. What the heck is going on, he wondered. Hugh Hogwarts just started laughing in disbelief. He pointed up at it, asking, "Isn't that thing supposed to rescue us? It can barely stay balanced. If we get on that, aren't we just going to die?" Just then, the monster started crawling toward their building. The viewers spammed the screen with warnings. "The Kraken is coming." "Go," Chon Su screamed toward the chopper, his voice full of desperation. "Throw the rope down." And suddenly, a wild idea sparked in his mind. He immediately turned to his viewers on the stream. "Hey guys, you were right. The hell moss turns into moss balls, and the spores explode when they destroy the lungs of anyone who breathes them in, right? So what about other parts of the body?" The viewers were confused by his question. "Why are you asking that?" But he felt like time was running out. Go Chon Su pressed on urgently. "I need to know if it can buy us some time." Seeing how desperate he was, the viewers rushed to advise him. "Calm down. The damage is worst when inhaled, but it affects muscle tissue too. It's basically like a biogas weapon. Breathing it in guarantees injury." Just then, the Kraken slammed into the building, the impact sending everything and everyone crashing to the ground. As he fell, Go Chon Su couldn't help but curse the creature. "You son of a..." He looked up and saw the helicopter starting to fly away. He screamed, completely helpless, "We're still down here." He stared back up at the sky. The chopper was still in the air. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Songhana is up there, right? Convince the pilot." Then, suddenly, something happened. The moss on the walls instantly formed into orbs. A moment later, they all shot toward the Kraken's tentacles and exploded on impact. A battle erupted between the moss and the giant monster. Go Chon Su saw his chance and screamed, "This is it! Let's go!" A rope finally dropped from the sky. Songhana's voice yelled down, "Grab the rope!" Go Chon Su immediately leaped forward. The viewers couldn't help but laugh at his speed. One viewer joked, "Talks a big game but grabs the rope first. His will to live is intense." He reached his hand back towards Yoonji. He shouted urgently, "Take my hand." But then, Hugh Hogwarts grabbed it. Go Chon Su was furious. "You idiot, what are you doing?" The guy just looked back, confused. "Weren't you talking to me?" He then motioned upward. "Climb a little higher. We need to make room for him to get on." He was completely exasperated. "This guy." He started climbing, warning him, "Do anything weird, and I'll kick you off myself." Hugh just smiled, trying to calm him. "Don't worry." Just like that, Hugh grabbed So Yoonji's hand. The little dog immediately bit down on the rope. Seeing that everyone was secure, Chon Su signaled to the people above. "We're ready." Instantly, the helicopter took off, pulling them all up into the air. At this height, the wind was absolutely insane. Chon Su started to get really worried again. Looking down, he thought anxiously, just holding on is hard enough. And with the chopper this unstable, he couldn't help but yell in frustration, "Come on." And just like that, the helicopter stabilized. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, it's steady. Then the chopper flew right past a new danger. These massive man-eating plants had everyone screaming in terror. He just grit his teeth, thinking, we just have to hold on like this until we're out of the airport. Seeing the man-eating plant was a serious threat, he screamed a warning to his black dog. "Watch your tail." Hearing the alert, the dog immediately yanked its tail back. 3 people and 1 dog were now hovering in midair. The helicopter slowly descended toward the ground. Hugh Hogwarts asked nervously, Chon Su, are you sure we're going to be okay? We're losing altitude." He looked ahead, panicked, thinking, this chopper won't hold out much longer. He yelled out an order to everyone. "Jump." Hearing that, the others just stared, mouths wide open, wondering what the hell he was talking about. Chon Su shouted again, his voice cutting through the chaos. "I said jump." Leading the way, the black dog leaped down without hesitation. So Yoonji was next, falling painfully to the ground. Hugh Hogwarts landed right beside her. Chon Su looked up at the chopper and yelled Songhana's name, shouting a promise, "I'll be back for you." And with that, he tumbled down into the trees below. The helicopter, meanwhile, lurched forward, descending way too fast. He watched it go down, his heart pounding. The chat window blew up with messages. "It's crashing." Just like that, the chopper scraped the ground in a massive streak of fire. Chon Su saw it and just froze, completely stunned. Everyone immediately scrambled towards the wreck, shouting in panic. Then, a hand clawed its way out from the debris. Hana's weak voice called out his name. The little dog started digging frantically. Chon Su rushed over and helped her up, filled with relief. "I see you now." She just nodded, exhausted. Looking at her battered armor, he asked in disbelief, "Are you okay?" She coughed a few times and nodded. "I'm fine." Seeing the pilot was in bad shape, Chon Su immediately gave an order to Furball. The dog instantly started sniffing the ground, then began digging in a different spot. And just like that, the pilot appeared, coughing and sputtering. Chon Su hurried over to help him sit up. In the distance, the airport was now a pile of rubble. They all stared in shock at the creature that had caused all this destruction. The monster was still roaring, tearing the entire airport apart piece by piece. Seeing its incredible power, the chat window lit up again. "That thing is insane. Don't just stand there." Chon Su snapped back to reality. He started running, yelling at the others. "Move, we have to get out of here." He glanced back, worried. There was no guarantee that thing would just stay at the airport, so where can we even go? But then, suddenly, a car appeared, shocking everyone. The chat immediately flooded with questions. "What? Is that the 7.5 Division?" The car screeched to a halt right in front of Chon Su's group. He looked at the car, thinking, a yellow license plate. It's a taxi. A man got out, staring at the airport in horror. Oh my god. What is that monster? The creature was still on a rampage, destroying everything in sight. Hugh Hogwarts reacted instantly. He waved everyone over. "Get in, now." He immediately tried the car door. But it wouldn't open. He panicked. "Why is it locked?" The driver nervously told them, "I need to make sure you're the people I'm supposed to pick up." Songhana was desperate, shouting back at him, "We don't have time. Please, just let us in or we're all going to die." The driver just kept explaining, "I was told to pick someone up here. I can't just let you all in." That's when Hugh Hogwarts' hand shot out. He grabbed the man's collar without a second thought, shocking him. Then, Hugh violently threw the driver onto the pavement. Seizing the opportunity, the pilot jumped into the driver's seat and yelled at the others, "Everyone, get in the car." They all started piling into the vehicle. The driver kept screaming, "Help me." Chon Su turned and looked back at him. Hugh was pinning the man to the ground as he yelled, "I was just here to pick up a client, please." Chon Su quickly told him, "Don't hurt him. He's not the enemy." Though another thought crossed his mind, if they were enemies, they wouldn't have sent just one person. He was completely torn. The chat lit up with conflicting advice. Just leave him. No, take him with you. Hugh is a killer who hunts other killers. He read that last comment and thought, a killer who hunts other killers. Logically, they should leave him behind. But if he could be used, that was a different story. Chon Su made his choice. He stuck his head back in the car and shouted to Hugh Hogwarts, "Bring him and get in, we'll find you a new home." Hearing those words, Hugh seemed genuinely moved, looking at him with disbelief. He immediately stood up, pulled the driver onto the car with him, and nodded. And with that, everyone was finally on board. He slammed the door shut and told the pilot, "Get us out of here." The car's wheels started to roll. Back at the airport, the monster finished its destruction and began to move. The chat window flashed a new warning. It's on the move. Right now, it was a race for survival. The pilot yelled over his shoulder, "Everyone, hold on tight." What followed was a masterclass in driving. Rocks and debris pelted the car, cracking the windshield, but the pilot didn't even flinch. He just slammed his foot on the gas, rocketing them forward. Chon Su glanced back to check their six. The screen kept flashing with different comments. Why is the Kraken so angry? Isn't it always? That pilot can really drive. He chuckled and replied to the chat, "I knew it the moment I saw him fly that helicopter." He looked at the pilot seriously, then smiled and explained, "I wouldn't let him take the wheel if he didn't have the skills." A moment later, far from the airport, Song Hana let out a long sigh of relief. "We're safe." So Yoonji looked out the window and said nervously, "I can't believe that monster is moving this far inland. This could get really bad." Hugh, laughing from the back seat, threw an arm around the original driver. "Hey, I was about to say the same thing. We almost bought the farm back there." The driver looked terrified and pleaded with him, "Can you please let us go?" Remembering something, Chon Su immediately spoke to the pilot. "We only got out of there thanks to you. Seems like you can handle any vehicle, huh?" The pilot didn't turn around, just kept his eyes on the road. His gaze was completely fixed on what was ahead, focused only on driving. Chon Su watched him, surprised. He got lost in his own thoughts. The pilot could have just left them on the helicopter. Sure, Song Hana was important, but in the end, he decided to come back and save everyone. It was really him. Realizing this, he quickly spoke up. "I know this is a bit late, but can you tell me your name?" The pilot finally introduced himself. "My name is Gyeon Byung-hun." Chon Su nodded, then introduced himself to everyone. "Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Chon Su." People watching through the monitor were surprised by their chemistry. The comments started rolling in. "It feels like you two should team up. What about that firefighter?" Taking the hint, he immediately turned to the firefighter, holding out his hand. "And you, sir? May I have your name, firefighter?" The man looked a bit surprised, but then he firmly shook his hand and introduced himself. "The name's So Yoonji." Chon Su smiled. "Pleasure to meet you." On the screen, the viewers started laughing. This is like watching some political campaign rally. They should have done that way sooner. Now they're finally warming up to each other. Chon Su then glanced over at the man being pinned down by Hugh Holmes, and something clicked. That guy. His clothes were clearly a taxi driver's uniform. Chon Su's expression turned dead serious as he asked him a question. "You said someone paid you to come here, right? Was it the 7.5 division?" The driver looked at him, completely stunned. "Are you talking Abu?" But before he could finish, Chon Su cut him off, getting straight to it. Whoever sent him must have known there were still people at Jeju Airport. But then another thought popped into his head. Logically, the 7.5 division would never pay to send a taxi. The driver threw his hands up, frantically denying everything. "You've got it wrong. I don't know anything about a 7.5 division. Someone else hired me." This only made Chon Su more curious. He pressed him again. "Who? And who were you sent to pick up?" The driver quickly explained. "A couple hired me to find an old man." Hearing that, Chon Su's face became grim. He questioned him once more. "How much did they pay you to come all the way out here?" The man thought for a second, then answered, $300,000. The number hit Chon Su like a truck. He was completely speechless. The driver seemed a bit defensive as he explained himself. "The dollar still has value. I need the money to get my family on a boat and get away from here." Chon Su looked at him, surprised. "Leave Jeju Island? But didn't the 7.5 division establish their base here?" The driver just looked confused. "I don't know anything about that. I came from S.A. Guido Island for this job. The situation there isn't any better." Hearing the name of that island, Song Hana remembered something. That's the island just to the west of Jeju. Hugh Holmes, sitting next to the driver, finally voiced his suspicion. "Something feels really off here." You go to all this trouble to pick someone up at the airport, but you've never even heard of the 7.5 division? Hearing this, the driver anxiously tried to explain. I'm telling the truth. He then pulled out a strange photo of the man who had been locked up with So Yoonji. This old man, he's the one I was supposed to pick up. So Yoonji saw the picture and froze solid. He spoke up immediately. I know him. The memory was painful. The old man had been so utterly helpless when they were imprisoned together. His voice was heavy with sadness. He was held captive right there with me. The taxi driver's jaw dropped in disbelief. So if he isn't here with you now, that must mean. Hugh Holmes, sitting calmly beside him, spelled it out. There was nothing we could do. He was already dead when I found him. He looked at So Yoonji for confirmation. Isn't that right? So Yoonji could only nod helplessly. He died, from exhaustion. The taxi driver grabbed his head in despair, his voice cracking. My only hope of getting out of here just went up in smoke. Seeing this raw reaction, Chon Su made up his mind. Okay, he's probably not lying. He immediately followed up with another question. I have one more. The couple that hired you, do you know where they came from? The driver, still distraught, managed to answer. They came from Jeju Airport. Leaving with those airport people now seems incredibly suspicious. He then looked up and explained what he was told. They were friends with the old man, but he was too weak to go with them. They told him to just wait right there, and they promised they'd send a car to get him as soon as possible. Hearing that, So Yoonji instantly knew something was wrong with the story. He quickly interrupted. He recounted what he knew. That old man. He told ME to go to the Jungmoon tourist complex. Because the 7.5 division is stationed there, he said they built a place called Newtown. Song Hana, standing nearby, looked surprised. So Yoonji nodded, confirming it. He said I would be safe there. Chon Su was lost in thought. None of this made sense. Why would the old man say that if he was expecting his friends to pick him up? On the chat window, the comments were flying. Maybe he didn't trust that couple. After all, they left him behind. So he told So Yoonji to go to Newtown instead. Maybe he wasn't sure if the couple could be trusted. Reading that, Chon Su nodded to himself. That actually made a lot of sense. The viewers immediately changed the subject, asking him directly, so what now? Are we going to SA, Guido Island, or to Newtown? He considered his options, then looked up to announce his decision to everyone. It's time we settle things with those bastards. Once and for all. But even as he declared it, a worrying thought was nagging at the back of his mind. All these days, he still needed to find his mother and father. He desperately needed a direct clue. He had to clear this game and achieve his real goal. Remembering something, he suddenly turned back to the taxi driver. So, are people actually leaving from SA Guido Island? The driver shook his head, explaining what he knew. The people on the main island warned us. They said the outside is only getting worse, and that there are still monsters everywhere. Hearing this, his eyes sharpened. He slowly questioned the old man. The only option is to go abroad? The man just nodded. Then, with absolute fear in his eyes, he explained, we don't know if it's safe overseas. It's just a rumor. And without money, it doesn't matter anyway. I can't even get my own family off this island. Hearing the taxi driver's words, Chon Su fell deep into thought. Something about this felt incredibly strange. It's like this place is full of trapped NPCs, just waiting to die. Then, remembering something, he asked, did that couple mention anything else? The driver shook his head. He pulled a folder from his pocket. No, this is everything they gave me. And right after, he pulled out a business card. Professor Go Gang Hyun. The driver started to explain. You see, it's a business.ca. But before he could even finish the sentence, Chon Su snatched the card right out of his hand. After he finished his inspection, Hana stared at him with wide, surprised eyes. She asked worriedly, Is something wrong? Seeing his reaction on screen, the chat window immediately exploded. Look at how wide his eyes are. Has he ever been that shocked before? Nah, I don't think so. Reading the name on the business card, he was completely stunned. He felt like this entire thing had to be some kind of dream as he stared at the name, Professor Go Gang Hyun, and he just froze on the spot. The more he thought, the fuzzier everything became. He was falling into a pit of confusion, holding his own father's business card. Chon Su immediately spun around, grilling the taxi driver. You said that couple gave this to you? Are you sure they were okay? His voice was filled with pure panic. The driver looked a little surprised by his intense reaction. He slowly recounted what happened. They were fine. What's wrong? Do you know them? Chon Su just stared helplessly at the card. Sweat was already pouring down his face. Unbelievable. They had been on Jeju Island this whole time. But at that very moment, a system notification popped up. You must now make a decision. He read the line, a bit taken aback. A decision? The screen continued to flash with new messages. Each decision will grant a unique benefit. The next notification showed the choices. Newtown, where you'll be safe in a meeting with the 7.5 Division General and Jeju Island. Knowing a truth that might not be helpful right now, he stared at the lines of information on the screen, totally lost on what to do next. The system was making him choose, his parents or the general. A new timer appeared. He only had 60 seconds to make a choice. If no choice is made, the destination will be decided randomly. The countdown began. Go, Chon Su, now drenched in sweat, asked the viewers through the screen. What is this? People spammed the chat, trying to cheer him on. Make a choice. This popped up because you've entered the main storyline. You can just ignore it, too. He read that line and questioned it, shocked. Ignore it? His eyes darted to the information about Jeju Island. On screen, his panic was clear. There's no way I can do that. The chat kept urging him on. If you can't decide, just let it go. It just presets a destination. It doesn't force you to go. Chon Su froze when he read that. He immediately asked, I don't have to go? The screen filled with more comments. They were explaining it to him. If you don't make a decision, things get complicated. The story fragments are designed around your choices, after all. It'll probably be much harder, but you can do it. The clock was now at 10 seconds. He gritted his teeth, thinking desperately, what do I do? He stared at the options on the display. Newtown or Jeju Island. His mind was racing. The first one or the second? He looked at the details for Newtown. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus. A safe meeting with a division general, a guy at that level would definitely have valuable information. But the clock kept ticking down. Chon Su was still torn. He looked at Jeju Island. It also offered useful intel. And there was a high chance his parents were there. Only a few seconds remained. He remembered all the monsters, all the terrifying things that had happened to him. He cursed silently in his head. Damn it! Up until now, I haven't cared about dying. I know that as long as I clear this game, the world will be fixed. Only 4 seconds left. Chon Su was in an impossible situation. He thought frantically, but if I don't save my parents and fail to clear the game, the world stays like this forever. The countdown continued. 3 seconds. Then 2. And finally, 1 second. Chon Su shut his eyes tight, having no idea what was about to happen. He threw his hand out and yelled, slamming his finger on a choice. Hearing him scream, Hana spun around, startled, and called his name. She looked at him, confused, and asked, what's wrong? He just sat there, panting, completely exhausted. Then, he looked at the screen. He had chosen to go to Newtown. He gasped out a reply to everyone, it's nothing. The chat showed a little disappointment. He still chose the general. Hugh What Holmes reached a hand toward him and called out. But Chon Su suddenly and coldly slapped his hand away. His face was twisted with frustration. Without turning to look, he said, don't touch me. The man looked on, confused by the scene. Seeing him in such a state, the chat was also surprised. He's on the edge. If he was going to act like that, he should have picked option 2. Just then, a comment flashed before his eyes. What an ungrateful son. Suddenly, he clenched his jaw in helpless anger. Green Lunatic immediately appeared, trying to calm everyone down. Give him some space. His eyes were now filled with absolute despair. Tears of bitter resentment started to fall. But just as quickly, he pulled himself together, breathing heavily and pressing a hand to his forehead to calm down. I can't let my emotions get the best of me like this. Chon Su forced a calm expression and told everyone watching, I can still be a good son to my parents. Even if I can't meet them now, I can think long-term and protect them in the later stages. Seeing his act, the chat immediately commented back. Listen to him talking like some cheesy commercial. Just let the actor do his thing. Do what you think is best. He suddenly remembered something and turned back to the taxi driver. Where did my parents get that kind of money? Do you know what they were planning to do? The driver shook his head. Not sure. I was in a hurry to get here. I only trusted them because they paid a 30% deposit up front. Hearing this, Hana remembered something. She reacted instantly, asking him, that name on the card, is it someone you know? He nodded, then slowly explained to everyone. It's my father's. Everyone who heard that screamed, your father? The driver's eyes went wide as he pieced it together. Wait a minute, he asked. Does that mean that couple? They were your parents? Chon Su nodded, confirming what they all suspected. Yes, but I can't go see them yet. I have to go somewhere else first. Then he had another question for the driver. I need a favor. You're going back to Jeju Island now, right? The driver looked surprised, not understanding what he was getting at. Chon Su continued. I don't know your name. The man, flustered, explained. It's Lisa Ung. Go. Chon Su nodded at him and then asked his question. All right. So you're going back to the island, right? Will you see my parents again? The driver thought for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. He slowly explained his intentions. Probably. My family is still there, after all. And since I couldn't pick up my target. But before he could finish, Chon Su cut him off. Don't worry about that. Just pass on a message for me. Tell them their son is in Jerusalem, and tell them to stay put. Lee Seong-eung stared at him in total disbelief. You're not going there? He asked, shocked. You're going to New Dao instead? Go, Chon Su confirmed with a nod, then gave him a quiet order. Don't let them know where I've gone. I don't want to be looking for them while they're out looking for me. He then turned to So Yoonji and asked, Could I ask you for one more favor? The man looked surprised, pointing to himself. Me? Go, Chon Su nodded, speaking his mind. You're the most trustworthy person I've met here. Then he laid out the new plan taking shape in his head. Can you go with Lee Seong-eung and guarantee my parents' safety? I'm sure having a firefighter with them will put their minds at ease. So Yoonji hesitated for a second, then nodded his head in agreement. Not sure what else I can do, really. Right now, I have nowhere else to go. But just then, Hugh Hogwarts spoke up, completely bewildered. What are you guys talking about? Didn't that old man say to go to the Dungmu Center? The firefighter just shook his head, explaining, I appreciate him telling me that, but I don't know if I can trust them. They're the reason the airport ended up like this. Hearing that, a small smile formed on Go Chon Su's face as he looked at So Yoonji. He held out his hand to the firefighter with a grin. That's a relief to hear. I'm leaving it all to you. We can still keep in touch. But suddenly, the black dog started barking, cutting him off. He was a bit confused. And then the vehicle lurched violently. Everyone was thrown around inside. Go Chon Su hit the ground and cursed out loud. Damn it! Seong-hana tumbled over with a sigh. Go Chon Su quickly looked up at Jeon Byung-hun and yelled, What's going on? The driver pointed ahead, his voice filled with worry. Up front, the road ahead was completely blocked by 2 pickup trucks. No way through. And look over there, he added. A whole group of people were hiding behind the trucks, watching their every move. They were talking amongst themselves. See, someone's coming. The disaster brought an opportunity, just like you said. One of them peeked out with a wicked smile. There are always a few rich survivors left. They swung their bats around and signaled to each other. Let's take all their stuff and get out of here. Just then, another car sped up and braked hard. 3 vehicles in total. These thugs started walking towards them, bats in hand, laughing. Let's go. Over on their side, Go Chon Su's car door opened. Hugh Hogwarts stepped out, a murderous grin plastered on his face. I can smell your stench even from here. The thugs were stunned for a moment, but he just walked calmly towards them, his voice a clear challenge. A bunch of terrorist thugs, huh? Reminds me of a certain group I used to know. Hearing this, the goons just stared at him, completely dumbfounded. What did you say? One of them questioned. Why is a homeless bum stepping out of that car? Hugh just laughed it off. You're right. I am homeless. Hearing him admit it, the whole group burst into mocking laughter. He said it himself. This guy's got some nerve. Trying to get out of being shaken down, are we? Go Chon Su was getting annoyed. He stepped out of the car and said to Hugh Hogwarts, Don't waste your energy on these guys. The leader of the group saw him appear and got angry. And who the hell are you? He demanded. Go Chon Su gave the thugs a cold, hard stare. He spoke again, his voice firm. Can you please move out of the way? We have a place we need to be. At that, the entire gang of thugs erupted into loud, derisive laughter. Did you hear what he said? He wants us to move for him. The leader looked at him, his eyes filled with menace. Strip down and give us everything. Maybe then we'll let you live. Go Chon Su heard this, but remained calm, asking with mock surprise. Everything? The thug nodded. Including that car. Hearing that, a terrifying smile spread across Go Chon Su's face. To be fair, he said, let's make a wager for it. After all, we could use another car. At that very moment, the black dog shot out of the car, barking furiously at the thugs with fierce eyes. The leader saw it and took a step back in fear. A dog? Before he could react, Go Chon Su's smart dog leaped up and sank its teeth right into the man's face, causing him to scream in pure agony. Seeing their boss fall, the lackeys started yelling in panic. Boss! Seeing their chance, Go Chon Su and Hugh Hogwarts immediately charged forward with their weapons drawn. This is it! Go Chon Su swiftly struck one of the men with his weapon, making him cry out in pain. On the other side, Hugh Hogwarts was just as deadly, decisively slashing his way toward the group. The two of them worked together, rushing toward the trucks parked behind the thugs, who started screaming warnings to each other in a panic. What the hell, they're going for our trucks. They kept yelling, "Stop those bastards." Back in the car, John Byung-hun gave the thugs a terrifying look, then slammed his foot on the gas, plowing right into the crowd. Chon Su jumped into one of the stolen trucks, started the engine, and called out to his dog. "Blackie!" The dog understood instantly and leaped right into the back of the pickup. The rest of the thugs saw this and screamed in fury. "Damn it, get them!" The three cars sped forward, but not before Chon Su shouted one last taunt at them. "Try and catch us with the one truck you have left." Witnessing this spectacular scene, someone immediately commented in the chat window, "They just scored 2 free trucks. That's what happens when you underestimate the main character." Perfect timing. A little while later, Chon Su stopped the truck. He looked back, then turned to the others with a laugh. This should be far enough. Lee Seong-eung rushed over, calling his name worriedly. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Alex looked surprised at his attitude, then shook his head. "It's fine. It's not like we were really fighting, just stealing their truck." Everyone laughed, their comments popping up in the chat window. Too obvious. Imagine if he wasn't the sponsor's son, the owner would have freaked if he got hurt. Hugh Hogwarts just smiled and spoke to Alex. "Those guys always leave the keys in the ignition. Guess they're afraid of the engine noise." Alex glanced at him and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Finally. "I can breathe." Remembering something, he turned to give Yoonji Seo instructions. "I'm taking Hugh's truck to Shark Widoti." Hearing this, a worried Sungwoong Lee walked over to him. "You're not coming with us?" Alex looked at them both and laid out the plan. "You go with him. We're splitting up from here." Yoonji Seo nodded, understanding completely. He then stepped forward and bowed his head in farewell. "Thank you for all your help." Alex just grinned and gave him a wink. "Hope we meet again someday." Wait. A thought suddenly hits him. Shouldn't we have a way to contact each other? He points out they might need to trade intel later. Hearing this, the other guy seems to remember something. The viewers immediately jump in with comments. "Dude, why are you trying to act so cool? So embarrassing. Just stop." Evan Seo was still trying to figure out their next move. "What if we light a signal flare?" Hearing this, Alex looked back, surprised. A signal flare? Seeing Alex's confusion, Evan looked a bit surprised himself, then started explaining what he knew. "Lissandro told me. Near Guido's body, there's a place called Gyeongsanbong. It's a place they use to light flares. They just renovated it, probably for a movie shoot or something." Chon Su nods, getting the picture, then presses him for more. "Got it, so there's a way. But will I be able to see it?" The guy gives a firm nod. "It's pretty far from the main tourist area, but I think you can see it if you get close enough. We only use this as a backup if the radios fail." He then holds up one single finger. Then he explains the plan. "I'll light it once. That means everything is okay." On his other hand, he holds up 2 fingers. His gaze is dead serious. Twice means danger, and 3 times means stay the hell away. Chon Su gets it and they shake on it. "All right, I'm trusting you." And just like that, the two groups part ways. As their car pulls away, a single thought runs through Chon Su's mind. Okay, time to get started. But right as he's about to hit the gas, a sudden knock on his window makes him jump. It's Song Hana, looking a little awkward as she makes a request. "Can I ride with you?" Chon Su stares at her, surprised, and thinks to himself. She must feel uncomfortable taking a taxi alone with Hugh. Just then, Hugh walks up to the other door and knocks with a smile. "I don't mind riding with you either." The moment Hana sees him, she lets out a shriek. "Go," Chon Su just sighs in frustration. "Don't give me a headache with all this weird behavior." The audience watching this unfold is just as surprised, commenting, "Why is Hugh being so friendly all of a sudden? Are they friends now or something?" Chon Su finally snaps. "Both of you, get in the taxi. Now." And with that, his truck shoots forward, with John Byung-hun's taxi scrambling to keep up behind him. Chon Su drives ahead, scouting the road. And honestly, he looks pretty happy. The viewers see him hogging the huge truck all to himself, and the comments start rolling in. Of course this guy would take the whole thing. Such a king. The black dog beside him lets out a few happy barks. Chon Su grins at his companion. "You feeling it too, huh?" He then laughs smugly, sharing his thoughts with the dog. "Anyway, you're the only dog I actually trust. I'm really looking forward to seeing you hit level 3. Suddenly movement up ahead. The dog lets out a sharp bark, a clear warning. Chon Su yanks the wheel just in time, narrowly avoiding whatever it was. A real masterclass in reactive driving. He speeds past. A person. A person dragging a strange-looking coffin. Chon Su is still in shock, whipping his head around to look back. What the hell was that? A person? What are they pulling? And then his eyes focus on the object again. A coffin. No doubt about it. Seeing this, the viewers go wild in the chat. Oh no, here we go. Is the coffin event starting now? But Chon Su is still just stunned, his eyes glued to the bizarre man. He mutters aloud. What is he doing? The viewers immediately start egging him on. If you're so curious, get down there and ask him. Jeon Byung-hoon pulls his taxi up alongside him with a warning. I think we should just ignore him and go. Something about this feels really suspicious. Chon Su nods in agreement. Yeah, wait a sec. But a different thought is already taking over. I can't just ignore something that has the viewers reacting this much. He quickly slams the gear shift. And just like that, our main character turns back to confront the man. Excuse me. The man doesn't even react, just keeps dragging the coffin forward. Chon Su tries again. Excuse me, sir. Still nothing. The man acts like Chon Su doesn't even exist. He just keeps dragging that coffin. Okay, now Chon Su's been provoked. His voice drops to an angry growl. If you ignore me one more time, I will run you over with this truck more than once. Seeing his terrifying expression, the viewers immediately start commenting. What? He's completely lost his mind. I get that we're an audience, but seriously, this is super weird. All the while, the man just keeps walking, dragging the heavy coffin behind him. Chon Su makes one last attempt. Excuse me. Still no response. He makes a split-second decision. All right, fine. He gets back in his truck, swerves around the man, and speeds off. But then, in a shocking move, he spins the truck around and drives straight in front of the strange man, blocking his path completely. Just like that, he decisively shoves the gear stick. Chon Su, absolutely furious, guns the engine straight toward the man, not caring about anything around them. As the truck barrels closer, he gets a clear look at the man's face. The man's head slowly tilts up, his eyes meeting the oncoming vehicle. Feeling the moment was right, Chon Su slams on the brakes just in time. He leans out the window, right in the man's face, and yells, "You want to talk to me now?" The man is silent. The black dog next to Chon Su is going crazy, barking furiously at him. Chon Su calmly gives it a signal. Calm down a sec. His eyes are locked onto the man. A comment flashes across his screen. Be careful. That guy is 100% from the sanctuary. Chon Su stares at the man in front of him, shocked. Sanctuary? The man coldly waves him off. I have to get to this place. Chon Su, still sitting arrogantly in his truck, yells down at him. You look pretty busy. It's just, I have a question. Is it safe? The man actually looks up, surprised. Safe enough. Most of the mobs have been dealt with. Chon Su looks at him in utter disbelief. Are you talking about the monsters? The man just nods in confirmation. Then he reveals what he knows. Division 7.5. That's what we call them. Hearing this, something clicks inside Chon Su's head, and his anger flares up even hotter. Those bastards, he thinks. Don't tell me they're just like me? Now looking annoyed, the man grips the coffin's rope tighter and speaks again, his voice urgent. Quick, get out of the way. I have to go atone. Chon Su's curiosity gets the better of him. Atone? Is that why you're dragging a coffin? What's inside? In response, the man opens the lid. The coffin is completely empty. Nothing, he explains flatly. This is for me. He starts pulling the coffin forward again, resuming his slow walk. Then he calmly tells his story. I couldn't complete my mission. I need to find a place to kill myself, and then bury myself. And just like that, the strange man drags the coffin right past the truck. Chon Su can only stare, his eyes filled with judgment. The viewers flood the chat with the same advice. Just let him go. Did he really go that far? Chon Su glanced back, confused, then turned to his stream with a shocked look. Looking at his screen, he asked, What exactly is this sanctuary? The chat just laughed, telling him, You'll know when you get there. After a long, tense drive, Chon Su saw a sign up ahead. He perked up. Looks like we're almost there. He scanned the area. Then he asked his viewers, Hey, is it cool to just drive right in? The chat window exploded with replies. Get out of the car. It's not safe. He read the comment, a little annoyed. What do you mean, not safe? The chat kept flooding in. If you want to sneak in, ditching the car is your best bet. But if you want to meet the commander directly, this works too. You're safe for now. And right then, 3 military vehicles rolled into view, stopping Chon Su dead in his tracks. The chat went wild. Who's that? Looks like a scout team, probably from the 7.5 division. Chon Su was frozen, thinking, should I just floor it? Just then, a player named New Master Dion 8 sent him a single gene with a message, just stay put. Seeing that, the rest of the viewers chimed in. Yeah, we've come this far, we're not joking around. You guys sure this is okay? The military trucks kept getting closer. Another viewer, Green Lunatic, spoke up. For you? It's not a problem. Beads of sweat were already rolling down Chon Su's face. He let out a defeated sigh. Looks like I'm out of options. The army trucks immediately boxed in his car. A few soldiers jumped out, lining up in perfect formation. A commander slowly walked toward his car. Then, in a move he never saw coming, they all snapped to attention and saluted. Sir! Go! Chon Su just stared, completely stunned. What was happening? The man introduced himself immediately. Lieutenant H. Yong Kim. At your service, sir. Do you know where you're headed? Chon Su stared back, dumbfounded. He thought to himself, this guy is surprisingly friendly. He managed a smile and replied, this is a safe zone. The lieutenant nodded and continued his questions. May I ask where you've come from, sir? A flicker of suspicion crossed Chon Su's mind. Better not lie to this guy. He stated clearly, I came from Dragon's Dyke. The lieutenant immediately took out a notepad. He double-checked, Dragon's Dyke? Yep, Chon Su confirmed. We were lucky to make it here. The officer kept writing, then asked, and your name, sir? He gave his name, Chon Su. The lieutenant finished his notes, then beamed, pointing ahead, right this way. Please follow me. I'll escort you to the resort area. People like you are always welcome here. Chon Su was completely bewildered by all this. He had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. Soon, they were all being escorted to a new location. Chon Su stared at a brilliant golden light in the distance, wondering to himself, what kind of light glows that brightly? His viewers were just as shocked. I can't believe he actually made it. He's so fast, that's seriously impressive. Chon Su was still lost, asking his screen, what? Is that? The chat quickly explained, think of it as the next stage. No spoilers. And then he saw it. Towering buildings, looking impossibly luxurious and beautiful. Soldiers lined the entrance, gesturing for him to go inside. This way, please. Still reeling from the shock, Chon Su slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Each footstep felt like he was in a dream. He walked deeper into this extravagant place. He looked around. Elegant waterfalls cascaded down the walls. And the lights were on. They had electricity. His eyes darted around as one thought screamed in his mind. Are we still in the apocalypse? Just then, a cheerful voice broke his trance. Welcome, a receptionist smiled, holding a clipboard. You must be Chon Su, correct? He turned, surprised, and gave a small nod. The man smiled wider, holding out a keycard. We've already prepared a room for you, if that's all right. Chon Su just stared at the card and nodded again. The man continued. We'll take that as a yes. Welcome to the sanctuary. Please, enjoy your stay. Chon Su still couldn't believe what he was seeing. He held the keycards in his hand and turned to his stream, whispering, Is this a trap? His viewers laughed in the chat. Don't be so paranoid. The 7.5 division values talent. You made it all the way here, after all. Of course they'd be interested in you. Chon Su looked down at the keycard again, his eyes widening as he examined the room details. Room card, 1 to 10. Suddenly, something clicked in his head. That guy called this place the sanctuary. He remembered that bizarre man he met on the road. The one dragging a coffin. That weirdo had said the exact same thing. Just then, a voice called his name. It was Song Hana. She ran up to him, looking worried. Why did you just run off on your own? Why didn't you wait for me? He calmly greeted her. Oh, you're here. She shot back, annoyed. Are you even listening to me? He glanced at her. Where are the others? She immediately remembered and pointed back outside. The soldiers took them to a different hotel and then brought me here, she explained. He raised an eyebrow. Did they complain at all? Song Hana thought for a second. Jeon Byung-hoon didn't say anything, but Hugh Hogwarts Holmes was next to him, jumping for joy, yelling about how beautiful the building was. Chon Su sighed, completely exasperated. What a weirdo, he muttered to himself. Then, he turned. He started walking in a different direction, calling over his shoulder, Come with me. A moment later, they were standing in front of room 1 to 10. He eyed the door cautiously. He turned to her, voicing his suspicion. I don't know if it's safe inside. The door looks way too normal. Her eyes went wide with alarm. What do you mean? You think there's something in there? Now he was starting to second-guess himself, too. He held the keycard up to the lock and asked his stream, Is it really okay to go in? His viewers laughed again in the chat. You can relax. You probably won't find another place like this ever again. The second the door unlocked and swung open, the sight inside made them both freeze on the spot. They were speechless. Absolutely speechless. What is this? Before them was a ridiculously luxurious suite with every possible amenity. A super 5-star room? In the apocalypse? Yep. Chon Su stepped inside, his eyes widening in disbelief. He scanned the room and muttered, "Is this really a bedroom?" He slowly took a few more steps in. The chat window immediately blew up with comments teasing him. First time? He's so obvious about it. I bet he's never even seen a 3-star hotel. He suddenly shot back at his viewers through the screen. I've been to a 3-star hotel before, I think. They all burst out laughing, the comments flying. If you had, you wouldn't say, I think, would you? Chon Su quickly dropped his backpack, which felt like it was filled with rocks, right onto the floor. Then, he blissfully collapsed onto the bed. It had been so long since he'd felt anything like this. He soaked it all in, shouting, "Oh man, it feels like I haven't been in a bed for years." Meanwhile, Hana was walking around, exploring the room. She turned and asked him, surprised, "If you're taking the bed, where am I supposed to sleep?" He just smiled, completely blissed out, and said one word, "Floor." Seeing how casual he was about it, the chat erupted. He actually said the floor. Look at him, his eyes are already closing. And just like that, he started drifting off into a deep, comfortable sleep, a feeling he hadn't had in forever. But then a split second later Chon Su shot upright. He cursed under his breath, completely bewildered. No, wait, I can't fall asleep yet. He scrambled to grab the room key from the table. The chat was surprised. He still got some fight in him. Key in hand, he headed for the door, giving Hana an order. Call the front desk and ask for another bed. I'm gonna go take a look around. You stay here. She looked a little startled by the sudden command. He opened the door and added, if anyone comes looking for me, find me. She still had no idea what was going on, calling out, wait a second. But the door clicked shut, leaving her all alone in the room. Outside, Chon Su walked with his little dog, his mind racing. Why is this place so peaceful? He looked around at the scene. It was like the apocalypse never even happened here. Everything I've heard about the 7.5 division says this place is supposed to be hell on earth. He walked on, voicing his doubts. This is completely different from what I expected. So different. I don't even know how to react. The chat window immediately started poking fun at him. Dude's overthinking on his vacation. You're not in a rush anymore, chill out. He glanced back at his little pup trotting behind him. He spoke to his audience again. Even so, I have to stay on guard. Just then, a voice boomed over a loudspeaker. Welcome everyone. The little dog's ears perked up. This Tao was founded to ensure the safety of all people. Chon Su noticed soldiers standing around, chiming in. And to rebuild our fallen world. Hearing this, he looked over in surprise at the man who was up there giving the speech. Everyone can live a comfortable life here. He looked at the man's collar. 2 stars. Instantly, Chon Su's focus sharpened, his eyes locking onto him. That's gotta be the commander. The man continued his moving speech. So please, relax, and enjoy this place with all your heart. Chon Su stared, a thought flashing through his mind. This guy is the head of the 7.5 division? The commander repeated his heartfelt line. So please, relax, and enjoy this place with all your heart. And Chon Su could only think, is this really the guy in charge of the 7.5? The crowd below erupted into cheers and emotional applause. Thank you, Commander. Thank you for saving us. You're the greatest. Just then, the commander noticed Chon Su standing there and looked over with a curious expression. He walked closer. You must be the newcomer, right? Chon Su nodded. The commander then smiled, looking down at his dog. And this is your dog? You even brought a pet along, how admirable. He then looked back at Chon Su. All new arrivals have a one-on-one meeting with me. Hearing that, Chon Su remembered something. So, it's time. But then, the commander just casually turned and walked right past him. We'll meet again when you feel ready. Chon Su was stunned. He whipped around to look at the man. Huh? What was that? He stared after him, his face a mask of total confusion. What just happened? I thought the one-on-one was a special selection or something. The chat started buzzing again. The commander seems like a pretty good guy. Is he really the commander? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. While his mind was spinning, a familiar voice called out his name. It was Jeon Byung-hun. He walked over with a big smile. Hey, but you look like you've just seen a ghost. The chat lit up. The best friend is here. He looked so happy about his new home. Chon Su let out a helpless sigh, muttering to his audience, "I still can't get used to this guy." Byung-hun just laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "No need to be so tense. We fought our way here together. We're comrades now." Seeing Chon Su's stiff reaction, the chat had a field day. He's so weak in front of him. Hey, at least the guy is useful sometimes. Don't be a jerk. But suddenly, Chon Su noticed John Byung-hun's expression. Something was off. He asked him, "Is something bothering you?" Byung-hun nodded grimly. Then, he shot a suspicious look at Chon Su and voiced his thoughts. That man carrying the coffin earlier. He wasn't normal. And that magnificent glowing pillar. There are too many weird things showing up here. Chon Su listened, then nodded in agreement. "I know what you mean," he replied. "This commander seems to be the only one who can explain this place. But I don't trust him one bit." Byung-hun pushed his glasses up, his expression still skeptical. "I also asked around a bit on the way here." At this, Chon Su's curiosity was piqued. He pressed him, "What did you find out? Tell me." Byung-hun's face turned serious as he began to explain. "This place. It's called the Sanctuary." He then pointed toward the massive pillar of golden light in front of them. "And it's pretty much all because of that thing. They've clearly built some kind of structure right under that light. They're waiting for something to appear." Chon Su was lost. He asked with a deadpan expression. "Waiting for something? What does that mean?" Jeon Byung-hun glanced at him again. They said, "A tower is going to appear." Chon Su just froze on the spot. He had no idea what he was talking about. What kind of tower? Byung-hun sighed, thinking for a moment, then relayed what he'd pieced together from the locals. "It's a path for them to escape this rotten world." That's what they said, anyway. I don't know the exact details, but that's what I found out. Chon Su took a moment to process it all. A tower? His thoughts were a jumbled mess. This world is full of monsters, there's a pillar of light, and now a sanctuary. At this point, he figured anything was possible. Come to think of it, the chat mentioned something about a cult before. He immediately asked his viewers, "Is this some kind of cult?" The chat instantly replied, "No spoilers. Go talk to the commander. It'll unlock the main story." Just then, he heard Song Hana's voice calling his name. That made him turn his head. A woman was rushing toward him, anxiously calling his name. He looked surprised to see her, asking, "Why did you run out here?" She quickly delivered the important news. "We have to interview with the person in charge. I'm up in 30 minutes, you're in 47. Soon after, Chon Su walked in to meet the commander. The man smiled, gesturing to the chair in front of him. "Welcome. Please, have a seat." Chon Su slowly sat down, his eyes carefully judging the man before him. The commander introduced himself with a warm smile. "You've probably already heard, but I am Baek Jeong-hoon, commander of the 7.5 Division." The people watching were surprised by his friendly appearance. Someone commented, "He doesn't seem that intimidating. Actually looks kinda warm." Chon Su gave a slight nod and introduced himself with a faint smile. "You must know that I'm Chon Su." The commander picked up a file from his desk and continued, "Please don't misunderstand, but I have something I need to ask you." Chon Su's gaze remained cold as he replied, "What is it?" The commander looked at him with an almost disbelieving smile. "Did you really travel all the way from Daejeon to get here?" Hearing this, Chon Su's eyes widened slightly as he thought to himself, "Is this some kind of test?" He nodded, confirming it. "That's right." Instantly, Commander Baek Jeong-hoon's face absolutely lit up. "That's truly incredible," he exclaimed with delight. "Without a military escort, it's almost impossible to make it here." The word escort hit Chon Su like a punch to the gut. The memories came flooding back. The image of him and the others trying to cross a destroyed bridge, right before he helplessly fell into the river below. That's where they all got separated. Then, he remembered seeing soldiers on a small ferry, not searching for survivors, but just chatting amongst themselves. Are the other bridges taken care of? The roads are probably all destroyed by now. And then, the final image. A massive, horrifying monster, eating civilians one by one. Innocent people. Why did they stop the bus? The giant creature slowly lifted a man's body. The others ran in terror, screaming in pure desperation. "Let us in. The bus is broken." Remembering all of it, Chon Su glared at Commander Baek Jeong-hoon. This guy could lie without even blinking. The commander noticed his reaction and asked, surprised, "You don't seem very happy about that." Chon Su fought to shove his absolute rage back down. He thought to himself, "I can't argue with him here. I need to change the subject. Now." He turned his head away, looking to the side. "Not at all," he said flatly. The commander pressed on. Do you have any opinion on the 7.5 division? At that, Chon Su immediately snapped his head back, staring at the man with pure disbelief. Seeing the commander's suddenly terrifying expression, he was taken aback. Meanwhile, people were watching through a screen. What's up with this guy? Comments flooded the chat window. He wants your honest opinion. You're letting your preconceptions get the best of you. Just treat this like a normal conversation. Go Chon Su read the comments, his mind reeling. Preconceptions? After everything I've seen, how could I not have them? Baek Jeong-hoon suddenly let out a strange sigh. He began to explain. I understand. It seems you really do have some issues with us. I don't usually share this with anyone, he continued. But lately, our division has been having some problems. Chon Su looked at him, surprised. Problems? The commander elaborated. Perhaps the same problems you've encountered. The man's face turned somber as he told his story about the soldiers under his command. They were supposed to be rescuing civilians. Instead, they disobeyed direct orders and took unauthorized actions. If you came from Daejeon, you must have seen it. Go, Chon Su's mind raced, trying to figure out the commander's angle. What is he trying to do? The commander continued, his tone reassuring. You can be honest with me. I have no intention of covering up the army's mistakes. Chon Su nodded slowly, replying, It's not that I didn't see anything, but I have to be very careful with my words. He then looked Baek Jeong-hoon straight in the eye with a dead serious expression. And then he started to lie. I was only focused on my own survival, so I wasn't really paying attention to what the 7.5 division was doing. The viewers were shocked by his bold-faced lie. Someone commented, He's just making stuff up on the fly. Chon Su paid them no mind, continuing with his eyes closed. When I got here, I was actually a little surprised. The commander leaned in, intrigued. Surprised by what? Chon Su got straight to the point. The soldiers I've seen here are far friendlier than the ones I met on the road. The commander's expression shifted, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Chon Su pressed his advantage. What is your purpose here, Commander? Baek Jeong-hoon offered a cryptic smile. He spoke slowly. If this country can be restored, I am willing to help with all my strength. Allow me to explain something. He pointed toward the wall behind him. Can you see that? Go. Chon Su looked at the blank, white wall in front of him. He was confused. There was nothing there. The commander nodded as if confirming something, then pressed a button on a control panel on his desk. That is the 7.5 division in peacetime. Before the world fell into apocalypse, we didn't exist. An image flashed onto the screen, a desolate, terrifying landscape. Everything was in ruins. The commander continued his story. The purpose of the 7.5 division is to rebuild order as quickly as possible when the country enters a state of emergency, no matter the situation. But because our unit was inactive for so long, no one knew about us, and many of our soldiers lost their way. For that, I sincerely apologize to you. Go Chon Su nodded, understanding his point, but he still had his own doubts. I also want to ask you a few things. Does the 7.5 division truly have no contact with other units? The commander didn't answer right away, just smiled and thought for a moment. Then, he slowly explained, Theoretically, we're a non-existent unit, so we avoid public communication to reduce the chance of being exposed. We still have our own methods, so that's not really an issue. The more he listened, the more Go Chon Su felt that something was deeply wrong with his story. On my way here, I saw a lot of conflict between your division and other groups. The commander nodded in agreement. I expected you to ask that. After all, it's hard to prove you're a real soldier these days. Chon Su moved on to his next question. Then, second question. Are you aware that there are still people at Jeju Airport? The commander looked up, genuinely surprised. Jeju Airport? How many people? Hearing that, Chon Su's eyes became sharp as daggers. He leaned in and interrogated the commander. A lot of them. They said they were waiting for the 7.5 division to return. General Baek seemed completely bewildered by this news. He continued, My subordinate told me they evacuated everyone, but Alex immediately revealed what he knew. There are at least 100 people there. They must have made a mistake. General Baek instantly waved his hand, calling his men over. Get the captain. I need to speak with him now. And just like that, the soldier hurried out. When the captain arrived, Alex Go watched the scene unfold, completely lost, with no idea what was happening. A moment later, a sharp knock echoed on the door. A man walked in, snapping to attention with a salute. Captain Ian Gu, reporting, I came as requested, sir. But before he could even finish his sentence, General Baek coldly drew a pistol from his coat. A gunshot exploded through the room. Standing off to the side, Alex Go could only stare, completely frozen. The general had aimed the gun directly at the captain. Wounded in the leg, The captain collapsed to his knees, screaming in agony. The shell casing clattered to the floor. On instinct, Alex went into combat stance, raising his axe, his mind racing. What the hell is this? Comments flew across the screen. Look at that, Richard is awesome. But suddenly, the general's subordinate silently shook his head at Alex, signaling him to stand down. The chat kept going, trying to calm him down. Did you see how fast he switched to battle mode? He won't touch you, man, just chill. General Bake then spoke to Captain Gu. I need to discuss a problem regarding the personnel transport at Jeju Airport. Hearing this, the captain's face filled with fear. He quickly averted his gaze. In that instant, the general's eyes turned to ice as he questioned him. Do you want to try explaining? General Baka kept his gun aimed at the captain, his voice chillingly calm. I apologize for shooting you without confirmation, but this was a justifiable action. You tried to lock down a sanctuary because you felt we shouldn't let others in. The captain desperately tried to explain. We didn't have enough manpower. We're almost out of support supplies, too. The general's voice cut through the air like a blade. Silence. Then, his face hardened as he interrogated the captain. His words were a lesson. We are here to protect this sanctuary for those who wish to stay. Whether the tower disappears or not, is not our concern. He turned, pointing the gun away. And another thing. He looked down at the captain's neck, continuing to speak. You're wearing that necklace instead of your military tags. From behind, Alex Go looked at the necklace in surprise. That's the tower. General Bake continued his dressing down. I shot you because you failed to carry out your duties as a soldier. Now, I'm going to have to ask you again. The captain could only stammer out, I'm sorry. The general's voice remained cold as steel. You intentionally abandoned those people at the airport when you discovered the gate to the tower was only for the first arrivals, didn't you? Instantly, the captain could only mumble helpless apologies. The general's gaze turned razor sharp. He announced coldly, That is not the answer I wanted to hear. Immediately, another bullet tore through the captain's other leg. A scream echoed through the room. The general barked orders at his subordinates. Take him away. I have more questions for him. Treat his wounds, then lock him up. His men immediately moved to obey. Alex Go was just stunned by the whole thing. General Beck finally turned back around. He placed the gun on the table. Alex slowly spoke up. Next time, could you at least give me a warning? The general leaned back in his chair and sighed. My apologies. I can be a bit blunt sometimes. He looked at Alex, then closed his eyes. Lately, it's been very difficult to keep everyone in line. Alex Go glanced outside at the glowing golden light. Then he spoke to the general. Even so, you're still doing a pretty good job holding this place together. Hearing this, the general fell into a thoughtful silence before slowly saying Alex's name. I'm sure you understand just how easily people lose their humanity when the world ends. I believe there are no exceptions, besides me and everyone else still searching for a safe place. His hands slowly clasped together. Naturally, I'm trying to keep this place safe. You probably realized that when you arrived. He continued his story. After more people arrived, we had to maintain and cleanse Jeju Island. Alex heard that and his mind reeled. Cleanse? The Kraken. The memory of that monster flashes in his mind. He's lost in thought, wondering, could that thing have followed them all the way here? Just then, Baek Gyeon-hwen speaks up, breaking the silence. Everything you've achieved. You did it on your own. Hearing this, he just stares blankly, not saying a word. But the old man keeps talking. Many people prefer this place, a sanctuary, over Newtown. Then, suddenly, Beck's eyes shift, filled with calculation. He's thinking, he'll make a decision. Tomorrow, or maybe sooner. All the while, that strange golden light continues to shimmer in the air. But now, the sky is slowly darkening into night. Chon Su drags himself back to his room. He collapses onto the bed, letting out a long, weary sigh. He shuts his eyes tight, his mind racing. I still can't get used to this, he thinks. A moment later, a strange sound cuts through the quiet. He turns his head and sees Song Hana, completely dead to the world, fast asleep. He's a little surprised. She looks so peaceful, especially with the sun finally setting. After so many long, exhausting days on the run, she's completely knocked out. But the peace is shattered. A dog starts barking wildly outside. Then the doorbell rings. The barking gets louder. Chon Su sits bolt upright, trying to figure out what the hell is happening. Elsewhere, Baek Gyeon-hwen cracks a sinister smile. He muses to himself, so. He had something special on his side to have survived. He survived that whole journey from Daejeon. The memory of Chon Su's absolute fury flashes in his mind. What an interesting guy. He glances away, plotting. I should go and ask him myself. He thinks about the 75th Division survivors who made it to Newtown, while the rest died for forgetting their duty. He turns to his subordinate. What do you make of all this? Then he presses further. Where did the others go? His subordinate looks deep in thought. But before the guy can even open his mouth, Beck cuts him off. I'm sure you suspect a few of them ran off to Seoul. And just like that, he's lost in his own grand plan again. First step? Use all available power to evacuate Jeju Island. But here's the thing. Strange reports have started to surface. Whispers that Seoul and Mount Baekdu are somehow the safer bets. Baek Yoon-ho suddenly grits his teeth, furious. I mean, Jeju Island is supposed to be the safest place right now. His subordinate, standing behind him, finally voices his own concerns. Sir, are you certain we don't need to question that man further? Bayek just nods, slumping back wearily. There's no point asking questions you don't need the answers to. He was seething. The more he stewed on it, the deeper his rage burned, and that's not even mentioning that damn church. He reaches out using Chon Su's name, just to see if the guy can actually be trusted. Meanwhile, a phone just keeps ringing off the hook. Chon Su finally picks it up, looking a little surprised. Yeah, who is this? And that's when they appear. Two receptionists with smiles that are just way too intense. They slowly begin to explain the situation to him. Room service, we've brought your meal. And just like that, an insane feast is laid out before him, a spread so lavish it leaves him absolutely stunned. The staff member announces, Everything is ready for you, sir. Chon Su just stares at the scene, completely frozen in disbelief. You can just imagine the system comments blowing up. Guess it's been a while since he's seen real food. He looks at the receptionists, totally bewildered. What is going on? The two women smile again. We've been ordered to serve you during your meal. He just sighs, trying to be polite. Look, I'd be a lot more comfortable if you two weren't here. But hearing that, they just seem to double down. Please, don't mind us. We hope you enjoy your meal to the fullest. He dips his spoon into the soup, his mind racing. I knew I shouldn't have let them in. I'm getting dragged into something really weird. He gives them a slight nod. Fine, I'll eat. Just stand there quietly. Don't do anything. He takes a slow sip of the soup and immediately, his taste buds just explode with flavor. He stares down at the food, shocked. It's just soup. But a second later, he's tearing into the meal like a man who hasn't eaten in years. He can't help but wonder, is it just because I've been living on canned food for so long? His poor black dog just watches him, its eyes begging for a single scrap. It's clearly just as hungry as he is. Chon Su totally gets how the pup feels, but he has to lay down the law. Hey, you can't eat people food. And as soon as he says it, the chat window pops up with a new comment. Wow, not willing to share it all. Suddenly, one of the two servers holds out a piece of paper to him. Our sincerest apologies. He glances at the paper, then at the dog collar they're presenting, and he's just speechless. He slams his spoon down on the table, glaring at them. Are you being serious right now? Seeing his reaction, they quickly wave their hands, trying to explain. Please don't be angry, sir. We're here with good news. But Chon Su's eyes turn to ice as he stares them down. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but don't even think about roping me into some cult. The other woman holds up the flyer. She points to it, trying to calm him down. Just take a look, sir. You'll understand we're not a cult. And then comes the big pitch. Our organization, Apocalypse, is recruiting people for a variety of missions. We are offering you a position to contribute to our sanctuary. Hearing this, something clicks. A memory. He jerks his head up, staring at them. What did you just say? The woman starts to repeat herself. Are you all right, sir? But he cuts her off. No, before that. She quickly recalls her lines. Our organization is recruiting people for missions. Is something wrong? Those words hit Chon Su like a physical blow. He just freezes on the spot. What the? The memory floods back. The mayor, back in Daejeon, sprinting after that train, screaming his lungs out. Wait! He knows he's heard this before. The mayor, running helplessly after the departing train, pleading with him. You bastards. Me? You're really just gonna leave me behind? Don't you need my password or something? The password is Apocalypse. Back in the present, the receptionists look at him with concern. Sir, are you okay? He snatches the paper from her hand, his eyes scanning it desperately. He reads over the information, a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach. Apocalypse. It's definitely connected to that cult. He reads the fine print, a recruitment notice, warning that failure to complete a mission will get you kicked out of the group. Seeing that he's read the flyer, The two women are all smiles again. You can register any time, for any role you'd like. The woman next to her chimes in. We'd recommend the patrol division. We're currently searching for a key. She leans in, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. We discovered a keyhole in the ground near the tower. We believe they're connected. Wouldn't you like to find that key? And the perfect escape route? The other attendant picks up the pitch, her voice smooth and rehearsed. We believe our followers wish to find the true path. We're simply asking you to take on a mission. There are no rules, and we aren't trying to persuade you. Chon Su just stares at the paper, lost deep in his own chaotic thoughts. The two women continue. Please, think it over. If you're finished eating, we'll take our leave. They quickly clear the dishes, turn, and walk away, not forgetting to flash one last smile. If you have any questions, come find us. And just like that, the room is silent again. It's just Chon Su and his dog. At that moment, Siohana stirs from her sleep, the faint smell of food waking her up. She sits up, calling out his name, but he doesn't even notice her. He's too busy crushing the flyer in his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Son of a beep! He wads the paper into a tight ball, the words of Baek Yoon-hwan echoing in his mind. So this is what he was talking about. The memory is vivid. Baek Yoon-hwan's face, deadly serious, telling him, sooner or later, you're going to have to make a decision. He remembers the towering structure from his vision, slowly fading away. General, I'm sorry to say this, but this isn't New Tao anymore. Everything just seemed to crumble, the key falling from his hand, and then the thought that hit him like a tidal wave. This place, it's just a sandcastle, collapsing the moment that tower appeared, and that's where we leave our hero. What do you think he's going to do? Let me know your theories down in the comments section below.